The Sickly Beauty Substitute called it quits Chapter 201 to Chapter 250. He may be the last descendant of the Lin family in this world, Shang Junlin said. About the Lin family. Xinyu had heard about the Lin family. The Lin family was a loyal family, but because the previous emperor was muddle-headed and listened to the traitors, the whole family was slaughtered. Even the babies in their swaddling clothes were not spared. Many ministers who tried to plead for mercy for the Lin family were implicated. They were either demoted or dismissed. There were even some old ministers who resigned in anger and retreated to the mountains. The treacherous officials used this incident to eliminate dissidents. It was after this incident that the imperial court was almost controlled by the treacherous officials. There were many strange things in the past, but no one dared to mention it. I believe that your majesty can deal with these remaining problems. Xinyu rubbed Shang Junlin's shoulder. You have so much confidence in me? Xinyu nodded. In his previous life, no one cared about these innocent souls who died in vain. In this life, the opportunity was in front of him. He should clear their names. Why is you so concerned about so many things? Shang Junlin lifted a strand of the young man's hair and played with it in his hand. Because I want Dahuan to become better and better under your majesty's rule. Is it because of me? Yes, your majesty is my husband. I hope that when my husband is mentioned by others, it is only words of praise. Shang Junlin's heart was moved. He always thought that Xinyu took out all kinds of things and made all kinds of plans because he cared about the common people and was born with compassion. Now, Xinyu told him that he did all this only because of him. Shang Junlin hugged Xinyu tightly. He never cared about being a good emperor. His original intention of taking the throne was because if it was someone else who sat on the throne, he would die. Everyone wanted him to die, but he did not. He not only wanted to live well, but also to stand at the top. Ayu hoped that he would be a good emperor, and he would do it. He would let everyone talk about them in the future with envy and praise. He would give his Ayu the best in the world. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of King Yu's execution. Xinyu and Shang Junlin changed into casual clothes and left the palace. Eunuch Meng was already used to his two masters leaving the palace from time to time, so he was familiar with taking care of everything. The streets were bustling with noise and excitement. The commoners had been worried about such a big matter for a long time. Now that the dust had settled and the leader of the rebel army and the mastermind had been arrested and were about to be executed, the commoners all came to watch. Shen Qingran was mixed in the crowd. He was at a loss. He had nothing now. His last escape route had almost become his life-taking talisman. Did he transmigrate just to witness how Xinyu's life was going smoothly? Shang Junlin didn't take Xinyu directly to the place where the execution would take place. Instead, he chose a tea house where he could see what was going on there. The crowd below was surging, and there was a lot of discussion. Xinyu watched the Prince of Yu being escorted to the execution platform. He couldn't tell what he was feeling in his heart. He seemed to be thinking about a lot of things, but also seemed to be thinking about nothing at all. Xinyu's hand on the table was held. He raised his eyes and said, "Your Majesty, if you don't want to watch, let's go back to the palace." In fact, this tea house was quite far from the place where the execution would take place. Even if they watched, they could only see the general situation. Shang Junlin didn't want Xinyu to see a bloody scene. Before leaving the palace, he asked again and again. It was Xinyu who wanted to come here. "I'm fine." Xinyu shook his head. He came here to confirm the death of the Prince of Yu. He also wanted to confirm whether the plot in this life really jumped out of the story. Seeing that he insisted, Shang Junlin held his hand tightly and didn't say anything else. On the execution platform, it was rare for the Prince of Yu to be completely sober. He was very clear about what kind of ending was waiting for him. That day in the prison, Xinyu's words broke all his fantasies. He didn't know how Xinyu knew the content of his dream. But after that sentence, every time he fell into a dream, he would dream of the scene of being stabbed in the heart by the young man. It was as if the young man wanted to make up for every previous dream. Every day after that, as long as he fell asleep, he would dream of the scene he didn't want to see the most. He experienced the process of his death over and over again. The dream was so clear that it completely restored every moment. The process of being stabbed in the heart and waiting for death was repeated over and over again. The Prince of Yu almost went crazy. He was held down by the guards. He turned his head and looked at a certain place. His eyes narrowed. He saw a very familiar figure. It was too familiar. It was so familiar that it appeared again and again in the nightmare. Xianxia. He couldn't help but chuckle. He reached the peak because of this person, but it was also because of this person that he was sent to hell at the highest point. Whether in the dream or in reality, he failed miserably because of this person. It was like a joke. In the afternoon, Xianxu's eyes were blinded by the glaring sunlight. When he opened his eyes again, everything was already over. The Prince of Yu was dead. The sky was still clear outside. Nothing had happened. Xianxu's invisible boulder fell to the ground. His eyes gradually focused. It was very lively downstairs. The wicked received the punishment they deserved. The common people felt very satisfied. Feeling an unkind gaze on him, Xianxu looked over. It was Xianxia. Xianxu hadn't seen the other protagonist in the novel for a long time. One of them was upstairs, and the other was in the crowd. Their eyes met unexpectedly. Xianxia was the first to move his eyes away. Xianxu retracted his gaze. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. What did you see? Someone who doesn't matter. After the King of Yu was executed, the imperial court began to deal with the officials who were involved with him. They were all severely punished. Official Su's family and his in-laws were all sentenced to exile at the lightest punishment. Shang Junlin's punishment was very heavy. As it involved rebellion, no one dared to say anything. After a period of time, the place where the executions were carried out was filled with the smell of blood. This was not a strange thing for the common people in the capital. Not to mention long ago, they had also experienced such a thing last year. What was different was that this time, everyone felt that it was good to kill. Every time a person was executed, the people's newspaper would report the person's crime the next day. Some people felt that Shang Junlin's crime was too heavy, and he shouldn't be punished. The common people spontaneously argued back. This kind of person deserves to die. Yes. When they were doing evil, why didn't they think about the many people who would die because of them? They just had to pay with their lives. How could there be people who think that His Majesty went too far? If you ask me, beheading them is too easy. They have so many lives on their backs. It's not too much to kill them by 1,000 cuts. The knife didn't stab themselves, so they don't feel the pain. Anyway, I don't think the imperial court did anything wrong. Severe punishment can deter those who have similar thoughts. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a few people. If the imperial court wants to punish you, it doesn't matter how many people you have. Because the imperial court's actions were too big, the common people were all talking about it. When the King of Yu's case came to an end, it was already the middle of April. The weather was gradually getting warmer, and the imperial court was gradually settling down. The King of Yu's fief was taken back by the imperial court. Sun Jiao was promoted and continued to stay in Yuezhou to deal with the remaining issues. The spring sun was good, and Xianxu liked to stay outside. Shang Junlin ordered people to tidy up the pavilion. Xianxu spent half of his time in the pavilion during the day. Under Xianxu's influence, Shang Junlin also changed the place where he wrote his memorials. The sunlight shone in from outside. Xianxu was bored to death, so he picked up the memorials on the stone table. These were the ones that Shang Junlin didn't finish writing. Eunuch Meng had just moved them in, and the ones that were finished had already been moved away. Xianxu flipped open the memorials, glanced at them, and threw them back. The commotion was not small. Shang Junlin stopped writing and looked up. What did you see? Why are you so angry? Meng Chong, let me see it. Eunuch Meng, who was waiting on the side, quickly passed the memorials to Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin glanced at them and understood. You, come and sit with me. Xianxu slowly walked over. When Xianxu came closer, Shang Junlin grabbed his arm and used a little force. Caught off guard, Xianxu fell into the man's arms and was hugged tightly. Are you angry? Shang Junlin planted a kiss on Xianxu's neck. I won't do as they say. Why is you angry? I know your majesty won't. It was just that it always made people unhappy when their own people were coveted. Xianxia saw a memorial about the general election. Every emperor of Dahuan would hold a general election to recruit all the good women in the world into the harem, except for Shang Junlin. After Shang Junlin ascended the throne, he used various reasons to avoid the general election every year. This year, it was the day again, and there were ministers who requested the emperor to hold a general election. You don't have to worry about this. I will take care of it and won't let them bother you. Shang Junlin caressed Xianxu's cheek. Shang Junlin was a man of his words. If he didn't relent, the ministers couldn't do anything to him. Not to mention, 2 of the cabinet ministers were firmly on Shang Junlin's side. His Majesty is still unwilling to open a harem. After the court, a minister looked worried. It's fine if His Majesty dotes on Guijun, but he should at least leave 1 or 2 children. If His Majesty is unwilling, can we force him to favor women? Who can change His Majesty's mind? After being an official for so many years, who doesn't know His Majesty's temperament? If His Majesty was willing to compromise, how could Guijun be the only one in the harem? The issue of children, instead of hoping that His Majesty will marry concubines and have children, you should pray that Guijun has this ability. Everyone looked at each other. They had to admit that what this person said was very reasonable. They had already submitted the memorial. If His Majesty didn't want to accept it, they couldn't do anything. The Prime Minister and Feng Darren were on His Majesty's side. They didn't care about anything other than government affairs. If they wanted to persuade His Majesty, they should forget about it. They might even be scolded first. Shang Junlin's attitude was clear. The ministers understood that they couldn't persuade His Majesty, so they turned their attention to Xianxia. What if Guijun comes forward to persuade His Majesty? Have you forgotten that it was Guijun who didn't allow His Majesty to have other people around him? His Majesty clearly forbade us to bother Guijun with this matter. If you really go, not to mention Guijun, you will definitely be punished by His Majesty. Before they could discuss and come up with a plan for this matter, another matter came crashing down on them. No one had the extra energy to care about Shang Junlin's harem. His Majesty wanted to reopen the Lin case. Since they have so much free time to keep an eye on His Majesty's harem, we might as well find something for them to do. Xianxia picked up the scroll on the table. His eyes were cold. You is right. The previous emperor left a lot of suspicious cases. If one case can't shut their mouths, then take a few more. After knowing that some people wanted to persuade His Majesty through Xianxia, Shang Junlin warned these people. He said that he wouldn't let this matter bother Xianxia. He would never let the ministers have a chance to talk about this matter in front of Xianxia. The ministers who were secretly warned would naturally not spread this matter around. After being warned, they obediently kept their mouths shut. After all, this was only a warning. If they really angered Shang Junlin, no one knew what would happen to them next time. Although Shang Junlin's temper was much better than before after Guijun entered the palace, it didn't mean that they could escape punishment because of this. Especially when it came to Guijun, His Majesty might be even more ruthless than before. With the lesson of the past, no one dared to joke about their future. His Majesty is in the prime of his life. It is indeed too early to worry about this. When the time comes, we will cross the bridge. When the time comes, there will naturally be a solution. Haha. After finding a good excuse for themselves, everyone tacitly agreed not to mention this matter again. It was Gu Huai who proposed to reopen the Lin case. He had made a great contribution. When Shang Junlin asked him what reward he wanted, he rejected everything else. He only wanted to reopen the Lin case. If there was a mistake in the previous case, he hoped that justice would be served to the Lin family. Gu Huai's identity had long been speculated in the imperial court. When he had just returned to the capital, the ministers who had connections in their hands had investigated everything related to him. Although they could not find out his specific background, they found out that he and imperial physician Gu were not biological brothers. He was picked up by imperial physician Gu when he was young. This was not a secret and could be easily found out. However, it was impossible to find out more. If they wanted to reopen the old case, it would involve many things. First, there was the problem of the previous emperor's prestige. If the previous emperor personally stamped his seal to reopen the case, it would undoubtedly be a slap to the previous emperor's face. Second, there were too many victims and beneficiaries at that time. If the case could really be reopened, there would be a lot of trouble to deal with in the future. As for the first problem, the ministers knew that Shang Junlin did not care at all. If he cared, he would not have led the army directly into the palace and used force to obtain the position. After the court, the ministers gathered together. Do you think that His Majesty knows about this matter? About General Gu? He should know about it. Before this, I couldn't figure out why His Majesty was willing to put someone who came out of nowhere in an important position. If General Gu is really a descendant of the Lin family, then everything makes sense. That's right, the Lin family has produced many talented generals. If it weren't for that disaster, De Huan wouldn't have had such a turbulent period. Didn't you say that the Lin family colluded with the enemy and committed treason, and that the evidence is conclusive? Whether it's true or not depends entirely on what the late emperor said. At that time, there were many suspicious points in this matter. Many officials requested for a detailed investigation, but the late emperor didn't listen. He didn't give them any chance to explain and directly convicted them. However, the situation of the Lin family at that time was also very strange. What do you mean? I only discovered this when I was looking through the files. At that time, someone suddenly reported to the late emperor that the Lin family had colluded with the enemy and committed treason. At that time, the Lin family's father and sons were all out killing the enemy. It wasn't that there weren't any people left in the capital, but no one stood out to defend their family. Later on, the Lin family's army was attacked from the front and back and all of them were sacrificed. The Lin family that was left in the capital also met with a big fire. Xinyu and Shang Junlin were also looking through the files about the Lin family. Since they were going to reopen this case, it was necessary to have a sufficient understanding of it. Placed on the table were not only the files transferred from the Supreme Court, but also the evidence that Gu Huai had secretly investigated over the years. In this whole matter, what is the role of Fei Meng? Xinyu put down the files. He still couldn't understand this point. Shang Junlin had been investigating the matter of Fei Meng, but he didn't find any useful clues. Because of Xinyu's request, Fei Meng was listed as a forbidden drug in De Huan. After a year, Fei Meng basically didn't appear again. According to Gu Huai's previous statement, the Lin family was also a victim of Fei Meng. But how did Fei Meng harm the Lin family? Gu Huai has also been investigating. Under the candlelight, the shadows of the two people overlapped. Shang Junlin rubbed Xinyu's forehead. It's getting late. Rest early. We'll talk about it tomorrow. After reading the files for an entire afternoon, Xinyu felt a little dizzy. He stood up from Shang Junlin's arms. Your Majesty, accompany me for a walk outside. Okay. Xinyu was led by Shang Junlin as they walked in the small garden. Moonlight poured down in torrents, casting a faint silver halo over all things. Xinyu looked up. A big and round moon hung high in the night sky, dotted with stars. It was a beautiful sight. The moon tonight is really round. Xinyu sighed. It's really beautiful. It's not as good as a you. Shang Junlin's eyes were fixed on Xinyu. Your Majesty, how can you compare me to the moon? Xinyu retracted his gaze and turned to look at Shang Junlin. He was caught off guard and looked into the man's dark eyes. In my eyes, everything is not as good as a you. Your Majesty also said that my mouth was smeared with honey. Your Majesty should be the one smeared with honey. Then, a you, do you want to taste whether my mouth is smeared with honey? Okay, Your Majesty, close your eyes. Shang Junlin gently closed his eyes. Xinyu wrapped his arms around the man's neck, tiptoed slightly, and sent his lips to the man's. When their lips touched, the breath of another person invaded his nose. Xinyu remembered the man's words and stuck out his tongue to taste it. He didn't know whether it was sweet or not, because before he could taste it, the man took away his breath. His waist was restrained. The man's strength was very strong, as if he wanted to melt into his bones. The tip of Xinyu's tongue was sucked until it was numb. He unwillingly pushed the man's shoulders, but the man held him tighter. A light breeze blew past, lifting up the two's hair. Their hair intertwined in the air, becoming inseparable. Finally, Xianxia was released. His body was a little weak, leaning against the man's arms. His whole body weight was almost pressed on the pair of arms that restrained his waist. I didn't even taste it. Xianxia murmured in a low voice. Try again? Shang Junlin pressed his forehead against Xianxia, his voice was slightly hoarse. Xianxia shook his head, my tongue is a little numb. Let me see, Shang Junlin released Xianxia a little and lifted his chin, open. Your mouth. Xianxia obediently opened his mouth and stuck out a small section of his tongue. The tip of his tongue was bright red. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened, and he fiddled with his fingers. Xianxia quickly retracted his tongue and said vaguely, it's okay, you don't have to look. Is it really okay? It's just that your majesty is a little strong. It's really okay. After a while, Xianxia's tongue was no longer numb. Shang Junlin was still worried. Fortunately, after a night, Xianxia's tongue was fine. He pushed Shang Junlin, I said it's okay, but your majesty still asked Imperial Physician Gu to come. It's not troublesome to take a look. Xianxia's body was recuperating well, and he didn't need to take medicine anymore. Imperial Physician Gu also didn't come as frequently as before. After taking Xianxia's pulse, Imperial Physician Gu's expression didn't change. Guijuan's body is recovering well. You don't need to take the prescription I gave you last time every 2 to 3 days. Xianxia didn't expect Imperial Physician Gu's visit to have such benefits. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Xianxia's body was getting better day by day. The happiest person was Shang Junlin. Not only Imperial Physician Gu, but the servants in Yuzhong Palace were also rewarded. The palace servants liked to serve in Yuzhong Palace. The master was easy to serve, and the treatment was good. Xianxia had a lot of shops. Every time there was a new product, shopkeeper Su would send it to the palace. He didn't need most of these things, so he would reward them to the servants. They were all new products that people outside the palace rushed to buy. The palace maids were very happy to receive them. The Lin family's matter progressed very quickly. Before Gu Huai proposed it, he had already made sufficient preparations. If he didn't have sufficient evidence in his hands, he wouldn't have rashly proposed it. The emperor ordered a retrial of the case. No matter what the ministers thought, they had to do what they had to do. They had to look through the files and re-examine the witnesses. After so many years, even if Gu Huai had enough evidence in his hands, it wouldn't be so easy to re-examine the case. This matter was handed over to Fang Jun. The Supreme Court assisted from the side. Fang Jun was from the Supreme Court, so he didn't need to work with his former colleagues again. Every day, new developments were sent to the palace. Many people knew that there was something fishy about the Lin family. However, the previous emperor was determined to convict the Lin family. Even if they knew, it was useless. Those who pleaded for mercy or raised objections were either demoted or removed from their positions. Some even lost their lives because of it. A new emperor brings in new officials. The officials that were left in the court today were all selected later. Fang Jun could barely be considered one of those who had experienced the previous emperor's reign. There weren't many left. What they were familiar with was Shang Junlin's swift and decisive style. With the revelation of the Lin family's matter, they suddenly realized how chaotic the court was when the previous emperor was on the throne. There are clearly so many suspicious points in this matter. How could it be decided directly? This matter concerns the lives of tens of thousands of people. How could it be so careless? At that time, you know how ridiculous it was. What's there to make a fuss about? So that's why there weren't many objections when His Majesty ascended the throne? Keep your voice down. Walls have ears, but that's not necessarily the case. His Majesty is the only legitimate son of the princes, so it's only natural that he should take over this position. Furthermore, it was His Majesty who resolved the crisis of the Great Huan dynasty and saved the people from disaster. Logically speaking, this position should belong to His Majesty. His Majesty reversed the verdict for the Lin family because he didn't want the loyal souls to be wronged. Regarding this matter, many officials who knew the inside story had complicated feelings. In the early years, they thought that His Majesty had no scruples. Now, it seemed that it wasn't that His Majesty didn't care. He was just waiting for the best opportunity. Otherwise, why would he choose Gu Huai, who was determined to reverse the verdict for the Lin family? His Majesty had the hidden dragon guards. They didn't believe that His Majesty didn't know this person's background before he chose him. Xinyu and Shang Junlin didn't know what the officials were thinking. After the matter was handed down, Shang Junlin didn't waste any more time on this matter. After the matter with the King of Yu was settled, Shang Junlin was free for the time being. He planned to take Xinyu out of the palace for 2 days. Last year, because of an accident, he didn't go out with Xinyu. This year, Shang Junlin planned to take Xinyu out again. Xinyu was trying on clothes. The weather was getting warmer. Xinyu took off the thick winter clothes and changed into thin spring clothes. Because he had grown taller, the clothes he wore last year were a little small. The clothing bureau rushed to make new clothes overnight. The new clothes followed the style that Xinyu always liked. It was simple and comfortable. His black hair was tied up with a hairband of the same color. When Xinyu finished changing, Shang Junlin had already changed into casual clothes. "Are you going out of the palace today?" Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin and asked. Shang Junlin would only change into clothes without dragon embroidery when he was going out of the palace. "Recently, there is a polo match outside the palace. Do you want to go and watch?" Polo was a popular sport in Dahuan. Xinyu didn't play much due to his physical limitations. Will His Majesty play? Xinyu wasn't interested in watching others play. However, it was different if His Majesty played. "You wants to see me play?" This was unexpected by Shang Junlin. He brought Xinyu out of the palace just to take him out to relax. Polo was a very popular sport in Dahuan. It just so happened that there was going to be a polo competition outside the palace. Maybe Xinyu would like it. "It's okay to watch it with Your Majesty." Xinyu changed his mind when he was about to say it. He was wrong at the beginning. Shang Junlin was the emperor. He joined the army when he was young. He was different from the other princes. When others were eating, drinking and playing, he killed enemies on the battlefield and fought for a way to survive. He might not know much about polo, a sport that was more for entertainment. "If you wants to watch, I can play." Xinyu held Shang Junlin's hand and shook his head. "I thought about it. I still think it's better to watch it with Your Majesty. If Your Majesty plays, I will be the only one watching from the sidelines. Compared to being alone, I want Your Majesty to accompany me. I'll listen to you." After April, the weather became clearer and clearer. In the blink of an eye, it was the day that Shang Junlin planned to leave the palace. This time, the two still kept a low profile and did not bring many people with them. Eunuch Meng packed up everything, changed into casual clothes, and left the palace with them. The carriage traveled all the way, getting further and further away from the palace. Xinyu opened the curtain and looked outside. The spring sun was bright and beautiful. A breeze blew, bringing a cool breeze. Seeing that the carriage was about to leave the city gate, Xinyu put down the curtain, sat back, and asked, "Your Majesty wants to take me outside the city?" "To Xianxia Mountain. Because of an accident last year, you did not have a good tour. This year, I will make it up to you." The carriage traveled for another half an hour and stopped. Eunuch Meng said outside the carriage, "Your Majesty, we have arrived." Xinyu followed Shang Junlin and got off the carriage. The palace servants quickly arranged everything. The scenery of Xianxia Mountain was very beautiful. As far as the eye could see, it was lush green with all kinds of flowers blooming. Occasionally, colorful butterflies would fly over and stop on the petals. Beautiful scenery could always make people feel good. Xinyu was not a person who liked to run around. He could stay in the palace for a long time, but if he could occasionally come out to see the beautiful scenery outside the palace, he would be very happy. "Your Majesty, please accompany me for a walk." Xinyu and Shang Junlin walked along the path. Shang Junlin chose a place where there were not many people. After walking for a while, the number of people gradually increased. Xianxia Mountain was quite popular. Every year in spring, many people would come to play. Students gathered by the stream, singing poems and making music. It was a joyous scene. As he got closer, Xinyu could hear what they were talking about. Some were praising the beauty of spring, some were talking about the current situation, and some were talking about all kinds of topics. When the students saw Xianyu and Shang Junlin, they enthusiastically came forward to invite them. Would the two young masters like to come over for a drink? Young Master Yu? Before Xianyu and Shang Junlin could speak, a young student sitting by the stream ran over. It's really young Master Yu. When we parted, my companions and I wanted to invite the two of you to have a chat, but we couldn't find you. Now we meet you. Xianyu looked at the enthusiastic young student and faintly remembered that one time when he and Shang Junlin went out of the palace, they met a few teenagers who were going to take the exam. This student was one of them. Feeling the low pressure from the people around him, Xianyu declined the invitation. The young student felt regretful, but he didn't insist. He cupped his hands and said, "In that case, we will meet again next time." Xianyu pulled Shang Junlin and continued to walk forward. As they walked, he said, "Your Majesty, were you angry just now?" "I'm not." Xianyu stopped, and Shang Junlin also stopped. Xianyu turned to look at Shang Junlin. The man's face was calm. He really didn't look angry, but Xianyu didn't forget that when the student came over to talk, the man's arm on his waist suddenly tightened. "Since your Majesty isn't angry, let's go back and meet with them. It's fate that we met." Xianyu turned around and walked back. His wrist was pulled. Xianyu raised his eyebrows. "Your Majesty?" "I won't allow it." Shang Junlin pursed his lips. "Whatever you wants to do, I will accompany you." Xianyu was just teasing him. He didn't really intend to go back. Hearing this, he stopped walking. "So, anything is okay?" "Anything is okay." Xianyu nodded. He held Shang Junlin's hand and continued to walk forward. The last time he came back, Xianyu didn't have the chance to walk around this place because he was induced to fall ill. This time, since he was here, he must walk around to his heart's content. "Is that the place where the polo match is held?" Xianyu pointed to a place. The terrain there was flat. The horses were walking around leisurely. The people standing at the side were wearing clothes of two different colors. They whispered a few words from time to time. "Yes, the match will start tomorrow morning," Shang Junlin replied. "Are we going to stay here for a night?" "Your Majesty, what about tomorrow's morning court?" "Tomorrow is a break. There's no need to go to court." Since Shang Junlin had dealt with these problems, Xianyu didn't need to worry anymore. After walking for half a day, Xianyu was a little tired. There was still some distance to walk back. Xianyu looked at the sky and pulled Shang Junlin's sleeve. The man stopped. "What's wrong?" "I'm so tired, Your Majesty." "Let me carry you back." Shang Junlin stretched out his hand. Xianyu hurriedly reached out to stop him. "It's such a long way." "Isn't Your Majesty tired?" "How can I be tired carrying you?" Shang Junlin's tone was calm. Xianyu observed for a while and found that after walking for so long, Shang Junlin's expression was exactly the same as before. There was also no change in his breathing. Unlike him, his breathing was already unstable. "Are you as worried that I will be tired?" Shang Junlin's tone had a hint of a smile. "Even if I carry you and walk for a whole day, I won't be tired." Xianyu subconsciously wanted to refute, but when she thought of a certain person's abnormal stamina, she silently closed her mouth. Shang Junlin didn't allow any explanation and carried Xianyu by her waist. He weighed her and said in a teasing tone, "You can eat more. You're weightless in my arms." Shang Junlin carried her and walked very steadily. The time it took to return was much shorter than before. Xianyu nestled in the man's arms and chatted with him. Towards the end, her voice became softer and softer, almost falling asleep. When eunuch Meng saw Shang Junlin carrying Xianyu back, he thought that something had happened. He hurriedly went forward. "Your Majesty, Guijun." Xianyu was awakened by the movement. She opened her eyes in a daze. "Your Majesty, have we arrived?" "We've arrived." "Put me down." Xianyu struggled to get down. "Don't move." Shang Junlin's arms were very steady. Xianyu struggled for a long time but couldn't get herself out. She had to give up. The palace servants had already prepared dinner. Xianyu washed her face with water and felt much more awake. Sitting next to Shang Junlin, Xianyu massaged the man's arms. "Your Majesty, are your arms sore?" The young man lowered his eyebrows and looked serious. Under the sunset, his body seemed to be covered in a layer of gold. Shang Junlin was about to say something when he paused. A little. Your Majesty, you insist on being brave. Xinyu complained, but her hands didn't stop moving. Shang Junlin looked at him for a while, and the ink in his eyes became thicker. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Oh, Xinyu's lips were kissed fiercely, and the rest of her words were blocked. She was forced to raise her chin, her lips and teeth were pried open, and she was forced to endure the storm. The next morning, Xinyu woke up early. After tidying up, she and Shang Junlin went to the venue of the polo match. There were many people who came to watch the polo match. When Xinyu and Shang Junlin arrived, there was already a circle of people around them. Eunuch Meng had greeted them in advance. When he saw the two of them, one of the people in charge came forward. Please come here. They were arranged to a place with an excellent view. There were small tables with all kinds of snacks and tea. It was specially prepared for people with special identities. They came at the right time. Not long after, the match officially began. There were ordinary people on the field, as well as the children of officials. The spectators were also the same. The atmosphere in the stadium was very enthusiastic. Xinyu originally thought that he wouldn't have much interest, but when he really saw it, he couldn't help but immerse himself in watching the match. Those who can participate in this match have gone through many rounds of selection. Shang Junlin explained to Xinyu. I never knew that watching others play polo would give me such a feeling. It was as if the blood in his whole body was boiling. Xinyu didn't find it strange that polo was so popular in Dahuan. Compared to the past, it has declined. The person sitting next to him suddenly said. What do you mean? Xinyu was curious. Gongzi, this should be your first time to watch the game. It's normal that you don't know. 20 or 30 years ago, polo games were generally hosted by the imperial family. There was a special venue for the game. If you win the game, you will be rewarded by the imperial family. Compared to the present, people at that time yearned for it. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was slightly plump. As he spoke, he took something from his neck and touched it carefully. Then, he handed it to Xinyu. This was awarded by the imperial family. At that time, it was a pendant made of gold. It was carved with the charm of a person riding on a horse and swinging the ball. It was vivid and lifelike. Did you win this, sir? I don't deserve to be called sir. The man put away the pendant. My surname is Ing. This was won by my elder brother. Later, my elder brother passed away. Before he died, he gave it to me. He hoped that one day, this game could return to the way it used to be. The man didn't stay for long. He was called away halfway. Xinyu looked at the field and pondered. Your Majesty, do you know what happened? Xinyu didn't know about this before. He didn't know what happened in the middle. I know a little. The late emperor, before his temperament changed, a large-scale polo game was held in the capital every year. During the last game, I don't know who angered him. Under the atmosphere, the late emperor punished many people. Since that year, the game was cancelled. Later, the late emperor's behavior became more and more ridiculous. This matter was never followed up. Shang Junlin didn't know much about this. When it happened, he was still very young. Later, no one mentioned it. Naturally, this matter was left unsettled. After watching the game, Xinyu faintly had an idea. Before he implemented it, he must first figure out what happened before. Was the previous polo game in Dahuan organized by the imperial family? Xinyu asked on the way back to the palace. It has always been this tradition until the late emperor's incident. Xinyu leaned against the wall of the carriage. He thought of the scene when he was watching the polo game and rubbed his forehead. What does you want to do? Your Majesty, what do you think about returning the polo game to the way it used to be? You wants the imperial family to take over the game again? Yes. If you wants to, I naturally won't object. It wasn't a big deal. Xinyu could do whatever he wanted. If Xinyu wanted to do this, he didn't need to do it himself. He just needed to give the order and his subordinates would do it beautifully. After returning to the palace, everything was back on track. With Shang Junlin's order, no one dared to bother Xinyu with the election. Because it involved the previous dynasty, the focus of the ministers was gradually shifted. When the previous emperor was in power, there were many suspicious cases left behind. The Lin family was only one of them. The other problematic cases that were implicated by the Lin family should be overturned as well. The ministers were unsure of Shang Junlin's thoughts. How should we deal with the Shi family and the Yun family that were implicated by the Lin family? They were implicated because they spoke up for the Lin family. Now that we have to clear the Lin family's name, these families naturally need to be dealt with as well. What did the Prime Minister and official Feng say? The two officials have already gone to the palace to seek an audience with His Majesty. Let's deal with the matters at hand first. As for how to deal with these families, we'll talk about it when the two officials return. After reaching an agreement, the room fell into a new round of bustling. When the Prime Minister and Feng Jun requested an audience, Xianxia happened to be in the imperial study. After listening to the two's narration, Xianxia didn't speak. It could only be said that the previous emperor had committed too many sins. A good situation was played out like this. These days, Xianxia had read a lot of ancient books. Before the previous emperor ascended the throne, before the previous emperor's temperament changed, the development of De Huan was very good. If it wasn't for the previous emperor's pretentiousness and allowing traitors to harm the loyal, De Huan wouldn't have been defeated. What does you think? When Xianxia came back to his senses, Feng Jun and the Prime Minister were already gone. Only he and Shang Junlin were left in the imperial study. What the Prime Minister and the others said just now, does you think that we should deal with it again? Isn't this a question for Your Majesty to consider? Why are you asking me? Xianxia blinked and didn't answer directly. You was distracted just now. Now you don't even want to answer my question? Shang Junlin pinched the soft flesh on his cheek. I didn't. Xianxia wanted to cover his face. Your Majesty, don't pinch me. It hurts. Jin used so little strength and it still hurts? Shang Junlin released his hand and used his fingertips to rub the area where he had just pinched. It was a little itchy. Does Your Majesty want to reopen the trial? Xianxia asked. The Lin family's matter involves a lot of people. If we really want to look into it, many of the ministers in the court will be implicated. They may not have done anything, but their clansmen may not. If there's nothing wrong with these ministers and they've been working diligently for the Great Huan dynasty, Your Majesty can let the matter rest. The connections between the aristocratic families were not small. It was like a huge net, and everyone was caught in it. After the final discussion, based on Xianxu's suggestion, Shang Junlin set a precedent for the Lin family's incident. Many ministers in the imperial court heaved a sigh of relief. With a precise order, Feng Jun moved even faster. In the morning court, Feng Jun knelt down with the evidence in his hands. Your Majesty, after investigation, the letter that the previous emperor judged the Lin family to be guilty of treason was forged. The real letter was written by General Lin's adjutant. The other evidence was also prepared by the adjutant himself. General Lin's adjutant was someone who had been following him for a long time. He was very trusted. If the adjutant hid these things, it would not be suspected at all. As for the letter, the adjutant had been by General Lin's side for many years and was very familiar with his handwriting. It was not difficult to imitate. The relevant evidence and witnesses were found by Gu Huai after many years of hard work. After Feng Jun took over the case, Gu Huai took out the evidence. Although there were still many doubtful points, it proved that the Lin family did not collude with the enemy and commit treason. Gu Huai has so much evidence in his hands. In the pavilion, Xianxia poured a cup of tea for himself and Shang Junlin. He has been secretly investigating for so many years. He already has enough evidence in his hands. He did not take it out before because he wanted to test my attitude. Shang Junlin picked up the teacup. Now it seems that he trusts Your Majesty very much. He trusts you. If not for you, he would not have taken out all these things in one go. After skipping the testing step, everything progressed quickly. Before taking out the evidence, Gu Huai privately asked to see Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin did not lie. If not for Xianxia, Gu Huai would not have let down his guard so quickly. Master, why did you give them all the evidence? Under the night sky, the man in black half knelt in front of Gu Huai. My brother trusts Gue Jun very much, so I decided to trust him this time. Moreover, I did not reveal everything. Gu Huai knew that he was gambling. He had been gambling his whole life. Fortunately, he did not lose this time. Xinyu had saved Imperial Physician Gu's life. No matter what the reason was, he was grateful. He did not dare to imagine what would happen to him if Imperial Physician Gu had lost his life because of the disputes of the previous dynasty. He had nothing, only his brother. Now that his identity had been exposed, instead of hiding and testing, it was better to end the battle quickly to avoid any more problems. The moon tonight was a crescent moon. Just like that night, he had lost everything. After tossing and turning for a few years, he was picked up by Imperial Physician Gu again. He had a home again. How is the investigation of Fei Meng? Replying to Master, this subordinate found that Spring Pavilion secretly sold a batch of Fei Meng to the outside world. Forgive this subordinate for being incompetent and not being able to find out the identity of the buyer. It's not your fault. At that time, no one knew that Fei Meng had other effects besides being an aphrodisiac. Epidemic? How laughable. Why did it have to be the Lin family and the Lin family army who contracted the epidemic? Some truths were deliberately hidden. For example, the true cause of the Lin family's death and the true reason for the Lin family army's defeat were not because they wanted to lose to the enemy. They were just holding on. How could they defeat the enemy who came prepared and knew all their weaknesses? There were many things that Gu Huai did not know in his early years. Over the years, he had taken in the old subordinates of the Lin family and pieced together the truth bit by bit. The more he understood, the angrier he became. He sent the evidence he found to Fang Jun, but only a part of it was sent. However, this part was enough. It was enough to prove to the world that the Lin family had died unjustly. It was enough to strip the Lin family of the crimes that should not have been committed. General Gu, please wait. After the morning court, Gu Huai was stopped by someone. He stopped in his tracks. Minister of Revenue. I called you to ask you some questions about the Lin family. Could you spare some time to talk in private? Gu Huai did not know why the Minister of Revenue wanted to talk about the Lin family, but he did not refuse. General, have you heard of the Min Pao? The Minister of Revenue asked after taking a seat. I have. Gu Huai was stunned. He did not expect the Minister of Revenue to suddenly mention this. It's like this. We want to know about the Lin family through the Min Pao. There are some details that we hope the General can clarify for us. So it's about this matter. Minister, if you have any questions, just ask directly. Gu Huai knew about the Min Pao, and he knew that the Min Pao almost dominated the direction of public opinion. He had read a few issues out of curiosity and felt that the Min Pao was indeed an existence that could represent the attitude of the imperial court. The two talked for a long time. A few days later, the Min Pao published the Lin family's matter. The Lin family army might not be very familiar to the younger generation, but to the older generation, it was an existence that could be heard in great detail. So the Lin family was framed by scoundrels? After so many years, the Lin family's injustice has finally been cleared. My husband's spirit in heaven can also rest in peace. This auntie's husband I used to be in the Lin family army. This old woman has endured until now just to wait for the day when the imperial court is willing to give them justice. Finally, I have waited until the end of my life. Since the founding of Dahuan country, the Lin family has shouldered the heavy responsibility of guarding the country for the emperor. However, they have met with such an end. People's hearts are really not what they used to be. Fortunately, His Majesty is willing to overturn the case for the Lin family. His Majesty is really a good ruler. He thinks about Dahuan and the people in all aspects. After the Lin family's matter was revealed, the streets and alleys were all talking about the Lin family. After several reversals, Shang Junlin's reputation had become extremely good. The people spontaneously attributed the credit to him. In the imperial palace, Xinyu listened to Mushi talk about the situation outside. Mushi, young master, you don't know how good His Majesty's reputation is now among the people. Everyone says that it is the blessing of several lifetimes to have met such a good ruler. Xinyu, the main reason is that the previous emperor did too many wrong things. His Majesty just corrected these mistakes. Mushi, if it were up to me, young master also contributed greatly. If it weren't for young master, His Majesty might not have cared about these things. Xinyu, what are you saying? Don't say it again in the future. Mushi, young master is protecting His Majesty. I know. I promise I won't say it again in the future. Xinyu put down the book in his hand. Isn't it time for His Majesty to come back? As they were talking, Shang Junlin came in with eunuch Meng and the others. Mushi lowered her head and smiled secretly. What are you talking about? Why do I hear you calling me? Shang Junlin lifted his robe and sat beside Xinyu. I'm talking about how popular His Majesty is. Xinyu admitted directly. Because of the Lin family? Shang Junlin raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes. Has His Majesty also heard about it? Xinyu tilted his head and rubbed Shang Junlin's shoulder. The Minister of Revenue even specially went to Gu Huai for this matter. He asked for some details and wrote them in the newspaper. Shang Junlin stroked Xinyu's forehead. Xinyu raised his head. Is Gu Huai really a member of the Lin family? Didn't the Lin family all? Shang Junlin nodded. At that time, there was a mole in the Lin family. After Madame Lin's wet nurse found out, she swapped the identity of her child with Madame Lin's child at the last moment. Then, she sent the child out of the residence through a servant. Just as this was done, something happened in the Lin residence. The wet nurse didn't have time to tell anyone. So that's why everyone thought that the Lin family didn't have any descendants. Xinyu touched his lips. Gu Huai has been investigating the incident all these years. He cares so much about Fei Meng. What role did Fei Meng play in this incident? Gu Huai refused to say, but the hidden dragon guards found out that the incident that happened to the Lin family seemed to be related to Fei Meng. At that time, the Lin family was falsely accused of colluding with foreign enemies. Many people in the imperial court spoke up for the Lin family. Originally, this matter shouldn't have been concluded so early. However, no one expected that the 100,000 Lin family soldiers would be defeated by 20,000 enemies. Moreover, they were completely defeated. Because of this incident, the Lin family was accused of colluding with foreign enemies. According to the strength of the Lin family soldiers, they should be able to fight against 200,000 enemies. How could they be defeated by a mere 20,000 enemies? There must be something hidden in this incident. Xinyu thought about what happened in his previous life and continued, did the Lin family soldiers act strangely at that time? What if the Lin family soldiers were already at the end of their rope? Xinyu asked this because he suddenly thought of another use of Fei Meng, someone deliberately used it to create an epidemic. In his previous life, Xinyu had personally experienced this purgatory scene. Since someone used Fei Meng to create an epidemic, then what about this life? Gu Huai had been investigating Fei Meng all this time. Did he know something? All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Xinyu knew that if he wanted to confirm this point, directly asking Gu Huai was the fastest way. Xinyu, Your Majesty, can you let Gu Huai enter the palace? Shang Junlin, does you know something? Xinyu, the Lin family army's defeat is too strange, and Gu Huai is also investigating Fei Meng. Your Majesty, do you still remember what I said about Fei Meng before? There is a new drug made from a mixture of drugs that can make people show signs of being infected with the disease. I suspect that the Lin family's defeat is related to Fei Meng. Gu Huai's true identity was not announced to the public for the time being. Because of the Lin family, he had become the focus of attention of the court officials during this period. There were all kinds of visiting cards, and there were countless people who wanted to be on good terms with him. There were also many aristocratic families who liked his identity and appearance and wanted to betroth their daughters to him. The latter were all rejected. Xiao Huai, don't you want to marry a well-educated woman? Imperial physician Gu asked as he put the medical book back. Brother, you want me to marry? Gu Huai's hands paused. You have grown up, so naturally you should have your own family. Gu Huai's hand holding the book tightened. Just as he was about to say something, there was a knock on the door. It was the people from the palace. Gu Huai went out for a while and came back after a while, saying, Brother, I'm going to the palace. The emperor had summoned him, so he could only go. Gu Huai was brought to the imperial study by a little eunuch. "This subject greets your majesty, your majesty." Gu Huai bowed when he saw the two people. "There's no need to be so courteous. Men, prepare a seat." A eunuch brought a chair over, and Gu Huai sat down. "Today, I summoned you to the palace because I want to ask you something about the Lin family. To be precise, I want to ask you about the Lin family's army." Xinyu put down the teacup and said. Gu Huai was used to the way Xinyu and Shang Junlin interacted with each other. "What would you like to know?" "I want to know, back then when the Lin family army was defeated, was there a hidden reason? Is this secret related to Crimson Dream?" "Noble lord is wise and observant. There is indeed a hidden story behind this matter. This subject saved a cook who used to work in the Lin family army years ago. He told this subject that the Lin family army was in a bad state before they left for war. It was as if they had contracted some kind of illness. However, no one reported such a big matter, or perhaps, it was suppressed by someone. Since this matter had been guessed, Gu Huai no longer concealed it. Why didn't you tell Fang Jun about this matter?" Shang Junlin frowned. "Because this subject doesn't have any conclusive evidence. That cook died not long after he was saved. Apart from this person, this subject couldn't find any other witnesses related to that matter." Gu Huai knew that official Feng was a good official who enforced the law impartially. He had already told official Feng all the evidence in his hands. As for the rest, he wasn't completely sure. "This subject has been secretly investigating for so many years, but I have never found out who did this. All the clues have been cut off cleanly." This subject thought that rather than saying it out loud and inadvertently alerting the enemy, it would be better to continue investigating in secret. When you propose to reverse the verdict for the Lin family, you have already alerted the enemy. If the person who did this is still alive, they will definitely be vigilant and even take action. If you don't say anything, you will only put yourself in more danger. This subject understands. You want to use yourself as bait to fish out the person who acted against the Lin family? But have you ever thought that that person might not be alive anymore? Xinyu's voice was slightly deep. Too many things had happened since the Lin family's incident. Just when Shang Junlin ascended the throne, he executed many people in the imperial court. Perhaps the person who acted against the Lin family was one of them. This subject didn't think it through. Until now, you still don't want to tell the truth? You already have a suspect in your heart, don't you? Xinyu supported his chin, as if he didn't know how much his words had struck Gu Huai's heart. This subject does have a suspect, but this subject can't say it. This subject doesn't have any evidence. Even if your majesty is willing to believe this subject can't implicate your majesty because of this matter. I hope your majesty can give this subject some time. This subject will definitely find the evidence. At this point, Xinyu couldn't force Gu Huai to say anything more. After Gu Huai left, Xinyu leaned on Shang Junlin and asked, "Your Majesty, who do you think is the person who did this? Could it be the late emperor?" "It shouldn't be. If he wanted to kill someone, he could just pick a reason to do so. There was no need to do so. Many people were implicated in the Lin family's case. With Shang Junlin's orders, these people were dealt with according to how they should be dealt with." Fortunately, after Shang Junlin ascended the throne, there was a great change of officials in the imperial court, so it didn't affect the officials who were still in office. The aristocratic families were busy dealing with this matter, so they didn't have time to care about what happened among the people. Taking this opportunity, under the instructions of Xinyu and Shang Junlin, the movable type printing was further promoted. Not only in the capital, bookstores and other places also learned this method. By the time the aristocratic families reacted, they couldn't easily intervene in this matter. At this point, how could they not realize that Shang Junlin was involved in this matter from the beginning to the end? His Majesty is really good at scheming. He used the Lin family's case to divert attention and catch us off guard. The officials who were on good terms with the aristocratic families gathered together to discuss this matter. Are we just going to let it go? If this goes on, what advantages will the aristocratic families have in the future? What else can we do? What can we do? Why should we go against him openly? Not to mention that the imperial court is now under his control, even if it was a few years ago, how many people who went against him had a good ending? His Majesty will not stop at what he wants to do. Let's wait and see. The next thing will only be more unacceptable to the aristocratic families. With the deepening of the Lin family's case, more and more inside information was unearthed. The officials who were wronged because of this matter were overturned. Every day, there would be new developments about this matter in the people's newspapers. After discussion, the imperial court would give a certain amount of compensation to these people. Although the damage caused was irreparable, it would make up for it. When Xianxia woke up from his afternoon nap, Mushi brought him the snacks he wanted. Young master, Yinghua sent back a message. Xianxia was not fully awake, and his voice was nasal. It's from the northern desert. Mushi put the snacks on the table, took out a secret letter, and handed it to Xianxia. When Jiang Huiqing went to the northern desert alone, Xianxia sent people from Yinghua to follow him. After several months, Yinghua sent back a message. Xianxia opened the secret letter and read it one by one. The letter wrote about the arrangement and information of Yinghua in the northern desert, as well as the progress of Jiang Huiqing's case. After arriving at the northern desert, Jiang Huiqing contacted a minister according to the people De Huan left in the northern desert. After being appreciated by the minister, he was recommended to the third prince, who had the power to compete for the throne. After becoming the third prince's advisor, Jiang Huiqing helped the third prince to win the power struggle against the second prince. He was fiercely suppressed by the second prince. The third prince was in a good mood and promoted Jiang Huiqing to a higher position despite the opposition. Later, Jiang Huiqing completed several difficult tasks for the third prince and became the third prince's trusted aide. By the time the secret letter was sent, Jiang Huiqing already had a position beside the third prince. He was highly valued by the third prince, and the third prince would also pay attention to his suggestions. When Xianxia received the news, Shang Junlin naturally received it too. The hidden dragon guards disguised themselves as servants and followed Jiang Huiqing around. It was convenient to protect him and get the most accurate information at the same time. Did you know that Jiang Huiqing was qualified for this task? Jiang Huiqing is a flexible person. When I proposed this plan, the first person I thought of was him. Xianxia didn't deny this point. When he comes back from the northern desert, he can stay in the capital. Xianxia sat on the swing while Shang Junlin pushed him from behind. In the whole world, only Xianxia could be treated like this by the emperor. When the prime minister came, he saw this scene. Eunuch Meng quickly went forward and reported, "Your Majesty, the prime minister is here." "Your Majesty, please go ahead." Xianxia turned his head and said to the people behind him, "You, come with me." Shang Junlin hugged Xianxia's waist and carried him up. Xianxia had no choice but to go with Shang Junlin. The prime minister was summoned to the palace by Shang Junlin to talk about Jiang Huiqing's matter in the northern desert. Now that Jiang Huiqing had gained the trust of the third prince of the northern desert, the development of the situation was better than expected. The first step had been taken and it was time for the second step. The prime minister entered the palace to make arrangements for the next step. Huiqing's actions are really beyond my expectations. The prime minister was used to bringing Xianxia along when Shang Junlin was discussing matters. His expression didn't change at all. If possible, he wanted Xianxia to be an official instead of just appearing occasionally. For example, this time, the plan was first proposed by Xianxia and the candidates were also proposed by Xianxia. They could send other people, but the effect wouldn't be as good as now. The next step is to find a way to delay the internal strife in the northern desert. The third prince can't do it alone. When the third prince is powerful enough, we can send people from Subei to do it. The prime minister said. Yes, only when the two sides are evenly matched and don't let one side become powerful can we delay as much as possible. The prime minister deliberately led the topic to Xianxia. As a last resort, Xianxia said a lot of his own ideas. We can't let the northern desert know that we are involved in this in the short term. Otherwise, under the influence of external forces, they will twist into a rope and unite against the external forces. To do this, we must grasp the timing and scale. After talking for a while, the prime minister left with satisfaction. Xianxia leaned on the back of the chair and sighed, "This matter can be solved by His Majesty and the prime minister." Why does the prime minister want me to say something? The Prime Minister has always been a talent. With a Yu's talent, if he enters the imperial court, he will be valued by the Prime Minister. Shang Junlin knew what the Prime Minister was thinking. After all, the Prime Minister had praised Xin Yu's talent in front of him more than once. The Prime Minister is really unique. If it were other ministers, they would probably point at my nose and scold me. The imperial harem can't interfere in politics. Xin Yu laughed softly. I don't have such a rule. Shang Junlin stretched out his hand. Yu, come here. Didn't you ask the Hidden Dragon Guards to investigate Zhu Wang? Recently, the Hidden Dragon Guards found something. Xin Yu walked over and was pulled into the man's arms. Xin Yu obediently nestled into Shang Junlin's arms and found a comfortable position for herself. What did you find? In the early years, Zhu Wang was active in the Subei region. Later, he disappeared for a period of time. The next time he appeared, he was in Yuezhou. Shang Junlin didn't beat around the bush and directly told the truth. Subei? Xin Yu suddenly thought of the young man who was sent back to the capital by official Fang. It's Subei again. You also thought of it, right? The young man who was sent to the capital by Fang Jun said that he was saved by someone who looked very similar to you in Subei. Based on the time, the two of them appeared in Subei at the same time. But at that time, my mother had already passed away. The person who appeared in Subei couldn't be my mother, but she looked very similar to me. Maybe she was related to my mother by blood. I think so too. I've already sent the Hidden Dragon Guards to Subei to look for more clues. Maybe we'll be able to find out the truth soon. Having clues was better than having nothing. Xin Yu kissed Shang Junlin's face. Your Majesty, you've worked hard. Helping Yu solve her problems is not a big deal. It's what I should do. The coldness in Shang Junlin's eyes dissipated and was replaced by a gentleness that he only showed in front of Xin Yu. I wanted to reward your Majesty more. Since your Majesty said it's not a big deal, then forget it. Xin Yu pretended to get up. Xin Yu's waist was grabbed. She turned around and pretended to be confused. What are you doing, your Majesty? I was wrong. Shang Junlin stared at Xin Yu. His eyes were full of emotions. After a quarter of an hour, the two of them looked at each other and didn't do anything. In the end, Xin Yu compromised and kissed the man's lips. It was a touch. The man's movement to leave was stopped. The man's voice was hoarse. Yu's reward is only this? As he spoke, the man's hot breath could be heard. The man's eyes became even darker, as if he wanted to suck in the person who was looking at him. What do you want, your Majesty? Xin Yu didn't notice that his voice had become hoarse. Of course, I need you to reward him well. Their voices disappeared as their lips touched. Xin Yu grabbed the black cloth on the man's shoulder. Her white fingers were contrasted against the black cloth. Her fingers tightened little by little, and her fingertips turned white. A small bird flew in from outside the window and chirped a few times before flapping its wings and flying away. Xin Yu was kissed enough before she was released. Her body went soft and she fell into the man's arms. She was held tightly by the man who was already prepared. If this is Yu's reward, I don't mind giving you a bit more. Shang Junlin held Xin Yu's wrist and caressed Xin Yu's delicate skin. Xin Yu struggled. Of course, he didn't succeed. Does your Majesty only want this? He leaned in the man's arms. His breath was slightly unstable when he spoke. If I want more, will you give it to me? Shang Junlin whispered in Xin Yu's ear. The hand around her waist moved, but Xin Yu held it down. Your Majesty already said that these things are what you should do. Why did you suddenly go back on your words? Your Majesty's golden mouth and jade words don't count for anything in this matter? The two don't conflict. I'm willing, and so is you. Shang Junlin simply held her hand and played with it. I've already rewarded you for today. We'll talk about the rest later. Xin Yu knocked the man's shoulder with his forehead. I'll remember this. Yu, don't go back on your words when the time comes. I know. Xin Yu really wanted to bite the man who took advantage of the situation. The weather gradually became warmer, and the matter of the Lin family became more and more clear. The officials who were implicated in this matter were pardoned. As for those who were still alive, the imperial court sent special officials to express their condolences. Only a small number of people were still alive. Regarding this, no one felt that it was strange. The previous emperor liked to use heavy punishments. Back then, the officials involved in this case had more or less been punished. In addition to the grievances in their hearts, the long journey after being demoted and removed from office was enough to make their physical condition worse. Bai Chiwen was one of them. At the time of the incident, he was only 20 years old. He was a small official who had just entered the imperial court. His words carried little weight. Because he sided with his teacher, he was implicated and his official career was ruined. After being demoted, he wandered around for many years. Finally, he returned to the capital and opened a wonton shop on West Street. When the imperial court rehabilitated the Lin family, he had been waiting for this day. Bai Chiwen took the newspaper and went up the mountain alone. He stopped in front of a lonely grave and took out a match to light the newspaper. Decades have passed. My teacher can finally be rehabilitated and his reputation can be restored. The same thing happened everywhere. The imperial court acted quickly. After Shang Junlin gave the order, the local officials received the news and implemented the imperial court's arrangements. Some people were rehabilitated, and some were investigated again. The people were most willing to see the people who made the mistake get the punishment they deserved. Bai Chiwen sat by the lonely grave for a long time. When he went back, he found that there were many customers in the shop. Many of them were familiar faces. "Mr. Bai, we are here to eat wontons today. You can't quit just because there are so many people." Bai Chiwen smiled amidst the noise. He no longer had the ambition he had when he was young. It was good to live a simple life like now. Not far away, Xinyu noticed the commotion. He pulled Shang Junlin's sleeve and whispered, "Your Majesty, should we go over there and take a look? You wants to eat wontons?" Shang Junlin looked at the hanging sign. Now that he mentioned it, Xinyu was a little hungry. The business is so good. The wontons must be delicious. Shang Junlin didn't mind. He took Xinyu and walked over there. It was Xinyu who proposed to leave the palace today. The Lin family's affairs were carried out in an orderly manner. There were no other major events in the imperial court. Xinyu thought that if they didn't leave the palace now, Shang Junlin would be busy for a long time. Therefore, he proposed to go out for a walk. The two changed into casual clothes and went to the West Street that they rarely set foot in. Most of the people living here were ordinary people. There were almost no nobles. They didn't have to worry about bumping into people they might know. When Xinyu and Shang Junlin walked into the shop, Bai Chiwen had just finished greeting a group of customers. "Guests, this way please. There is one seat left." Bai Chiwen asked them to sit down. They were surrounded by relaxed people in the crowd. They were just a member of the crowd and wouldn't be treated specially. This was a scene that Shang Junlin had never experienced before. "Guests, the wontons are ready." The steaming wontons were placed in front of them. Xinyu picked up the spoon and scooped up some. The wontons were big. The skin was thin and there was a lot of stuffing. When he took a bite, the soup mixed with the meat stuffing rushed into his mouth. It was delicious. The wontons are better than the ones made at home. Xinyu didn't eat wontons much when he was in the palace. Every day, the kitchen would make new dishes for him. Wontons were not special. It was good enough to eat it once a month. If you likes it, you can ask him to make it for you at home. Shang Junlin said casually. "What are you talking about? If you like Boss Bai's wontons, you can come to eat it every day. Why do you want to ask him to make it for you at home? Boss Bai is an official. You can't just order him around at will." The dissatisfied voices of other guests came from the side. Xinyu held Shang Junlin's hand and whispered, "Don't be angry, Your Majesty. It's my honor to be liked by all of you." This guest just said it casually. "Don't hurt the harmony." Bai Chiwen hurriedly came over to smooth things over. The others spoke one after another. "Yes, I don't think this young master has any bad intentions. Old Zhao, it's time for you to change your bad temper." Listening to the voices coming from all around, Xinyu lowered his head and his shoulders trembled slightly. "If you want to laugh, just laugh. Do you think I'll be angry with you because of this? Shang Junlin helped him up and said helplessly. Xinyu chuckled and said, who told you to talk nonsense? After the banter, no one took this matter to heart. However, when they finished eating and paid for the meal, they were told that all the money for today had been paid. That person said that the boss of the wonton shop is an official and can't be easily touched by others. What's going on? Xinyu asked on the carriage back to the palace. It's about the Lin family. He was implicated that year and lost his official position. The imperial court sent someone to ask him if he wanted to return to the imperial court. He refused. Shang Junlin sat up straight. Xinyu leaned on his shoulder and felt comfortable. Shang Junlin casually played with the long hair on his neck and said, not many people know the name Bai Chiwen. However, you should have an impression of his teacher. He was one of the early court elders of the late emperor, Court Elder Xian. He was Court Elder Tsun's student. Xinyu obviously knew about Court Elder Xian. It could be said that there were not many scholars in the world who didn't know about him. Court Elder Tsun had been honest all his life. He had many students and was praised by everyone as a great scholar. During the Lin family case, Court Elder Tsun tried to protect the Lin family but offended a treacherous official who was in the limelight at that time. He was framed and lost his official position. It is said that after Court Elder Tsun left the imperial court, he completely disappeared. Some people said that he was assassinated. Others said that he lived in seclusion in the mountains. Your Majesty, do you know where he went in the end? At that time, Court Elder Tsun's influence was too great. To avoid any unexpected events, there were indeed people who wanted to make a move on him. However, no one knows whether they succeeded or not. After that, there was no news of Court Elder Xian this time. Court Elder Tsun's students should be very happy that Court Elder Tsun overturned the case for the Lin family. Xinyu was right. Court Elder Tsun's students were all over the world. After Court Elder Tsun overturned the case for him, many of them held big banquets at home to celebrate this matter. Although a person's death was like a lamp being extinguished, no one wanted their teacher to be accused of something he shouldn't be. For a time, there were more and more articles praising Shang Junlin. The chefs of Yuzhong Palace suddenly received an order to prepare wontons for the noble. Since they didn't know what was going on, they could only put down the other food and began to study how to make delicious wontons. During dinner, wontons were served. The imperial chef put in a lot of effort to make wontons that had a unique taste. Xinyu ate to his heart's content and ate a bit more than usual. Xinyu, who had eaten until he was full, was led by Shang Junlin for a stroll in the small garden. Your Majesty, where is the youth that was brought back by Court Elder Feng now? He is currently working by Feng Jun's side. From the looks of it, Feng Jun seems to be planning to train him. Court Elder Feng is really dedicated to Dahuan. What do you mean? Your Majesty, look, Court Elder Feng's daughter is in Subei. In the future, she will definitely work for the court. Court Elder Feng himself has always been working hard for Dahuan. The child he picked up was also trained by him to work for the court. Isn't that very dedicated? One by one, they were all working for the court. Ayu is right. Feng Jun has always worked hard for the imperial court. I have always known that. I will make sure to keep an eye on the child he picked up. If he was not disloyal, he would give him an opportunity. If he was, he would ensure the safety of the Feng family. Under the moonlight, Xinyu hooked his finger with Shang Junlin's. He knew that Shang Junlin had sent someone to ask the boy later, but unfortunately, the information he got was limited. After Feng Jun returned, the boy was brought to his side and taught. It was as if he was a junior in his family. How Feng Jun arranged the boy was his private matter. Even the emperor could not intervene. Shang Junlin did not like to ask about the affairs of his officials. If the boy had not said that he had seen someone who looked like Xinyu, he would not have paid him any more attention. The wind at night was very cold. Xinyu and Shang Junlin walked around and returned to the palace. After bathing, Xinyu leaned on the soft couch. A palace maid took a hand warmer to dry his hair. Shang Junlin sat on the other side and read the memorials. Dahuan was flourishing and there were many things that the emperor, Shang Junlin, had to read every day. Even with the help of the prime minister, Feng Jun, and and other officials, there were still endless memorials to read every day. After his hair was almost dry, Xinyu waved the palace maid away. He got up and walked to Shang Junlin's side. "Your Majesty is still busy?" He lowered his head. His hair slid down his shoulders and fell on the table and the memorials. Shang Junlin stopped writing. "There are still a few more. Didn't you finish reading the memorials during the day?" Xinyu ran his fingers through his hair and moved it away from the memorials. "The cabinet sent them in at night." Xinyu looked at the memorials. There was nothing important written on them. They could be handled by the cabinet ministers themselves. Xinyu flipped open the other memorials. Without exception, they were all the same. "Your Majesty can just let the Prime Minister and the others approve these memorials. There's no need to go through them personally." Xinyu had noticed before that Shang Junlin was very meticulous with Daheng's matters. He would personally handle each and every matter. Previously, because the aristocratic families were in power, Shang Junlin did not trust them. Now that the aristocratic families had been suppressed, the people who were promoted were all his own people. He could completely hand over the unimportant matters to them. "We are used to it." Shang Junlin closed the memorial. Thinking about it, it made sense. Now that the imperial court was under his control, he did not need to personally attend to everything like before. In fact, the Prime Minister and Fang Jun were fully capable of reviewing these memorials. "If your Majesty is still worried, it's fine to have them review it after they're done. There's no need to review it personally. When Xinyu worked for the King of Yu in his previous life, the King of Yu didn't ask about many things. Xinyu was sure that the King of Yu didn't know as much as he did about many things." Ayu's words are correct. Shang Junlin placed the brush on the brush holder and reached out to hold Xinyu in his arms. He instructed eunuch Meng, "Tomorrow, send these memorials back to the cabinet and let them review them before sending them to the palace. This will be the case for future memorials." "Yes." Eunuch Meng brought a young eunuch forward and put away the memorials on the table. Xinyu remembered the contents of the memorial that he had casually glanced at and asked, "The aristocratic families want to borrow the power of the imperial court to restrict the printing of movable type?" Shang Junlin, "They most likely know that we are involved in this matter. They sent the memorial to test our attitude." "Xinyu, what does your Majesty plan to do?" Shang Junlin, "This matter indeed requires the imperial court to step in. If the imperial court doesn't step in, how can we promote this method to every part of Daheng in the shortest time possible? It's too slow to rely on the power of the people. Xinyu, the aristocratic families will not be happy to see this." Shang Junlin, "We don't expect them to be happy with what we're doing." The next morning, Shang Junlin brought up this matter at the morning court. As expected, he was met with strong opposition from the aristocratic families. This step was completely out of the aristocratic families' expectations. When they saw that the new printing method was only secretly circulating among the people, they thought that Shang Junlin wouldn't want to make a big deal out of it and directly confront the aristocratic families. Thus, they sent a memorial to test Shang Junlin's attitude. Who would have thought that the other party would directly throw a ball at them? "Your Majesty, you can't." Several aristocratic ministers stepped forward and knelt in front of the emperor. "Oh?" Shang Junlin supported his chin with one hand and looked down with interest. "Why not?" "Why not?" Of course, it was because this matter was too unfavorable to the aristocratic families. But this reason couldn't be brought out in the open. The ministers looked at each other and were momentarily speechless. "Since you can't give a reason, this matter, Your Majesty, you can't." An old minister from an aristocratic family interrupted Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin looked over unhappily. "My dear minister, why don't you tell me the reason?" His tone was very calm and could even be said to be warm, but none of the ministers present were foolish enough to think that his feelings were the same as what he was showing. Being stared at by the man's emotionless gaze, the old minister's back was drenched in cold sweat. It was clearly an extremely calm gaze, but for some reason, it gave off a huge sense of oppression. "This minister." The old minister steeled his heart. "This minister thinks that this matter is extremely unfavorable to Dahuan. From what we see, it's not unfavorable to Dahuan, it's unfavorable to all of you. We know very well what you're thinking and what you're doing. Don't think that we're letting this matter rest just because we're not pursuing it. After he finished speaking, the court fell silent. No one dared to really anger Shang Junlin. Countless examples had shown that if they opposed Shang Junlin, they would be the unlucky ones in the end. Now, Shang Junlin had the hearts of the people, and the prestigious ministers in the court were also on his side. If the aristocratic families wanted to control him, they had to first consider themselves. His Majesty seems to be very angry today and punished several ministers. Mushi said as she tied up Xianyu's hair. What is it for? It seems that the aristocratic families don't want His Majesty to do something, but His Majesty is determined to do it. Thinking of the conversation with Shang Junlin at night, Xianyu roughly guessed what had happened in the court. His Majesty hasn't returned yet? Mushi shook her head. Eunuch Meng sent someone over and said that His Majesty has a meeting with the ministers and asked young master not to wait. Does young master want to serve the meal? Go ahead. The meal in the small kitchen had already been prepared. It was only waiting for the master to order it to be served. Soon after Mushi went out, she brought the meal in with the palace maids. When he was alone, Xianyu was not very picky. Mushi had already noticed this. While serving Xianyu, she said, when young master eats alone, he is different from when His Majesty is present. How is it different? When His Majesty is present, young master is more picky. Mushi had been by Xianyu's side for many years, so she knew some of Xianyu's habits very well. When he was in Count North's residence, he was treated poorly. Although Xianyu was picky about what he ate, he was not as picky as he was now. After entering the palace, under His Majesty's intentional indulgence, he was even more picky than before. He was not willing to let himself suffer at all. If Mushi didn't mention it, Xianyu wouldn't have noticed it. After it was mentioned, he thought about it carefully. It seemed that it was true. When he was with Shang Junlin, he would always unconsciously indulge himself more. When he first entered the palace, he was not like this. At that time, all he knew about Shang Junlin was from others. He was afraid of the man who was called a tyrant in his previous life. He didn't know when the fear in his heart disappeared. Now, when he thought of Shang Junlin, he only felt full of trust. It turned out that unconsciously, the defense line in his heart had been broken. He couldn't resist this feeling. He originally thought that his feelings for Prince Yu in his previous life were love. Now that he thought about it, if it was really love, then this love was mixed with too many things. Instead of saying it was love, it was better to say that it was a shackle in the name of love that was imposed on his heart. This so-called love drove him to do things for Prince Yu unconditionally without asking for anything in return. Why was he so sure in his previous life that he liked Prince Yu? Xianyu carefully thought about the events of his previous life, but he couldn't find any trace of it at all. It was as if he had naturally fallen into the huge net woven by Prince Yu's love. He lost all his judgment and was driven by him. Xianyu's head ached faintly. He closed his eyes and stopped thinking about the events of his previous life. Now, he could basically confirm that there were many suspicious points in his previous life that he didn't discover. After the morning court, Shang Junlin asked the Prime Minister, Feng Jun, and several ministers to discuss matters in the imperial study. Regarding the movable type printing technology, the Minister of Revenue was the first to know about it, followed by the Minister of Works. Now, the Ministry of Works had mastered this new printing technology and put it into use. The results were good. I want to establish an imperial college. Shang Junlin went straight to the point and said his thoughts. Like the imperial college? It's similar, but different. I want to establish an imperial college that includes basic education. To establish an imperial college, many things were involved. Whether the commoners were willing to send their children to the imperial college, where the imperial college would be located, what kind of students would be recruited. There were countless problems that had to be solved. First, we will conduct a trial in the capital. The candidates for the teachers are usually county scholars. They don't need to have top-notch knowledge. The students just need to be literate and know some basic knowledge. Hearing this, the ministers heaved a sigh of relief. If it was just basic education, it would be much simpler. You all can discuss this matter among yourselves. Within half a month, I want you all to come up with a basic plan. Yes, Your Majesty. There were also aristocratic ministers present, such as Minister Duan. He knew what kind of impact this decision would have on the aristocratic families, but he couldn't raise any objections. His Majesty the Emperor was no longer someone they could control. After leaving the palace, the aristocratic ministers who had received the news came to find him. "Lord, are we just going to let His Majesty do as he pleases? What else can we do? His Majesty just warned the aristocratic families today. If we jump out to object before the concrete plan is out, what would His Majesty think? If it's just basic education, the problem isn't that serious. I'm just afraid that this is just the beginning. It seems like His Majesty is determined to weaken the power of the aristocratic families. Are we just going to accept it?" Minister Duan's eyes flashed. He thought of something and fell silent. Did the aristocratic families object to His Majesty's proposal? Xianxia was curious about the aristocratic family's reaction after hearing about this from Shang Junlin. Even though it was just basic education, it might not be the case in the future. The aristocratic families shouldn't have no reaction at all. They naturally want to object, but I haven't touched their interests yet. They will just wait and see for now. When it's officially implemented, there will definitely be trouble. Xianxia stood up and sat beside Shang Junlin. Since His Majesty has proposed it, he must have a solution. I won't worry about His Majesty. His Majesty, Imperial Physician Gu wishes to see you. He said that he has found the results of the experiment that His Majesty and Your Majesty asked him to do previously. Eunuch Meng walked in and reported. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Imperial Physician Gu was mainly responsible for two things. One was his illness, and the other was Fei Meng. The latter was something that he and Shang Junlin had instructed together. Imperial Physician Gu was invited in. After paying his respects, he said, "Based on the ideas you provided, I tried them one by one and found out the effects of the medicine you mentioned." Regarding the matter of Crimson Dream, Xianxia had used the opportunity when Imperial Physician Gu was taking his pulse to speak to him in private. Especially the symptoms that appeared after contracting it, it was a disaster that would cause a large number of deaths in the future. Since Xianxia had been reborn, he naturally had to stop it if he could. Crimson Dream is colorless and odorless, so it won't cause too much harm to the human body. However, if mixed with other medicines, it will have different effects. This subject has been trying to find another medicine that can produce the effects Your Highness mentioned. Later on, this subject discovered that this subject was wrong from the very beginning. To achieve such an effect, it isn't something that can be achieved simply by mixing. The effects that Imperial Physician Gu mentioned were mentioned by Xianxia before. After the disease broke out, it was no different from an epidemic. There would be high fever, coughing, and the body would become weaker and weaker. If the specific cause of the disease could not be found, the only path left was death. Imperial Physician Gu took out a sealed letter from his sleeve. "I have written the prescription on this letter. Your Majesty and Your Highness, please take a look." Eunuch Meng took the prescription from Imperial Physician Gu and handed it to Shang Junlin. Has Imperial Physician Gu found a solution? Xianxia was most concerned about this problem. If the epidemic could not be stopped, it would be best if there was a solution. The proportion of the medicine is different, so the solution is different. However, as long as I know how to make the medicine, I can develop a solution. Imperial Physician Gu said. I have troubled Imperial Physician Gu with this matter. However, I hope that Imperial Physician Gu will not spread this matter out for the time being. I understand. Imperial Physician Gu cupped his hands. I have one more thing. Shang Junlin put the letter aside. Just say it. I have not tested it on a person yet. If you want a specific cure, you need someone to test the medicine. The palace fell into a short silence. Imperial Physician Gu added, I can guarantee the safety of the person testing the medicine. Your Majesty and Your Highness. Please rest assured. This medicine is quite infectious. I need an absolutely safe place. Meng Chong, point a few people to Imperial Physician Gu. As for the location, choose a secluded place and set up protective measures. As for the specific arrangements, listen to Imperial Physician Gu. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there was progress in the treatment of Fei Meng. As long as Imperial Physician Gu could find a cure, they wouldn't be in a completely passive state if something really happened in the future. Calculating the time, the calamity caused by Crimson Dream would probably happen in the next 2 years. In this life, Crimson Dream had long been banned within the Great Huan region. In order to avoid attracting unnecessary attention, Crimson Dream was banned along with other medicines. Other than that, some of the banned drugs were addictive, some of them could gradually corrode a person's body, and some of them were strong drugs. Crimson Dream didn't stand out among them, as if it was just a side effect. There were also a few other drugs that were in the same situation as Crimson Dream. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Shang Junlin held Xinyu in his arms and patted his back to comfort him. I know, Your Majesty will definitely be able to handle everything. After handing over some unimportant matters to the cabinet, Shang Junlin had a lot more free time. Ayu, are you bored staying in the palace all day long? Do you want to go horseback riding with us? Shang Junlin walked in wearing a black robe. Why do you suddenly want to go horseback riding? Xinyu was in the middle of painting. When he heard this, he put down his brush. What are you painting? Shang Junlin walked over. When he lowered his head, he saw a painting of a man wearing battle armor standing upright with a sword in his hand. Ayu likes to paint us wearing battle armor so much. This wasn't the first time Xinyu had painted such a picture. Out of 10 times, at least 5 of them were of him on the battlefield. These paintings were all put away by Shang Junlin and placed in a separate place. If Xinyu went to take a look, he would discover that there were many of his things placed there, including the piece of paper filled with Shang Junlin's name. Xinyu originally wanted to throw it away, but it was forcefully taken away by Shang Junlin. Xinyu didn't know why he wanted to paint Shang Junlin wearing battle armor. Every time he sat down and wanted to paint something, he would discover that he was painting a battlefield with all kinds of Shang Junlin wearing battle armor. Xinyu just wanted to paint something casually, anything was fine. Since he subconsciously wanted to paint Shang Junlin on the battlefield, then he painted it. Before he finished painting, Xinyu's train of thought was interrupted. He simply stood up and said, maybe it's because I heard too much about Your Majesty going to the battlefield to kill enemies, so I wanted to paint the scenes that I didn't see with my own eyes. I said I wanted to wear it for you to see, but you didn't want to. Shang Junlin pinched the young man's cheek. It was strange. Xinyu had painted Shang Junlin on the battlefield so many times, but when it came to seeing it with his own eyes, he faintly felt reluctant. Xinyu and Shang Junlin came to the racecourse together. After the last time, this was the second time Xinyu came to the racecourse. When the white horse saw him, it came over and rubbed against him intimately. Xinyu touched the horse's head and took a piece of candy to feed it. He turned over and mounted the horse in one smooth motion. Your Majesty, let's race. Shang Junlin mounted the horse and rode it to Xinyu's side. Your legs won't be able to stand it if you run too fast. Xinyu didn't ride many horses. Every time he rode a horse, the skin on his legs would be abraded. Not only would it affect his normal walking, but it was also a kind of torture to apply medicine. That's true. Thinking of the consequences, Xinyu gave up his initial plan. Xinyu held the reins and let the horse walk slowly on the grass. Shang Junlin rode beside him and listened to his irrelevant words. After walking for a while, Xinyu felt that it wasn't enough. He squeezed the horse's belly and urged it to speed up. If my skin is abraded, then so be it. Let's have fun first. Xinyu urged the horse to run for a while and then turned back to look at Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin was stunned by his sudden movement. After he reacted, he caught up with him. Blue sky and white clouds, green grass and green land. Under the clear sky, the horse galloped. The wind blew in their faces, making them feel carefree. Xinyu rode to his heart's content. After he got off the horse, his legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground. Shang Junlin quickly supported him. Is it very painful? Xinyu wrapped his arms around Shang Junlin's neck and was carried back by the man. He didn't feel it when he was riding a horse. After a while, the pain became more and more obvious. It was burning hot and he couldn't even move slightly. Shang Junlin carried him into the house and ordered eunuch Meng to bring the medicine. Xinyu looked at the familiar medicine bottle and tilted his head to the side. Why does Your Majesty carry this medicine everywhere you go? Shang Junlin applied the ointment with his finger and applied it to the wound. Ayu is so delicate. If he doesn't carry medicine with him, what will happen if he bumps into something? The ointment was cool. When it touched the wound, Xianyu gasped. He withdrew his leg. It hurts. Be gentle. Shang Junlin's movements were already very gentle, but Xianyu still felt pain. The main reason was that the wound was too special. The skin there was delicate. Xianyu wasn't used to riding a horse. This time, he rode for a few hours in a row. The area of the wound was very large. After the ointment was applied, Xianyu's forehead was covered with a layer of sweat. The hair on his temples was also wet. With the help of Shang Junlin, he sat up and leaned on the bed. Your Majesty is right. I should have gotten off the horse earlier. Halfway through, Shang Junlin asked Xianyu to stop. Xianyu didn't listen. He liked the feeling of being free on the horse's back, so he indulged himself a little. The result was tragic. This time, he didn't know how many days it would take for him to fully recover. After a while, the Prime Minister came to find him. Xianyu knew that Shang Junlin came to the stud farm today with several important ministers. Xianyu lay on the bed with a tired expression. Your Majesty, go ahead. I'll rest for a while. Shang Junlin got up and left, leaving the palace servants to serve him. Xianyu lay on the bed for a while. He was exhausted and fell asleep not long after. In his half-awake state, he felt that someone was touching his face. Is it Your Majesty? He heard a chuckle. That person seemed to say something, but he couldn't hear clearly because of the thick fog. Who is it? Xianyu became more sleepy. His tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed, and his consciousness slipped into a deeper abyss. When he woke up, the sky was filled with the sunset. Xianyu looked at the window, blinked his eyes, and slowly sat up. Young master, you're awake? Mushi came in with hot water. Did anyone come while I was asleep? Xianyu had a headache. He pressed his fingers on his head. I've been here all this time. I didn't see anyone come. Why do you ask? Was it a dream? Xianyu wasn't sure. Nothing. Where's Her Majesty? Her Majesty is still talking to several officials. When did the Prime Minister and the others come? About the same time as us. Maybe a little later. I just finished tidying up here, and they arrived. Then they must have waited for a long time. Xianyu couldn't help but hold his forehead. Shang Junlin didn't tell him. If he knew that there were officials here, he definitely wouldn't have let them wait for so long. Xianyu washed his hands and face. Imperial Physician Gu's medicine was very effective. After sleeping for a while, he didn't feel much pain. He tentatively moved his leg, but his movement was slightly stiff because it affected his injury. Mushi saw this scene and thought of something. Her face turned red. Young master, you'd better rest in bed. If there's anything you need, just let me do it. Xianyu could tell at a glance that Mushi had misunderstood. His lips moved. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know where to start. The people who served him were all familiar with his condition. Every time Shang Junlin sated, Xianyu would lie down for a day or two. At first, Mushi was very worried. Later, she secretly asked Imperial Physician Gu. After confirming that Xianyu didn't have any abnormalities after he recovered, she was completely relieved. She was already used to this kind of situation. Her Majesty is too much. She obviously has to discuss business with the officials, but she still dragged young master along for so long. Mushi only dared to complain when Shang Junlin wasn't here. Although she knew that this kind of thing was normal, Mushi was still dissatisfied when she saw Xianyu's uncomfortable appearance. How can you blame Her Majesty? Shouldn't you blame your young master for pestering Her Majesty? Xianyu raised his eyebrows. If she had to say something, it was indeed him who pestered Her Majesty this time. Cough, of course, the reason was different from what Mushi thought. Young master is not such a person. Every time, it's Her Majesty. Mushi's voice became smaller and smaller. The last few words were almost inaudible. Every time, it's me what? Shang Junlin's voice came from outside. Xianyu didn't even think and said, it's Her Majesty who pesters me. The door was pushed open. Xianyu saw Shang Junlin standing outside, followed by the Prime Minister, Fang Jun, and several other officials behind Shang Junlin. The officials' expressions changed. They must have either just arrived or heard a lot. Shang Junlin said leisurely, I wanted you to pester me, but… Xinyu suddenly coughed, and the corners of his eyes turned red. Why? Why did he have to face such a scene? Mushi didn't have time to think. She hurriedly stepped forward to pat Xinyu's back. Shang Junlin strode in and took Xinyu into his arms. What's wrong? Xinyu coughed a few times. Mushi brought some water over. Shang Junlin took it and fed it to Xinyu. Drink some water. Xinyu lowered his head and drank the water in Shang Junlin's hand. How long has His Majesty been here? Not long. Is you feeling better? Xinyu nodded. He was choked by himself. Now that he had calmed down, he was naturally fine. Several ministers consciously lowered their heads and stood outside. They didn't dare to look inside. Seeing Xinyu's uneasiness, Shang Junlin waved his hand to dismiss the ministers. Eunuch Meng hurriedly asked the ministers to go elsewhere. These ministers were all promoted by Shang Junlin. Today, they came to discuss some matters about starting a primary school. They had heard about Shang Junlin and Xinyu's relationship. They had also seen with their own eyes how the two interacted at the banquet. However, those were different from what they saw today. Especially the words that the maid had said today. It turned out that His Majesty had always been sticking to His Majesty. The ministers had different emotions in their hearts. Why didn't His Majesty announce his arrival? Xinyu twisted his body and sat down. I originally just wanted to see if you were awake. I didn't expect to hear the conversation between you and your servant girl. You is telling the truth. Why are you blushing? Shang Junlin bent his finger and rubbed Xinyu's cheek. Because of what happened just now, Xinyu's face was still red. Xinyu thought, is my face red because of what I said? It's obviously because these words were heard by those ministers. Xinyu didn't feel anything when he said these words in front of Shang Junlin. But when he thought that the ministers brought by Shang Junlin would also hear these words, he just wanted to bury himself. Does your leg still hurt? Shang Junlin moved his palm down, wanting to touch it. Xinyu hurriedly reached out to stop her. I'm much better, thanks to the ointment your Majesty brought. Are you hungry? Why don't you ask them to serve us food? Shang Junlin was not annoyed when his hand was stopped. He held Xinyu's hand in his palm. Have you finished your discussion with His Majesty? Are we just going to leave him like this? Xinyu was already delayed for so long because of him. If he ignored the other ministers because of him, he would feel bad. We finished our discussion. You don't have to worry. After dinner, they will go out to ride horses. Shang Junlin brought them here with the intention of letting them relax. With the natural horse farm obtained from the northern desert people, Shang Junlin wanted these ministers to be familiar with the operation of the horse farm. Although the area of the pasture was not big, the operation inside was very mature. There were many things worth learning. The ministers also knew the other reason why Shang Junlin brought them here. After dinner, they learned about the operation of the horse farm under the guidance of the servants. Xinyu and Shang Junlin finished their dinner together and lay back on the bed. In fact, he really wanted to go out for a walk, but the position of his wound was too awkward. The friction of the cloth when he walked would rub the ointment away and worsen the injury. He could only walk less for the time being. Xinyu and Shang Junlin stayed outside for 2 days. Except for the first day when Shang Junlin was not around, he vaguely felt that someone had appeared in the room. After that, he did not have this feeling again. He asked the guards around, but no one noticed a stranger coming in. Xinyu could not find any clues. He wondered if he had taken his dream as real when he was in a daze. He did not tell Shang Junlin about this matter. After returning to the palace, nothing similar happened again. Xinyu slowly put this matter to the back of his mind. The imperial court acted quickly. Shang Junlin gave the order. Before the deadline of half a month was up, they had already come up with a general plan. Shang Junlin mentioned this matter in the morning court. The specific implementation needed to be discussed in the imperial court before a detailed plan could be made. The weather gradually became hot. Xinyu took off his clothes again and again. He leaned against the bridge and casually threw the bait in his hand into the pond. There were many ornamental fish of different colors in the pond. They followed the smell of food and swam over. The sun was dazzling, and the water was sparkling. The fish leisurely swayed their tails and jumped out of the water from time to time, waiting to be fed. Xinyu threw another handful of bait. This was Xinyu's new pleasure. When he had nothing to do, he would come over to feed the fish. Gongzi has been here a few times. These fish seem to recognize you. Mushi looked at the fish swimming in the water and sighed. They are getting bigger and bigger. They don't recognize me. They recognize the food in my hand. If he did not have food to feed them, no fish would swim out of the pond even if he stood there for a long time. Xinyu had seen enough. He handed the bowl of fish food to the palace servant behind him. Okay, let's go back. The place where Xinyu came to feed the fish was located between Yuzhong Palace and the Imperial Garden. When he first entered the palace, Xinyu almost never left Yuzhong Palace. After a long time, he took the palace servants to walk around. With Gongzi's feeding, these fish have grown especially fast this year. The palace servant, holding the fish food, said flatteringly. Xinyu smiled and did not speak. There were people in charge of every place in the palace. Even if he did not come, the palace servants would feed the fish. It was just that the master did not care and did not feed the fish so diligently. The wind in the palace changed quickly. Seeing that Xinyu cared about the ornamental fish, the palace servants in charge of feeding them would also be more attentive. Shang Junlin did not care about these things at all. He did not ask about it. In the long run, the palace servants were happy to be idle. Why does you like to feed the fish recently? When Shang Junlin returned to the Jade Gate Palace, Xinyu was not there. After asking the people of the Jade Gate Palace, he found out that he had gone to feed the fish. Just as he was about to look for him, he bumped into Xinyu and his group. Xinyu waved his hand and motioned for the palace servants to leave. If I didn't go to feed them, I wouldn't have known that there were so many beautiful fish in the palace. Xinyu was right. The ornamental fish that could be raised in the palace were carefully selected by the imperial household. The ordinary ones would not be sent to the palace at all. If you likes them, let them send some to Yuzhong Palace. Your Majesty always indulges me like this. Didn't Imperial Physician Gu say that if there is a chance, let me walk outside more often? This trip can be considered as training. No matter what, Ayu is right. The court has discussed the basic regulations of the elementary school. Does Ayu want to come with me to see it? Although it was a question, Shang Junlin did not give Xinyu any other choice other than to agree. He took him to the inner room and took out the booklet that the Prime Minister had sorted out and presented. Although the aristocratic families were dissatisfied with Shang Junlin's proposal of the elementary school, they could not say anything. They had planned to wait for the specific method to be released and then find fault with it to prevent it from developing further. They did not expect that this method, which had been discussed by the court officials, did not give them any leeway to find fault. Every possible outcome was prepared with a countermeasure. Even if they raised doubts, it would be quickly resolved. In the end, it didn't seem like they were looking for trouble. Instead, it seemed like they were working hard to perfect the specific method of doing elementary school. When Xinyu heard Shang Junlin talk about what had happened to the aristocratic families, he laughed out loud. They probably did not expect that in the end, the result would be like this. Xinyu could imagine the expressions on the aristocratic families' faces when they realized that something was wrong. After the news of the imperial court's plan of elementary school was revealed, it caused a heated discussion among the people in the capital. Elementary school? Are they going to teach children how to read? Not only that, as long as they want to learn, they can learn. I am quite tempted. Is it expensive? If it is too expensive, it will be difficult to afford. It is not clear for the time being. Let's wait for further news from the imperial court. It is said that it is to let people who want to learn how to read, so it should not be too expensive. It is hard to say. Look at the money spent on books, ink, paper, and inkstone. None of it is cheap. There were people who were optimistic about what the imperial court was going to do, and there were also people who were not optimistic about it. On the contrary, some merchants seemed to smell a business opportunity from this. Therefore, the Ministry of Revenue received many letters from big merchants saying that they were willing to help. Since the implementation of the new commercial law, these merchants have become more active than before. Shang Junlin looked at the booklet presented by the Ministry of Revenue and said, Xinyu stretched his head. What are they thinking about? They said that they are willing to contribute money and effort to the new school. If they are willing, it is not impossible. However, they cannot be allowed to interfere too much. The main authority must be in the hands of the imperial court. The Minister of Revenue wrote a memorial because of this concern. If the people who contributed money and effort were all merchants, there would be a lot of hidden dangers. Xinyu pointed at the memorial with his fingertips. Some of the unimportant things can be distributed, but the important things still have to be done by the imperial court. Because it was just an elementary school, there were not many classes, and there was not much time for classes every day. The existence of this school was purely to let the people learn how to read. If they wanted to learn more, it would still be the same as before. This matter was not something that could be done in 1 or 2 days. Seeing that there were not many places that could threaten them, the attention of the aristocratic families was slowly diverted. Compared to the affairs of the people, they were obviously more concerned about what happened in the imperial court. With the arrival of summer, the weather gradually became warmer. After washing up, Xinyu walked to the desk in light pajamas. Shang Junlin lowered his head, his brows furrowed tightly. What is it, Your Majesty? Xinyu stretched out his hand and wanted to smooth the man's frown. It's raining heavily in Lin County. I'm afraid there will be a flood. What was spread out beside Shang Junlin's hand was the report from Lin County. Ever since the establishment of the Great Huan dynasty, there had been countless floods in Lin County. Just after Shang Junlin ascended the throne, there had been no less than 5 floods. Your Majesty, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Xinyu walked to Shang Junlin's side and sat down, rubbing his forehead. I hope so. However, things did not develop as they had hoped. For the next few days, the news from Lin County was not good. In just a few days, the water level of the river near Lin County had risen a lot. The atmosphere in the imperial court was getting colder and colder. Lin County was very far from the capital, so it took a lot of time for the news to arrive. No one knew what the situation was in Lin County now. Shang Junlin had already issued the order to migrate. In the face of a natural disaster, they had to save as many people as possible. Xinyu lived deep in the imperial harem, so he could feel that the atmosphere was not right recently. For a few days, there was no news from Lin County. About 5 days later, the latest news finally came. There was a flood in Lin County. Fortunately, the response was timely and the damage was minimized. The ministers in the imperial court heaved a sigh of relief. However, Xinyu did not let down his guard so quickly. He remembered that the fierce epidemic in his previous life happened after the flood. He was not sure if it was this time. What is it you worried about? Shang Junlin walked in from outside. Eunuch Meng closed the umbrella and stood aside. He took a clean handkerchief from the palace servant and handed it to Shang Junlin. It was raining heavily outside. Even with an umbrella, raindrops still fell on the man's body. Shang Junlin picked up the handkerchief and casually wiped himself before walking towards Xinyu. Seeing Shang Junlin, Xinyu's brows relaxed and he greeted him. I'm thinking about how long this rain will last. It had started raining in the capital for the past 2 days. The pitter-patter had not stopped. Xinyu was not only referring to the rain in the capital, but also the rain in Lin County. It had been raining in Lin County for half a month and there was no sign of the rain stopping. The people in Lin County had been moved to a safe place, but their belongings were still there. It was impossible to leave them alone. Thanks to a use flood control method, although the rain is heavy this time, it did not cause much damage. The dam is stable and there is not much danger for the time being. Shang Junlin did not expect that Xinyu would be so worried about this matter that he could not even sleep well at night. In fact, compared to the previous few times, the situation in Lin County was the least serious this time. Your Majesty, you must pay attention to the epidemic. I know. The imperial court has already sent imperial physicians over. With imperial physician Wu as the leading physician, almost all the imperial physicians in the imperial hospital who have made contributions in this area have gone. Shang Junlin touched the corner of Xinyu's eyes. Yu is so worried. Is it because of the dream you had? What dream? Thinking of the excuse that he had found for himself before, Xinyu suddenly fell silent. Yu, don't worry. No matter what you dreamed of, I will not let it happen. No matter how terrible it is only a dream. Your Majesty is right. I was possessed. No matter what, it was something that happened in his previous life. He did not need to be so nervous because of what happened in his previous life. So what if it really happened? This time, they had already taken precautions. They would not be as helpless as they were in his previous life. Seeing that Xinyu had recovered, Shang Junlin took his hand and led him to the soft couch to sit down. Didn't you say that the kitchen made new snacks a few days ago? I want to try it. Mu Shi, go to the kitchen, Xinyu said. Yes, young master. It took a lot of effort to make this new snack. While waiting, Shang Junlin ordered eunuch Meng to bring the chess pieces over. It's been a long time since I played chess. Ayu, let's play a game. Xinyu had no objections. This time, Xinyu played a black stone. On the chessboard, the black pieces surrounded the white pieces layer by layer. Every time a piece was placed, the white pieces became weaker. Your Majesty, you don't have to go easy on me. Xinyu held a black stone and said helplessly. When he first placed the stone, he made a few wrong moves. He should have lost, but Shang Junlin deliberately went easy on him and turned the situation around. You can't think of anything else when you're playing chess with me. The white chess piece was placed, and the situation that was supposed to be a sure loss changed. On the chessboard, the white and black pieces were evenly matched. Outside the chessboard, Xinyu had no time to care about anything else. Until Mu Shi came in with the snacks, there was still no winner between the two of them. Smelling the fragrance, Xinyu came back to his senses from the game. Placed on the jade plate were snacks in the shape of small animals. They were white and chubby and looked very cute. Different shapes had different tastes. Xinyu preferred sweet snacks. He usually ate light-colored snacks. Some of them were soft, and some were hard. Xinyu liked all of them. Putting down the chess piece, Xinyu said, I don't know when the winner will be decided. Your Majesty, why don't you try the snacks first? Sure. Shang Junlin put away the chess piece. Xinyu sat opposite Shang Junlin and introduced the flavors of the snacks to him. Rabbit-shaped ones are sweet, butterfly-shaped ones are sour, and black wolf-shaped ones are salty. Shang Junlin looked at the snacks on the jade plate. Each one was round. Even the black wolf that Xinyu mentioned didn't look majestic at all. Which one does you like best? Rabbit, Xinyu answered without thinking. Shang Junlin wasn't surprised by this answer. After eating the snacks, the rain outside became lighter. Xinyu walked to the window and looked outside. What are you looking at? Shang Junlin walked over and stood behind Xinyu. Enveloped by the man's scent, Xinyu's unclear emotions gradually disappeared. He leaned back and leaned on Shang Junlin's shoulder. Xinyu suddenly felt a little strange. During this time, he had been anxious about Lin County. However, it shouldn't be like this. Lin County's situation wasn't as serious as it was in his previous life. Even if he was worried, it shouldn't be like this. He had experienced so many things. Even if it was a matter of life and death, he had never been like this. This was very abnormal. Your Majesty, do you feel that something is wrong with me recently? Huh? Shang Junlin was stunned by his question. Is it because of Lin County's situation? Xinyu raised his hand and covered his heart. I thought so before. Shang Junlin frowned. I asked Imperial Physician Gu to enter the palace. Your Majesty, have you forgotten that Imperial Physician Gu is studying Fei Meng? Because of this matter, Imperial Physician Gu hadn't entered the palace for a while. I sent someone to ask about the progress. If Shang Junlin was determined to do something, Xinyu couldn't dissuade him and could only let him do as he wished. When the little eunuch who was sent to the palace came back, he brought Imperial Physician Gu. Has Imperial Physician Gu found anything? Xinyu didn't expect that Shang Junlin's people would directly bring Imperial Physician Gu into the palace. I have found a way to deal with it. Imperial Physician Gu had dark circles under his eyes due to lack of sleep, but he was in good spirits. Shang Junlin stopped Imperial Physician Gu from speaking and said, let's take a look at Guijuan's body first. Imperial Physician Gu stepped forward and took Xinyu's pulse. Has Guijun been overly worried recently? Has your sleep been affected? Yes, Xinyu nodded, it's easy for me to dream recently. The dream was grotesque and variegated. Every day, there were different fragments. Xinyu tried to piece them together, but found that these fragments didn't have any order and were only fragmented content. I have prescribed a prescription to calm your nerves. You can take it first. If it doesn't work, I will think of other ways. Imperial physician Gu's prescription was divided into two types, oral medicine and medicinal bath. At night, Xinyu soaked in hot water with medicinal herbs. Her mind gradually relaxed. After the bath, Shang Junlin carried her out. Xinyu nestled in his arms. The lingering smell of medicinal herbs still lingered at the tip of her nose. Your Majesty, have I become the smell of medicinal herbs? Xinyu raised her hand and sniffed it. Does it smell bad? What nonsense are you talking about? Shang Junlin put her on the bed and leaned on her. It smells good. There was a faint medicinal smell on the young man's body. It didn't make people feel bitter because it was a medicine to calm the nerves. Smelling it could make people feel relaxed. That night, Xinyu slept very well. She quietly nestled in the man's arms and slept until dawn. When she woke up the next day, all kinds of emotions in her heart faded away, leaving only peace. The rain stopped. The palace servants opened the windows and the sunlight shone in, as if taking away all the obscure emotions. Xinyu stretched her arms and got out of bed. Gongzi. Mushi came over and tied up Xinyu's hair. After tidying up, Xinyu stood up. I'm going out for a walk. The imperial court didn't hide the incident in Lin County. The people learned about it from the People's newspaper. Lin County? I remember that this place has always been prone to floods. Yes, about 4 or 5 years ago, it rained heavily for more than a month. The river broke the dam and many people died. The situation this year seems to be fine? Because the officials in Lin County don't dare to leave the people alone. They immediately took measures to deal with it. Have you forgotten what happened 4 or 5 years ago? At that time, all the officials in Lin County were killed by 1,000 cuts. How could we forget? It was also raining that day. The ground of the execution ground was dyed red. Yes, Her Majesty was very angry at that time. Many officials in the capital were also killed. Later, the officials sent to Lin County didn't dare to ignore this incident. After all, if they didn't handle it well, they would lose their heads. Her Majesty also sent officials who were good at water conservancy. They seem to have been repairing it since 2 years ago. This time, the damage caused was small because the water conservancy was repaired. Her Majesty has foresight. Otherwise, I don't know how much damage we would have suffered this time. I heard that the rain this year wasn't lighter than the previous one. Lin County, which was being talked about by the people, welcomed a sunny day. The people huddled together looked up at the sky and felt the warmth of the sunlight shining on their bodies. Gradually, their faces revealed joyful expressions. It's sunny. The sun is out. Her Majesty didn't lie to us. The battered and exhausted people instantly hugged each other. They had waited in fear for so long, and finally, a sunny day came. A man in an official's robe came out after hearing the commotion and raised his hand to block the sunlight. The sky was finally sunny. Joy spread among the crowd. Suddenly, a person collapsed without warning and screamed. The man in the official's robe touched his forehead. I'll go and take a look. Okay, be careful. After a while, the subordinate came back with a heavy expression. It's a fever. The man in the official's robe's heart sank. Separate the crowd and call a doctor. The scene they didn't want to see the most might happen. The joy brought by the sunny day was covered with a layer of gloominess. Sir, the imperial physician sent by the imperial court has arrived. Quickly invite him in. Imperial physician Wu took the lead and went to the patient's place. Several officials followed him. One of them said, as soon as we found something wrong, we separated the people. We'll have to trouble the imperial physician to take a look. Imperial physician Wu felt the pulse one by one. His heart sank slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly remembered what Guijun said after he was summoned to the palace before he went to Subei. The situation of these people was very similar to what Guijun said. Young master, I found this. In Yuzhong Palace, Mushi handed a small ball of paper to Xinyu. Where did it come from? When I went out today, I was bumped by a little palace maid. When I came back, I found this on my body. Mushi didn't know what was written on it and didn't open it without permission. Open it and take a look. Mushi leaned to the side and opened the paper. There's only one address written on it. Oh? Mushi looked at it several times, but there was only one address in the middle. She hesitated and said, "How should we deal with this?" Xinyu supported his chin with one hand and said casually, "Throw it away. It's not worth caring about things of unknown origin." Yes. Mushi had always followed Xinyu's words. When she worked with Xinyu, she knew best that she shouldn't ask questions that she shouldn't ask. She shouldn't be too curious, because curiosity was the most likely thing to ruin things. Although this paper ball was given to her, she didn't have anything on her at all. Then the other party's target was obviously Xinyu. Mushi would never allow the young master to be hurt because of her. "Young master, should we investigate that palace maid? If you go to look for her now, you probably won't find her." Xinyu chuckled. The fact was just as Xinyu said. When Mushi went to look for her that day, she didn't find the palace maid at all. It was as if she had evaporated into thin air. Outside the palace, in the sky room of the Yingxing Tower, a tall young man stood by the window. He was dressed in white and had a cold temperament, but his eyes were covered with a layer of white cloth. "You're just a child. Why don't you have any curiosity?" The man in white spoke, his tone seemed to be very distressed. "Scholar, do you need me to bring the person here?" If no one spoke, almost no one would notice that there was another person in the room besides the man in white. It was a man wrapped in a pitch-black robe. His voice was slightly hoarse. He half knelt on the ground and his attitude was very respectful. The Emperor of the Great Han Kingdom protects people like protecting his eyes. "How can you bring the person here?" "Last time, I finally met him. Unfortunately, time was limited and I couldn't talk to him." The man in white was used to his subordinate's silence and said to himself, "It's the first time we meet. I should prepare well." After that day, there were no more abnormalities in the palace. Xinyu thought about it and told Shang Junlin about it. The location on the note was outside the palace. It was not a secret place. Xinyu and Shang Junlin had even been to this place before. It was unknown whether the person on the other side was conceited or well prepared to meet here. "Where's the note?" Shang Junlin frowned slightly after hearing it. "I asked someone to throw it away." That person's purpose was unclear. He only gave a location. Who knows what he wanted to do? I simply pretended that I didn't see it. It was just a note without any beginning or end. Xinyu would be stupid if he really went to meet someone because of this. "You is really..." Shang Junlin stroked Xinyu's cheek. "Just throw it away. It's not a big deal. What does that palace maid look like? I'll ask someone to check it out." Xinyu called Mushi. According to Mushi's description, Eunuch Meng led people to search the entire palace and found a match. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I found someone, but, according to that person, she has never seen Mushi." When Mushi went to meet her in person, she acted as if she didn't know her at all. Eunuch Meng reported the results of his investigation. "Why didn't Mushi find her when she went to look for her that day?" Xinyu asked. "Because that palace maid was in a coma for the whole day. She only woke up on the third day. The other palace maids with her also said that they didn't see her that day." Eunuch Meng's investigation was very detailed. He found out a lot of things that Mushi didn't find out. So, either this palace maid is lying, or this matter really has nothing to do with her. Someone took her identity and sent the note to Mushi. Xinyu pondered. The palace was heavily guarded. How did that person pass through the layers of guards? Was it someone who was already in the palace, or was it someone from outside? Xinyu suddenly remembered the person who suddenly appeared in his room at the horse farm that day. If this person really existed and was not someone he dreamed of, was there any connection between this and what happened in the palace this time? After Eunuch Meng finished his report and left, Xinyu was still thinking about this matter. "Why don't we send someone to that place to take a look?" Shang Junlin sat beside Xinyu and pulled her into his embrace. "The location on the note is Yingxing Tower. It's too high profile. I don't know what he wants to do. Xinyu half closed his eyes, various thoughts flashing through his mind. No matter what they want to do, we will not let anyone have the chance to hurt you. Shang Junlin ordered the hidden dragon guards to secretly investigate the guests who appeared in Yingxing Tower and submit a list of suspicious people. At the same time, the security in the palace was tightened, especially in Yuzhong Palace. Those with unknown identities and insignificant people were not allowed to enter. The hidden dragon guards submitted the list of people who came to the capital and stayed in Yingxing Tower. Shang Junlin opened the list and let Xinyu take a look. The list listed everyone's background. To the hidden dragon guards, these things were not difficult to investigate. However, they could not determine who was suspicious just by looking at the list. How's the situation at Yingxing Tower? It's the same as usual. Nothing unusual. If the person on the other side really wants to see me, he will find a chance to see me. Under the candlelight, Xinyu's eyes were cold. We shouldn't be the ones who should be anxious. That's right. Shang Junlin put his hand on Xinyu's hand. The young man's body temperature had always been low. It was as if he needed to be held in someone's arms to warm up. Xinyu leaned on the man lazily. There is one thing that I didn't tell your majesty. I thought that I mistook the dream as reality. However, after Mushi suddenly received a note from an unknown source, I thought about it carefully. It shouldn't be my imagination. What is it? Shang Junlin stopped stroking the back of Xinyu's hand. That day, after I went to the horse farm, I fell asleep in the evening. I felt that someone appeared in the house. I thought it was your majesty. After I asked Mushi, I found out that no one came in at that time. This was one of the reasons why Xinyu mistook the dream as reality. At that time, he was sleeping in the inner room. Mushi was guarding the outer room. There were also guards outside. It was impossible for anyone to sneak in quietly. Why didn't you tell me at that time? The hand that was originally loosely covering the back of Xinyu's hand suddenly clenched. Shang Junlin felt a lingering fear. If that person wanted to harm you, wouldn't he not know the reason when it happened? No matter what happens in the future, you have to tell me, okay? The man's tone was low. Xinyu could feel the nervousness in Shang Junlin's heart under his seemingly calm tone. He rubbed the man's shoulder. I didn't feel any malice from that person. After I woke up, I didn't feel any discomfort in my body. Otherwise, I would definitely tell your majesty. Your majesty, don't worry. Didn't Imperial Physician Gu check my pulse later? I'm really fine. I'm still worried. Let Imperial Physician Gu take a closer look. It's already so late. Don't bother Imperial Physician Gu. The distance from the outside of the palace to Yuzhong Palace was not short. I'll send someone to pick him up, Meng Chong. Eunuch Meng pushed the door open and walked in. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Arrange for a few people to bring Imperial Physician Gu to the palace. If it was something else, Xinyu would persuade Shang Junlin and he would most likely listen. However, when it came to Xinyu's health, Shang Junlin was very insistent. Xinyu's persuasion was fruitless, so he could only give up. It was also good to let Imperial Physician Gu take a look at Shang Junlin. When Imperial Physician Gu arrived, he was stopped by Shang Junlin before he could greet him. Let Guijun take a look at him directly. Xinyu stretched out his hand. His arm was very thin. After more than a year of recuperation, his body was very well nourished. His originally pale skin had become lustrous, just like the best mutton fat white jade. After Imperial Physician Gu finished taking Guijun's pulse, he was slightly relieved. He was called to the palace in the middle of the night. He thought that there was a big problem with Guijun's health. Guijun's health is fine. Your Majesty and Guijun can rest assured. Xinyu withdrew his hand and covered his arm with his wide sleeves. He lowered his head and tidied up his sleeves. I told you he was fine, but your Majesty didn't believe me. Now your Majesty can rest assured, right? It's naturally the best that Yu is fine. A new memorial was handed over from Lin County. It first said that the heavy rain in Lin County had stopped. Before the courtiers could breathe a sigh of relief, the next news stunned them. There was an epidemic in Lin County. This was more difficult to deal with than a flood. An epidemic was often accompanied by a large number of deaths. It was a heavy blow to every place where an epidemic occurred. Your Majesty, please send more people. We must not let the epidemic spread. The imperial court was busy again. Orders were issued one after another and were carried out in an orderly manner. Young master, I just received news from the palace servants in the front hall that there was an epidemic in Lin County. Xianyu's hand paused. The words he had written were scrapped. He put down the pen and folded the paper. How is the situation? The specific situation is not clear. Not long after, Eunuch Meng asked for an audience. Xianyu asked Mushi to bring Eunuch Meng in. Eunuch Meng respectfully bowed to Xianyu and said, His Majesty asked me to come over and tell you that there will be a meeting in the main hall today. He asked you not to wait and to eat first. Eunuch Meng said a lot of things, all of which were instructions to Xianyu. Xianyu could almost imagine Shang Junlin's expression when he was giving these instructions. Is the situation very serious? Xianyu asked. Eunuch Meng reacted for a moment before he realized what Xianyu was talking about. He was not surprised that Xianyu knew about this. Shang Junlin never hid anything from him about the imperial court. Eunuch Meng acted according to the emperor's instructions, so naturally, he would not hide anything. The imperial court does not know the specific situation. His Majesty sent Imperial Physician Wu, who is good at treating epidemics, in advance. It should not be too serious. You don't have to worry too much. Eunuch Meng still had to go to Shang Junlin's side to serve him, so he did not stay for long. After he left, Xianyu lost interest in writing. Lin County. Imperial Physician Wu led the other imperial physicians and local doctors from the capital to treat the local people. The officials of Lin County were very cooperative. The sick people were separated, and the healthy people lived in another place. Although the epidemic came unexpectedly, there was no big trouble under the arrangement of Imperial Physician Wu and the others. Imperial Physician Wu personally saw many patients and wrote down the symptoms of these people. The more he observed, the more frightened he became. The situation that did not happen in Subei happened in Lin County. Imperial Physician Wu did not dare to delay and hurriedly wrote down his findings in a memorial. He found a time when there was no one and came to Lin County's government office. Imperial Physician Wu, you have worked hard during this time. It's not hard. This is what I should do. I came here today because I have something important to ask Darren. Imperial Physician Wu, please speak. About this epidemic, I made a record. I hope Darren can help to send it to the capital. Imperial Physician Wu did not write anything that should not be written. He remembered what Xianyu had told him. The contents of the memorial would be confusing to people who did not know the inside story. Imperial Physician Wu's memorial was mixed in with the other memorials in Lin County and sent to the capital. This memorial was written about the specific behavior of the patients after they were infected with the epidemic. After the cabinet dealt with it, it was sent to the palace together. During this time, the imperial court was busy with the matters in Lin County. Xianyu sat next to Shang Junlin and occasionally read a few memorials. Imperial Physician Wu's memorial was mixed in with the other memorials and was not eye-catching. After Shang Junlin picked up the memorial, Imperial Physician Wu's memorial was exposed. Xianyu took out the memorial and opened it. The contents of the memorial immediately attracted Xianyu's attention. After reading it, Xianyu felt that the dust had settled. The man-made natural disaster in his previous life happened again in this life. The matter of Fei Meng had not been solved yet, but these people had delivered themselves to his door. Xianyu's hand that was placed on the memorial gradually clenched. Because he was using too much strength, his knuckles turned white. When he closed his eyes, the image of the people lying on the ground in pain after the epidemic appeared in his mind. No one treated them. As long as they got close, they would be infected. The hope in his eyes was extinguished little by little, and in the end, only numbness was left. All of this was caused by the ambition of some people. Ayu. His fingers were forcibly pried open and the memorial in his hand was taken away. What are you thinking about? Why are you so lost in thought? According to Imperial Physician Wu's memorial, the epidemic in Lin County this time may not be a natural disaster, but a man-made one. Xianyu held Shang Junlin's hand tightly, as if he was holding on to the only duckweed. Shang Junlin finished reading the memorial quickly. The aura on his body became more and more piercingly cold. This matter, Jin will investigate to the end. The people who did this probably did not expect that we would be prepared. No matter what kind of fruit they wanted to pluck, they could only watch helplessly as they failed step by step. The symptoms on Imperial Physician Wu's booklet almost overlapped with what Xinyu knew in his previous life, but whether it was the same as in his previous life still needed to be verified. Imperial Physician Gu was once again called into the palace. Xinyu handed Imperial Physician Wu's booklet to him. Imperial Physician Gu, take a look. Isn't the effect of the medicine produced by Fei Meng very similar? The more Imperial Physician Gu read, the more astonished he felt. He had spent too much time studying Fei Meng, so he naturally knew better than anyone what the symptoms would be after being infected with it. This subject is willing to go to Lin County and solve the problem there. At this moment, Imperial Physician Gu finally understood why the Emperor and the nobles wanted him to study such a thing. It was because only by making preparations in advance would they not be caught off guard after the incident happened. Imperial Physician Gu traveled in a light carriage to Lin County. If someone really did make a move in Lin County, Your Majesty should send people to pay attention to suspicious people around Lin County. Xinyu always felt that the person who did this might not have left Lin County. Generally, people who did this kind of thing liked to see the results of their own creation with their own eyes. Xinyu's guess was right. The person was still in a small county near Lin County. At the inn. The matter has been settled. It's time to go back. A man in a gray robe said. Wait a little longer. A man with a goatee sitting opposite him said. The man in the gray robe said anxiously, if we wait any longer, what if it arouses suspicion? We are legitimate merchants passing by. We are going to Lin County to purchase goods and sell them to other places. Even if it's a search, we have the necessary permits. What are you afraid of? The man with the goatee was dissatisfied. I feel a little uneasy. You should change your courage. You are always worried about everything. If you were really afraid, you wouldn't have come with me in the first place. The man with the goatee sneered. He didn't want to come with this person in the first place. He was always timid and overcautious. It would only bring him trouble. If this person didn't say that he wanted to pursue stability, he would have made a move on the first day he came. Why would he wait until now? People came and went outside the inn in a hurry. Everyone had a dignified expression. He knew why. It was because Lin County, which was not far away, was suffering from the epidemic. The two places were too close, and they were worried that the epidemic in Lin County would spread here. What do you think if I turn this place into a living hell? Don't do too much. If they find out, the punishment is small, but if you ruin the plan, I don't want to be implicated by you and lose my life for nothing. The gray-robed man's tone was threatening. Got it. Let's go and take a look at the situation in Lin County. What can Lin County do? If we want to do something, we should do it bigger. The situation in Linxian was effectively suppressed. It was indeed very serious because people kept getting sick. However, it was not that serious. Although there were many people who got sick, with the efforts of Imperial Dr. Wu and the others, although these people could not recover, they would not be in any danger in a short time. Unlike the painful and oppressive atmosphere that outsiders had imagined, everyone in Lin County was in good spirits. Lin County had been sealed off. People outside could not enter, and people inside could not come out. If the gray-robed man and the man with the goatee wanted to get news of Lin County, they could only go through the mouths of others. The people outside did not know the truth. They spread the word as horrible as possible. Everyone said so the two of them did not doubt the authenticity of the news. Paper could not wrap fire. Things that were not mentioned in the civilian newspaper still spread to the capital through word of mouth. Is the epidemic in Lin County true or false? It's fake. It's not even mentioned in the civilian newspaper. It's not fake. The epidemic really happened in Lin County. Now, Lin County is not allowed to enter or leave. Where did you hear the news? Why haven't I heard about it? I heard it from my relatives and traveling merchants. They travel extensively and are much more well informed than us. If it's true, why is there nothing in the civilian newspaper? It can't be that the imperial court has not heard the news that we all heard, right? Is the situation this time the same as last year's in Subei? It can't be. After last year's incident, no one would dare to commit crimes again, right? For a moment, the discussion about this matter surpassed any other matter. The imperial court still did not give a clear answer. Mushi reported this matter to Xinyu. Now, Yinghua had spread a layer of information network in Dahuan. News from all over the country could be passed to Xinyu's ears through this network. Why don't you tell the people about this? Mushi was puzzled. Xinyu did not answer. Instead, he said, habit is a terrible thing. In the past, when there were no civilian newspapers, the people received news from all over the country. After there were civilian newspapers, they became the people's source of news about all kinds of things in Dahuan. Now, as long as there is no news from the civilian newspaper, the people will be skeptical about the incident in Lin County. Mushi thought about it and found that it was true. His Majesty naturally has his reasons for not doing it. If the person behind the scenes knew the truth, how could this play continue? The news about Lin County became more and more intense. Seeing that the imperial court did not explain, the rumors became more and more outrageous. Xinyu could get new developments from all over the country through Yinghua every day. It had to be said that the person who chose to start with Lin County made a very good move. Lin County was far away from the capital. It took a lot of time to send news back and forth. During this time, it was very easy to do something. Brother is going to Lin County? Imperial physician Gu was packing his luggage when Gu Huai, who had just returned home from court, walked in. Xiao Huai, where did you hear this news? Imperial physician Gu turned around. No one knew that he was going to Lin County except for the two people in the palace. Logically speaking, Gu Huai should not have known. If I didn't ask, would I not know where you went after you left? Gu Huai's eyelashes drooped. There was an indescribable feeling in his voice. He knew that imperial physician Gu had been studying Fei Meng. He had guessed this matter. He had been investigating Fei Meng and had some understanding of the situation in Lin County. How could it be? Imperial physician Gu put down what he was doing and walked towards Gu Huai. Even if you didn't ask, I would tell you. You are my younger brother. I will not hide it from anyone but you. Brother, can you not go? It is very dangerous there. Gu Huai lowered his voice. He suddenly felt like a young boy who was acting spoiled to him. Did His Majesty ask brother to go? I can go to the palace to find His Majesty and ask His Majesty to change someone else. There are so many imperial physicians in the imperial hospital. Why must brother go? Xiao Huai. Imperial physician Gu grabbed Gu Huai's arm. It was not His Majesty. Brother wanted to go himself. His Majesty did not agree at first. Imperial physician Gu pulled Gu Huai to sit down and explained in a gentle voice. In the beginning, Shang Junlin did not agree with imperial physician Gu going to Lin County. The reason was simple. He needed to stay behind to look after Gu Eijuan's health. It was imperial physician Gu who fought for this opportunity. He had studied Fei Meng for so long. In terms of understanding, no one in the imperial hospital could surpass him. If he went himself, he would have a better chance. He also knew that Gu Huai did not allow him to go because he was worried about him. He raised a hand to pat the head of the youth who was already taller than him and comforted him. Brother will be fine. I want to go with brother. Gu Huai suddenly spoke. No. Imperial physician Gu refused without thinking. The situation in Lin County is strange. I will ask His Majesty for permission to investigate. I will not interfere with brother's decision. Brother, don't stop me, okay? Gu Huai was a man of his words. When he went to court the next day, he took the initiative to volunteer. Shang Junlin was already considering suitable candidates. Gu Huai was the one he was most satisfied with. However, since imperial physician Gu wanted to go, he did not want to put the two brothers in danger. Therefore, he did not say anything. Have you thought it through? Shang Junlin gave him a chance to change his mind. Yes. This subject is willing to work for Dahuan and help His Majesty. Gu Huai's attitude was firm. since you have such a heart, I will fulfill your wish. Thank you, Your Majesty. After court, Shang Junlin returned to Yuzhong Palace and told Xinyu about what happened in court. It's just right. If Gu Huai goes, Imperial Physician Gu can go with his people. He cares so much about this brother that he did not hesitate to go with him. He should be able to protect him. Did Imperial Physician Gu tell General Gu about this? Xinyu went around to Shang Junlin's side and sat down. Gu Huai should have guessed it himself. He was originally investigating Fei Meng, so it's normal for him to have some understanding of the situation in Lin County. Gu Huai's people and Shang Junlin's hidden dragon guards were both investigating Fei Meng. Both sides would occasionally cross paths. Shang Junlin sent the hidden dragon guards to investigate Fei Meng to Lin County. Gu Huai made the conclusion based on this. General Gu is also fine. He is the most suitable candidate. Maybe he can find some useful clues during this trip to Lin County. As the two of them were talking, Mushi suddenly came in with something in her hands. Young master, this servant found this. What is it? Xinyu did not take it. Instead, he looked at the thing in Mushi's hands. It was a piece of jade. It was not big, only about half the length of a finger. It was completely white. There seems to be words on it. Xinyu said. Yes, the content is the same as the note from last time. Where did this thing come from? Shang Junlin asked. Replying to Your Majesty, this servant found it when I was tidying up young master's clothes today. Clothes? Which one? The one that young master wore outside the palace. The clothes Xinyu wore in the palace and outside the palace were different. If he did not leave the palace, the latter would not be useful. Investigate. Shang Junlin's voice was cold. During this period of time, if there was a chance to get close to Guijuan's clothes, investigate it thoroughly. Xinyu did not think that this jade was put there by the palace people. Maybe it was left outside the palace that day. He just did not know why it was only discovered today. After he told Shang Junlin his guess, the man's face became colder. After knowing that Xinyu's room might have been entered, he sent people to investigate inside and out. However, they did not find any clues. Now, they found something left by that person in Xinyu's clothes. Shang Junlin's displeasure rose to the extreme. Yingxing Tower. I also gave him the jade. I was worried that he did not see it, so I asked someone to pass him a note. It was written with the characters Dahuan. It has been so many days. Why hasn't he come to see me? How about I go to the palace to see him in person? Forget it. It is so difficult to enter the palace. It is better to think of a way to get him out. Let's go to Count North's residence. As his brother, I came from afar. I should see his family. Count North's residence welcomed an uninvited guest. Looking at the man in white who only showed the lower half of his face, Count North seemed to see something terrible. He opened his eyes wide and was almost speechless. Who are you? Surgeonbei did not expect to see a stranger as soon as he arrived at the study. The man stood in front of the desk with his back to him and seemed to be looking at something on it. Hearing the footsteps, the man turned back. For a moment, Surgeonbei's mind went blank. The memory hidden in the depths of his heart was evoked. Suddenly, he seemed to see the woman standing under the peach tree and smiling at him again. The man was obviously a man, but his face was too similar to the one in his memory. Even the curve of his lips was exactly the same. He blurted out, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Surgeonbei barely suppressed all kinds of emotions in his heart and asked. The study was an important place and was more strictly guarded than other places. The man's face was covered with white silk, but he could walk freely in the mansion without being discovered by anyone. It was enough to show that he was powerful and Surgeonbei would not take him lightly. Of course I walked in. The man in white chuckled. Who are you? Surgeonbei frowned and asked. Seeing my face, you can still ask this question. I think you don't have any feelings for your wife who died young. Don't slander me. Surgeonbei said fiercely. The man in white put away the smile on his face and said coldly, if you have feelings for her, why did you let her child enter the harem? Surgeonbei stammered and could not speak. No matter how he found excuses for himself afterwards, it was true that he sent his son into the harem with his own hands. Isn't he living a good life now? Who in the world can treat him like His Majesty? Count North Marquis told himself for the umpteenth time that he had facilitated this matter, which was beneficial to Xianxia. No matter how he's doing now, you can't deny your selfishness in doing those things. Seeing that he's doing well now, I won't fuss over this matter with you. Why don't we talk about everything that happened to him before he entered the palace in Count North's residence? Are you here to fight for justice for him? Where were you in the early years? Where were you when he was chased when he was young? Don't you think it's too late to talk about this now? Why don't you ask him if he owes you a favor? This is between me and him. You don't have to worry about it. Since I'm here now, I won't let anyone have the chance to hurt him again. As for those who hurt him before, I'll remember it. Wait. Slow. Forget it. Why did they only come now? Because that person had hidden him well. He only found out about his whereabouts a few days ago. After he found out, he immediately dealt with the matters of the clan and rushed here. The man in white left as quietly as he came. Duke Xianbei sat on the chair, his whole body weak. He never knew that there was such a terrible person behind Xianxu's mother. Just by simply standing in front of him, he gave off an extremely oppressive feeling, making people unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. Does Xianxu know about this person's arrival? Moreover, the words he said made the residents of Northern Marquis on the verge of collapse. If the other party really wanted to do something, they would definitely not be able to resist. Cold sweat slid down from his forehead. Duke Xianbei had all kinds of thoughts in his mind. He couldn't let everything in the residence of Northern Marquis be destroyed in his own hands. The only way now was to find Xianxu and strike first. No matter whether that person stood on Xianxu's side or on his opposite side, he couldn't let the two people easily unite. Otherwise, everything he had would be finished. Why did the scholar come here specially to scare Duke Xianbei? The man in black, who had always been silent, suddenly spoke. He originally thought that the scholar would do something to them when he went to the residence of Northern Marquis, but he just said a few words. His scholar was never a kind person. If he was, he would have been swallowed by that place and not even his bones would be left. But the scholar didn't uphold the style of the residents of Northern Marquis, who had abused Xianxu before. He didn't make people beg for death. If I don't scare him, how can he tell my brother about me with exaggerated details? He refused to come out of the palace to see me, so I had to think of other ways. The man in white said in a careless tone. Aren't you worried that Duke Xianbei will deliberately distort the facts? My brother can't be so stupid to believe what others say. If Xianxu was really stupid, why did he have to go through so much trouble? He would have already fished him out of the palace. As for the chase that Duke Xianbei said, I don't know. They still dared to do such a thing. It seems that my warning was too light. After saying this, the white-clothed man fell silent. The black-clothed man silently stood behind him, like a shadow that would never leave. After the man in white left, Duke Xianbei tossed and turned. He felt that he shouldn't just wait for death. If he hadn't been punished, he could have handed in a memorial and entered the palace. Now the emperor said that he didn't want him to enter the palace and make the nobles unhappy, so he took away his right to enter the palace. Duke Xianbei didn't expect that one day, it would be so difficult to see his own son. He wrote a memorial and asked a familiar official to find a way to send it to the emperor. Because the memorial was about the nobles, the cabinet ministers didn't dare to act rashly and send it to the palace. After Shang Junlin saw it, he told Xianxu. Duke Xianbei said that he has something to tell you about your mother. Does he want to see him? Xianxu thought about it. Since he was punished last time, Duke Xianbei hadn't bothered him for a long time. Since he said that he wanted to talk to him about his mother in the memorial, he should more or less tell him a little. I'll see him. Xianxu didn't care about the real purpose of Duke Xianbei. As long as he could get some information about his mother from Duke Xianbei, this meeting was not a loss. I'll go with you. If he wasn't there, who knew what Duke Xianbei would say to Xianxu? If he was there, at least Duke Xianbei would think about what to say and what not to say when he said something that would make Xianxu unhappy. Your Majesty, are you worried about me? I'm worried that Duke Xianbei will make you unhappy. Xianxu didn't refuse. He wanted to see Duke Shenbei to know more about his mother, not to listen to Duke Shenbei's nonsense. After the memorial was handed in, Duke Shenbei was very nervous. Finally, on the third day, the official he asked brought him good news. His Majesty said that Marquis should come to the palace tomorrow afternoon. He also said that Marquis wanted to see him for something. When the time comes, you can just talk about this one thing. Don't waste His Majesty's time with other unimportant things. After hearing this, Duke Shenbei felt bitter in his heart. The emperor was warning him not to make the nobles unhappy. When did he have to worry about this and that when talking to his own son? I understand. Xianyu's people paid attention to every move of Duke Shenbei's mansion. Naturally, they also saw this scene. After the news was sent to Yuzhong Palace, Xianyu's expression was cold. Is there anything unusual in Duke Shenbei's mansion these days? In the past, Xianyu went to Duke Shenbei's mansion to ask about something that Duke Shenbei refused to say. Why did he suddenly want to say it this time? No matter how he looked at it, this matter was not normal. We didn't find anything unusual. If you want to say, before handing in the memorial, Duke Shenbei locked himself in the study for the whole afternoon. When he came out, he looked very bad. Mushi recalled the news that was handed in. Was there anyone else in the study at that time except him? No, our people didn't see anyone go in. It's strange that after that day, Duke Shenbei didn't go to the study for several days. In the blink of an eye, it was the day for Duke Shenbei to enter the palace. When Duke Shenbei came to Yuzhong Palace, the first thing he saw was the two people sitting side by side intimately. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Duke Shenbei bowed respectfully. After getting permission, he stood up. When he saw Xianyu again, his mood was very complicated. This son of his had not been paid attention to since childhood and had quietly grown up in a place that he could not see. When he realized the mistakes he had made over the years and wanted to make up for them, he found that everything was too late. Duke Shenbei, you can just tell me about my mother. Xianyu looked at Duke Shenbei and said lightly. Duke Shenbei came for this matter. He immediately said, when your mother insisted on marrying me, she told me that her family didn't agree with this marriage. I haven't seen her family until we got married. What is the origin of my mother? I don't know. She didn't tell me. She only said that she was in a deadlock with her family. If her whereabouts were discovered, she might be taken back. She was very reluctant to talk about her family, so I didn't want to force her. Before she died, she asked me to hide you well and not let her family find you. Otherwise, you might lose your life. Xianyu and Shang Junlin looked at each other. They both thought of the assassination that year. Until now, they still hadn't found out who did it. Could it be related to the family that Duke Shenbei mentioned? Why didn't you say these words at that time? Xianyu asked about what happened when he went to Duke Shenbei's mansion. For so many years, it has been safe and sound. I thought these things had passed and the people over there would not do it again. But I didn't expect that a person who claimed to be Brother Guijun appeared in the capital. He came to me and said that he wanted to take you back to the family. With the foreshadowing, when he heard this, he would most likely think that this brother who suddenly appeared had bad intentions. Why would he take him back? To kill him? Until Duke Shenbei left, Shang Junlin's aura was very low. He held Xianyu in his arms and said in a low voice, I won't let anyone take you away. And I will never allow anyone to hurt you. Even if that person is your blood-related relative. We can't believe all of Duke Shenbei's words. Xianyu patted Shang Junlin's back to comfort him. What he said must be beneficial to him. No matter what, we have to find him first. After we find him, we will naturally know what his purpose is. Shang Junlin held the young man in his arms tightly and calmed down the rolling killing intent in his heart. Since this person appeared in the capital, we will find him. Even if we have to dig 3 feet under the ground, we will find him. Perhaps, we don't need to find him. He has already appeared by himself. Xianyu thought of you who inexplicably appeared in his clothes and the note that Mushi received. He may be in Yingxing Tower. This time, even if Xianyu didn't want to, he had to go to Yingxing Tower. Your Majesty, as if he knew what Xianyu was thinking, Shang Junlin interrupted him. If Yu wants to see him, he can only see him at the place we choose. I will listen to your Majesty's arrangement. Now that there was someone he cared about, Xianyu didn't want to be in danger because of him and the person he cared about. I will arrange everything. If he really wants to find you, he will come looking for you as long as he has the chance. Shang Junlin stroked Xianyu's hair on his forehead. If he really is the person who gave me the jade pendant, I don't think he has any bad intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left me a jade pendant, Xianyu said in a low voice. After the jade pendant was found, Shang Junlin thoroughly investigated Yuzhong Palace. In the end, he found that the jade pendant was mixed in with clothes and was brought in from outside the palace. I know, but it's never wrong to be careful. Xianyu nodded. This matter was handed over to Shang Junlin to handle. Xianyu only needed to wait for the results. During this time, he didn't idle around. He asked the people of Yinghua to investigate the guests of Yingxing Tower. Young master, this is what we found during this period of time. Mu Shi presented a booklet. Xianyu took it, but didn't open it immediately. Instead, he said, Mu Shi, do you think the person who appeared this time is beneficial to me or harmful to me? This servant is not sure. But based on this person's behavior, it doesn't seem like he will harm young master. Xianyu also felt the same. But he also knew that some things couldn't be concluded too early. Are you still thinking about this matter? Shang Junlin asked when he came back from the morning court and saw Xianyu sitting on the swing with a thoughtful expression. Shang Junlin ordered people to build this swing. Later, it became Xianyu's favorite place to stay. Xianyu liked to stay here, so Shang Junlin would definitely accompany him. Over time, Shang Junlin set up a place next to the swing to make it convenient for Shang Junlin to review memorials. When the government affairs were busy, Xianyu would sit on the swing and read a novel. Occasionally, he would look at the memorials. Shang Junlin would sit beside him and read the memorials that were presented to him. After delegating some matters to the cabinet, the number of memorials that needed to be personally reviewed by Shang Junlin had greatly decreased. At this time, Shang Junlin and Xianyu would sit together on the swing. One of them would read memorials while the other would read novels. They did not interfere with each other and got along harmoniously. Shang Junlin walked over and sat beside Xianyu. He reached out and scooped the young man into his arms. Is there any progress with His Majesty? I have already released the news that I will bring you back to the residence of Jinbei in 2 days. At that time, my people will surround the residence of Jinbei. If he really wants to see you and has no bad intentions towards you, he will definitely find a way to come to the residence of Jinbei. This is his only chance. If they wanted to harm Xianyu, they would have to think it through before making a move under the encirclement of so many soldiers. Why did His Majesty choose the residence of Jinbei? Xianyu leaned on the man's shoulder and slightly tilted her head. Her soft hair rubbed against the man's face, which was a little itchy. The news was sent by Jinbei Ho. It's just right to choose the residence of Jinbei. Shang Junlin raised his hand and brushed away a strand of hair beside Xianyu's face. I don't know how Jinbei Ho feels now. Jinbei Ho's mood was very complicated. Xianyu had been in the palace for more than a year. Although she had returned to the residence of Jinbei several times, those times were different from this time. This time, the emperor announced it personally. On the one hand, it showed that he valued Xianyu. On the other hand, it gave people a faint feeling that Jinbei Ho was going to rise again. After the ministers heard the news, their mood was also very complicated. At that time, when Jinbei Ho lost power, I said that this was only temporary. No matter what, he is your father. His Majesty loves the house and its crow. He will not be ruthless to the residents of Jinbei Ho. Who would have thought that after so many days of indifference to Jinbei Ho, His Majesty suddenly said that he would take your father back to visit his relatives. Those who haven't fallen out with Duke Jinbei are probably secretly happy. His Majesty really wants to put Jinbei Ho in an important position this time? For a time, the residents of Jinbei Ho, which no one cared about before, welcomed all kinds of guests. After sending away another group of guests, Jinbei Ho rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Isn't this a good sign? Why are you still frowning? His confidant came out from the inner room and was puzzled when he saw Jinbei Ho's appearance. Jinbei Ho couldn't tell. He just felt that things would not be as optimistic as they appeared on the surface. You don't have to think too much. As long as His Majesty favors your father, the residents of Jinbei Ho can enjoy a day of glory. His Majesty can't spoil your father while attacking the residents of Jinbei Ho. What you said is reasonable. Since His Majesty wants to accompany your father back, the residents of Jinbei Ho should prepare well. There can't be any impoliteness. Because of the visit, everyone in the residence of Jinbei Ho was busy. Such a big movement couldn't be hidden. What's more, Jinbei Ho didn't intend to hide it. Shen Qingran got the news from the servants of the residence of Jinbei Ho. Since Xinyu entered the palace, his treatment in the residence of Jinbei Ho was getting worse day by day. Now it was even to the point where no one cared about him. He couldn't compare to the treatment of the young master of Jinbei Ho's family. His utility was reduced, and the place where he lived was far worse than before. Shen Qingran sat under the eaves, and his heart was at a loss. When he tried every means to send Xinyu into the palace, he didn't expect that the final result would be like this. The maids and manservants chattered about Xinyu's return to the residence of Jinbei Ho to visit the residence of Jinbei Ho. Their faces were full of yearning, and they completely forgot that when Xinyu was in the residence of Jinbei Ho, they didn't even bother to look at him because he wasn't liked by the residents of Jinbei Ho. In the middle of the night, Shen Qingran was awakened by a cold wind. He opened his eyes and found that the window was opened by someone. He didn't know where the servants were hiding, so he could only get up and close the window himself. Just as he was about to close the window, he saw a small paper bag left by someone by the window. He paused his action. He reached out and picked up the paper bag. He found a line of words under the paper bag. When he saw the content clearly, Shen Qingran's pupils shrank. He didn't know how long he stayed by the window. When he looked up again, he saw a person standing outside the window. He couldn't see the person's face clearly. He heard the person outside the window say, "Do you want to destroy Xinyu? As long as you take the things inside with you and get close to Xinyu, you can achieve your goal. This is your only chance. You have to think clearly. Who are you?" No one answered him. The wind at night was very cold. Shen Qingran looked down at the paper bag in his hand. The light in his eyes was flickering. Did he want to destroy Xinyu? He thought. He thought about it all the time. Especially when the servant girls enviously talked about Xinyu's treatment in the palace. He couldn't wait for that person to disappear forever. The hand holding the small paper bag kept clenching, and an idea gradually became clear in his mind. Everything that happened in the Count of Jinbei's residence didn't affect Xinyu. He leaned on the soft couch, supported his head with one hand, and said helplessly, "Just find a few sets of clothes." Mushi tidied up the clothes and said, "Gongzi, this time when you go to the Count of Jinbei's residence, you must be glamorous. Let those people see that Gongzi is living a good life now." Since she knew that Xinyu was going to visit his parents, Mushi had been busy preparing clothes, accessories, all kinds of things. She swore that after Xinyu went to the Count of Jinbei's residence, she would become the object of everyone's envy. Xinyu didn't want to disturb her mood and put his attention back to the book in his hand. He found this book in the library pavilion. It recorded what happened during the reign of the late emperor. He thought that his mother was active in the capital during this period. Maybe he could find some useful information from the book. Unfortunately, he didn't find any useful clues after reading it several times. However, he saw some things about the late emperor and the late empress. When the late emperor had just ascended the throne, there was a period of time when he and the late empress were very loving. The two of them would go to watch polo games together. Later, something happened and the late empress suddenly fell out of favor. As a result, Shang Junlin's status also plummeted. The news that His Majesty personally accompanied His Highness to visit his parents flew everywhere as if it had grown wings. People everywhere in the capital talked about it. The man in white was in the Yingxing Tower, so he naturally received the news. His Majesty really treats His Highness well. This time, he actually personally accompanied His Highness to visit his parents. Even if it's an ordinary family, being accompanied by their husband to visit their parents shows that they are valued by their husband and his family. His Majesty is the Son of Heaven, but he is willing to do such a thing. It's really enviable. Recently, my wife and daughter always like to talk about this matter. When they talk about it, their tone is full of envy. I have already promised to accompany my wife to visit her parents' home. It turns out that I'm not the only one. I also agreed. The man in white sat by the window and silently listened to the discussion below. In these 2 days, what he heard the most was that His Majesty was going to accompany His Highness to visit his parents' home. It seems that if we want to see His Highness, we have to go to the residence of Count North. The man in white whispered. This morning, the residence of Count North was very busy. Count North personally waited at the door with people, waiting for the arrival of Xianxia and Shang Junlin. The sun gradually rose. The housekeeper wiped the sweat on his forehead and didn't dare to move his eyes away from the outside for a moment. They're coming, quickly, Xianxia and Shang Junlin were respectfully welcomed into the residence. When walking through the corridor, Xianxia's footsteps paused. Shang Junlin held his hand and felt his strangeness. He asked, "What's wrong?" "I think I saw my younger brother." Although it was just a glance, Xianxia could feel the other party's jealous gaze on him. Their voices were not loud. Count North was behind them, so he could faintly hear a little. Xianxia and Shang Junlin were welcomed into the main hall. At this time, the male host of the residence should be the one to entertain the guests of his husband's family. The female host should go to the backyard with the other female members of the family. However, Xianxia was also a man. There was no female host in the residence of Count North who was qualified to entertain him. Therefore, he stayed in the main hall. Count North also knew that Shang Junlin came because of Xianxia. When Shang Junlin spoke, he would deliberately talk about Xianxia. Xianxia was not interested in staying and playing the role of a filial son with Count North. He said, "Your Majesty, I'll go out for a walk." "Go ahead. Take a few more people with you." Xianxia came out with a group of palace servants and walked around aimlessly. "Aren't you tired after following me for so long?" Xianxia walked to the lotus pond. He stopped and looked somewhere. Not long after, Xianxia came out from behind the tree. "How did you find out?" "It's hard to ignore your eyes." "Why are you following me?" It was the same indifferent and superior look. Xianxia clenched his hands in his sleeves. Looking at Xianxia, who was surrounded by so many people, he almost couldn't control his emotions. 1 step, 2 steps, the distance between the two was getting closer. Xianxia frowned and faintly smelled a fragrance. Bang! Before Xianxia could get closer, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia and kicked Xianxia, who was unprepared, into the pond. "Don't let him get close. The things he carries will hurt you." A cold voice came. Xianxia looked at the man in white in front of him and then looked at Xianxia, who fell into the lotus pond. Before he could speak, he heard Shang Junlin's voice. "What happened?" Zhen Beiho followed behind Shang Junlin. When he saw this scene, his heart turned cold. He knew that Xianxia and Xianxia were not on good terms. Today, he specially ordered Xianxia not to come out if there was nothing important. Xianxia agreed verbally. In addition, during this period of time, Xianxia changed his style and did not make much trouble in the residence. Therefore, he relaxed his vigilance. He never expected that such a scene would be waiting for him. "Unfilial son, what did you do?" Shang Junlin did not care about what the people behind him thought. He went straight to Xianxia and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Xianxia shook his head. He was kicked down before he could do anything. Shang Junlin then diverted some of his attention to the man in white who was protecting Xianxia. The man was dressed in white. He was tall and had a half-finger-wide white cloth covering his eyes. The lower half of his face was exposed and was very similar to Xianxia's. "It's you?" Before Shang Junlin could speak, Zhen Beiho's shocked voice came. "Oh? Zhen Beiho knows him?" "This?" Zhen Beiho was at a loss. What should he say? If he told the truth, wouldn't it mean that he had lied in front of the emperor? But if he did not tell the truth, this man would definitely not let him go since he had already appeared here. Why did Zhen Beiho stop talking? The man in white asked. His voice was like ice, cold and with a trace of coldness. Xianxia was still soaking in the water. He knew that his plan would not succeed. It was so close. It was all because of this man who suddenly appeared. Who was he? The water was not cold after being exposed to the sun for a long time. However, he was not good at swimming and would still feel very uncomfortable. After staying in the water for a long time, Why was Xinyu so lucky? He could succeed in everything he did. Everyone was protecting him. Even this young man in white who suddenly appeared stood on his side without saying anything. How could he not be better than Xinyu? Shen Qingran was not reconciled. The jealousy in his heart was like wild grass, spreading layer by layer. He didn't even notice how he was looking at Xinyu. Sensing his gaze, Xinyu looked back. Your Majesty, let's deal with Shen Qingran first, Xinyu said, breaking the silent deadlock. The bodyguards received the order and dragged Shen Qingran out of the water. Shen Qingran could not resist at all. He was forced to kneel on the ground. Shen Qingran, what do you want to do to me? Xinyu looked down at the person kneeling on the ground. Shen Qingran gritted his teeth and looked back. He was in such a sorry state. Xinyu was dressed luxuriously and was well protected in the middle of the crowd. As for him, his clothes were soaked and his wet hair was stuck together. He was in an indescribable sorry state. I just want to talk to brother. Shen Qingran looked down, looking a little pitiful. If you just want to talk to me, you don't have to bring anything that can harm me. Xinyu's voice was cold. Brother, why do you believe the words of an unknown person? I don't have anything on me. If you don't believe me, you can search me yourself. Don't go over. This person is full of lies. If you go over, he will get what he wants. The man in white said. Of course, Xinyu would not go over. It was not that he believed the man in white so easily, but it was not normal for Shen Qingran to come to him for no reason. His relationship with Shen Qingran was not at the level of catching up. Also, Shen Qingran's gaze was crazy when he looked at him. He wanted to get rid of him quickly. Under such circumstances, Xinyu would not go near him no matter what. There was no need to go near him. Go and search him. Shang Junlin ordered coldly. Shang Junlin would not take Xinyu's matter lightly, no matter how small it was. He still remembered that when Xinyu had a relapse in Songqi Mountain, someone bumped into Xinyu. A short touch could induce Xinyu's relapse. It was very abnormal for Shen Qingran to go near Xinyu under such circumstances. The imperial bodyguard was very rough. After searching for a while, he found a small pouch in Shen Qingran's arms. It's just a pouch for powder, Shen Qingran said in a low voice. The imperial bodyguard was about to present the pouch when he was stopped by the man in white. Don't let this thing go near your Guijun. The imperial bodyguard who was holding the pouch looked at Shang Junlin questioningly. You stand further away. Take Shen Qingran away and interrogate him. Shang Junlin made the decision almost without thinking. His last hope was dashed. Shen Qingran's face turned ferocious for a moment. He watched as Xinyu was protected in the arms of the handsome emperor like a pearl. Jealousy was like a poisonous snake with long fangs, madly gnawing at his heart. The imperial bodyguard was very strong and did not give him a chance to struggle at all. He was dragged away. Shen Qingran's matter was temporarily solved. The next thing was the sudden appearance of the man in white. Seeing Shen Qingran being taken away, Zhenbei found his voice in panic. Your Majesty, is there any misunderstanding in this matter? He did not want to plead for Shen Qingran, but once this matter was confirmed, the crime of murdering the Guijun would fall on Zhenbei's residence. Judging from how much Shang Junlin cared about Xinyu, the emperor's anger was far from what they could bear. Zhenbei wants to plead for Shen Qingran? Xinyu turned back from Shang Junlin's arms and looked at Zhenbei emotionlessly. The interrogation results are not out yet, and the matter has not been concluded yet. Zhenbei, why are you in such a hurry to plead for Shen Qingran? His voice was cold, and it was not difficult to hear the sarcasm in it. I just... Zhenbei could not say what he was just saying. If you want to cover up for him, you can accompany Shen Qingran. Guards, I don't dare. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Zhenbei directly knelt down. May I know your identity? Shang Junlin no longer cared about Zhenbei and turned to look at the man in white in front of him. The imperial bodyguards surrounded him vigilantly. As long as he made a slight mistake, he would be besieged. The man did not seem to feel the austere atmosphere and turned to face them. I have been waiting for Xinyu's arrival at the Yingxing Tower. I couldn't wait for him, so I had to find him myself. You sent the jade and the note? Xinyu asked. Yes, the man in white admitted bluntly. I was afraid that you didn't see it, so I specially asked someone to send a message to your personal maid. That day in the suburbs of the capital, you clearly came. Why didn't you show up? The guards around you are too strict. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no other choice, why would I use such a complicated method to see you? Sir Jianbei was taken away, and the three of them continued to talk in another place. Both sides tacitly skipped the means used to lure the other out. Xinyu and Shang Junlin sat together. The man in white sat opposite them. Behind him stood a man in black who was dressed differently from the people of Dahuan. He followed behind the man in white like a shadow. This is my... The man in white paused for a moment. In the words of Dahuan, he is my secret guard. You don't have to care about him. Why are you looking for me? Xinyu held the teacup and asked. Because you are my younger brother. I have been looking for you and your mother for a long time. I thought that it would be easy to meet you after I found you, but I didn't expect it to be the most difficult. Shang Junlin had been observing the man opposite him. Apart from other things, the man in white who suddenly appeared looked very similar to Xinyu. It was the kind of resemblance that could be seen at a glance. However, compared to Xinyu, his temperament was colder and his facial features were sharper. It was very believable that the two of them were related by blood. You say you are, but you have to prove it. I am not a 3-year-old child. I am not that easy to fool. Xinyu laughed. I think this face is the best proof. The man in white pointed at his chin. I don't deny that you look very similar to me. Don't be so guarded against your relatives. I am not your father. I will not hurt you. If you want proof, the person your mother left for you should be able to prove it. Xinyu did not want to dwell on this unsolvable problem. He changed the topic and asked, Who are you? You said that the thing in Xinqingran's hand will hurt me. Why? I will answer your first question first. I am your brother. My name is Ji Wuwang. The thing in Xinqingran's hand is a secret medicine developed by the Ji family. It is useless for ordinary people. It is only effective for some members of the Ji family. After being poisoned by this medicine, one will fall into a deep sleep. Their vitality will be slowly depleted in their sleep until they die. Ji Wuwang's voice was filled with obvious emotional fluctuations. Some people? Why is a you in this group? Shang Junlin immediately grasped the key point. His health is not good, so he is easily affected. This answer, whether it was Xinyu or Shang Junlin, did not think it was the truth. I want to know about my mother. Your mother left the family very early. No one knows where she went. At that time I was not in charge of the family. Those people wanted to catch your mother. They sent a lot of people, but in the end, they were all defeated. Later, they seemed to have given up and did not make any moves for a long time. Then how did you find me? I found a way to pry open their mouths. According to the information they provided, I pieced together a clue and came to Dahuan. Ji Wuwang played it down, but the truth was far from that. After he came to power, he almost massacred the entire family. Of course, the method he used to pry open their mouths was not very gentle. In a short conversation, Xinyu did not get much useful information. However, now that there was a person who claimed to be his brother, it was better than having no clue. After such a thing happened, there was no need to continue staying in Jinbeiho's residence. Before the sky turned dark, Shang Junlin took Xinyu back to the palace. Shen Qingran was also taken away. Jinbeiho was trembling with fear and did not dare to say a word. So, my mother's surname should be Ji, not Shen. Does Jinbeiho know about this? Xinyu leaned against the wall of the carriage and recalled Ji Wuwang's words. Probably not. We have been investigating for so long, but we have not found any useful information. It can be seen how deep the secret is. In this life, Ji Wuwang had found him. In his previous life, Ji Wuwang had never appeared in his memories. Was this matter also affected by his rebirth, and the medicine in Shen Qingran's hands, who gave it to him? Mysteries came one after another. Xinyu tried to figure out a clue, but he only led himself deeper and deeper. Xinyu, Your Majesty, how much do you think Ji Wuwang's words are trustworthy? Shang Junlin, no matter how much, since he has appeared, we can follow him to investigate. Xinyu, he seems to have some understanding of my body's condition, but I don't know why he is not willing to say it. Master, why don't you tell little Gongzi everything? After returning to the Yingxing Tower, the black-robed man who had been following Ji Wuwang asked. Because he does not fully trust me. Moreover, I have not found that thing. Even if I told him, it would only add to his troubles. Xinyu was sick. He had a high fever after returning from the residence of Northern Marquis. He seemed to have fallen into some kind of terrible nightmare. The young man was lying on the bed with his brows tightly knitted. Sweat slid down his forehead and his face was flushed. Shang Junlin sat by the bed, holding his hand and looking at him without blinking. The man's face was calm, and only his tightly pursed lips revealed some clues. Shang Junlin gently stroked the young man's messy hair. His eyes were full of worry. Where is the imperial physician? He tried his best to suppress the violence in his voice. I've already sent someone to invite him. Eunuch Meng stood aside, not daring to breathe. The other servants kneeled on the ground. No one dared to make a sound at this time. Dead silence spread in the air. The red candles were high, but the hall was cold. Shang Junlin was still wearing his pajamas. He found something wrong in the middle of the night. The person in his arms was getting warmer and warmer. When Shang Junlin woke up, he found that Xinyu couldn't wake up and panicked. He wasn't afraid when he was bullied in the harem for the first time. He wasn't afraid when he was stained with the enemy's blood for the first time. He wasn't afraid when he was trapped by the enemy for the first time and narrowly escaped death, but at this moment, he was afraid. His body couldn't help but tremble. He thought of what Ji Wuwang said during the day. He didn't know if Xinyu's illness was related to what happened during the day. He didn't know what he should do if it was related. In the early summer weather, he felt a piercing chill. He didn't know how long he stayed in this position, but he heard Eunuch Meng's voice. Your Majesty, the imperial physician is here. Because Imperial Physician Gu wasn't here, Shang Junlin called all the imperial physicians in the imperial hospital. Everyone didn't know what was going on, but the servants who invited them looked anxious. Their hearts sank. Especially when they walked into Yuzhong Palace and felt the low pressure around them. They faintly felt that this time it wasn't so simple. Why wasn't Imperial Physician Gu here at this time? Under the heavy bed curtains, a white, almost transparent hand stretched out. Come and take a look at him. A senior imperial physician stepped forward and took the pulse of the owner of the arm. The pulse was very strange. The imperial physician gradually frowned. He let go of his hand and said, I need to take a look at your condition. Shang Junlin was silent for a while. Then he wrapped Xinyu in the quilt and carried her out. Several other imperial physicians also came over to check Xinyu's pulse. After the imperial physician finished his examination, his face turned serious. Can you tell me what you have been in contact with in the past 2 days? Meng Chong, go and get it. What Shang Junlin said was the purse that was found on Shen Qingran's body. It was placed in a place where Xinyu would not come into contact with it. No, bring the imperial physician over. Thinking of Ji Wuwang's words, Shang Junlin changed his mind. The imperial physicians were taken out. Shang Junlin gently placed Xinyu back on the bed. After all this trouble, Xinyu still showed no signs of waking up. Shang Junlin's heart sank. Less than an hour later, the imperial physicians who had finished packing up were brought back. Is your condition related to that thing? Shang Junlin asked in a low voice. Replying to your Majesty, I can't determine if there is a definite connection between the two. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall became even colder. You don't know? His words were very calm, but it made the people who heard it tremble with fear. Shang Junlin looked at the other imperial physicians. What about you? Forgive us for not being skilled enough. In an instant, the imperial physicians knelt on the ground. Shang Junlin lowered his eyes. If you can't cure him, your Majesty, Eunuch Meng gathered his courage and said, why don't you ask young Master Ji? Maybe he knows something. Send someone to invite him. Shang Junlin closed his eyes to restrain his murderous intent. As for you, if you can't wake him up, you will stay in the palace for a day. As you wish. Take them to settle down. Shang Junlin waved his hand. Eunuch Meng led the imperial physicians out of the bedchamber. Only then did they dare to breathe heavily. If Eunuch Meng hadn't interrupted them, they would have suspected that His Majesty was going to say, "If you can't cure him, you will be buried with him." "Thank you, Eunuch Meng, for helping us out." The leading imperial physician cupped his hands to Eunuch Meng. "His Majesty is just too worried about your prince's health. I hope you won't take it to heart and try your best to treat him." Eunuch Meng's attitude was gentle. "We understand. We will find a way to cure him." After Eunuch Meng led the imperial physicians away, he returned to Shang Junlin's side to serve him. At this time, even if he wanted to persuade him, he couldn't. He had seen His Majesty and His Majesty get to where they are today. He clearly knew how deep His Majesty's love for His Majesty was. If anything happened to His Majesty would definitely, now, he could only hope that the cause of the illness could be found soon so that His Majesty could wake up soon. Time passed slowly. Eunuch Meng looked at the sky and walked to the bedside. "Your Majesty, today's morning court, there will be no court today." A slightly tired voice came from the tent. Eunuch Meng bowed his head respectfully. "I understand." The ministers were all stunned when they were suddenly informed that the morning court was cancelled. Shang Junlin had been on the throne for so many years and had never skipped court without a reason. It was the first time that he cancelled the morning court without saying anything. "Eunuch Meng, why did you suddenly cancel the morning court today?" A minister walked to Eunuch Meng and asked. "I can't interfere with His Majesty's decision." No matter how the ministers tried to probe, Eunuch Meng's answer was watertight. Unable to get an answer, the ministers could only leave. Eunuch Meng sighed as he looked at the rising sun on the horizon. When he returned to the bedchamber, Ji Wuwang was already there. He took out a jade bottle and poured out a pill. "Feed it to him." "What is this?" Shang Junlin changed into the clothes he wore during the day. Because he was going to meet Ji Wuwang, he also changed into casual clothes for Xinyu. "It's a pill that can wake him up," Ji Wuwang said concisely. He was still dressed in plain white. Although his eyes were covered with a white cloth, it didn't affect his movements. Shang Junlin looked at him deeply. "This is a secret medicine of the clan. It can temporarily suppress the thing in Little Yu's body. I brought it out as a precaution, but I didn't expect it to come in handy. I hope you didn't lie to me. Otherwise, if anything happens to a Yu, I won't let you and your clan off." Shang Junlin took the pill and fed it to Xinyu. Xinyu's illness came in a strange way. The imperial physicians were also helpless. Other than believing in this person who suddenly appeared and claimed to be Xinyu's older brother, Shang Junlin had no other choice. "Is it because of what happened yesterday?" Shang Junlin hugged the sleeping youth. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't wake him up, anyone would think that the youth was sleeping. "Yes." Ji Wuwang confirmed his thoughts. "I didn't expect that I was one step too late and they succeeded. You hid a lot of things from us." Shang Junlin calmly pointed out. "What's going on with Yu's body? Why is he the only one affected?" "I said that the pill is only effective on a portion of the Ji family. This portion refers to the Ji family members who have been restrained. Yu grew up in the capital. I don't believe that the Ji family can reach so far." In order to find clues about Xinyu's mother, Shang Junlin asked the hidden dragon guards to investigate carefully. From the beginning to the end, the Ji family didn't appear around Xinyu. If Ji Wuwang didn't jump out himself, they wouldn't have known about the Ji family's existence. Indeed, it can't be because the one who has been restrained is Little Yu's mother. Ji Wuwang's tone became colder. "What do you mean by restrained? Yu's weak body isn't innate? You can think of Jiayin as a kind of medicine. Xiaoyu's weak body is related to it, but it's not necessarily related. It's because of Jiayin that Xiaoyu has been able to live until now." Since it had already happened, Ji Wuwang didn't mind telling Shang Junlin more. If restrained was harmless, the Ji family wouldn't have avoided it. When Shen Qingran's medicine and restraint take effect, the person will fall into a deep sleep. Little Yu isn't affected too much and will wake up soon. The medicine I brought can last for 4 months at most. You mean that Yu will fall into a deep sleep after 4 months? Shang Junlin hugged Shen Yu's arm tightly. Ji Wuwang, therefore, we have to find a way to remove restraint within 4 months. Shang Junlin, tell me what you want. As long as you as well, I will satisfy you. Ji Wuwang, I came here for this matter. Little Yu is my younger brother, so I will naturally save him. Also, if we want to remove restraint completely, we have to return to the family. Shang Junlin, you want to take Yu away? Ji Wuwang, he is a member of the Ji family. Naturally, he should return to the family. Shang Junlin, I have never heard of the Ji family. Ji Wuwang, the Ji family has been isolated from the world for a long time. If we look back a few hundred years, we might be able to find some traces of the Ji family outside. Shang Junlin, I won't let you take Yu away. Ji Wuwang, then you want to watch him fall into a deep sleep after 4 months. Shang Junlin, is Yu's mother's death also related to restraint? Ji Wuwang, perhaps, if a person is restrained by restraint and leaves the family, he will grow weaker after reaching adulthood. It's funny that the family treats it as a sacred object and doesn't know that they are being controlled. Shang Junlin looked down at the young man in his arms. When will you wake up? Within 4 hours. During this time, young Master Ji should stay in the palace. Since you are Yu's elder brother, as Yu's husband, you should take care of his family. Whether it was the soft method or the hard method, it was impossible for Shang Junlin to let him leave before Shen Yu woke up. After ordering eunuch Meng to take Ji Wuwang away, Shang Junlin called for the leader of the hidden dragon guards and ordered him to investigate the Ji family. Shen Yu had a very long dream. In the dream, he was immersed in a cloud that he could not see clearly. He floated with the wind and did not know who he was or what he should do. He could not see his surroundings clearly and could not hear the sounds of the outside world. It was as if someone was constantly talking beside his ear. It was noisy and he could not hear clearly. Suddenly, the fog surrounding him dispersed. Shen Yu felt that he was in a warm embrace. His hand was held by someone and placed on the side of his mouth to kiss. 4 hours are almost up. Why hasn't Yu woken up yet? A slightly hoarse voice entered his ears. Shen Yu was confused. Wake up? Was he asleep now? Shang Junlin noticed his eyelashes fluttering almost at the same time. He stared unblinkingly at the young man in his arms and watched him slowly open his eyes. Yu is finally awake. Shang Junlin lowered his head and rubbed the young man's cheek. Did I sleep for a long time? Shen Yu tilted his head and looked at the window. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly. Shen Yu was stunned. Is it already afternoon? Shang Junlin helped Shen Yu to sit up. You slept for a long time. Don't do this again. After Shen Yu woke up, the palace servants serving in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. Mushi's heart also fell to the ground. Ask the imperial physician to come over and check on Yu. Shang Junlin ordered. Yes, this slave will go now. Eunuch Meng accepted the order and left. The atmosphere in the hall gradually returned to normal. Shen Yu looked at Shang Junlin. The man had dark circles under his eyes. He reached out and touched them. Your Majesty, did you not sleep well last night? Yu had a fever last night. I couldn't wake him up. Shang Junlin touched the young man's forehead. Fortunately, he woke up now. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? He didn't mention that he almost didn't sleep last night because of Shen Yu's matter. As Shen Yu woke up, his fever was also relieved. He didn't feel anything except that his body was a little sore. Shen Yu shook his head. Let's wait for the imperial physician. Mushi brought in clean water. Shang Junlin wiped Shen Yu's face and hands. He lowered his head and wiped very seriously. After wiping, the palace servants brought in hot porridge. Shang Junlin took the bowl and fed Shen Yu spoonful by spoonful. Shen Yu felt that Shang Junlin was treating him like a fragile porcelain doll. He pushed the man's arm. Your Majesty, let me down. Shang Junlin had been holding him in his arms since he woke up. Shen Yu didn't know how long Shang Junlin had been holding him before he woke up. Don't move. Shang Junlin took a handkerchief and carefully wiped Shen Yu's mouth. After finishing the porridge, Eunuch Meng brought the imperial physician in. Along with him was a white-robed Ji Wuwang. Why was Ji Wuwang in the palace? Shen Yu blinked in confusion. The imperial physician had already stepped forward. Because imperial physician Gu went to the neighboring county, the imperial physician who came to treat Xianyu was not familiar with him. Xianyu stretched out his hand and let the imperial physician take his pulse. After taking his pulse, the imperial physician retracted his hand. Your Highness's body is fine. You're just a little weak. Shang Junlin looked at the other imperial physicians without saying a word. After the first imperial physician left, several other imperial physicians also came forward to take Xianyu's pulse. The conclusion they got was the same as the first imperial physician. Shang Junlin sent them away and said, "You were unconscious last night because you were affected by the medicine in Shen Qingran's hands. Ji Wuwang will be in the palace. I sent someone to invite him in. I didn't come into contact with the medicine, right?" Xinyu thought that he wasn't affected because nothing happened at first. "I made a mistake in my judgment. I shouldn't have let him get close to you," Ji Wuwang said. Ji Wuwang repeated what Shang Junlin said to Xinyu. After Xinyu heard it, he fell silent. He knew that his mother's origin wasn't that simple, but he didn't expect that it would involve the Ji family and the Jiayin in his body. In his previous life, until his death, he didn't know that he had this thing on him. "You mean, I have to go to the Ji family's territory?" Xinyu felt the pressure on his waist increase because of his words. Helpless, he asked, "Your Majesty refused, right?" "Yes, Your Majesty doesn't allow me to bring you with me. It will take at least half a month from Dehuan's capital to the Ji family's territory. You still have time to consider your choice." Xinyu wasn't surprised that Shang Junlin didn't agree. Ji Wuwang's origin was a mystery. Everything he said was just his side of the story. No one knew how much of his words were true or false. Under such circumstances, how could Shang Junlin be at ease to hand Xinyu over? "I have already sent the hidden dragon guards to investigate the Ji family. If what Ji Wuwang said is true, I will accompany you to the Ji family's territory," Shang Junlin said after Ji Wuwang left. This was a decision he made after thinking for a long time. No matter what, he couldn't let Xinyu go to the Ji family's territory alone. "Your Majesty is the Emperor of Dehuan. How can you leave for me? In my heart, you is more important than anything else." For the entire day, Shang Junlin didn't leave Xinyu's side at all. If it wasn't for Xinyu's strong protest, he would have hugged Xinyu in his arms no matter what he did. After getting Xinyu's protest, Shang Junlin let Xinyu go alone. However, no matter where Xinyu went, his gaze would follow him closely. Although Shang Junlin didn't say it, Xinyu could only think that Shang Junlin might have been frightened this time. He consciously stayed with Shang Junlin. When Shang Junlin was reading the memorial, he would take a book and lean on him, indulging Shang Junlin's possessiveness. For several days, Shang Junlin was in this state. One day, Xinyu woke up a little early. He found that Shang Junlin was half lying on the bed, looking at him without blinking. The room was very dark. Xinyu couldn't tell the time. He propped himself up and was about to get up, but was stopped by Shang Junlin. "It's still early. You should sleep for a while." "What time is it now?" Shang Junlin said the time. It was indeed very early. Usually, Xinyu would still be sleeping at this time. He lay back down and planned to sleep for a while. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. Xinyu moved closer to Shang Junlin. "Why is your Majesty still in Yuzhong Palace at this time? The morning court ended so soon?" Shang Junlin said indifferently. He pulled Xinyu back into his arms and patted his back. "Go to sleep." Shang Junlin's arms were very warm. His gentle movements also had a hypnotic effect. Xinyu faintly felt that something was wrong. Before he could think about it, his consciousness gradually slipped into sleep. It was already 2 hours later when he was completely awake. Shang Junlin was not there, so Mushi helped him dress. After he woke up, his mind gradually became clear. Xinyu narrowed his eyes and said unexpectedly, "How long has your Majesty not been to the morning court?" "Since the day young master fell ill, he hasn't been to the morning court," Mushi answered subconsciously. After answering, her face changed slightly. You don't have to hide it for him." "Since I asked, it must be something." Xinyu deliberately asked because he knew that Shang Junlin might have ordered this matter to be sealed. If he directly asked, "Did your Majesty not go to the morning court?" he probably wouldn't get the real answer. After tidying up, Xianyu walked out of the room. The Prime Minister came today and Your Majesty met him next door. Mushi took the initiative to explain. Your Majesty didn't go to the morning court for a few days. What was the reaction of the court? Because Your Majesty said that you were not feeling well these days, so you won't go to the morning court for the time being. All the affairs of the court are controlled by the cabinet, so everything is calm for the time being. Xianyu knew that Shang Junlin would have his own arrangements, but he still didn't want Shang Junlin to not go to the morning court for a long time because of him. So when Shang Junlin came back, the first thing he did was to hug Xianyu into his arms, but he was rejected. Xianyu pressed against his chest and said directly, Your Majesty, why didn't you go to the morning court? Xianyu was smart. Shang Junlin didn't expect to keep Xianyu in the dark all the time, so he didn't panic when he was exposed. He grabbed Xianyu's hand and said, I'm worried about you. The Prime Minister and Fang Jun will take care of the affairs of the court. Nothing will happen if you leave me for a day or two. I'm fine now. The imperial physician also said that my body is fine. Your Majesty, please don't delay the affairs of the court because of me. The ministers of the court had many opinions about Shang Junlin not going to the morning court for a few days. It's already the 5th day. Is Your Majesty still not going to the morning court? Is Your Majesty really sick? Is his illness serious? The ministers were worried. The health of a country's emperor couldn't be trifled with. Moreover, Shang Junlin didn't have any children and didn't appoint an heir. If something really happened, the court would be in chaos. Why don't we find a time to go to the palace and visit him? 5 days ago, many imperial physicians were summoned to the palace overnight. They haven't left the palace yet. Can anyone give us an accurate answer? How is Your Majesty's health? On the first day, when His Majesty suddenly announced that he wouldn't be going to the morning court, although the ministers privately discussed the reason, they didn't panic. Until the 2nd day, the 3rd day, didn't the Prime Minister and Fang Darren receive the summons? Why don't we go and ask them? At least, we have to make sure that Your Majesty is fine. After making up their minds, they visited the Prime Minister and Fang Jun. The Prime Minister and Fang Jun had seen the Emperor before, so they naturally knew that Shang Junlin was fine. They comforted the officials who came to inquire. Both the Prime Minister and Fang Darren said that he's fine. He should be fine, right? If he's fine, why doesn't Your Majesty go to the morning court? Fortunately, they didn't have to worry for long. Shang Junlin resumed the morning court. Looking at the Emperor sitting on the dragon throne, who didn't change much from before, the ministers heaved a sigh of relief. Shang Junlin didn't explain why he didn't go to the morning court. The ministers also tacitly moved on from this matter. Lin County. With the addition of Imperial Physician Gu, the epidemic was effectively alleviated. Many people who were infected with the epidemic recovered after treatment. Because Lin County only allowed people to enter and not leave, outsiders didn't know the specific situation inside. Deliberately, the rumors outside became more and more outrageous. Gu Huai didn't enter Lin County. He brought people to investigate for a few days and found a few suspicious people. Little Gu, come over here and take a look, Imperial Physician Wu said. Imperial Physician Gu put down the things at hand and walked over. Look, his condition is starting to improve. The person in front of Imperial Physician Wu was one of the first infected people. He was also one of the people who volunteered to be a test subject. His condition was more serious than the others. After receiving treatment from Imperial Physician Gu and Imperial Physician Wu, his condition gradually improved. In this place, the same situation happened every day. The fire of hope would never be extinguished. Imperial Physician Wu more or less guessed some of the secrets, but he couldn't deny that this epidemic was the smoothest one he had ever experienced. The news of Lin County was sent back to the capital. There was a way to deal with it, and the epidemic was solved smoothly. In the end, Xianyu's body had been affected and was much weaker than before. He also slept more than before. At first, Shang Junlin was very worried, but after the imperial physician said that it was normal, he felt a little relieved. I plan to ask Imperial Physician Gu to come back early, Shang Junlin said as he put down the memorial from Lin County. Originally, Imperial Physician Gu would stay in Lin County until this matter was completely solved. However, Xinyu's body was in a bad condition, and Shang Junlin couldn't wait that long. Your Majesty, have you found any clues about the Ji family? Xinyu had been flipping through the books in the library these days. Unexpectedly, he really found a book that recorded the Ji family's matters. He carried the book to the imperial study. Your Majesty, what did I find? I found a little. Part of what Ji Wuwang said was true. However, there are still no clues about the Jiayin. Shang Junlin put down his pen. You also found out about the Ji family? I accidentally saw some records about the Ji family. In Qin Yu's hand was a book about the records of one of the great Huan dynasty's emperors. When he first entered the palace, Qin Yu often read such books as storybooks. The book in his hand was placed in a more remote location, so it wasn't found at that time. This time, it was found by Qin Yu. Qin Yu carried the book and walked to Shang Junlin's side and put the book on the imperial desk. Qin Yu put a bookmark in the place where the records of the Ji family were recorded. The bookmark was made by Qin Yu when he was idle, and it had a faint fragrance. The bookmark was taken away, and Qin Yu pointed to a place. Your Majesty, look. The book recorded the life of an emperor of the Great Huan dynasty. This emperor was different from the other emperors of the Great Huan dynasty. Every year after he was registered, he would spend a lot of time wandering outside the palace. It could be said that he had traveled all over the Great Huan dynasty. Other than the Great Huan dynasty, he had also visited many remote places. One of them was located deep in the mountains, where there were few people. This emperor fell into the mountains while chasing prey and found that there was a small country isolated from the rest of the world. The population of this country was not large, and it had a very strange custom. The ruler was the Ji family. This emperor only lived there for 3 days before he was sent out. When he left behind the things he had on him and told the people who saved him that if they were interested, they could come to Dahuan as a guest. After the emperor left, he would think of this place from time to time. Later, he brought people to the deep mountains and wanted to enter again, but he did not succeed. Of course, in his whole life, he did not wait for the people with the token to come to Dahuan to find him. The book only recorded half a page of this matter, so Shang Junlin finished reading it quickly. If the small country mentioned in the book is the Ji family, then your mother leaving the Ji family and coming to Dahuan, could it be related to this matter? Shang Junlin lowered his head and thought. It's better to ask Ji Wuwang directly. Qin Yu had been wondering before. If his mother was from the Ji family, why did she have to come to Dahuan? As a hereditary marquis, why did Zhenbei Ho marry a woman of unknown origin as his legal wife? What if there was someone from the royal family behind this woman? Then, no matter what her real background was, it was not strange that Duke Zhenbei would take her as his wife. Shang Junlin still had official business to attend to, so Qin Yu accompanied him for a while in the imperial study. After they were done, the two of them returned to Yuzhong Palace. The palace servant received the order to invite Ji Wuwang. When Qin Yu and Shang Junlin arrived at Yuzhong Palace, Ji Wuwang was already there. During this period of time, both sides had tried many times. Qin Yu could feel that Ji Wuwang was holding back. Whenever he talked about the key points, he would stop at a certain point and never delve too deeply. Little Yu, why did you call Big Brother here? Ji Wuwang asked when he saw the two of them. Other things aside, Ji Wuwang was very proactive when it came to recognizing his relatives. In just a few days, everyone in the palace knew that this handsome young master with a disease in his eyes was the emperor's elder brother. Because the two of them looked so similar, almost no one doubted the authenticity of his words. We found that an emperor of the Great Huan dynasty had once visited your clan's land. He also drew a map. My mother leaving the clan's land to come to the Great Huan dynasty, is it related to this matter? Qin Yu said while observing Ji Wuwang's expression, not missing a moment of change. How should I say this matter? It can be said that it is related. After the Ji family went into seclusion, they almost cut off all contact with the outside world until a man who claimed to be the Great Huan dynasty's emperor accidentally broke in. He told the Ji family about the outside world and left some personal belongings in the clan. He said that if they encountered any difficulties, they could go to the Great Huan dynasty to find him. Ji Wuwang's words matched what was recorded in the book. This proved that the Ji family Ji Wuwang was the same family that the Great Huan dynasty's emperor met. You directly admitted it. Aren't you afraid that we will bring people directly to the Ji family's land? Xinyu raised an eyebrow. You won't be able to enter. Ji Wuwang's lips curved into a perfect arc. That ancestor of the Great Huan dynasty also brought people to search, right? He didn't find anything, right? Without someone to lead the way, it's impossible for outsiders to enter the clan's land. You're making me more curious. What kind of existence is the Ji family? Little you, if you're interested, follow me back and you'll know. Since the Shang family's ancestor can enter, others should be able to as well, right? Xinyu stroked his chin and asked. Who do you want to bring? You don't have to bring people to serve you. The clan will arrange it. You are my younger brother. When you reach the clan's land, you will be treated as you should. Who said I want to bring people to serve me? What I want to ask is, can I bring His Majesty along? When Xinyu's voice fell, not only Ji Wuwang, but even Shang Junlin was stunned. During this period of time, they had deliberately avoided this topic because they knew that this was a problem that could not be solved for the time being. The problem with Xinyu's body could not be ignored. Regardless of whether Ji Wuwang's words were true or false, Shang Junlin would not use Xinyu as a stake. The only way was to take the initiative and firmly control the situation in his own hands. The most appropriate way Shang Junlin could think of was to control the Ji family so that they would not dare to do anything unnecessary. No, you can't bring him. Ji Wuwang's first reaction was to refuse. Why not? Actually, you should be able to feel that the trust between us is very low. Since young, I have always thought that I did not have a maternal family. But now, someone suddenly appeared and told me that he is an elder brother from my maternal family. If it were you, how much would you believe? Xinyu brought up this matter for the first time. I know you don't believe me. When you return to the family with me, you will naturally understand everything. You see, this is a problem that cannot be solved. Because I don't believe you, I will not easily return to the family with you. If I don't return to the family, I will not believe you. After going around in a circle, we are back to square one. Why don't you think of a way to gain my trust first? Won't this problem be easily solved? Xinyu threw all the problems to Ji Wuwang to solve. He and Shang Junlin had too few clues in their hands. It was undoubtedly very difficult to verify this matter. Ji Wuwang was different. If he could find him, he must have something to prove his words. You can think clearly before coming to find me. Ji Wuwang left with a look of deep thought. I don't want a complicated background at all. Xinyu fell on Shang Junlin's body and sighed. A complicated background meant endless trouble. Just by looking at it from a corner, Xinyu could feel that the Ji family's waters were very deep. He did not want to get involved in this muddy water at all. Ayu, why did you say that you want me to accompany you? Shang Junlin adjusted Xinyu's position so that he could lie down more comfortably. Your Majesty does not want to accompany me? Xinyu turned over so that he was face to face with Shang Junlin. He supported himself on the man's chest and looked into his dark eyes. Wherever you goes, I am willing to accompany you. The reason is very simple. It is because I do not want to be separated from your Majesty. Xinyu lowered his head and leaned close to the man's chest. He listened to the man's steady heartbeat and the messy thoughts in his mind gradually calmed down. He thought that he had changed a lot in this life compared to his previous life. All of this was brought to him by Shang Junlin. He no longer had to face everything alone. No matter what happened, he could always see the man standing behind him silently when he looked back. As long as he nodded, the man would be able to shelter him from the storm. I will not let anyone take you away from me. It was a vow and also a promise. Xinyu raised his head and moved forward. He kissed Shang Junlin's lips. Your Majesty is so good. Shang Junlin pressed the back of Xinyu's head and deepened the kiss. Xinyu was kissed until he was in a daze. He did not even know when he had switched positions with Shang Junlin. The man supported him with one hand and used the other to brush away the scattered black hair on his neck. Ayu, there seemed to be a cluster of flames jumping in his dark eyes. Xinyu raised his head and looked slightly confused. Don't leave me. His waist was tightly restrained. The kisses fell like a storm. Red plum blossoms were printed on his snow-white skin. Every kiss seemed to want to rub him into his bones. Shang Junlin sent people to find the map left behind in the palace and ordered the hidden dragon guards to follow the traces to find the hiding place of the Ji family. Xinyu also ordered his people to find the things left behind by his mother in the Count of Xinbei's residence. In the next few days, Ji Wuwang did not appear in front of Xinyu. Mushi sent the things found in the Count of Xinbei's residence to Xinyu. Count of Xinbei did not dare to stop their actions. After Shen Qingran was taken away, there was no news. He did not know how the emperor would deal with Shen Qingran and the Count of Xinbei's residence. He thought that he could use this visit to make a beautiful comeback and return with a high profile. Who would have thought that because of Shen Qingran's action, it would become the death of the Count of Xinbei's residence? At this moment, Count of Xinbei really resented Shen Qingran. He knew that Shen Qingran and Xinyu did not get along, but he did not expect that Shen Qingran would do something to Xinyu regardless of the consequences. Shen Qingran was a noble conferred by the emperor himself. Did he really want to drag the Count of Xinbei's residence down with him? If he had known this earlier, he would have killed this unfilial son to end all troubles. Young master, Count of Xinbei has executed concubine Ru, Mushi said while packing up the things that belonged to Xinyu's mother found in the Count of Xinbei's residence. Xinyu was not surprised by this result at all. Not to mention concubine Ru, if Shen Qingran was still in the residence at this time, he would most likely be executed together with concubine Ru. Xinyu had been paying attention to the Ji family's affairs these days and forgot about Shen Qingran, the culprit that caused him to fall into a coma. Xinyu did not need to tidy up the things himself. Mushi and the palace servants would sort them out. Xinyu looked for a while and went to find Shang Junlin. You came at the right time. They asked Shen Qingran about the characteristics of the person who gave him the medicine. I have already ordered a hunt. That person should also be a member of the Ji family, right? Xinyu asked. Other than the person who was also from the Ji family, who else would have the medicine from the Ji family to specifically target him? Yes. Xinyu then realized that Ji Wuwang was also there. He turned to look at him. Does this count as the trouble you brought me? I will deal with this person. Ji Wuwang's voice was colder than usual. Your Majesty, why is he here? Xinyu walked towards Shang Junlin. He came to tell me about the person who wanted to harm you. Only in the face of the person who wanted to harm Xinyu, Shang Junlin and Ji Wuwang's attitude reached a high level of unity. There is one more thing. Little you, didn't you ask brother to find a way to prove his method? I thought of it. How do I prove it? You should have something left behind by your mother. There is a jade token that represents the identity of the Ji clan. Ji Wuwang took out his own. It looks the same as this one. If you find it, I will be able to prove my words. Xinyu looked at the jade token in Ji Wuwang's hand. He did see a similar one among his mother's belongings. Mushi, go and get it. What can a jade token prove? Shang Junlin asked. It can prove that I am related to Xiaoyu and that I don't have any bad intentions towards Xiaoyu. It took some effort to go back and forth. Fortunately, the items had been sorted in advance. It was very convenient to find them. Mushi came in with a jade box. Under Xinyu's instructions, she opened the box. There was a jade token sitting quietly inside. Whether it was the texture or the pattern, it was the same as the one in Ji Wuwang's hand. This jade token was sent to the palace together with Xinyu's mother's belongings. Before this, Xinyu himself didn't know the secret of the jade token. Mushi took out the jade token and put it in Xinyu's hand. You got it. How do you want to prove it? Ji Wuwang took the jade token calmly. When they got closer, there seemed to be some attraction between the two tokens. They kept getting closer to each other. Shang Junlin came over and frowned at the two tokens. What's going on? This jade token is a symbol of the clan's identity. I got this from my father. Only children of the same mother can get this kind of jade token. They are attracted to each other. Look. Under the gaze of several people, the surface of the jade token gradually changed. The pattern seemed to come alive and trembled. Ji Wuwang cut his fingertip and dripped blood on the jade token. The jade token that belonged to him slowly opened from the middle, revealing a space for a slip of paper. Xinyu, you can open it and see if your mother left any words for you. Xinyu also wanted to know if his mother left him anything. He took a dagger from the side and cut his fingertip. Dark red blood seeped into the jade pendant, and the crack in the middle of the jade pendant slowly opened. There was a folded letter inside. Xinyu took it out. He didn't open it directly, but asked, "If I smash the jade tablet, can I get what's inside?" "No, you can only obtain it if you use the correct method to open it. If the jade tablet is broken, the things inside will be destroyed," Ji Wuwang explained. The Ji family was mysterious to begin with, so it wasn't strange for them to be able to create something like this. Xinyu opened the letter. Due to the limitation of space, there wasn't much content in the letter. It gave a general introduction of the Ji family's situation and explained that if this letter was obtained under gentle circumstances, the person who helped him obtain the letter could be trusted. After Xinyu finished reading it, he handed the letter to Shang Junlin. Ji Wuwang's lips moved as if he wanted to stop him, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The jade pendant was separated and returned to its original state. Xinyu held the piece in his hand and looked at it several times. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have realized that there was something else about this jade pendant. "My mother said that the Ji family forced her to accept the seal. That's why she tried to find a way to leave the clan. If you bring me back, will they really be willing to remove the seal for me?" There were many things that were briefly mentioned in the letter. The huge mystery of Ji Wuwang's origin was finally revealed at this moment. They will be willing to. The current Ji family had become Ji Wuwang's sole authority. No one dared to disobey him. It was no longer the same situation as before. "Bring young Master Ji to bandage his wound," Shang Junlin ordered. A palace servant quickly led Ji Wuwang to the side and bandaged the wound on his hand. The wound on Xinyu's hand was personally bandaged by Shang Junlin. He didn't want Xinyu to get injured, but he couldn't stop this matter. Xinyu had always been very concerned about his mother's origin. Now that the clue was in front of him, he couldn't stop it. "It's just a small wound. It's not a big deal." Seeing the distress in Shang Junlin's eyes, Xinyu whispered. Shang Junlin carefully applied medicine. The wound wasn't big. Even if he didn't apply medicine, it didn't continue to bleed. If it wasn't for Shang Junlin's insistence, Xinyu felt that it wouldn't matter if he didn't treat it. The jade pendant that belonged to Xinyu's mother was put back into the jade box and handed over to Mushi to Yuzhong Palace. After accompanying Shang Junlin for a while, the two returned to Yuzhong Palace. "Xinyu, before I came, what did your majesty say to Ji Wuwang?" "Shang Junlin, it's about the person who wants to harm you. This person is very good at hiding. The hidden dragon guards tried to find clues several times, but they couldn't catch him. Xinyu, how does your majesty plan to deal with Shen Qingran?" "Shang Junlin, he hurt a you, so he should pay the price. What does you think?" "Xinyu, your majesty can do whatever you want. I believe that your majesty will seek justice for me. Shen Qingran didn't have a good time in prison. Shang Junlin specially ordered that his life couldn't be harmed or relaxed. He would be interrogated every day. De Huan's punishment was far more terrifying than he had imagined. In just a few days, he confessed everything that he should and shouldn't confess. According to his confession, he had tried to harm Xinyu several times, but Xinyu was lucky enough to avoid it. He also had many small tricks that wouldn't harm his life. After the confession was sorted out, it was sent to the palace by the Supreme Court. Shang Junlin flipped through the confessions one by one. He could almost imagine how little Xinyu was like walking on thin ice in the residence of Count Bei because of Count Bei's favoritism. His heart was filled with pain. He was afraid that the young man who had bumped into him had been hurt so much in a place he couldn't see. She subconsciously ignored the fact that every time Shen Qingran's plan failed, it would make her unlucky. "I don't want him to have an easy time. Do you understand?" Shang Junlin's icy cold gaze landed on the official from the Supreme Court who was kneeling on the ground. "I understand." The air pressure in the surroundings was very low. The official tried his best to suppress the trembling of his body and tried his best to not let his voice sound strange. "You may leave." "Yes, Your Majesty." After bowing his head and retreating out of the hall, the official from the Supreme Court realized that his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. They knew how much His Majesty cared about His Majesty. It was easy to imagine what would happen to this person who was sent to prison for harming His Majesty. In this world, sometimes living was more painful than dying. For Shen Qingran, death was a kind of relief. However, Shang Junlin wouldn't allow him to be released so easily. Imperial physician Gu received an imperial edict to return to the capital early. He had been living a life isolated from the world in Lin County and didn't know what had happened in the capital. Eunuch, why did His Majesty let me return to the capital early? Imperial physician Gu received the edict and was a little confused. The eunuch who came to announce the edict knew that Imperial physician Gu was valued by His Majesty because of His Majesty, so he whispered a few words. His Majesty ordered Imperial physician Gu to return because of your medical skills. His Majesty also hopes that you can return quickly. Imperial physician Gu understood. It was probably because of the matter with His Highness. When he asked for an edict to come, His Majesty refused to let him go. Fortunately, things here were on the right track. Even if he left, it would not be affected. After handing over the other physicians, Imperial physician Gu was brought out of Lin County. Can I go and tell my family? Imperial physician Gu asked as he lifted the curtain of the carriage. Imperial physician Gu, you mean to see General Gu, right? General Gu is waiting for you in front. Time was tight. There wasn't much time left for Imperial physician Gu and Gu Huai. Imperial physician Gu said a few words to Gu Huai and set off on the road back to the capital. Gu Huai stood by the roadside and watched the carriage leave. General, we caught the person. A subordinate walked over to report after seeing the carriage leave. They had been here for so many days and finally caught the real suspicious person. If Gu Huai hadn't heard the news and wanted to see Imperial physician Gu, they would have already interrogated him. Gu Huai turned around. The sooner we solve this, the sooner we can return to the capital. The journey took more than 10 days. After returning to the capital, Imperial physician Gu only had time to tidy himself up before he was summoned to the palace. You've worked hard to call Imperial physician Gu back in such a hurry. Xinyu leaned on the soft couch and said softly. During this time, his body was getting weaker and weaker. Even with Ji Wuwang's medicine temporarily suppressing it, the effects of the withdrawal were still increasing. Why is His Majesty? With just a glance, Imperial physician Gu knew why Shang Junlin wanted him to return to the capital. Xinyu's face was pale. Compared to the first time he saw him, he was even weaker. It was as if he was suffering from a serious illness and his vitality was gradually draining away. Shang Junlin sat on the other side. He helped Xinyu up and let the youth lean on him. Let's take a look at you first. Imperial physician Gu stepped forward and took Xinyu's pulse. His brows gradually furrowed. After a long while, he let go of his hand. His Majesty's pulse is very strange. The loss of vitality is very serious, but we can't find the cause. Imperial physician Gu said a lot of his findings. In summary, it was similar to what the other imperial physicians said. I'll let someone tell you the specific situation of His Majesty's body. Meng Chang, bring Imperial physician Gu to see Ji Wuwang. Because he didn't know the reason for Xinyu's sudden weakness, Imperial physician Gu didn't dare to use medicine rashly. I've already made arrangements. In 2 days, we will set off for the Ji clan. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's wrist and gently stroked it. He couldn't watch Xinyu get weaker day by day and do nothing. In private, he talked to Ji Wuwang about whether he could remove the withdrawal for Xinyu in the palace. Do we have to go to the Ji clan? In the empty palace, Shang Junlin's voice was indiscernible. Yes, only there can completely remove the withdrawal. I originally thought that the medicine I brought could suppress the withdrawal. I didn't expect that it could only prevent people from falling into a coma, but it couldn't stop the withdrawal from working. Moreover, because of the medicine in Shen Qingran's hands, the condition that should have appeared after little you became weak was triggered in advance. I know you don't want to, but time waits for no one. You must make a decision as soon as possible. I understand. Pulling away from the memories, Shang Junlin's eyes were filled with all kinds of emotions. Finally, they returned to silence. Xinyu opened his eyes tiredly. Your Majesty will go with me. Will De Huan be okay? With the Prime Minister and the others, nothing will happen. Shang Junlin lifted Xinyu's chin and looked into his eyes. When I just ascended the throne, I was out fighting all year round. The court was not as peaceful as it is now. Nothing happened. Don't worry. Your Majesty, when do you plan to leave? Xinyu asked. By now, Xinyu and Shang Junlin both knew that this trip to the Ji clan was imperative. Let's wait a few more days until we catch the person who tried to harm you. We know nothing about the Ji family, so we're too passive. Indeed, Xinyu was only physically tired, but his brain wasn't affected. He raised his hand and pushed the hand on his chin away. This Ji family is too secretive. Not to mention anything else, just that jade tablet alone, De Huan could not find anyone who could make such a precise design. After that day, Xinyu had tried to open the jade tablet to see the structure inside, but no matter what he did, he could not open it. If he wanted to forcefully open it, the only way was to destroy it. Xinyu was only interested in the structure inside, but he didn't intend to destroy it, so he could only give up. Even if it was secretive, if one wanted to investigate, they could still find a lot of things. The Ji family had a long history, and its most active period was in the chaotic times before De Huan was established. The Ji family acted mysteriously, and they had some skills that ordinary people couldn't explain, similar to witchcraft. While they were sought after by many, they were also feared by many. Later, something happened. The Ji family offended the public and was besieged. In that battle, many people died, and both sides suffered heavy losses. The surviving Ji family members had to escape into the mountains to recuperate. After this incident, there was almost no news about the Ji family, until the Shang family's ancestor accidentally entered the Ji family's land and stayed there for 3 days. Why was the Ji family besieged? Xinyu put down the secret letter in his hand, puzzled. There are many different opinions about this matter. Some people think that the Ji family and a royal family at that time fell in love with the same woman, so they fought. Some people say that the Ji family secretly harmed many of the family's carefully cultivated successors. There are all kinds of opinions. Shang Junlin sat upright, consciously acting as a human pillow for Xinyu. The Ji family saved your Shang family's ancestor, which means that they don't have much conflict with outsiders. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to save him. A person was in the deep mountains and was injured. As long as they were ruthless and didn't care, the chances of this person surviving were very small. Xinyu, and the mysterious ability mentioned in the letter, what is it? Shang Junlin, rumor has it that the Ji family can control people's hearts. This was one of the most important reasons why the Ji family was feared. Manipulating people's minds? Xinyu didn't know why, but his heart skipped a beat. Was there really someone in this world who could manipulate people's minds? Because he had to go to the Ji clan, Shang Junlin had been very busy recently. He needed to hand over all kinds of things. During this period of time, the Prime Minister and other ministers who were valued by Shang Junlin had entered the imperial study more frequently than before. Xinyu found a time when Shang Junlin was not around and went to see Ji Wuwang alone. I thought I'd never see you alone. Ji Wuwang sat in front of a stone table in the courtyard. Sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves and branches, landing on his body. I didn't want to see you alone before because I didn't know your position. I don't want to put myself in unnecessary danger. Xinyu walked to the man in white and sat down. Ji Wuwang said, "What do you want from me today?" Xinyu looked at the man's calm face. I want to know, can the Ji clan really control people's minds? Sure enough, when you came, you gave me a big surprise. Of course not, that's something only gods can do. No matter how much power the Ji clan has, they're still just humans. Ji Wuwang's voice was cold. Who told you this? When the Ji clan traveled outside, they left a lot of rumors. Xinyu calmly replied. Rumors are always exaggerated. The Ji clan can't control people's minds, but they can use special methods to influence people's thoughts. It's just that the conditions to achieve it are very harsh, especially now that ancient books have been lost. Almost no one knows this method. Xinyu keenly felt that Ji Wuwang's mood was not right, so he didn't continue the topic. You said before that if I wasn't affected by the medicine, after the weak crown, I would gradually become weak. If I didn't solve the Jiayin in time, how long could I live? At most 2 years. Xinyu was silent. In his previous life, he didn't know about the existence of the Jiayin, but he had lived for more than 2 years. It didn't make sense that he had the Jiayin in his body in this life and not in his previous life. Is there any other possibility? Unless there was a Ji clan member who used the power of their bloodline to suppress it for you before you became an adult. As for how long they could suppress it, it's hard to say. It was as if there was a fog in front of him. As long as he stretched out his hand, he would be able to see the truth of his previous life. Xianyu recalled the events of his previous life. He was very sure that he had never heard of the Ji clan. His health had always been poor. All the doctors he had seen said that it was a congenital deficiency that couldn't be cured. So, in his previous life, who was it that suppressed the Jiayin in his body without him knowing? Was the love he had for Prince Yu in his previous life also influenced by external forces? Why are you asking these questions? The cold voice pulled Xianyu back from his thoughts. He narrowed his eyes and suppressed the various emotions in them. Can these two things be done at the same time? Suppressing the Jiayin and other thoughts. Why are you suddenly asking this? Are you worried that I will do something? Ji Wuwang asked in return. I'm not suspecting you. I just suddenly thought of something that happened before. Someone asserted that whoever obtains the Shin clan will obtain the world. Because of this sentence, Prince Yu deliberately approached me and Shin Qing ran. Nonsense. You don't know what you're talking about. How can the world be changed because of a person's words? The person who said this probably doesn't have good intentions. Ji Wuwang suddenly thought of something and raised his voice. Your Majesty wouldn't be together with you because of this sentence, right? What are you thinking about? I'm talking about Prince Yu. He has already been executed. Who said this sentence? It was a person who called himself Xu Wang. He seemed to have some opinions about my mother. Xianyu told him about Zhu Wang. He suddenly thought of something. He and Shang Junlin couldn't find much information about Zhu Wang. Perhaps they could find a breakthrough from Ji Wuwang. I will investigate this matter. Zhu Wang is now locked up in prison. Do you want to see him? After Shang Junlin left the court, he didn't see Xianyu in Yuzhong Palace. After asking the palace servants, he found out that Xianyu had come to Ji Wuwang's place. Along the way, he just happened to hear Xianyu's last sentence. See who? I really can't leave you for even a moment, Ji Wuwang whispered. How can the monarch of a country be so clingy? Ji Wuwang originally had a lot of opinions about this man who had kidnapped his younger brother. Especially since this person was the emperor of Dahuan. He knew that the emperor had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards and countless beauties. No matter how he thought about it, such a person wasn't worthy of his younger brother. It wasn't until he found out that Shang Junlin only had Xianyu in his harem and spread the word that he would only have Xianyu in his life that he didn't directly run to the palace to snatch him away. After entering the palace, he found out how the two of them got along in private. After feeling Shang Junlin's actions, he reluctantly acknowledged Shang Junlin's existence. If it wasn't for the fact that Shang Junlin treated Xianyu sincerely, he wouldn't have agreed to bring Shang Junlin back to the Dahuan. Hearing Ji Wuwang's words, Xianyu's movement stopped. As if he hadn't heard anything, he walked towards Shang Junlin. I'm talking about Zhu Wang. This person had been locked up in the dark prison for a period of time. In the middle of it, he had tried to escape several times but failed. Later, he seemed to have given up and abandoned himself to despair. I will send someone to bring you to see him. Ji Wuwang and Shang Junlin didn't have a harmonious relationship. Hearing this, he only nodded slightly. Is you tired? With Xianyu around, Shang Junlin didn't want to care about Ji Wuwang and walked out with Xianyu. Eunuch Meng brought the palace servants forward. Young Master Ji, if you want to see Zhu Wang, please follow this servant. Eunuch Meng arranged for someone to bring Ji Wuwang to see Zhu Wang and return to Shang Junlin's side to serve him. Xianyu was in good spirits today. Shang Junlin didn't directly bring him back to Yuzhong Palace. Instead, he wandered around the palace aimlessly. Ayu has been worried about Lin County. Today, he received a report saying that the epidemic in Lin County has been effectively controlled. In a few days, the lockdown will be lifted. Gu Huai also sent a letter saying that he caught 2 suspicious people. They will continue to investigate. As they walked, Shang Junlin told Xianyu about what had happened these days. Will it affect Imperial Physician Gu's early return? No. He said that when he left, the epidemic in Lin County was already under control. Moreover, this epidemic was man-made. As long as the right method is found, it will be easier to solve it. He has already told Imperial Physician Wu and the others about the cure. The scenery in the palace was very good. The two walked under the shade of the trees. The warm sunlight occasionally fell on their bodies, but it was quickly covered by the shadows of the swaying leaves. The news that Shang Junlin was leaving the palace hadn't been released yet. Before he left, there were some things that had to be resolved. The hidden dragon guards and Ji Wuwang's people worked together to find the Ji family members hiding in the capital. They were caught by Ji Wuwang's subordinates and brought to the place where Ji Wuwang stayed outside the palace. I will interrogate the traitors of the Ji family. Ji Wuwang had a smile on his face, but it gave people a cold feeling. Xinyu had never seen such an aura from Ji Wuwang ever since he met him. You can interrogate them, but in the end, I will deal with them. Shang Junlin's tone was very cold. Okay. The two of them reached an agreement. Ji Wuwang went to deal with the people who wanted to harm Xinyu, while Shang Junlin brought Xinyu back to Yuzhong Palace. Your Majesty, why did your relationship with Ji Wuwang suddenly improve? There is no harm in letting him interrogate the people of the Ji family first. Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that he will deliberately hide things? Everyone inside is my people. What can he hide? Why did he agree? Because after interacting with each other for a period of time, Shang Junlin could feel that Ji Wuwang cared about Xinyu. Without Xinyu knowing, the two of them had secretly reached a temporary agreement. In order to eliminate all possibilities of harming Xinyu, they were willing to shake hands and make peace. Your Majesty, are you hiding something from me? Xinyu hooked his arm around the man's shoulder, forcing him to lower his head. I spend every day with a Yu. What can I hide from a Yu? Their gazes met, and an indescribable feeling spread around them. Xinyu closed her eyes and kissed him slowly. Bang, the kettle fell to the ground. The little eunuch who was dozing off at the side hurriedly ran over. Which palace are you from? Why are you so clumsy? I'm sorry. This servant is new. The movement outside interrupted the charming atmosphere in the room. Xinyu pushed Shang Junlin. His hot palm pressed against Xinyu's skin. Xinyu was scalded and subconsciously stepped back, but was pressed back by the man. Shang Junlin whispered in his ear, Ayu, focus. In the end, Shang Junlin's wish was not fulfilled. When the noise outside the palace was about to stop, Xinyu asked for an audience. Eunuch Meng had just finished reprimanding the insensible palace servants when he saw Xinyu walking over with a dignified expression. Eunuch Meng, I have an important matter to discuss with your Majesty and your Highness. Could you please pass on the message? Eunuch Meng knew that she was working for Xinyu, so he immediately went to report. Your Majesty, your Highness, Xinyu asks for an audience. Xinyu pushed the man on top of her. Your Majesty, please get up. Shang Junlin got up with a dark face and tidied up Xinyu's clothes. Let him in. Not long after, Eunuch Meng came in with Xinyu. Xinyu's face was still a little red, and the heat on. Her body had not dissipated. She looked at Shang Junlin and found that the man did not seem to be any different. Reporting to your Majesty, your Highness, this servant received an order today. This servant did not know who sent the letter, and this servant did not open the letter. Xinyu took out the letter and presented it with both hands. Eunuch Meng took the letter from her and handed it to Shang Junlin. There was not much content in the letter. Xinyu went to Shang Junlin's side and finished reading it with him. Her expression was a little strange. Because of the request in the letter. The letter asked Xinyu to find a way to destroy the greenhouse that Shang Junlin built for Xinyu. After asking Xinyu some questions and confirming that she really did not know anything, Xinyu signaled her to go back first. Your Majesty, what do you think? The flowers in the greenhouse that Shang Junlin built for Xinyu were almost all found by Shang Junlin. Why would someone want to destroy the greenhouse? If they want to destroy the greenhouse, it must be because there is something in the greenhouse. But there are only all kinds of flowers and plants inside. The greenhouse had been remodeled and turned into a place for flowers and plants. There was nothing else in the huge palace except for flowers and plants. It couldn't be that these people's goal was the flowers in the greenhouse, right? Shang Junlin ordered eunuch Meng to personally take a look at the greenhouse to make sure that there were things that they didn't know about. Is there a new palace maid coming to Yuzhong Palace recently? Xinyu suddenly remembered the palace maid who claimed to be a new palace maid outside the hall just now. Mushi thought for a moment and said, I don't think so. Go and investigate the palace maid who appeared outside the palace today and said she was a new maid. Xinyu ordered. First, it was the letter that appeared in Xinyu's hands. Then, it was the newcomer that appeared in Yuzhong Palace. There might be some connection between the two. Eunuch Meng led his men to carefully check the greenhouse but didn't find anything extra. After a long time, he ordered the palace servants to put the flowers back. What's going on in front? Just as Ji Wuwang was about to go to Yuzhong Palace, he passed by the greenhouse and heard the sound of chaotic footsteps. Young Master Ji? Eunuch Meng heard the sound and wiped his sweat. He turned his head and said, His Majesty ordered me to check the flowers in the greenhouse. It will be done soon. Is young Master Ji looking for Guijun? These flowers were all found by His Majesty for Guijun. Guijun has always liked to take care of flowers and plants. His Majesty found all kinds of flowers and plants to bring into the palace and built a greenhouse to place them. These are all things that Xiaoyu likes? Yes. Eunuch Meng knew that he was Xinyu's older brother and said a few more words. Guijun often comes here. In the beginning, when there were few flowers, Guijun personally took care of them. It's amazing that one of the flowers here has been blooming for several months without any signs of withering. What kind of flower is so amazing? Ji Wuwang was interested. It's that one. Eunuch Meng pointed at a certain place. When he turned around and saw the white cloth covering Ji Wuwang's eyes, he paused. He almost forgot that this lord couldn't see. It's a pale yellow flower with a big bud. Eunuch Meng described the magical flower. This flower is really amazing. When it sees Guijun, it will shake. It's really amazing. Ji Wuwang's tone was calm, but no one knew what kind of huge waves were rolling under this calm surface. Listening to Eunuch Meng's description, this flower was very similar to the one he had been looking for. If young Master Ji wants to find Guijun, you can go directly to Yuzhong Palace. Ji Wuwang didn't stay any longer and went to Yuzhong Palace. He came to the palace this time to talk to Shang Junlin about the captured people. He didn't expect to meet with a pleasant surprise midway. Wu Ying, did you see it? Is that flower the one I've been looking for? The man who had been following behind Ji Wuwang said in a low voice, It looks like it. Whether it is or not, we can only find a way to get closer to see it. Why did this flower appear in the palace? No one could answer Ji Wuwang's question. When Ji Wuwang arrived at Yuzhong Palace, Xinyu was taking an afternoon nap. The two men tacitly didn't disturb Xinyu and chose another place to talk. When Xinyu woke up, the two had finished talking. With Mushi's help, Xinyu changed his clothes and walked out. Shang Junlin heard footsteps and looked up. When he saw Xinyu, he got up and walked towards him. You're awake? I slept well. Xinyu turned to look at Ji Wuwang. Young Master Ji, you're here at this time. Is there a result from the interrogation? Ji Wuwang nodded. That person has been hiding in Dehuan for many years and has been looking for your mother's whereabouts. Why did he do this to me? Is it also because of my mother? Xinyu was hugged by Shang Junlin and sat on the main seat. Ji Wuwang, yes. Xinyu, what did my mother do to make so many people want to kill her? Ji Wuwang, because she ruined their plans and shattered their ambitions. 25 years ago, she discovered the secret of the Ji family's leader and made it public. That person secretly used a forbidden technique and failed at the most critical moment. Naturally, he hated the culprit who caused all this. Xinyu, who was the leader at that time? Ji Wuwang, it was another branch of the Ji family. After the incident, the Ji family was taken over by my father. At that time, the Ji family was very chaotic. When the chaos was over, your mother had quietly left the clan. No one knew where she went. Xinyu, when I was young, I was hunted down once. Those people were killed by His Majesty. Were they also members of the Ji family? If they were members of the Ji family, why didn't they come to find me later? Ji Wuwang said, after being exposed, that person should have been sentenced to death, but after he caused chaos in the clan, he disappeared from the clan. The clan has been sending people to capture him, and it was only 7 years ago that we finally caught him at the border of the Great Huan Kingdom. This time, we caught someone who escaped with him from the clan. As the former patriarch of the Ji clan, even though he had done unforgivable things, there were still many people who were loyal to him. The person who was captured this time was one of them. 7 years ago, after that person was dealt with by the Ji clan, this person went into hiding. The reason he attacked Xianxia was to avenge the former patriarch. That person's former subordinates blamed everything on your mother. Since your mother is no longer around, this hatred was passed on to you. After saying this, Ji Wuwang thought of the flowers that eunuch Meng had mentioned and asked, "Were the flowers in your greenhouse sent by him?" It went without saying that he was referring to him. "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Xianxia was puzzled. "When I left the clan this time, I have been looking for something. There is a flower in your greenhouse that is very similar to what I am looking for." "Are you talking about the flower that has bloomed for a long time and hasn't withered?" In terms of uniqueness, Xianxia felt that no other flower could be more unique than this one. "Yes." Ji Wuwang diverted some of his attention to Shang Junlin. "May I ask where your majesty got this flower?" "This flower was sent by Prince An." "I didn't get it," Shang Junlin said lightly. "It was sent last year. At first, it didn't bloom. Then, one day, it suddenly bloomed." Xianxia explained. "This flower, when the time comes, bring it with you," Ji Wuwang said. He didn't say the reason, so Xianxia didn't ask. This flower was mysterious. It wouldn't be strange if it came from the equally mysterious Ji family. After Ji Wuwang left, Xianxia nestled in Shang Junlin's arms and suddenly thought of this. "Your Majesty, do you think the real purpose of the person who wanted to destroy the greenhouse is because of this flower?" Most of the flowers in the greenhouse were sent by Shang Junlin, except for the Junling sent by Imperial Physician Gu and the unknown flower sent by Prince, and it's possible. If Xianxia doesn't do anything, that person might do something else. Mushi came back with the results of her investigation. The palace maid's purpose was none other than the greenhouse. This time, the answer was obvious. The flowers in the greenhouse were quietly moved to other places. Except for Shang Junlin, Xianxia, and a few people they trusted, no one else knew that 2 flowers were missing from the greenhouse. The Junling was moved to Xianxia and Shang Junlin's palace. This flower spent the coldest period in their palace. When the weather became hot, Shang Junlin ordered people to move it away. This time, it was moved back. At the same time, security was strengthened around the greenhouse. If anyone suspicious was found, they would be arrested. The palace maid was taken away for interrogation. Unfortunately, she was only following orders and didn't know who ordered her to do this. Xianxia also didn't have any results. At this time, she clearly realized that the original owner of this body had a big hole in her. She recalled the original owner's memories over and over again, trying to find some clues, but to no avail. Gu Huai walked out of the dungeon. His subordinate silently handed him a handkerchief. Gu Huai took it and wiped the blood off his hands. After sending Imperial Physician Gu away, Gu Huai's originally patient attitude changed drastically. He personally interrogated those who were arrested, but none of them lasted for more than a day. As the interrogation went on, Gu Huai became more and more tense. Every day, new developments were reported to Shang Junlin through the hidden dragon guards. Gu Huai caught the person who drugged Lin County and found out the source of the drug from that person. Shang Junlin ordered the hidden dragon guards to continue investigating. Gu Huai caught the culprit who caused the epidemic in Lin County and escorted him back to the capital. "Your Majesty, do you want to announce the truth about Lin County to the court?" Until now, the officials in the imperial court still didn't know that the aggressive epidemic in Lin County was a man-made one. "Let's not talk about it for now. I will deal with it when I return." Shang Junlin had already arranged everything. Even if he left for a period of time, the operations of the court would not be affected. "I don't know how long I will have to stay there." After being reborn, Xianxia had been staying in the palace. Suddenly, she had to leave for a period of time. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. "When Ayu is cured, we will return." Shang Junlin's gaze was gentle. Your Majesty, it's not good. Eunuch Meng walked in anxiously and knelt on the ground. The greenhouse is on fire. Shang Junlin stood up abruptly. Xinyu also stood up. They didn't expect an accident to happen even though they had been guarding the greenhouse. By the time Xinyu and Shang Junlin arrived, the fire had already been put out. Because it was discovered in time, it did not lead to a disaster. The palace servants moved the flowers out. Xinyu saw the pots of flowers that were originally full of vitality become wilted and felt very uncomfortable. What the hell is going on? A palace servant accidentally knocked down the candlestick. The servant answered carefully. Meng Chong, investigate. This servant obeys. Ji Wuwang rushed over when he heard the news. His expression was very ugly. The flower room was independent of Yuzhong Palace. Moreover, the fire was stopped in time, causing not much damage. The palace servants moved the flowers to another place. Xinyu, Shang Junlin, and Ji Wuwang went to another palace. When you said that the flower was what you were looking for, His Majesty and I kept an eye on it. We did not expect that someone would really want to touch it. After sitting down, Xinyu was the first to speak. The palace servants served them tea and left quietly. Eunuch Meng was ordered by Shang Junlin to investigate the fire in the flower room. He did not leave any servants to serve him. This flower went missing with the previous patriarch. You said that it was sent by Princeton. Where did he get this flower? Ji Wuwang asked. He said that it was in some remote mountain. Shang Junlin did not completely believe this explanation. Now it seemed that there was a big problem. Why did Princeton give this flower to me? If Princeton knew the origin of this flower, why did he send it to the palace? What is the use of this flower? Compared to other things, Shang Junlin was more concerned about this. I ordered the flower keeper and the imperial physician to take a look at it. This flower is not poisonous and harmless to the human body. If it was poisonous, it would not have appeared here. It would have been destroyed long ago. This flower is a sacred healing item. How could it be harmful to the human body? I have been looking for it because to completely remove the seal, this flower is indispensable. It's a sacred item of the Ji clan, called the moon lotus. It needs to be cultivated with the blood of people who have received the abstinence guidance. The maturity period is 20 years, but when it will bloom and bear fruit depends on the situation. The moon lotus can cure 100 poisons in the world, and can prolong one's life. Ji Wuwang briefly introduced the characteristics of the moon lotus. Only then did Xinyu know the name of this magical flower. With it, do we still need to go to the Ji clan's land to undo the seal on a Yu's body? Shang Junlin was silent for a while after hearing this. Didn't you say that it can cure hundreds of poisons? Abstinence is different from ordinary poisons. Ji Wuwang refused to budge on the matter of going to the Ji clan. There's a girl who looks like me in the palace. Other than me, is there anyone else from the Ji clan who is stranded outside? At this moment, Xinyu thought of Xinyu. What made them wary was the letter that Xinyu had received. Whether she's from the Ji clan or not, we'll know once we verify it. Xinyu had been feeling uneasy these days. She had found the letter under her pillow. Later on, she had asked the people around her if anyone had entered her room. The answer she received was no one. After handing in the letter, she had a feeling that something was going to happen. Today, she had just finished tidying up and was about to return to her room when she saw the palace servants of Yuzhong Palace. She was brought to Yuzhong Palace. Other than Xinyu and Shang Junlin, she also saw a man in white with a white cloth covering his eyes. What surprised her was that this man's appearance was too similar to Xinyu's. Wu Ying, give it to her. Xinyu took the item. It was a small square made of a jade-like material. There was a groove in the middle, and there were some complicated patterns around it. This is? Xinyu was at a loss. Drip a drop of your blood in it. The palace maid beside her handed her a dagger. Xinyu looked at Xinyu and saw him nod at her. She gritted her teeth, picked up the dagger, and made a cut on her finger. Blood seeped out. Xinyu adjusted her posture and let the blood drip on it. After a long while, there was no reaction. She's not related to the Ji clan, Ji Wuwang said. Ji clan? What Ji clan? Xianyu was even more at a loss. Take Xianyu away to bandage her wound first, Xianyu said. The palace maid led Xianyu away. If they're not related by blood, why do they look so similar? Xianyu had always suspected that Xianyu was related to him by blood. Perhaps someone deliberately chose her and sent her to you. This thing can detect the Ji clan's bloodline? Shang Junlin looked at the small square on the table curiously. Yes, it will react to the Ji clan's bloodline. If she's not a member of the Ji clan, then there won't be any reaction. After her wound was bandaged, Xianyu was sent back. After asking the palace maid who came with her, Xianyu found out that the greenhouse had caught fire today. Thinking of the letter that suddenly appeared under her pillow, she didn't know if there was any connection between the two. Why did it suddenly catch fire? Xianyu suppressed her various thoughts and pretended to be curious. Eunuch Meng and the others are investigating. They said that a palace maid accidentally knocked over the candlestick. The flowers inside were Guijuan's favorite flowers. They were too careless. The palace maid's tone was full of complaints. The servants of Yuzhong Palace were all grateful to Xianyu. The longer they stayed in the palace, the more they knew how rare it was to have such a master. That greenhouse was specially built for Guijun by the emperor. Everyone knew how much Guijun valued the flowers inside. Guijun must have suffered a lot from this disaster. Xianyu was indeed a little upset. These flowers were found for him by Shang Junlin. Now, because of someone else's selfishness, he suffered for nothing. I don't want to let this matter go so easily. Xianyu looked up and met Shang Junlin's eyes. Even if you didn't say anything, I wouldn't let this matter go. As long as he thought that the real target of the mastermind was the moon lotus and that the moon lotus was necessary for Xianyu to remove the seal, Shang Junlin couldn't suppress the tyranny in his heart. Anyone who tried to hurt Xianyu deserved to die. Eunuch Meng knew that Shang Junlin cared about this matter, so he quickly found the person who knocked over the candlestick. Whether it was intentional or not, this person would not have a good ending. The people who might have done it were all arrested and interrogated by the people of the disciplinary department. Eunuch Meng personally took care of them, so no one dared to be careless. After the results of the interrogation came out, Eunuch Meng personally reported to Shang Junlin. The candlestick was indeed accidentally knocked over, but the candlestick had been tampered with in advance. No matter who it was, it could have been knocked over. The person who tampered with the candlestick was a little eunuch named Dongzi. He drowned the day before the greenhouse caught fire. Drowned? Shang Junlin's tone was cold. Continue to investigate. Investigate all the people he had contact with before he died. I want to know who ordered him to do this. This servant obeys. The investigation led to a dead person. Interesting. Xianyu listened to Shang Junlin's results and sneered. You doesn't have to worry about this matter. I will definitely give you an explanation for the matter in the palace. Xianyu believed that Shang Junlin could handle this matter. He snuggled into the man's arms. Those flowers, can they be saved? Although the fire was put out in time, the flowers nearby were still affected. Xianyu had personally taken care of them for so long, especially since these flowers were given by Shang Junlin. He did not want to lose them because of this fire. I know you care. I have already asked the palace people to treat them. A few of the less affected flowers are no longer a big problem. The more serious ones still need to be checked. If it is really not possible, I will send you new ones. I want to see those burned flowers. I will go with you. The flower room was still being cleaned up. The flowers were placed in another palace. Seeing Xianyu and Shang Junlin coming together, the palace people quickly saluted. No need to be so polite. The palace people led the two of them inside. Most of the flowers were in good condition. Xianyu walked to the front of a few flowers that were in serious condition. It could be seen that the people who took care of them were very attentive. Xianyu looked at the leaves. He was not sure if these flowers could survive. After looking around, Xianyu was led out by Shang Junlin. Eunuch Meng was waiting outside. When he saw the two of them coming out, he quickly stepped forward. Your Majesty, I found it. Before the accident, that little eunuch suddenly had a sum of money in his hand. He asked someone to take the money out of the palace and gave it to his parents outside the palace. This servant has already arranged people to look for it. If they found the source of the money, they would be able to find the person who ordered this. In the end, the clues pointed to a concubine left behind by the late emperor. A long time ago, Xianyu used an excuse to imprison some of the late emperor's concubines in Yuzhong Palace. Later, these people were taken away by Shang Junlin. They could not keep them locked up forever. So, they released those who did not know much and imprisoned them in the palace where they originally lived. Other than not allowing them to run around, there were not many restrictions. I thought that these people were abandoned. I did not expect that there would be a day when they would be used again. Back then, they had released them because they were sure that they didn't know much. Those who knew a little more, after they couldn't get anything out of them, they picked out a few serious crimes from what they had done and punished them accordingly. Your Majesty has cleaned up the harem several times. There are limited ways for them to do whatever they want in the palace. Those concubines who were imprisoned by Your Majesty became the only choice. The late emperor really knows how to make trouble for me. Shang Junlin sneered. Xianyu thought about it. It seemed to be the case. Whether it was inside or outside the palace, those who were involved with the late emperor were trying to make trouble for Shang Junlin. Last time, Prince Huayu was involved. But now that Prince Huayu is dead, who else would do such a thing? Somehow, there seemed to be a thread that connected everything together. Shang Junlin narrowed his eyes. There are not many people in the Great Han Kingdom who have the ability to do this. There is also the matter that General Gu has been investigating. Maybe the two were done by the same force. Xianyu guessed. When Gu Huai returns, I will let him investigate together. But we don't know what that person wants to do. Your Majesty sent people to find the other half of the thing that Grand Tutor Xing mentioned. How is the progress? He himself does not know how to get it. Many things from the national treasury were recovered. The other 200,000 soldiers, horses, and armor are still missing. Shang Junlin was not worried about this matter. Today, the Great Han Kingdom had sufficient soldiers. The other half of the soldiers left by the late emperor could not pose too much of a threat to the Great Han Kingdom. Your Majesty, we might as well take this opportunity to go to the Ji clan to find out what the person behind this is planning. Xianyu felt that it was impossible for that person to not have any ulterior motives after doing so many things. This did not make sense. No matter who that person was, as long as he made a move, they would have a chance to catch his tail. What they were afraid of was that he would hide in the dark and do nothing. You wants me to be the bait? No, it's an empty bait for him to bite. Xianyu hugged Shang Junlin's neck and planted a light kiss on his lips. How can I bear to let Your Majesty be the bait? No matter who that person was, he wasn't worthy. Shang Junlin took advantage of the situation and hugged Xianyu's waist. What does you want to do? Let them see that there is an opportunity to take advantage of, and at the same time, create an atmosphere that they already have something on them. In front of their own lives, they will always be willing to take a risk. Zhen will arrange it. Shang Junlin hugged Xianyu and sat on the soft couch at the side. Zhu Wang, who was locked up in the dark prison, was also someone who escaped from the Ji family? Xianyu found a comfortable position in Shang Junlin's arms with familiarity. Yes, he took him away and said that he wanted to ask about some things that happened in the past. Naturally, Ji Wuwang, who was also a member of the Ji family, knew more about how to deal with the Ji family. They had locked Zhu Wang up for so long but didn't get much useful information. Instead of wasting time, it was better to hand him over to Ji Wuwang. Shang Junlin and Ji Wuwang joined forces to uncover the Ji family's forces hidden in the capital. After dealing with this, Shang Junlin began to make arrangements to go to the Ji family's territory. Imperial physician Gu knew the specific situation of Xianyu's body from the other imperial physicians and Ji Wuwang. Because he had been in charge of nursing Xianyu's body, this time, Shang Junlin planned to bring him along. The weather was gradually getting hotter. Xianyu didn't ask Shang Junlin how to deal with the former emperor and concubines. If he got something from those people, Shang Junlin would tell him. If there was nothing, there was no need to ask. After the greenhouse fire, the palace dealt with a group of palace servants. Because Xianyu's body wasn't good, Shang Junlin didn't let him intervene in these matters. Xianyu stayed in Yuzhong Palace every day and didn't feel the wind and rain outside. Mushi was instructed by Shang Junlin not to bother Xinyu with these matters. Gu Huai brought people back to the capital. The 2 people he caught had been tortured beyond recognition. The information they got was presented to Shang Junlin. The crisis of Lin County was resolved. The imperial court finally gave the people an answer and reported this matter in the newspaper. The imperial court has announced the situation of Lin County. Everyone go and take a look. How is it? Is the situation serious? It's not that serious. I'm really relieved. The epidemic in Lin County has been brought under control. So why didn't give an explanation before? Didn't they give it now? Perhaps the imperial court has just received accurate news. Lin County is so far away from the capital. Isn't it normal for them to receive the news later? Lin is Lin's county is Lin's county is Lin's Lin. The Talin SS the people were very concerned about the matter of Lin County. The imperial court didn't give an explanation before, but there were all kinds of rumors outside. Do you still remember? There was a rumor that the imperial court ordered all the sick people to be burned in order to solve the epidemic in Lin County. That's why they didn't give an explanation to the public, I remember, but I didn't believe it. After the emperor ascended the throne, he didn't do such an outrageous thing. If he didn't care about the people, how could we have such a good life now? The people who spread these rumors may have something in mind. Have you forgotten that the traitor King Yu colluded with several ministers to smear His Majesty's name? Why are these people still unwilling to give up? Why don't we report this news to the government? That's feasible. Thus, the government in the capital received many anonymous letters from the people about the rumors during this period. Since the incident with King Yu, the imperial court ordered that these rumors couldn't be ignored. The government had been investigating the source and caught many people who spread the rumors maliciously. The weather was getting hotter, and Shang Junlin suggested in the imperial court that he wanted to take Xinyu to avoid the heat. This time, he didn't go there last time, but to another palace in the south. The Prime Minister, Fang Jun, and the other important ministers were all left behind. This time, it was the emperor's personal trip. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon in Dahuan. There was once an emperor in Dahuan who liked to go out of the palace. In order to cater to his preferences, palaces were built all over Dahuan. Later emperors would occasionally go to these places to play. After Shang Junlin ascended the throne, he devoted all his attention to political affairs. In his early years, he left the palace to go to war. This was the first time he left the palace to play. Only the Prime Minister, Fang Jun, and other trusted ministers knew the inside story. They also knew that there might be some twists and turns in His Majesty's departure this time. But they couldn't persuade him. No one could stop Shang Junlin from doing what he decided to do. After the court, Shang Junlin asked the Prime Minister and others to stay. He talked for the whole afternoon in the imperial study and arranged the follow-up matters before returning to Yuzhong Palace. Yuzhong Palace was quiet. Seeing him come in, Mushi hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Where's Ayu?" "Young master is sleeping in the inner room. He hasn't woken up yet." As the weather got hotter, Xinyu became more and more sleepy. Shang Junlin knew that he had to take people to the Ji clan as soon as possible to solve the hidden danger in Xinyu's body. Imperial physician Gu came to check Xinyu's pulse every day and developed another medicine that could be taken according to the suppressant medicine. This medicine was used to nourish Xinyu's body. Otherwise, it would cause irreversible damage to Xinyu's body if Xinyu was too weak. Ji Wuwang didn't object to taking Imperial physician Gu to the Ji clan. To him, one more person or one less person didn't make much of a difference. Shang Junlin walked into the inner room and saw the young man sleeping soundly on the soft bed. In just a few days, the young man had lost weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. His black hair stuck to his pale cheeks, making his face look even smaller. Shang Junlin slowed down his footsteps and walked over. He sat beside the soft bed and reached out to touch the young man's face. A familiar breath approached. Xinyu moved forward and slowly opened his eyes. "Your Majesty?" Xinyu, who had just woken up, was still a little confused. His voice was also soft. "You're awake?" Shang Junlin's voice was low and gentle. "Yes." Xinyu nodded. Shang Junlin helped him get up. Why didn't you sleep on the bed? While he was moving, the book slipped from his side. Xianxia didn't care and sat up with the man's strength. I was reading a book just now and accidentally fell asleep. I've already arranged everything. We can go to the Ji clan to solve the warning on your body. Shang Junlin brushed away the messy hair on the young man's forehead. What did your majesty say to the ministers? I said I'm going to the summer palace to play for a while. There's no big matter in the court recently. It doesn't matter whether I'm there or not. Xianxia leaned on the man's shoulder and said in a weak voice, didn't the ministers object? There's nothing to object. The previous emperors of the Great Huan dynasty had such precedents. I'm just exercising my rights. Shang Junlin didn't disclose Xianxu's physical condition to the public. He also didn't intend to disclose it to the public. His Ayu was only temporarily ill. After he recovered, he would be the same as before and accompany him for a long time. After arranging everything in the court, Shang Junlin took Xianxia to the summer palace. In order to deal with the ministers in the court, they also knew how to deceive the public. They would first go to the southern summer palace that Shang Junlin mentioned. After checking in, they would change their route to the Ji clan's land. The people they brought would stay in the summer palace. Shang Junlin arranged for his stand-in to stay there. They would disguise their identities and leave. Ji Wuwang brought along the captured members of the Ji clan. They didn't move together. They went their own ways and finally met at the agreed place. Then, they would go to the Ji clan's land together. Xianxia brought along 2 pots of flowers. I understand that you brought the moon lotus, but why did you bring the other one? In the carriage, Shang Junlin whispered in Xianxu's ear. Xianxu's hot breath blew into his ear. He tilted his head and said, I have been taking care of that flower. This time, I might as well bring it along with me. Initially, Xianxu only intended to bring Yu Lian along. However, when he saw Junling in the bedroom, he thought for a moment and brought her along as well. As for the reason, even Xianxu himself couldn't explain it. The carriage didn't travel fast. After 10 days, they arrived at the summer palace. These days, Xianxu was almost always in the carriage. After getting off the carriage, Xianxu saw Fang Jun come to greet Shang Junlin. Why did your majesty bring official Fang here? Xianxu remembered that Shang Junlin didn't plan to bring anyone with him this time. He needs to deal with some things on my behalf. Although there was a stand-in, it was inconvenient for them to spread news after they went to the Ji clan's land. With Fang Jun outside, he could deal with many things for him. What's more, the bait had been set. He had to give the person behind the scenes a chance to take the bait. The layout of the summer palace was very different from the imperial palace. It had the unique elegance of the south. There were rockery, flowing water, corridors, and pavilions. If it wasn't for other purposes this time, Xianxu would have liked to stay here for a while. Xianxu was led by Shang Junlin into the courtyard where they were going to stay. Who is your majesty's stand-in? I want to see. I am already here. Why is you so greedy? Xianxu said helplessly, I am just a little curious. They only stayed in the summer palace for a day. The next day, they changed into casual clothes and left the summer palace. In order to shorten the time, they chose to ride horses. After meeting up with Ji Wuwang, they went deep into the mountains under his lead. After walking in the mountains for 2 days, Ji Wuwang and his people stopped. We are here. Xianxu looked ahead. Other than the towering mountains, he couldn't see anything. Ji Wuwang stepped forward and placed the token in his hand on the mountain wall. Almost in an instant, the fog in the mountains dispersed, revealing a small path. The small path meandered along the mountain wall, only allowing one person to pass. After walking for about an hour, the path opened up. What appeared in front of them was a small city in the mountains. The plants were lush and the scenery was pleasant. It was hard to imagine that such a place was deep in the mountains. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Xianxu would have thought that such a place was in some small city in the south. The only thing that didn't match was the buildings. Almost all of them were made of stone and carved with various complicated patterns. The clothes of the people passing by were also different from Dahuan. They used a lot of gauze, and their waists, arms, and other places could be vaguely seen. Some people noticed their presence and their eyes were filled with curiosity. Follow me. Ji Wuwang led them inside. Everywhere they went, the passers-by stopped and bowed to Ji Wuwang. It could be seen that Ji Wuwang's status here was very high. They were led to one of the most prominent buildings. I have just returned to the clan. I still have some things to deal with. You can rest here first. If there is anything you need, just tell them to do it. Xinyu looked around. The layout of the room was very luxurious. It was decorated with all kinds of gold and jade. Many of the utensils in the room were made of huge stones. Only a few were made of wood. A maid brought clean clothes over. Do the two guests want to wash up? Xinyu picked up one of the clothes. It was obvious that it wasn't De Huan's style. The clothes in Xinyu's hands were white and covered with a thin layer of gauze. It felt very soft to the touch, like cloud satin. He spread out the clothes and saw many transparent parts. Shang Junlin walked over and looked at the maid. Don't you have any other clothes? The maid nodded. Xinyu put the clothes back. Your Majesty, if you don't like it, then forget it. Shang Junlin pursed his lips. It wasn't that he didn't like it, but he didn't want other people to see Xinyu wearing it. This. The maid didn't expect to encounter such a situation and was a little flustered. I like it. Shang Junlin suddenly spoke and interrupted the maid. Xinyu didn't seem to notice Shang Junlin's little scheme and deliberately approached him and asked, Then why did your Majesty ask if there are any other clothes? There was a hint of teasing in his tone and his eyes were tinged with a smile. Shang Junlin grabbed his hand that was touching his chest. You really didn't know? How would I know if your Majesty didn't tell me? Xinyu raised his eyebrows. Of course, it's because. Shang Junlin lowered his head and his lips almost touched Xinyu's earlobe. I don't want other people to see you wearing this. You can only show it to me. His hot breath sprayed on the sensitive earlobe. In an instant, the earlobe was dyed with a layer of crimson, like a ripe fruit, bright and juicy, tempting to pluck. The seduced man unceremoniously took a bite and gently ground his teeth. This time, it wasn't just the earlobe that was red. The crimson color spread all the way to the overlapping layers of the clothes. Xinyu's breathing was unsteady. In a trance, he seemed to hear a man's chuckle. The maid was still at the side. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look. Xinyu didn't want this inexplicable atmosphere to continue, so he interrupted, Does your Majesty want to wash up? After walking all the way here, Xinyu wanted to find a place with water to wash himself. Shang Junlin generously let go of the earlobe that had been ravaged. Due to the angle, even if the maid looked over curiously, she could not see what exactly Shang Junlin had done. She could only see the tall man whispering something into the young man's ear, making the young man blush. It's already late. Naturally, I should wash up. The maid looked at the clothes on the tray and said awkwardly, These clothes, bring it along. Shang Junlin was quite curious about the clothes in this place. He was especially curious about how Xinyu would look after wearing it. The maid carried a tray of clothes and led the way for the two of them. The bathing place was in an empty room. In the middle of the room, there was a steaming pool. Xinyu came closer and found that it was a hot spring. After making sure that they didn't need anyone to wait on them, the maid put down the things and left. In the blink of an eye, only Shang Junlin and Xinyu were left. Xinyu unbuttoned his clothes and walked in. The water temperature was high. After a while, Xinyu's skin turned red from the steam. Shang Junlin put away their clothes and slowly went into the water. He swam to Xinyu's side and hugged the young man who was covered in red. I'm at your service. Xinyu leaned back as the hot water slid over his skin. I remember that there is a similar place in the palace. I've taken you there before. The place in the palace is different from here. If you likes it, I'll have someone build one in the palace. You can only soak in the hot spring occasionally. It's not good for your health if you soak in it for too long. Xinyu interrupted Shang Junlin's unrealistic idea. There was no natural hot spring in the palace. It was almost impossible to build a similar one. The two of them were close to each other and their hearts were connected. It was normal for them to have a reaction. Xinyu felt that he was being kissed. He silently moved to the side. After soaking for half an hour, Shang Junlin carried Xinyu out. He picked up a dry cloth and wiped the water stains on Xinyu's body. After drying, Xinyu put on the clothes brought by the maid. The clothes were white. His neck was exposed. His arms and other areas were covered by a layer of gauze. The bottom was a loose pair of bloomers. It tightened at the ankles, revealing his slender white ankles. It was also covered by a layer of gauze. Along with the clothes, there was a pile of jewelry. These were used as embellishments. Shang Junlin picked them up and put them on for Xinyu. After putting on the clothes, Shang Junlin carefully looked at the young man standing in front of him. He sighed, "You is really beautiful." The young man was wearing white clothes that were completely different from De Huan's clothes. His black hair was loose and his face was light pink because he had just soaked in the hot spring. It was very different from Xinyu's usual appearance. He was like an enchantress from a foreign land. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. He wanted to imprison such a young man in his arms. He didn't want anyone to see him. He could only smile at him and cry for him. Xinyu was not used to such clothes. He looked sideways and then turned back to look at Shang Junlin, who was wearing the clothes he brought. He said, "Your Majesty, why don't you wear it? You wants to see me wear it?" Xinyu nodded with interest. "I've already worn it for your Majesty to see. Shouldn't your Majesty also wear it for me to see?" After saying that, Xinyu picked up another set of clothes and handed it to Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin stared at him for a while. "I'll wear it for you after we go back to the room." Xinyu thought about the maid waiting outside. This was someone else's territory, not the palace. Some things were inconvenient. "Then let's go back." Shang Junlin took a cloak and put it on Xinyu. The two of them walked out together. The maid greeted them. "Dinner is ready. Where would you like to eat? Bring it to our room." "Yes." After they went back to the room, the maid brought the dinner. The dinner was very much to Xinyu's taste. Xinyu ate a little more. After he finished eating, he waved the maid away. Shang Junlin took the clothes to the inner room to change. Xinyu was bored and sat outside to wait. After some time, he heard footsteps. Xinyu turned around. He was stunned. He was used to Shang Junlin's noble appearance in the imperial robes. After changing into Jishi's clothes, he showed a completely different charm. Shang Junlin's clothes were dark. The style was similar to Xinyu's. The difference was that the man's arms were completely exposed. There was no veil. Instead, they were replaced by golden jewels. "Does you like it? Your Majesty looks good in this." Xinyu was not stingy with his praise. He stood up and walked towards Shang Junlin. "Now I can understand your thoughts." This was Shang Junlin. Except for himself, Xinyu did not want anyone to see it. "What thoughts?" Xinyu hooked his arms around the man's neck and looked down. He breathed on the man's lips. "Your Majesty, only I can see it. You, only I can see it." Shang Junlin's voice was slightly hoarse. He raised his hand and untied Xinyu's cloak. The white cloak slipped down. Everything under the veil was faintly discernible. He put his hand on her waist and slowly rubbed it through the veil. His breath was taken away. Xinyu raised his head and received the man's fierce kiss. When the kiss ended, Xinyu tilted his head slightly to avoid the man's scorching breath. "When we go back, I will ask the clothing bureau to make a few sets of clothes like this." Xinyu's body trembled slightly when he heard the man's low murmur. "Ha!" He heard the man's low laughter. It was filled with lust. His body was in an extreme state. Any touch would cause the greatest reaction. He wanted to escape, but he had lost all his strength. The veil was dazzling. Xinyu wanted to pull it away, but the man forced his hand away. You, don't move. Take it away." Xinyu sobbed softly. In front of his eyes was a bizarre scene. He lost track of time. Everything was shaking. His fingers curled up impatiently, wanting to grab something. The man whispered something in his ear. Xinyu couldn't hear clearly. When he regained consciousness again, he didn't know how long it had been. Warm water was poured into his mouth. Xinyu swallowed subconsciously. His dry throat was moistened and the discomfort lessened. He opened his eyes. Shang Junlin, who had changed back into his own clothes, was looking down at him. Seeing that he had woken up, Shang Junlin helped him sit up. Do you feel uncomfortable? Xinyu carefully felt for a moment. Other than the soreness that came from everywhere, there was no other discomfort. He shook his head. After washing up, Xinyu saw Ji Wuwang, who had come looking for him. I have already handed the moon lotus to someone in the clan who can lift the banning. They need a few days to discuss the specific treatment. The doctor you brought is also involved. Someone will come over to check on Xinyu's body later and formulate a treatment plan according to his specific condition. Xinyu nodded. Just as Ji Wuwang said, not long after, several members of the Ji clan came to see him. Imperial physician Gu was with them. They had already learned about Xinyu's physical condition from Imperial physician Gu. This time, they came to determine how deeply the banning had taken root in his body. Ji Wuwang didn't leave. Xinyu looked at these members of the Ji clan. They didn't look young. One of them had deep wrinkles on his face and white hair. The others seemed to regard him as the leader. During the examination, he spoke. We need some of the young master's blood. How much? Although Shang Junlin knew that this was a necessary process, he was still somewhat displeased. Another person took out a small transparent cup. Fill it up. The cup was sealed. It was half a finger high and very thin. Since knowing that he was a member of the Ji clan, this wasn't the first time Xinyu had been asked to bleed. Where's the dagger? He didn't have much opinion on this matter. I'll do it. Shang Junlin picked up the dagger handed over by the members of the Ji clan. The person holding the small cup opened it and placed it under Xinyu's wrist. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand and the dagger fell. The cup was quickly filled. Imperial physician Gu stepped forward and took out the medicine that he had already prepared for Xinyu. Soon, the wound on Xinyu's wrist stopped bleeding. The cup wasn't big and couldn't hold much blood. Other than the pain from the wound, Xinyu didn't feel anything else. Feeling the hand holding him trembling slightly, Xinyu covered it with his other hand and said softly, "It's okay, Your Majesty." Imperial physician Gu took Xinyu's pulse and confirmed that the blood loss didn't affect Xinyu. Only then did Shang Junlin feel relieved. Imperial physician Gu and the other members of the Ji clan retreated. His participation was the result of Ji Wuwang and Shang Junlin's compromise. It just so happened that he was familiar with Xinyu's physical condition. This was something that the members of the Ji clan needed to be able to break the seal. During this time, Xinyu wasn't idle. He wanted to know more about the Ji clan and about his mother. He wanted to inquire about the past with Shang Junlin. Ji Wuwang didn't stop him. He even found a lot of books from the Ji clan and gave them to him. During the day, Xinyu would walk around with Shang Junlin. The Ji clan knew that they were guests brought back by the clan head, so they were very warm to them. Ji Wuwang didn't announce that Xinyu was a member of the Ji clan. Does you like it here? Shang Junlin suddenly asked. Your Majesty, why do you ask this? Xinyu turned his head in surprise. I feel that you seem to like this place very much. Shang Junlin looked ahead. He would ask this question only because Xinyu had a feeling that he was at ease living in the Ji clan during this period of time. No way. Even if I like this place, it's because Your Majesty is with me. If I'm alone, it doesn't matter where I am. Xinyu saw a stall selling snacks specially made by the Ji clan not far away. He pulled Shang Junlin over and said, Your Majesty, I want to eat that. Okay. Shang Junlin said in a pampering tone. As they walked and strolled, Shang Junlin would agree to whatever Xinyu wanted to buy without hesitation. Here, they were just themselves. They didn't have any shackles on them. At the stall selling sugar figurines, Xinyu asked the stall owner to make 2 figurines of himself and Shang Junlin. He took one for himself and gave the other one to Shang Junlin. Your Majesty, look. Do these 2 sugar figurines look like the ones we ate before? Xinyu was talking about the first New Year he spent in the palace. At that time, he didn't know that he would have such a relationship with Shang Junlin in the future. He asked the man to let him go out of the palace to play. Perhaps, from that time, he could see some clues about some things. For example, the man's indulgence towards him. The sugar figurines were very sweet. When he took a bite, it was crisp and sweet. Very similar. They were all made according to his and Xianyu's appearance. Naturally, they were similar. Recalling that time, Shang Junlin's eyes were also smiling. After eating the sugar figurines, the two continued to walk forward. Xianyu took a fancy to the novelty. He left Shang Junlin and went to see it alone. "Brother, buy a bunch of flowers." A little girl's sweet voice sounded. Xianyu looked for the source of the voice. He saw an 8 or 9-year-old girl blocking Shang Junlin's way and persistently asking him to buy flowers. "Brother, buy flowers for the person you like." The two of them looked at each other across the crowd. Xianyu smiled. Who would have thought that the dignified emperor of the Great Huan Kingdom would one day be stumped by a little girl? Xianyu stood in place with his arms crossed, watching the scene in front of him with great interest. The tall man squatted down and whispered something to the little girl. The little girl held the flowers in her hand and walked towards Xianyu. Shang Junlin followed behind her. "These are for beautiful brother." The little girl walked in front of Xianyu and gave the flowers in her hands to Xianyu. "Why did you give it to me?" "It's a gift from this big brother to the beautiful big brother. I wish the two big brothers 100 years of bliss and love is stronger than gold." The little girl's eyes were very big, and they were filled with pure joy. Xianyu took the flowers. "Thank you." After selling the flowers, the little girl skipped away. In a nearby attic, the white-haired man sat opposite Ji Wuwang and looked down. "He's very happy now." "Yes, the emperor of the Great Huan Kingdom treats him very well," Ji Wuwang said. "That's good too. He found his home." After going around in circles, they still ended up together. The white-haired man had a complicated look in his eyes. 2 years ago, you said that you found him and wanted him to stay in the clan. Now it seems that this place won't be able to keep him." Ji Wuwang picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Now that he has found a better home, he naturally doesn't need to stay here." "I don't understand." "You don't need to understand. Heaven and earth are reversed. The trajectory of fate will eventually return to the right track." Cough, the white-haired man covered his mouth and coughed out blood. Why did the situation get worse after this closed-door training? Ji Wuwang looked worried. "It's fine." The white-haired man waved his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Xianyu faintly felt that someone was looking at him. He looked back but didn't see anything. "What's wrong?" Shang Junlin noticed his sudden movement. "Someone seems to be watching us." Xianyu expressed his feelings. Shang Junlin held his hand. "Let's go back first." The two returned to the place where they lived. Xianyu didn't feel that he was being watched again. Ever since they arrived at the Ji clan's land, Xianyu was no longer as sleepy as before. It seemed to prove Ji Wuwang's words. After returning to the room, Xianyu asked a maid for a vase and put the flowers he brought back in it. Their days in the Ji clan's land were very comfortable. The Ji clan's library was open to Xianyu and Shang Junlin was allowed to read it together. During this period of time, Xianyu and Shang Junlin's understanding of the Ji clan increased a lot. In the afternoon, Xianyu and Shang Junlin sat in the courtyard. Because the entire clan's land was in the mountains, the temperature wasn't too high. Compared to the capital, it was really like a summer palace to avoid the summer heat. "Your Majesty, is there any movement outside?" Xianyu leaned in the man's arms and asked. In the Ji clan's land, it was inconvenient to communicate with the outside world, but it wasn't completely impossible. Every once in a while, the hidden dragon guards would send in news from the outside world and bring out Shang Junlin's orders at the same time. There are some movements. Ayu's guess is right. Some people can't hold it in any longer. After Xianyu and Shang Junlin entered the clan's land, Gu Huai, who stayed outside, sped up. He already had someone in his hands, so he asked for clues and acted recklessly. As long as the person behind this wasn't a fool, he wouldn't be able to detect it. He did this to make the person behind this feel pressured. He wanted to tell them that even if they could still hide now, they wouldn't be able to hide for long. Once everything was exposed, there was only one path waiting for them. Countless examples were telling them what would happen if they went against the imperial court and Shang Junlin. The last person who did this was already beheaded and his power was uprooted. Gu Huai announced the news that he had found. The imperial court was in an uproar. They never thought that the epidemic in Lin County was caused by someone. The culprit was still locked up in prison. This matter must be reported as soon as possible and let His Majesty make a decision. More than one official thought so. After the news was sorted out, it was sent to the temporary imperial residence and Feng Jun took over. Shang Junlin already knew about this before he left. Feng Jun followed Shang Junlin's instructions and gave the imperial court a reply. Every step was going according to plan. After the news was published in the civilian newspaper, it caused a huge uproar among the people. No wonder the imperial court didn't announce it at the beginning. It's because they didn't find the culprit. How can there be such a vicious person? That's hundreds of thousands of lives. If His Majesty didn't react in time, the area affected would be even larger. Lin County might not be the only one affected. I heard that the 2 people who were caught were instructed by someone. I don't know who that person is. No matter who it is, they should be sentenced to death. Am I the only one who suspects that this isn't the first time? Last year in Subei, as well as the disasters that happened in other places before that, were there also the shadows of people behind them? Now that you mention it, it's very likely. Not only in the capital, but everywhere in Dahuan was talking about this matter. Although the people weren't very knowledgeable, and many of them hadn't even been to school, they knew how disgusting it was to not take human lives seriously. Master, are we going to let the people outside talk about it? The imperial court didn't intend to suppress the news at all. They allowed it to spread to every corner of Dahuan. Perhaps they wanted to spread the news to some people. What else can we do? The person who spoke had a hoarse voice. It was impossible to tell his identity or age. Think of a way to deal with those 2 people. Master, don't worry. They won't know anything that they shouldn't know. Our people have already infiltrated. I guarantee that they'll be dealt with before they reveal more information. That Gu Huai, I don't know where His Majesty found him. He's quite capable. Give him a little more time, and he might really be able to dig something out. He seems to be related to the Lin family. But didn't the Lin family die? No matter what relationship he has with the Lin family, this person can't be left alive. Isn't he looking for the whereabouts of the Lin family's armor? Give him some clues and lead him there. But, our people haven't found the mechanism there yet. What if they get the thing after we lead him there? If he can open the mechanism, it'll be a great help to me. You don't need me to teach you how to take advantage of others, do you? I understand. Shang Junlin received news from the northern desert. Xinyu was in the Ji family's territory. Yinghua people couldn't come in for the time being. Xinyu's source of information came from Shang Junlin. Sometimes, he could get some information from Ji Wuwang. Shang Junlin, the civil strife in the northern desert has reached its climax. Jiang Huiqing is now in the middle of several forces. Yanjing has also established a relationship with one of the forces. We just need to consume some of their strength and then we can take action. Xinyu, it'll be great if we can directly solve the problem of the northern desert this time. Except for the northern desert, other small countries were not a threat to the Dahuan kingdom. As long as the ruler of the Dahuan kingdom didn't seek death, they wouldn't be bullied by others. Shang Junlin, even if we can't do it this time, the northern desert won't become a big force in a short time. We have plenty of time to slowly wear them down. Xinyu, indeed. After this time, the northern desert will need a lot of time to recuperate. During this time, the Dahuan kingdom can do a lot of things. Under the night sky, Xinyu and Shang Junlin walked side by side on a path. A crescent moon hung high in the night sky, surrounded by stars. Occasionally, a cool breeze would blow, and the temperature was pleasant. The wind blew the young man's long hair, which fell into Shang Junlin's hands and slipped from his fingertips. The 2 of them walked along the path. Recently, Imperial Physician Gu would come every day to take Xinyu's pulse and adjust the medicine according to his physical condition. Because the process of removing the withdrawal guide was dangerous, his body must be adjusted to the best state before it was carried out. After a period of recuperation, Xinyu's complexion recovered a lot. Why is the withdrawal guide suppressed here? What exactly is it? Xinyu still couldn't figure it out. He flipped through many books in the Ji family's collection, but there was almost no introduction to the withdrawal guide. When he asked Ji Wuwang, he said that it was because the withdrawal guide was a forbidden technique of the Ji family. Other than the chosen people, no one else knew about it. Even he didn't know much about it. Shang Junlin held Xianyu's hand. The young man's body temperature was still cold. Only after holding his hand for a long time could he feel some warmth. I have already asked the hidden dragon guards to investigate. In this place, there are very few people who know about the existence of the withdrawal guide. In the end, we might have to ask the people who removed the withdrawal guide for you. I have also asked Imperial Physician Gu to find out. When there is news, he will inform us. Unknowingly, the two of them walked on a path that they had never stepped on before. When they reacted, a dark door appeared in front of them. Xianyu stopped walking. He didn't know why, but his heart was beating faster. What is this place? They had lived here for so long, but they had never seen such a place. Creak, the door opened in front of the two of them. Since you are here, why don't the two of you come in and have a seat? A low cough came from inside the room. Xianyu looked at Shang Junlin and felt his hand being grabbed. The two of them looked at each other and stepped into the door. The room was dark, but as they walked, it gradually lit up. In front of them, a white-haired man was sitting in front of a desk, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Xianyu looked at the man in front of him. Although he had white hair, his face looked like he was in his 20s. Only his eyes contained the vicissitudes of life, and one could tell his real age. Who are you? After Xianyu came to the Ji clan, under the guidance of Ji Wuwang, he met many people in the clan. The features of the man in front of him were so obvious. If he had seen him before, it was impossible for him not to have any impression of him. However, this man gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I'm just an inconspicuous elder. The white-haired man put down the book in his hand. Aren't you curious about the existence of Jiayin? There are many books here that can help you solve your doubts. You asked us to come just for this? Xianyu was suspicious. You can take a look first. I believe you have verified it yourself. There are many things that you can't ask from others. The doubts in your heart can be answered in this attic. It would be a waste not to take a look at the answers that were delivered to his door. At this time, the room was even brighter. Xianyu saw that there were bookshelves all around. This was obviously a library, but they didn't notice it on their way here. What you want to know is in the third cabinet in the second row on the left. Xianyu pulled Shang Junlin to the place the white-haired man said. There was only one thick book here. Xianyu picked it up and looked at it. The book was very new, and it didn't seem to have been there for a long time. After opening it, the content inside was written in the Dahuan character. There were some differences between the characters commonly used in the Ji clan and the Dahuan character. Xianyu thought that it would take some time to read it, but he didn't expect that the characters were changed to the Dahuan character. On the other side, there were tables and chairs. Xianyu and Shang Junlin walked over and sat down. They opened a book and started reading together. The first half of the book introduced the origin of Jiayin. It was said that the ancestor of the Ji family found a strange-looking little beast when he was gathering herbs in the mountains. He brought the little beast back to raise it. Later on, the little beast passed away. The ancestor of the Ji family used the little beast as a raw material to create a magical spell and named it Jiayin. By relying on this little beast, the Ji family's ancestor learned how to borrow the power of the gods, determine life and death with a single word, predict the future with a single word, and all kinds of abilities that did not conform to common sense. The ancestor chose the smartest woman in the clan at that time and planted a precept in her so that she could manage the affairs of the clan. Those who received the precepts would become more intelligent, and it would be easier for them to grasp the Ji family's abilities. They would also be able to ensure that they would not age. Only after each generation of people who received the precepts died would the next generation appear. The chosen one would be known as the saintess who served the gods. She would have to dedicate everything to the gods. She would not be allowed to marry or give birth to the next generation. After hundreds of years of evolution, the Ji family went from being weak to being strong. When it was at its peak, the Ji family was equivalent to a country. Nothing could escape the principle of decline after the peak of prosperity. The Ji family was the same. After its peak, it quickly fell. Because it had offended too many forces at its peak, the Ji family had to go into hibernation again. Xinyu also found that each saintess of the Ji family would not be in office for more than 30 years. The book did not say how these saintesses died. It only said that when a saintess died, a new saintess would naturally appear and take over the position of the previous saintess. The content of the book was not long, so it did not take much time to finish reading. Xinyu put down the book and walked in front of the white-haired man. My mother took the Jiayin and fled from the Ji family. Then, who is the current saintess of the Ji family? According to the book, there had never been a situation where two saintesses existed at the same time in the Ji family. There is no saintess in the Ji family now. The white-haired man's expression changed for a moment, but it quickly returned to being expressionless. Your mother is not here, so the family cannot choose a new saintess. Combining all the conditions, you are actually very suitable. Xinyu quickly reacted. You mean, to be the saintess, one must be under the Jiayin question mark. You can understand it this way. Without the saintess, the mystery of the Ji family will gradually disappear. Your mother has already left for more than 20 years. At most, in another 10 years, the mysteries of the Ji family will no longer exist. Ji Wuwang asked me to come back because he wanted me to be the saintess question mark. If it was not so, Xinyu could not understand why Ji Wuwang would go through so much trouble to go to Dehuan's capital to find him. You can ask him for the answer yourself. He has no intention of harming you. As he spoke, the white-haired man covered his mouth and coughed a few times. Blood seeped out between his fingers. Are you okay? Xinyu felt that compared to him, this person was more like a seriously ill person. Shang Junlin had been silently standing behind Xinyu. Only when Xinyu asked if Ji Wuwang wanted him to stay did his body slightly tense. The white-haired man took out a handkerchief and wiped away the blood with ease. I'm fine. The person that Ji Wuwang brought back once said something. Ji Wuwang said it was nonsense. I want to know if the people of your family can really predict the future. Shang Junlin suddenly spoke. Actually, the future is uncertain. Different choices will lead to different futures. The people of the Ji family can do divination, but what we can see is only one of the paths. As for what the future will be like, no one will know until the very last moment. You can treat it as real, or you can treat it as nonsense. The white-haired man seemed to be exhausted. After saying this, he showed the intention of sending them off. After the two left, Ji Wuwang walked out from the secret door. Why did you tell them this? You were willing to disregard the survival of the Ji family and agreed to remove the seal for him. What's wrong with me telling them the truth? There was one thing that they didn't say. Before Xinyu, no one had ever removed the seal alive. Why was it that after the death of the previous saintess, a new saintess could be found so quickly? Because there was only one copy of the seal. It had been preserved until now using the lives of generations of saintesses as nourishment. If one wanted to obtain extraordinary power, they had to pay a price. Now that the situation outside is stable, even without the barrier, the Ji family can still live well with the medical skills passed down. There's no need to be restrained for generations because of some unimportant things. Ji Wuwang said. If he had thought like you back then, would there be such a situation today? What about you? What kind of future did you see 2 years ago? Why did you suddenly change from stopping me to standing by my side? I saw it, destruction and hope. In the next few days, Xinyu didn't go out with Shang Junlin. He had to start the final preparations for removing the seal. He had to soak in the medicinal bath for 2 hours every day. The water in the tub was light green. As Xinyu soaked in it for longer, the color of the water would gradually fade and eventually become transparent white. When he was soaking in the medicinal bath, Shang Junlin would accompany him. Xinyu rested his arms on the edge of the tub and smiled at Shang Junlin. Your Majesty, tell me a story. Cold sweat kept oozing from his forehead. This medicinal bath was extremely stimulating to the body. When Xinyu first soaked in it, even though the Ji family had warned him in advance, he still almost jumped out. It was too painful. It was like countless needles dipped in salt water were piercing his skin and stirring inside. Especially when he first soaked in it, Xinyu was in so much pain that he couldn't feel anything outside. When the pain subsided, he found himself biting Shang Junlin's arm. His mouth was full of the taste of blood. He saw the heartache in the man's eyes. He saw that the man wished he could take his place. Suddenly, he didn't feel so painful. Later on, in order to divert his attention, he would talk to Shang Junlin. Although most of the time, he was listening to Shang Junlin. "What does you want to hear?" Shang Junlin's voice was gentle. His master tried to hide the heartache in his voice. "I want to hear about your majesty's past." "Okay." The man's voice was low and gentle. As Xinyu listened, he seemed to see the Shang Junlin of that time. The young boy who shined on the battlefield. He had never seen the Shang Junlin before. Shang Junlin was very patient. Even if the story was repeated several times, his tone didn't change at all. When it was time, he carried Xinyu out of the tub, wrapped him up, and put him in the room next door. At this time, Xinyu had no strength at all. He leaned on Shang Junlin and looked up at him. "Your Majesty, don't frown." After tidying up Xinyu, Shang Junlin called the people waiting outside to examine Xinyu's body. Imperial physician Gu first took Xinyu's pulse, then the other Ji family members. Finally, he took a drop of blood. Xinyu lowered his eyes and looked at his fingers. There were many wounds on his fingertips. Shang Junlin held his hand. Imperial physician Gu said that the preparations are almost done. In a few days, you won't have to suffer anymore. Every time he saw Xinyu in pain, Shang Junlin's heart felt like it was being cut by a blunt knife. At first, when Xinyu saw his uncomfortable appearance, he wanted to ask him to go outside so that he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. However, Shang Junlin didn't agree. No matter what, he wanted to stay by Xinyu's side. After resting for an hour, Xinyu's strength recovered. Although the medicinal bath was uncomfortable, Xinyu's body condition did improve a lot after the bath. Shang Junlin carried Xinyu and basked in the sun outside the house. The two of them were whispering something when Ji Wuwang walked in from outside the courtyard. "I just went to confirm it. Now, we're just waiting for the results of the moon lotus." "Can the moon lotus really bear fruit?" Xinyu poked his head out of Shang Junlin's arms. "Yes, its fruit is the most important ingredient. Didn't you notice that since you came to the clan, there are already small fruits under its bud?" Xinyu really didn't notice this. After coming here, the moon lotus was taken away by Ji Wuwang. He said that he wanted to study it together. Since Imperial physician Gu was there, Xinyu didn't ask much. "I met a white-haired man that day. He told me that you brought me back because you wanted me to be the saintess." Xinyu stared at Ji Wuwang. "Is that true?" "Yes." Ji Wuwang didn't deny his previous thoughts. "But I changed my mind later. You don't have to worry about me taking the opportunity to do something. Since I promised to remove the seal for little you, I won't go back on my words." "Why did you change your mind?" "If you want an answer, it's because of him." Ji Wuwang looked at Shang Junlin. "You'll be happier with him than staying in the clan. Back then, what my father couldn't do for your mother, I hope I can do for you. Take it as a little compensation as an elder brother. I came to find you today because of another matter. I got some information from the people who were captured. It has something to do with you. Do you want to hear it?" Ji Wuwang went straight to the point. "Is it Zhu Wang?" Xinyu patted Shang Junlin's arm. Shang Junlin carried him up and sat down in another place. "I sent people to investigate Zhu Wang. In the end, they could only find his origin in Subei. There was nothing earlier than that. It's normal that you couldn't find anything." Ji Wuwang sat down opposite them. He used to be a member of the Ji family and lived in the Ji clan. Naturally, you couldn't find anything earlier than that. He was also one of the clan leader's men? Xinyu hadn't forgotten that the source of all this was the person who tried to use the forbidden technique but was disrupted by his mother. "Yes, and he used to like your mother." Ji Wuwang sneered. "These people are ridiculous. Once they liked her, they wanted to destroy her. After he escaped from the Ji clan, he used some unknown method to find your mother's whereabouts. However, he didn't tell his master. Instead, he wanted to threaten her. He didn't expect that even after leaving the clan, he was still no match for her. After he was defeated, he fled in a sorry state and revealed your mother's whereabouts. Did he have anything to do with my mother's death? That year, your mother died of exhaustion. In order to hide the news from you, she used the clan's forbidden technique to erase the memories of those who came in contact with her. So, there are no traces of her existence in the capital? Xianxia pondered. Only when no one knows, you are safe. In fact, in the beginning, no one knew that the seal could be passed to the child through the mother's body. Until one year, a confidant of the clan leader accidentally saw you in the capital. He felt the seal in your body. Then, they sent people to the capital to capture you alive. Unfortunately, the people they sent were killed by an unknown force. Xianxia had encountered this assassination when he was young. Back then, if Shang Junlin hadn't intervened, no one knew what would have happened. Xianxia turned to look at Shang Junlin and said softly, "Back then, it was your majesty who saved me." So that's how it is. Ji Wuwang finally understood. I've always been curious. Who has the ability to quietly eliminate such a large force and also arouse their vigilance? At first, I thought it was Northern Marquis who was secretly protecting you, but later I found out that it wasn't. It was true that Sir Zhenbei had a certain amount of power, but this power was not strong enough to threaten those people. It would not be strange if it was Shang Junlin's men who made the move. Only this man had enough power to make people tremble in fear. What else are they planning? Xianxia didn't think that the failure of a chase would make these people stop. If the hard way doesn't work, they will use the soft way. After discovering that you have the warning mark, they tried to control you to achieve their goal. The king of you was a chess piece that they had chosen. After gaining the king's trust, they deliberately said those words to arouse the king's interest in you. The king of you has always wanted my position. With such an order, how could he let it go? Thus, he began to secretly approach Ayu and Northern Marquis's concubine's son. If he succeeds, Ayu will definitely follow him. Maybe he will follow him to his fief. Once he leaves the capital, they will have less scruples if they want to make a move. Shang Junlin spoke out his guess. Xianxia thought of his previous life when he arrived at the fief of the king of Yu. He had been sick for a long time. He thought that it was normal for him to be in poor health. Now, it seemed that this matter was a question mark. During that time, he was muddle-headed. It was hard to guarantee that the people who escaped from the Ji family didn't do anything to him. They have good intentions. They want you to work for them. Ji Wuwang recalled the scene in the dungeon. His face turned colder. The man was tied to the rack. There wasn't a single part of his body that was unharmed. Blood flowed from the corner of his eyes. He laughed wantonly. His tone was mixed with thick malice. Since she ruined our plan, isn't it appropriate for her child to pay for it? It's a pity that the king of you is a good-for-nothing. The situation was so advantageous for him, but he still messed it up. No wonder he couldn't defeat the current emperor of the Great Huan dynasty. What are these people trying to do? What is the motive of the clan leader who was exposed by my mother? Xianxia's words pulled Ji Wuwang back from his thoughts. His mouth curved into a cold arc. They want to live forever. The previous holy maidens of the Ji family were able to maintain their looks. These people thought that it was because of the restraining guidance. Of course, this is the truth. At the same time, the restraining guidance will burn the life of the holy maidens as the price. These people are whimsical. They think that by consuming the heart blood of those who are under the restraining guidance, they can avoid the negative effects of the restraining guidance and achieve the effect of eternal beauty. Xianxia only felt a chill. Shang Junlin felt that something was wrong with him. He hugged him tightly. His heart was filled with fear and uncontrollable anger. The person he couldn't bear to hurt was actually coveted by others. Can it really be achieved? Xianxia asked. Ji Wuwang shook his head. No, but those people have already gone crazy. They believe it without a doubt. That year, your mother found out that there was something wrong with the death of the previous holy maiden. She secretly investigated and found out about this matter. You said before that my mother found out that the clan leader was using a forbidden technique. That's not wrong. The Ji family is famous for its medicine. In the Ji family's library, there are many strange prescriptions that have not been verified. These prescriptions, whether it's the method or the effect, are strange. They are all called forbidden techniques. Aren't you guys investigating Fei Meng? This medicine was first leaked out from the Ji family. However, the current Fei Meng is very different from the original one. I want to see the person you brought back. There's nothing to see. If you really want to see him, you can go after dealing with the restraining guidance in your body. Ji Wuwang was worried that those people had a backup plan that would cause harm to Xinyu. These people had spent a lot of time and effort on restraining guidance for 10 years. They might have some hidden cards that they didn't know about. Because of Xinyu's mother, their reputation was ruined. Now, because of Xinyu, they were on trial. All of their hatred was focused on Xinyu. Ji Wuwang wouldn't let Xinyu take the risk at this time. It was rare for Shang Junlin to stand on the same side as Ji Wuwang. Clan leader Ji is right. If Yu wants to see those people, he can go after his body recovers. Xinyu wasn't in a hurry to see those people, so he agreed. He thought that some of the mysteries of his previous life might be solved soon. Xinyu's days in the Ji family were as usual. No one dared to disturb them. Shang Junlin also accompanied him by his side. It felt as if they were an ordinary couple. Shang Junlin didn't need to go to court in the morning. Every day, when Xinyu woke up, he could see him by his bedside. After washing up, the two of them would have breakfast together. Then, they would go shopping and buy some small things. If Xinyu was interested in something, Shang Junlin would bring him to take a look. The atmosphere in the Ji family was slightly more open than Dahuan. If the men and women here met someone they liked, they would directly invite them. If they were more daring, they would directly invite the guest to their home. If they were suitable, they would quickly become a couple. If they weren't, they would peacefully separate and pursue someone else. Xinyu and Shang Junlin always went in and out together. They behaved intimately. Even if they had feelings for someone, they wouldn't tactfully approach them. On this day, Shang Junlin suddenly had something to do. Xinyu walked out alone. His appearance was outstanding and his temperament was extraordinary. As soon as he appeared on the street, he attracted most of the attention. Xinyu walked to a stall that sold small things. The stall had various small things carved out of wood and stone. Each of them was very lively and lifelike. When he came with Shang Junlin before, Xinyu didn't see the stall owner. He curiously walked over. "Did you carve all these yourself?" "Yes. If you have anything else you want, I can carve them." Xinyu looked around and picked up a carving of a black wolf and a carving of a white cat. "How much are these two?" Before the stall owner answered, a few young men and women squeezed in. The leading woman said, "What does this young master want?" "I will pay." "No need," the woman waved her hand, "you are good looking. I am willing to give them to you. You don't have to say anything." Xinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that one day he would receive such treatment because of his good looks. He didn't feel any malice or other bad emotions from the woman. As the woman said, she wanted to give them to him because he was good-looking. Then one. Xinyu thought for a while and put the black wolf down. The woman paid the bill and left with her men. Xinyu was afraid that a similar situation would happen again. He just looked around and didn't buy anything. On the way, many people tried to invite him, but they were all rejected. When Shang Junlin was here, this kind of situation didn't happen. Xinyu felt that it was better for him to go back first. When Shang Junlin had time, he would go out with him. Shang Junlin was dealing with the letters from outside the Ji clan's territory. Every once in a while, Fang Jun would send the movements of the palace and the imperial court, as well as some reports that he had to deal with, to the clan's territory. After he was done, he would send them back. Through these letters, he could understand what was going on outside. For example, some people couldn't sit still and started to do all sorts of things to test the waters. Shang Junlin watched coldly from the side and waited for these people to jump out before getting rid of him. After dealing with all the letters, Shang Junlin put down his pen and rubbed his eyebrows. He looked around the house and didn't see anyone familiar. Suddenly, he remembered that Xinyu went out alone today. Shang Junlin called out the hidden dragon guards and asked, "What is Gue Jun doing?" The hidden dragon guards told him what happened to Xinyu. They followed Xinyu mainly to protect Xinyu's safety. After all, there were people from the Ji clan who tried to harm Xinyu. Although Ji Wuwang killed them, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents. The hidden dragon guards followed behind and reported to Shang Junlin. Xinyu tacitly agreed to it. He knew that Shang Junlin was uneasy and wouldn't be so arrogant to think that the Ji clan's territory was completely safe. With the hidden dragon guards following them, they could prevent many bad things from happening. Xinyu came back earlier than expected. When he placed his hand on the door, it was opened from the inside. Then, a strong force pulled him in. He was caught off guard and was hugged. Feeling a familiar aura, Xinyu's stiff body relaxed. "What are you doing, Your Majesty? You is so popular." Shang Junlin used the tip of his nose to rub the neck of the person in his arms. Xinyu paused and said ambiguously, "Your Majesty, do you know that you look like a little wife waiting for her husband to return?" "Little wife?" Shang Junlin hugged her in front of him. "Since Ayu knows that she's alone in the boudoir, shouldn't she give her little wife some compensation?" "What kind of compensation does Your Majesty want?" Xinyu hugged Shang Junlin's neck and whispered in his ear. "Is a kiss enough?" "Of course." Shang Junlin narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Not enough." Feeling the change in his body, Xinyu leaned forward and his lips were almost touching the man's. "Is it really not enough? You can compensate a little more." Shang Junlin lowered his head and kissed the lips that were close to his mouth. Xinyu stepped back. "Since Your Majesty thinks that it is not enough, I will think of other ways to compensate." "You can compensate a little first. We will talk about the rest after the compensation is done." Shang Junlin held the young man's back and stopped him from leaving. Xinyu blinked and kissed him. Shang Junlin did not move, but Xinyu took the initiative. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the man's face through the corner of his eyes. This face had stunned him at first sight. Even after so long, he was still moved when he looked at it again. The strength of the kiss kept increasing. Xinyu enjoyed the feeling of being in control of everything. Their breaths were close. Shang Junlin was leaning against the door and Xinyu was in front of him. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a hazy edge over them. After the kiss, Xinyu raised his head. "Is Your Majesty satisfied with this compensation?" The two were so close that they could feel each other's breathing. Xinyu's heart was beating very fast. Shang Junlin was not to be outdone. His deep eyes fell on Xinyu. "You can take more initiative." Shang Junlin's hand rubbed Xinyu's waist suggestively. "What kind of initiative does Your Majesty want?" Shang Junlin leaned close to Xinyu's ear and whispered a few words, which successfully made the young man's already flushed cheeks redder, and the redness continued to spread downwards. Then, Xinyu pretended to be hesitant. "It's agreed that His Majesty can't be touched." "Sure. You will take the initiative later." Shang Junlin's voice became hoarse, and his tone was filled with lust. It turned out that doing everything by herself was too tiring. Xinyu sat on the man's body and didn't want to move. "Didn't you say that everything will be under Ayu's control? Is Ayu tired?" Shang Junlin's voice sounded with a hint of laughter. His voice was much deeper than usual, and when it entered her ears, it made her feel a tingling sensation. Xinyu separated his knees and knelt on both sides of the man. He wanted to cover his face. He was really tired. His whole body's strength was almost exhausted, but he couldn't move up or down, and couldn't touch anything. However, the man kept his promise and didn't move. Xinyu glared at him several times, but he just looked at him dotingly. Well, there was even a hint of encouragement in his eyes. The young man's clothes hung down and moved up and down with his master's movements. The corners of his eyes seemed to be smeared with rouge, dark red and attractive. His eyes were misty, and he occasionally whispered. It was as if he was scolding a man who didn't know how to exert himself. In the end, Xinyu was exhausted, and the man helplessly and dotingly took over. "Your Majesty should be satisfied this time, right?" Even if he wasn't satisfied, Xinyu didn't have the strength to do anything. Fortunately, the man gave a positive answer. "I am satisfied." Shang Junlin's voice was hoarse. "If you are satisfied, shouldn't Your Majesty let go of me?" Xinyu moved his body, and his eyes fell on the man's arm around his waist. Upon hearing this, Shang Junlin slightly loosened his arm, but he didn't really let go of Xinyu. He just made more space between his arms. Xinyu didn't insist on getting up and leaving. He leaned on the man's shoulder and slowly calmed his breathing. Your Majesty knows what happened to me outside? It's better to go out with your Majesty. No one will disturb us. Without waiting for Shang Junlin to answer, Xianyu sighed with emotion. Speaking of this, Shang Junlin's jealousy, which had been suppressed with great difficulty, surged again. He always knew that Xianyu was very popular. When the two of them went out together, in places where Xianyu didn't notice, he used his eyes to stop many people who tried to talk to them. It wasn't that no one came forward, but that he noticed them in advance and stopped them. Naturally, he wouldn't say these words to Xianyu. He stroked Xianyu's long hair, and said, I will spare some time in the future to accompany you. Xianyu remembered the reason why he went out alone this time and looked around. Your Majesty, have you finished dealing with your affairs? N. Shang Junlin hugged Xianyu's waist and pulled him into his arms. The Prime Minister and Fang Jun can deal with the affairs of the Imperial Court. I just need to take a look. Did anything major happen in the Imperial Court? Counting the days, they had been out for more than 20 days. No, but Gu Huai made a big discovery. Shang Junlin stood up with Xianyu in his arms, walked to the clean soft couch, and sat down. The soft couch in the room was very similar to the one Xianyu had in the Imperial Palace. It was specially arranged by Ji Wuwang. It was probably made according to Xianyu's preferences. The other appliances were also made to fit Xianyu's living habits as much as possible. General Gu found a new clue about Fei Meng? This was the first thing Xianyu thought of. It's another matter. Do you remember what Grand Tutor Xing said before? The previous emperor left behind a batch of battle armor. Gu Huai found the whereabouts of this batch of battle armor and has already led people to look for it. Even when De Huan was at its most prosperous, it wasn't easy to mass-produce battle armor. Because the Lin family had protected the country for generations, in addition to having an elite army, they also had a batch of expensive battle armor. It was just that the whereabouts of this batch of battle armor were unknown following the fall of the Lin family. If Grand Tutor Zheng's words were true, this batch of battle armor was in the hands of the previous emperor, and the extermination of the Lin family couldn't be unrelated to the previous emperor. It doesn't feel normal to suddenly have news of their whereabouts at this time. Xianyu knew that Shang Junlin had always sent people to search for the whereabouts of these things. It didn't make sense that they couldn't find any news before, but now the news came to their doorstep. Shang Junlin, the mastermind behind this, might want to take advantage of this opportunity to do something, but Gu Huai wasn't completely unprepared. The remaining 200,000 or so soldiers might include the old subordinates of the Lin family. I gave the Lin family's military seal to Gu Huai in case of an emergency. Xianyu, back then, the Lin family had so many soldiers under their command. Other than the ones that got into trouble with the Lin family, what about the rest? Shang Junlin, the ones that got into trouble with the Lin family were the most direct descendants of the Lin family. This is one of the reasons why the people left behind by the Lin family in the capital couldn't resist at all. Some of the remaining people were merged into other armies, and some of them are still missing. Your Majesty suspects that these people were detained by the previous emperor? It wasn't impossible. Otherwise, where did the previous emperor's 500,000 soldiers come from? When Gu Huai investigates, we'll know the result. Shang Junlin called for hot water. The two of them washed up, and the sky was already dark. After Gu Huai received Shang Junlin's reply, he led people to follow the clues to find the missing armor. He got the clue by chance. After searching for so long, he still couldn't find it. Suddenly, it appeared at this moment. Even if the disguise was very good, Gu Huai knew that there was someone behind this. General, it's just in front. Gu Huai retracted his thoughts and looked ahead. In the endless mountain range, there were few signs of human habitation. Besides them, there seemed to be no one else around. Gu Huai raised his hand and gestured for them to move. The group of people quietly walked into the deep mountain. According to the map, they went around a winding path, and what appeared in front of them was a stone door embedded into the stone wall. No wonder we couldn't find it before. It was hidden in such a deep place. A soldier sighed. General, what should we do next? The stone door in front of them was about the height of 3 people. It would be difficult to open it without strength. There were some patterns carved on the stone door. They felt that these patterns were familiar, but they couldn't remember where they had seen them. Gu Huai looked at the patterns on the stone door. His eyes were filled with an indescribable emotion. This was the pattern on the Lin clan's emblem. Gu Huai could forget anything but this. There was a groove on the stone door. Gu Huai dismounted, walked to the stone door, and placed the Lin clan's military seal that Shang Junlin had given him. The size was just right. Rumble, after a loud noise, the stone door that had been sealed for more than a decade slowly opened. Gu Huai led people in. On the other side. How's the progress? Master, they've already gone in. They're still young and not cautious enough. Since the fish have taken the bait, tell the people over there to act according to the situation. Yes. A silent massacre was brewing in the dark. Who was the hunter and who was the prey? Until the end, who could guess? Xinyu rested for a night. When he heard Ji Wuwang say that the moon lotus had borne fruit, he dragged Shang Junlin to take a look. The moon lotus was raised alone in a large hall. According to Ji Wuwang, this was the sacred place of the Ji clan. It was also where the moon lotus originally lived. When Xinyu and Shang Junlin walked in side by side, they immediately saw the moon lotus bathed in sunlight. Under the sunlight, the entire flower seemed to be glowing. In the middle of the huge flower bud, there was a small fruit sleeping quietly. Xinyu approached and looked at the round ball in the flower. Is this the fruit of the moon lotus ? Yes. How long will it bloom? Xinyu originally thought that the flower would wither when it bore fruit. However, the flower in front of him was full of vitality and showed no signs of withering at all. It can take as long as it takes. The fruit in the flower is the essence of the flower. When the fruit ripens, it will naturally fall. Those people said that the time is almost up. This meant that the warning in Xinyu's body could be removed soon. As Xinyu approached, one of the leaves of the moon lotus bent towards Xinyu. Although Xinyu was talking to Ji Wuwang, he still noticed it. He pointed at the flower and asked, "Is it conscious?" "How is that possible?" Ji Wuwang chuckled. "It seems to like being close to me." Xinyu told him what had happened in the palace. Because of the warning in your body, the two interact. As long as you get close, it will unconsciously lean towards you and act very close to you, Ji Wuwang explained. So that's how it is. Xinyu continued to look at the flower in front of him. It was different from the palace. Here, the moon lotus was planted in the water. The water was silvery white. Ji Wuwang said that this was a special nutrient that could promote the moon lotus to bear fruit. Under the sunlight, the water was sparkling. Suddenly, a black shadow dashed out from who knows where and headed straight for Xinyu. Shang Junlin quickly pulled Xinyu into his arms. At the same time, Ji Wuwang made his move. As soon as the black shadow approached, it was restrained. It was a child in his teens. He looked at Xinyu with eyes full of hatred. Xinyu was protected in the man's arms and could feel the man's anger. "Is this what you meant when you said that you had solved the problem in the clan and that no one would harm you?" Shang Junlin's tone was cold and filled with killing intent. "It's my negligence." Ji Wuwang sighed. "I will give you an explanation." The commotion inside alerted the people outside. Not long after, the Ji clan's guards rushed in and took over the child who wanted to assassinate Xinyu from Ji Wuwang's sword. Xinyu then realized that the child was holding a sharp dagger in his hand. The dagger glowed blue under the sunlight. It must have been coated with poison. Shang Junlin also noticed this and his voice became colder. "You should give us an explanation. Why did he encounter an assassination attempt in the sacred ground, which was said to be the safest place in the world? Who arranged this behind the scenes? How did this child manage to escape the layers of guards and hide in the sacred ground? What was his identity?" Countless questions lingered in his mind. The most important question was, other than this child, was there anyone else who wanted to harm Xinyu? There can't be any mistakes in the process of removing the seal. During this period of time, I will carefully investigate the situation in the clan again. Ji Wuwang's expression was also very ugly. Before he left for Dehuan City, he had already cleaned the entire Ji clan. He didn't expect that there would still be a fish that escaped the net. Xinyu sized up the child who was being restrained by the guards. He was very sure that after he came to the Ji clan, he didn't make any enemies. Then, this hatred could have been passed down from his mother's generation. Why do you want to kill me? Xinyu looked into the child's eyes and asked. The child said something softly, but Xinyu didn't hear it clearly. After that, he pursed his lips and didn't say anything else. Xinyu believed that Ji Wuwang would give him a satisfactory explanation and wouldn't waste any more time on this child. Shang Junlin was in Xinyu's embrace. His body was tense and he was in a highly defensive position. The hidden dragon guards surrounded the two of them. I want to participate in the entire process. When Shang Junlin spoke, his cold gaze fell on the child. His meaning was self-evident. An elder beside Ji Wuwang who had rushed over upon hearing the news subconsciously refused. This is the Ji family's matter, you. Sure. Without waiting for him to finish, Ji Wuwang agreed. This matter involved Xinyu, which was equivalent to touching Shang Junlin's reverse scale. Ji Wuwang knew that it was unrealistic to not let Shang Junlin participate. The elder still wanted to say something, but when he saw Ji Wuwang's stern expression, he silently swallowed his words. Their family head, when it came to matters related to his younger brother, would not listen to the advice of others. Moreover, they were indeed in the wrong this time. Shang Junlin brought Xinyu back first, while Ji Wuwang led his men to detain the child. Along the way, Shang Junlin did not say anything. Xinyu held Shang Junlin's hand and scratched his palm. Your Majesty, are you still angry? Shang Junlin held his hand tightly. I'm angry that I didn't discover the danger in advance. How can this kind of thing be predicted in advance? Aren't I fine now? Your Majesty, don't think too much. With your Majesty around, you won't let anyone hurt me, right? Yes, as long as I'm around, I won't allow anyone to hurt you in any way. After returning to the courtyard where they were temporarily staying, Shang Junlin went to Ji Wuwang's place to deal with the assassination. He would not let anyone who dared to harm Xinyu off easily. Ji Wuwang's men immediately went to investigate. There were not many people who could get close to the sacred grounds, so the scope of the investigation was narrowed down. Moreover, Ji Wuwang was not completely clueless. Xinyu did not go. He stayed in the house to recuperate. With Shang Junlin and Ji Wuwang's men guarding outside the house, the degree of danger was minimized. However, it was not completely free of danger. A maid walked over with snacks. Xinyu glanced at her face. It was a face that he had never seen before. Xinyu loved all kinds of snacks. Since Ji Wuwang brought him back, he would definitely treat him well. Every day, he would take turns making snacks and have a designated maid deliver them to him. Xinyu remembered the maid's appearance. She was not the same person who appeared today. He calmly retracted his gaze. This maid was able to get close to him, which meant that the hidden dragon guards and Ji Wuwang did not find anything wrong with her. However, this did not mean that there was nothing wrong with the maid. It was always right to be careful. You don't have to bring it over. Just leave it over there. Xinyu pointed to the table on the other side. Yes. The maid stopped in her tracks and was about to turn around. In the blink of an eye, the maid twisted her body strangely and pounced towards Xinyu. Xinyu dodged to the side and reached out to grab the maid's arm. A silver light flashed between the maid's fingers. Xinyu narrowed his eyes and saw that it was a long needle. He did not know where the maid had hidden it. Bang! The hidden dragon guards heard the commotion and broke through the window. They quickly restrained the maid and separated Xinyu from the danger. I am late. Please forgive me. The leader of the hidden dragon guards knelt on the ground. Xinyu nodded. Ask her who sent her and if she has any accomplices. Xinyu had encountered 2 assassination attempts in one day. However, his expression did not change at all. The hidden dragon guards sighed in their hearts. He was indeed someone who could win the emperor's heart. However, how many people could be so fearless in the face of danger? The hidden dragon guards escorted the maid out. You don't have to take her away. Just ask her here. I also want to know who is the one who tried to kill me time and time again. Xinyu stopped the hidden dragon guards from leaving. His voice was not loud but it was powerful. At that moment, the hidden dragon guards suddenly felt that the person standing in front of them was not the quiet emperor, but the powerful emperor. The hidden dragon guards escorted the maid to Xinyu. Xinyu lowered his head and looked at her. Today, I encountered an assassination attempt in the sacred grounds. The person who tried to assassinate me was a child who was about 10 years old. What is your relationship with him? The maid lowered her head and did not speak. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. Actually, I am quite curious about the use of this needle. What do you think if I use it on the child? No. The maid raised her head. This has nothing to do with him. But it is a fact that he hid in the sacred grounds and tried to assassinate me. Now, he has been taken away by your leader. If you tell me now, you might be able to save his life. What? The maid panicked. What did you do to him? At that moment, Shang Junlin and Ji Wuwang walked in with their men. They rushed over when they heard the news. When they saw that Xinyu was standing in the room, they heaved a sigh of relief. Shang Junlin walked towards Xinyu. Without saying a word, he pulled him into his arms and said, I shouldn't have left you alone. How long had he left? Something happened again. I'm fine. Xinyu patted the man's back to comfort him. I'm really fine. Don't worry. On the way here, Shang Junlin and Ji Wuwang had already understood the general situation. When they looked at the maid, their eyes were very unfriendly. The person in charge of the arrangement of the maids was called in and asked what had happened. The person in charge endured the pressure and revealed the maid's origin. There was indeed no problem with the maid's identity. It was just that something had happened to the maid who was responsible for delivering snacks to Xinyu today. This matter was handed over to this maid. The person in charge would never have thought that the accident was caused by someone. This maid had taken over this task with a purpose from the beginning. Ji Wuwang's actions were very fast. It did not take long for him to find out the cause and effect of this matter. The Ji family had undergone several major purges under his control. It was very easy for him to find out some things. In the courtyard, Xinyu, Shang Junlin, and Ji Wuwang sat in front of a stone table. Xinyu asked, that is to say, this matter was left behind by history? Yes. The clan leader who was stopped by your mother was very powerful in the family. Other than those who followed him, I spent many years to remove the remaining forces one by one. But I did not expect that even so, there were still people who secretly wanted to avenge him. Ji Wuwang said. This is normal. He has been in the Ji family for so many years. There are people who are dissatisfied with his actions, but there are also people who support his actions. Shang Junlin said coldly. What about the child's identity? Have you found out? Xinyu asked. His mother was a maid who served the clan leader. She was quite useful. When that person left, he promised the maid that he would marry her when he returned. She believed him, but only received news of that person's death. Coupled with the fact that I had purged the clan's power on a large scale back then, she submitted herself to a wealthy merchant. After giving birth to the child, she has been instilling in the child the thought of avenging that person. Ji Wuwang replied. Using her own child as a tool for revenge. Xinyu did not comment on this practice. Did she not think that she was deceived? That person left a small number of people for her. Because of this, she believed that she was not abandoned. This matter can help me eliminate the last batch of forces left behind by that person. It was impossible for a child to enter the heavily guarded Holy Land without anyone's help. Ji Wuwang could use this opportunity to wipe out all the hidden forces in one fell swoop. What about the maid who came to assassinate me alone? She seems to value that child very much. Xinyu held Shang Junlin's hand in his hand and pinched it from time to time. Shang Junlin indulged his actions. When he heard about the maid who almost hurt Xinyu, his doting expression instantly turned cold. Before she came on duty, she was responsible for taking care of the child. Moreover, they seem to think that the child is their clan leader's child. Whether this matter is true or not is not important. Ji Wuwang had been dealing with these people for a long time. He knew that it was difficult to change their minds. However, he did not intend to change their minds. He could just directly catch them and deal with them. Why waste his breath? In the next few days, there may be some turmoil in the clan's land. I will arrange for people to guard here and not let anyone disturb us. Shang Junlin did not care about the internal affairs of the Ji family. However, if it involved Xinyu, Shang Junlin would definitely care. He reminded Ji Wuwang, "Don't forget what you promised me. I will leave them for you. You can deal with them however you want." Ji Wuwang nodded. He was referring to the two people who tried to assassinate Xinyu. Time passed day by day. Xinyu did not feel anything. However, he clearly felt that Shang Junlin was getting more and more uneasy. He did not know what the man was uneasy about. Whenever he asked during the day, Shang Junlin would change the topic. Once again, Xinyu felt someone's gaze on his face in the middle of the night. He resisted the sleepiness and opened his eyes. Shang Junlin did not expect him to suddenly wake up. He was obviously startled. Xinyu raised his hand and touched Shang Junlin's face. "Your Majesty, what are you afraid of?" "I didn't." Shang Junlin subconsciously retorted. Xinyu frowned. "Your Majesty, you can't fool me." Shang Junlin was silent. Of course, he knew that he couldn't fool Xinyu with his condition, but how could he say it? Could he say that it was because he had a dream and he was afraid of losing Xinyu? His thoughts drifted back to a few days ago. In his dream, Shang Junlin saw Xinyu slowly closing his eyes as his vitality dried up. It was like a magic spell. Even though he woke up and knew that it was fake, Shang Junlin couldn't help but think about it again and again. What if one day the things in the dream become reality? Shang Junlin didn't dare to think about his reaction if it happened. He knew that he couldn't bear such an outcome. After waking up that night, he opened his eyes and looked at Xinyu for the entire night. It was as if he couldn't get enough of it. He didn't dare to close his eyes. He was afraid that if he closed his eyes, the scene in his dream would appear in his mind. In addition, the day when Xinyu would remove the seal was approaching. Although he repeatedly confirmed that there wouldn't be any danger, he still couldn't feel at ease. In the dim candlelight, Xinyu stared at Shang Junlin's eyes. He saw struggle, pain, uneasiness. He saw all kinds of emotions in Shang Junlin's eyes. In the end, these emotions were suppressed by their master and could no longer be seen. "If there's anything, Your Majesty can tell me. Don't keep it in your heart," Xinyu said in a soft tone, as if he was coaxing Shang Junlin. "Your Majesty, you can tell me. I don't want Your Majesty to fall again when I get better. What I want is a healthy Your Majesty who can walk down the path with me." Shang Junlin hugged Xinyu even tighter. Their bodies were tightly pressed together. Their body heat was transmitted to each other through their thin clothes. Gradually, they became indistinguishable. Zhen had a nightmare. Shang Junlin pressed Xinyu's head on his shoulder, not letting him see his face. In the dream, there was only a Yu, there was no Zhen. In the end, a Yu was also gone. His Majesty also said that this is just a nightmare. Xinyu gently patted Shang Junlin's back and gently comforted him. "Dreams can't be taken as reality. I'm here, in His Majesty's arms, and I will never leave." "I know. I'm just a little scared. I can't lose you." Shang Junlin lowered his head and kissed Xinyu's face. "Ayu, I love you very much." Xinyu lay quietly in Shang Junlin's arms, letting him do whatever he wanted. "His Majesty won't lose me. I also like His Majesty very much. I like His Majesty more than anything else. His Majesty has already provoked me and taken root in my heart. Even if one day you want to regret it, I won't allow it." This was the first time Xinyu showed possessiveness towards Shang Junlin. Not only did it not make the Emperor of Dehuan dissatisfied, but it also soothed the uneasiness in his heart. He rubbed the young man in his arms, and his voice was filled with excitement. "Zhen won't regret it. You can't regret it either. Ayu's heart towards Zhen will never let you down. You can't let Zhen down either, no matter what." Xinyu raised his head and found the position of Shang Junlin's lips. He took the initiative to kiss them. "Okay, it's a promise." After an open and honest conversation, Shang Junlin's condition seemed to be better. Xinyu could roughly guess that the man's uneasiness came from his own body. After getting rid of the warning in his body, he would have plenty of time to calm Shang Junlin's heart. Ji Wuwang's purge was very fast. After a few days, the Ji clan quietly lost some people. These people didn't have a strong sense of presence, so even if they suddenly disappeared, no one would notice anything wrong. Shang Junlin would occasionally go out to discuss matters with Ji Wuwang. Xinyu didn't participate, so he didn't know what they talked about in private. His daily life was very simple. As he couldn't think too much, many things were directly handled by Shang Junlin and Ji Wuwang. They didn't come to him. After the assassination that day, the people serving him changed. Xinyu could feel from the words and actions of some of the servants that they weren't simple servants. Xinyu's side was protected by the hidden dragon guards and Ji Wuwang's men. The previous incident had left a shadow in their hearts. They definitely wouldn't allow something similar to happen again. Imperial physician Gu continued to take Xinyu's pulse once a day. Then, he would discuss with the person in charge of removing the warning in the Ji clan how to minimize the harm to Xinyu's body. The Ji clan's library had a lot of unique medical books. As the imperial physician in charge of nursing Xinyu's body, he could borrow these books. During this period of time, imperial physician Gu had absorbed a lot of knowledge. This situation is very special. Although the warning will absorb the vitality in the body, to a certain extent, the existence of the warning also protects young Master Xinyu's body. If it wasn't for the existence of the warning, his illness would be more serious than it is now. A member of the Ji clan said. Imperial physician Gu was having a discussion with the person in charge of removing the warning in the hall. During this period of time, he had a better understanding of the warning. He knew that before Xinyu, the warning would be removed from the saint's body when her vitality was about to be sucked dry. Then, it would be implanted into the body of the next saint, and the cycle would repeat. When the warning was removed, the saint would lose her value and would die in a short period of time. However, it was different this time. What they had to do was to protect Xinyu. The method discussed before can be used, but there are still some shortcomings. If we can find a way to improve it, we can make it so that it won't cause any damage to the host. The fruit of the moon lotus is about to ripen. We have to hurry. Imperial physician Gu also joined the discussion. In the beginning, he didn't have much authority among these people. However, after he quickly absorbed the knowledge related to the warning, his suggestions became more and more targeted. After solving several difficult problems, he completely integrated into the discussion and knew more and more inside information. He would report everything he knew to Shang Junlin. If the situation didn't allow it, Shang Junlin would have personally watched these people. After discussing with Ji Wuwang, Shang Junlin returned. When he stepped into the courtyard, he saw a young man sitting in the corridor reading a book. The young man was wearing a green robe. When he heard the footsteps, he put down his book and looked up. Your Majesty, you're back? Shang Junlin walked over and picked him up. Did you miss me? How long has your Majesty been away? Xinyu raised his eyebrows. Even if I was away for a quarter of an hour, I was still thinking about you all the time. Shang Junlin sniffed Xinyu's unique scent and gradually calmed down. The Ji clan was isolated from the rest of the world and almost couldn't feel the various disturbances in the outside world. In the palace, Feng Jun finished dealing with the matters at hand. A servant quietly pushed open the door and entered. Sir, a secret letter from the capital. Feng Jun took the letter. After reading it, he placed the letter on a candle and lit it. Some people couldn't sit still anymore. The capital. Everything seemed to be the same as when Shang Junlin was here. However, those who were sensitive could faintly feel that a huge wave was brewing under the calm surface. Duan Darren was preparing to leave as usual when an uninvited guest appeared in the residence. Sir, have you thought about it? In the study, a man in grey sat opposite Duan Darren. He took out a brocade box from his sleeve. This is a meeting gift from my master. I hope you like it. I'm now in the cabinet. Why do you think I can agree to your request? I believe you know the price of betraying His Majesty. Duan Darren didn't even look at the brocade box. Sir, it's true that you're a cabinet minister. It's also because of this reason that you know better than anyone else about His Majesty's attitude towards the aristocratic families. His Majesty is suppressing the aristocratic families everywhere. Do you want to watch the aristocratic families fall step by step? The man in grey's tone didn't change. Duan Darren was silent. After a long while, he compromised. What do you want me to do? The man in grey smiled. Sir, you don't have to be nervous. You just need to delay the Prime Minister. As for what to do, when the time comes, someone will inform you. After the matter is done, my master will give you what you want as promised. Almost everyone in the capital is His Majesty's people. Even if he's not here now, what can you do? Duandaran seemed puzzled. Sir, you'll know when the time comes. You're not willing to say anything. How can I believe you? Duandaran played with the cup in his hand. I'm a first-rank minister after all. It doesn't seem like I need to take such a big risk. You entered the Duan residence alone. Aren't you afraid that I'll take credit for it? The man in gray's expression changed slightly. Why did he dare to come alone? It was Duandaran who revealed the information of cooperation. Sir, your considerations are reasonable. Since you're already one of us, there's no harm in telling you in advance. We have people in the Imperial Army. When the time comes, we'll directly take control of the palace. Duandaran's expression didn't change. I see. I understand. Without King Yu, who do you plan to support this time? The 17th prince has just come of age. He's the most intelligent and obedient child. What do you think, sir? The 17th prince, Shang Junlin, wasn't even 10 years old when he ascended the throne. Because of his young age, he didn't have time to do anything. Duandaran thought for a long time before he could barely recall this person's figure from his memory. It had to be said that compared to Shang Junlin, the other prince's presence was too weak. How confident are you that you can pull His Majesty down from the throne? Duandaran, do you know why the previous emperor hated the only legitimate prince so much? There were many guesses in the imperial court regarding this reason, but none of them were verified. When the previous emperor was at his most absurd, he killed many people because of this matter. This matter had almost become a taboo that couldn't be touched. Now, many years after the previous emperor's death, it was brought up again. The man in grey left. Duandaran sat in the same place for a long time without moving. After a long time, he stood up and wrote a letter. He sealed it with a special method. The weather in the capital was getting hotter and hotter. Xianxia didn't feel that hot in the Ji clan's territory. The temperature here was just right. It really felt like he was in a palace somewhere to avoid the summer heat. After much anticipation, the fruit of the moon lotus ripened. The ripened fruit was plucked and preserved with a special method. As the time to remove the seal approached, Shang Junlin and Ji Wuwang began to feel nervous. On the contrary, Xianxia, as the person involved, was relatively calm. Xianxia grabbed the sleeves of the man who was walking back and forth in front of him. He said helplessly, Your Majesty, if you continue walking, I'll be dizzy. With his sleeves caught, the man had no choice but to stop. He turned around and held Xianxu's hand in his palm. I've never been so nervous before. Didn't Imperial Physician Gu say that the risk has been minimized? Looking at Shang Junlin's appearance, Xianxia felt that even if he wanted to be nervous, he couldn't. He spent all his time comforting Shang Junlin. I know, it's just that. He couldn't control himself. Shang Junlin didn't expect that there would be such a day. In the past, he felt that he wasn't afraid of anything and wasn't nervous at all. Now, he realized that it was just that he hadn't met someone who could make him feel afraid and nervous. Xianxia walked over and hugged Shang Junlin from behind. He rested his head on Shang Junlin's shoulder and said, Your Majesty, don't worry. Imperial Physician Gu is also here. Your Majesty should believe his words. Allowing Imperial Physician Gu to join them was a safeguard made by Shang Junlin. Imperial Physician Gu was very familiar with Xianxu's physical condition. If the Ji family wanted to do something, they wouldn't be completely passive. Imperial Physician Gu would report what he saw and heard to Shang Junlin. After listening, Shang Junlin would tell Xianxia that the two of them were quite familiar with the situation. Come to me, I want to hug you. Shang Junlin said in a low voice. Xianxia let go of his hand. Before he could move, Shang Junlin had already turned around and hugged him. Imperial Physician Gu told me that they improved the method several times and finally chose the one that had the least impact on your body. However, after removing the restraining guidance, there will be no external force to suppress your original deficiency. You may need to recuperate for a period of time. Xianxia heard about this from Ji Wuwang. The elders of the Ji family who removed the restraining guidance discussed for a long time. The most important part was how to prevent his congenital deficiency from worsening after the restraining guidance was removed. In order to solve this problem, all the books in the Ji family's library were open to Imperial Physician Gu. In the end, Imperial Physician Gu found a way. After confirming the final steps, the time was set. The time was set to be 2 days later. These 2 days were used to make the final preparations. Shang Junlin stayed by Xianyu's side all day. Even if he had something to do, he would definitely bring Xianyu along. While they were dealing with the news from the outside world, Xianyu was held in Shang Junlin's arms as they watched the video together. The letter was sent by Feng Jun. In addition to the movements in the temporary imperial residence, it also mentioned the movements in the capital. What was different this time was that there was a special secret letter in the letter. It seems that they really can't sit still this time. The 17th prince secretly went to the capital? Xianyu rummaged through his memory, but couldn't find any information about this prince. After Shang Junlin ascended the throne, the 17th prince went to his fief with a few other princes who didn't have much of a presence. He had been well behaved all these years and didn't cause any commotion. Many princes were affected when the bloodline of the previous emperor was mixed up, but he wasn't. Without the king of Yu, there is the 17th prince. Why didn't he take that seat himself? Xianyu looked at the secret letter and couldn't figure it out. He thought that he would be able to fish out the mastermind directly, but he didn't expect it to be another puppet. Shang Junlin leaned close to Xianyu's face and said, "This time, I won't let him have a chance to escape unscathed." The meaning behind her gentle tone was enough to make one shudder. They all knew that it was impossible for the 17th prince to do these things. There must be someone behind him. Their purpose this time was to find out who this person was and get rid of him. Gu Huai has found the batch of armor left by the Lin family. Shang Junlin changed the topic. How is General Gu now? Xianyu didn't think that the mastermind would let Gu Huai get the armor unscathed. They were ambushed, but the ambushers were the remaining soldiers of the Lin family. They have been absorbed by Gu Huai. The two sides are now pretending to fight fiercely. They did this to confuse the enemy's eyes and ears. After Gu Huai led his men into the cave, they saw the missing armor of the Lin family. They didn't take the armor out immediately. Instead, they left empty-handed after checking it out. There were not only armors, but also other military supplies. There were several boxes full of weapons, but Gu Huai didn't let his men touch them. These things had been here for a long time, but no one took them away. It was as if they were waiting for them to come and take them. Gu Huai knew that things weren't that simple. He led his men out of the cave. They hadn't gone far when they were ambushed. The ambushers didn't have many people, but their fighting power was very strong. The two sides fought fiercely. At the critical moment, the leader of the other side saw the commander's seal in Gu Huai's hand. "Stop," with the leader's order, the other side's people immediately stopped. Gu Huai also had his own people stop. The short confrontation made the two leaders understand that the two sides were evenly matched. If they continued to fight, both sides would suffer. The leader looked at the young general in front of him with a complicated expression. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Where did you get this commander's seal?" Gu Huai rubbed the commander's seal in his hand. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't show them on his face. Naturally, it was given by His Majesty. Shang Junlin? How dare you call His Majesty by his name? The soldiers standing behind Gu Huai subconsciously pointed their wooden cannons at the other side. The leader's men didn't pass on the responsibility and took an attacking stance. The atmosphere between the two sides was tense again. The leader waved his hand and signaled for the people behind him to relax. "It seems that you have a lot of faith in the current emperor of the Great Huan Kingdom. Who are you?" Gu Huai looked at the other side with a sharp gaze. "I want to talk to you alone." "No, who knows what you're thinking." Gu Huai's deputy was the first to disagree. "General, you have to be careful of this person." Gu Huai was silent for a moment before he said, "All right." The two generals led him to the side. The rest of the people looked at each other in confusion. They didn't know how things had suddenly turned out this way. In another secluded place, the leader stood opposite Gu Huai. He carefully sized up the young general in front of him. "I heard that you used your own merits to reverse the Lin family's confession. Why? I just feel that the Lin family shouldn't bear such a crime. You still have the Lin family army's seal in your hands. We should listen to your orders, but the Lin family army no longer exists. You're from the Lin family army? Gu Huai interrupted him. Yes. The leader didn't deny it. When the Lin family was in trouble, the previous emperor wanted to hand over the Lin family army to someone else. I knew that there was something wrong with the destruction of the Lin family, so I quietly left with the brothers who were willing to follow me. As expected, many people in the Lin family army who questioned the Lin family's case quietly disappeared. Until now, there was no Lin family army in the world. Their loyal souls had passed away, but the injustice they suffered was only pacified decades later. If they hadn't recognized Gu Huai as the person to reverse the verdict for the Lin family, based on what he had done, the leader wouldn't have let them off. The things left behind by the Lin family are things that you have been guarding all this time? Gu Huai thought of the neatly arranged military supplies and asked. Yes. These things belong to the Lin family. Other than the Lin family, no one has the right to possess them. Since you reversed the verdict for the Lin family, you can take some of them if you want, the leader said. When you were here, did you meet other people who wanted to take these things away? Gu Huai didn't follow his words. Instead, he asked another question. The leader, yes. The reason why we attacked you in the beginning was because we thought you were those people. Gu Huai, regarding the Lin family, you also feel that there is something strange about it. I want to find out who wanted to harm the Lin family. Perhaps, it has something to do with these people who often come here. The leader, what you say makes sense. What do you want me to do? Gu Huai whispered a few words. The leader nodded, I understand. After the two returned, the two forces confronted each other and neither side gave in. The news here reached the ears of some people. After the subordinate reported it, he knelt on the ground and asked, Master, do we continue to wait? Wait until both sides are injured, then we will act. Yes. How is the 17th prince? He has already moved according to the master's orders. What about the capital? We have already persuaded Master Duan. Many aristocratic families and ministers are also willing to stand on our side. Very good. A carriage was heading to the capital in a low-key manner. Inside the carriage sat a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Beside him was a beardless man with a pale face. Do you think we can really succeed? The boy opened the carriage curtain and asked. With the help of that master, of course we will succeed. Your Highness, don't worry. Just do as he says. I have a feeling that it won't be so easy to succeed, the boy muttered. He had once seen his imperial brother from afar. That was the appearance of a real monarch. He felt that he could defeat him. In that kind of environment, he was able to kill his way out. Why did these people think that they could easily seize the throne from him? He couldn't understand. He also had no choice. Everything in the capital was still in order. The people lived and worked in peace. They didn't know that under the calm surface, there was a turbulent undercurrent. The weather this year is really hot. Fortunately, there is cheap ice for sale. Otherwise, I don't know how to spend the summer. It's all thanks to His Majesty and Gue Jun. I heard that the method to make ice was proposed by Gue Jun. Gue Jun really did a lot of things. I have a friend who just came back from Lin County. Weren't the consequences of the flood this year serious? Yes, because of the newly built water conservancy. Then you must not know that the newly built water conservancy is also related to Gue Jun. Is this true? Why would I lie to you? My friend was lucky enough to do something for the officials in Lin County. He heard it from there. How can it be false? Although Xinyu didn't publicize the method to control the flood that he gave Shang Junlin, the officials in charge of the flood in Lin County still knew the truth. Therefore, they had a good impression of Xinyu. One after another, the ministers also heard about this. They gathered together in private to discuss this matter. Have you heard the rumors among the people? About Gue Jun? Is this true? It should be credible. Didn't you notice that the Prime Minister and official Feng think highly of Gue Jun? Everyone knows the Prime Minister's character. He can't treat someone differently just because His Majesty favors him. That's right. So this is very likely true and the Prime Minister knows the truth? If it's true, why didn't His Majesty announce it? This is a great contribution. Even if Guijun is a member of the harem, he can't not reward him. Why don't we send a memorial to ask? If it's true, we should reward him based on his contribution. If it's not, we should clarify it to the public. After the officials discussed it, they all felt that it was necessary to send a memorial to ask. Xinyu didn't know that the news about him giving the method to control the flood had started to spread among the people. Many officials knew about it and planned to ask Shang Junlin for confirmation. There was only one day left. Shang Junlin put down everything and stayed by Xinyu's side. Wherever Xinyu went, he followed him like a big dog. After breakfast, Imperial Physician Gu came to check Xinyu's pulse. Shang Junlin sat beside Xinyu and held his other hand. How is it? Shang Junlin asked when Imperial Physician Gu put down his hand. Guijuan's body is recovering well. Don't worry, Your Majesty. His insufficiency, your subject has something to discuss with Your Majesty and Your Highness. It's about Your Highness's health. Your subject has been reading the Ji family's books these days and has thought of a method that can greatly cure Your Highness's deficiency. Does Your Highness still remember the Junling that your subject sent into the palace? The Junling can be used as medicine. After it blossoms, using the flower of the Junling and a few medicines that are unique to the Ji family, it can minimize the effects of the deficiency on Your Highness's body. In addition to removing the Jiayin, Imperial Physician Gu was also looking for a way to solve another hidden danger of Xinyu's body. Even if Guijuan's insufficiency was well taken care of, it would more or less affect his lifespan. Fortunately, the Ji family had a rich collection of books. He really found a way to cure Xinyu's illness. Is this true? Shang Junlin couldn't hide his excitement. This was undoubtedly the best news he had heard. Shang Junlin had already decided that after removing the Jiayin and bringing Xinyu back to the palace, he would ask the Imperial Physician Hospital to work together to cure Xinyu's insufficiency. If the Imperial Physician Hospital couldn't do it, he would look for a doctor among the common people. No matter the cost, he would treat Xinyu's insufficiency. I don't dare to say anything rash. However, the treatment might take a long time. I will adjust the prescription according to Guijuan's specific condition. Imperial Physician Gu rambled on about the treatment. Imperial Physician Gu, just tell me what you want. As long as you can cure you, I'll satisfy any request. It's my duty to save the dying and heal the injured. Your Majesty doesn't have to do this. Moreover, I'm indebted to Guijun. I'll do my best to cure Guijun. Xinyu thought that removing the Jiayin was the best situation. He didn't expect Imperial Physician Gu to give him such a big surprise. Who didn't want to have a healthy body? He had been tortured by illness for 2 lifetimes. In this life, he wanted to accompany His Majesty for a longer period of time. With Imperial Physician Gu's promise, he suddenly felt relieved. When we return, I'll reward Imperial Physician Gu. Shang Junlin hugged Xinyu tightly. Imperial Physician Gu's words made him feel relieved. Nothing could make him happier than this news. Xinyu nodded in the man's arms. Because of what happened in his previous life, he saved Imperial Physician Gu from losing his life. Imperial Physician Gu rewarded him with a healthy body. It seemed that everything was predestined. In this life, because he chose to enter the palace and met Shang Junlin, there was a completely different development from his previous life. The next morning, Xinyu and Shang Junlin were led by the Ji family to the place where Xinyu's Jiayin was removed. It was a palace built in the middle of a mountain. Xinyu was led by Shang Junlin as they walked in step by step. Ji Wuwang followed beside them. Imperial Physician Gu and the other elders of the Ji family were already waiting. Shang Junlin was stopped in front of the palace. Only Xinyu could enter. This was what they had agreed on. Shang Junlin stood in place and watched Xinyu walk into the palace. The palace attendants closed the door. Xinyu turned around at the last moment before the door was completely closed. Your Majesty, wait for me. Shang Junlin subconsciously walked forward. You can't go over, the attendant blocked his path. Shang Junlin stopped and watched as the door closed bit by bit. Only when the door was completely closed and he could no longer see the person inside did Shang Junlin retract his gaze. Don't worry, the elders will return you a healthy Xiaoyu. Ji Wuwang patted Shang Junlin's shoulder to comfort him. During this period of time in the Ji clan, Ji Wuwang could feel how important Xinyu was to Shang Junlin. How much a person loved someone could be seen through their words and actions. Shang Junlin's every action showed how much he cared about Xinyu. Whether it was subconsciously protecting Xinyu or how he dealt with those who tried to harm Xinyu, those who tried to harm Xinyu were all handed over to Shang Junlin after Ji Wuwang interrogated them. When Ji Wuwang heard how Shang Junlin dealt with those people, even he couldn't help but shudder. What kind of person Shang Junlin was? From these matters, one could see some clues. The vicious beast was willing to put on shackles just to keep that person. As a relative, he missed too much time to accompany Xinyu. Now that he found her, she had grown up alone and had also found someone she could spend the rest of her life with. What he missed was ultimately a missed opportunity. He could only do his best to make up for it. The waiting process was always long. Shang Junlin waited outside the door. Halfway through, Ji Wuwang left for a while to deal with some matters. When he returned, the man was still standing in the same place. Even his posture hadn't changed. Dinner was only eaten casually. At this time, whether it was Ji Wuwang or Shang Junlin, neither of them were in the mood to eat. After an unknown period of time, the sky gradually darkened. The tightly closed door was pushed open a small crack. It was over. Shang Junlin and Ji Wuwang entered the hall. The elders were busy dealing with the aftermath. Imperial physician Gu was bandaging the wounds on Xinyu's wrist and chest. A young man in a white robe without a speck of dust was lying on the huge stone bed. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he was an immortal who had accidentally fallen into the mortal world and was sleeping here. Your Majesty. Imperial physician Gu stood up and bowed. No need to be so courteous. How is you? Shang Junlin walked to the side of the stone bed and looked at the young man lying on it. The prohibition in your body has been successfully removed. All you need to do now is rest well, Imperial physician Gu replied. When will you wake up? Ji Wuwang asked. If it's short, he'll wake up tomorrow. If it's long, he'll wake up within 5 days. Xinyu had a very long dream. When he woke up, everything in the dream had disappeared. He only vaguely remembered that it was a dream that made people feel happy. When he woke up, his body felt indescribably relaxed. The room was quiet. Xinyu opened his eyes and saw darkness. His wrist and chest hurt a little. He subconsciously wanted to raise his aching wrist to take a look. His hand felt restrained. His movement woke up the man who had fallen into a short sleep. His hand was grasped by a strong hand. The man's slightly hoarse voice sounded, "You is awake? Your Majesty?" It's me. Shang Junlin stood up and lit the candle. Xinyu saw that the man's eyebrows were full of fatigue. He couldn't help but ask, did I sleep for a long time? Not long. Today is the 3rd day. Shang Junlin sat by the bed and stared at Xinyu as if he couldn't get enough of him. Xinyu touched his face and saw that his wrist was wrapped in gauze. This was the wound from the treatment. Xinyu was still conscious at that time. He stared at his wrist for a long time. Shang Junlin thought that he was in pain and gently held his wrist. Does it hurt? A little. Your Majesty, help me up. It's uncomfortable to lie down for a long time. Shang Junlin supported Xinyu's back and helped him up. The wound on your body needs some time to heal. Ayu is finally awake. A gentle kiss fell on his forehead. Xinyu blinked. His long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. The man's gentle kiss gradually moved down and fell on his wings. There was no lust in the kiss. There was only intimacy and joy of regaining what he had lost. Xinyu leaned on Shang Junlin's chest. The man's heartbeat was steady, just like the feeling he gave Xinyu. Your Majesty, you waited for me. Xinyu reached out and touched the man's face. Yes, I waited for you. From now on, I will never let go. Shang Junlin rubbed Xinyu's hand. He couldn't remember how he waited for the past few days. Every moment, he prayed that Xinyu would open his eyes. But the young man just slept peacefully. There was no sign of him waking up. Shang Junlin didn't know how many times he had expected and was disappointed. His heart gradually became numb. Halfway through, Imperial Physician Gu came to change Xianyu's medicine several times. He repeatedly assured that Xianyu was sleeping to heal himself and would wake up soon. The Ji family's elder who removed Xianyu's abstinence inducer also said that it was normal. Only then did Shang Junlin calm down. When Xianyu woke up, the low pressure that lingered around the small courtyard was swept away. After Ji Wuwang received the news, he rushed over with several elders of the Ji family. "Little you finally woke up. If you didn't wake up, I would have suspected that your majesty was going to tear down the Ji family." Xianyu smiled. His majesty wouldn't be so exaggerated. The other members of the Ji family thought, only you would think so. They didn't doubt that if something happened to Xianyu and the Ji family might be exterminated by the furious emperor of the Great Huan dynasty. They came to examine Xianyu. Now that the abstinence inducer had been removed, they needed to see if there were any hidden dangers left behind. After the examination, their expressions relaxed. The leader of the group said, "The abstinence inducer in young Master Shen's body has been completely removed. There are no remaining problems." It was more successful than they had imagined. In the following days, Xianyu stayed in the clan to recuperate. When the wounds on his body were healed, they could go back. In order to stay by Xianyu's side, Shang Junlin hadn't dealt with the outside world for several days. Xianyu felt a little helpless when he saw this person staying by his side all day long. "Your Majesty, don't you have to deal with the matters in the capital?" He hadn't forgotten that before they came here, they had set up a trap for the people outside. "You will accompany me." Shang Junlin rubbed his face against Xianyu's. Xianyu couldn't drive them away. As long as he agreed with Shang Junlin, he would deal with them together. For the time being, there wasn't any big trouble in the capital. Everything was going according to plan. Fang Jun had found several unknown forces gathering and had sent people to investigate. "These people, don't tell me they want to stop us from returning to the capital?" Xianyu looked at the news from the palace and pondered. "I brought a small number of people to the palace to avoid the summer heat. Such a good opportunity. If someone really wants to do something, they won't let go of this opportunity." Shang Junlin wasn't surprised. Xianyu thought about it and agreed. Shang Junlin's initial plan had grasped this point. The truth was just as they thought. The people behind the scenes felt that this was a rare opportunity. Seeing Shang Junlin's reputation among the people was getting better and better, if they didn't take action, it would be more difficult to shake Shang Junlin's rule in the future. He didn't know what was going on with Shang Junlin. Why did his style of doing things suddenly change? No matter what he did, he could firmly grasp the people's hearts. Not to mention, after several major changes in the imperial court, the main officials were all willing to do practical things. Even the officials from the aristocratic families who stayed could contribute to Dahuan. Thinking about it carefully, all the changes seemed to have started after Xianyu entered the palace. "Xianyu, you have underestimated the child of Count North," the man sitting on the main seat said. "His Majesty is deeply in love with him. This is also our opportunity. If we hurt him or pull him to our side, it will definitely cause a heavy blow to His Majesty." The person sitting below said. "That's right. He didn't enter the palace willingly, right? He's the legitimate son of Duke Shenbei. Not only did he fail to ask for the title of Crown Prince, but he was also sent to the harem. As far as I know, this legitimate son of Duke Shenbei is no worse than anyone else. Otherwise, how could he seduce the King of Yu and the Emperor to fight for him at the same time and escape unscathed? The King of Yu, humph, if he wasn't stupid, why would he push the 17th prince out now?" Someone was dissatisfied. "It's obvious that Xianyu is on the Emperor's side. Now that he has the Emperor's favor, he can get whatever he wants. Rather than pulling him to our side, it's better to get rid of him directly." The person sitting on the right said. "If it was so easy, we would have done it long ago. Now that the Emperor is in the palace, we will send people to intercept him. At the same time, we will control the capital. When the 17th prince ascends the throne, we will expose the secret. The world will know who is qualified to sit on the throne." The first confidant who spoke retorted. "But, wasn't it verified once before? After the incident with Prince Huayu, all the prince's bloodlines were re-verified. The ministers all knew that there was no problem with the emperor's bloodline. Let's talk about this later. How's the situation in the capital? After the argument, the person sitting on the main seat spoke again. Everything is going according to plan. After removing the prohibition, Xianyu ushered in a period of weakness. In addition, he lost too much blood during the process, so his face was very pale for a while. Imperial physician Gu prescribed a prescription for recuperation. Xianyu had to take medicine every day again. This time, the medicine was different from Imperial physician Gu's usual style. It was very bitter. Xianyu only took a sip, but he couldn't stand the bitter taste in his mouth. You didn't take the medicine properly again? Shang Junlin walked in from outside and happened to see Xianyu putting aside the medicine that he had taken a sip of. Xianyu would only complain about such trivial matters in front of Shang Junlin. Why didn't your majesty ask Imperial physician Gu to prescribe some medicine that isn't so hard to swallow? Xianyu felt that he had never drunk medicine that tasted so complicated in his 2 lifetimes. It wasn't just bitter. There were all kinds of strange tastes mixed in with the bitterness. Compared to these strange tastes, Xianyu would rather this medicine was just bitter. I asked Imperial physician Gu. Some herbs are special, so the taste is stronger. After drinking this medicine, it won't taste so bad in the future. I still have to drink it for half a month. Just thinking about it made him feel hopeless. Is it really that bad? Shang Junlin walked to Xianyu's side and picked up the bowl of medicine. Xianyu nodded. Forget it, I'll drink it all in one go. No matter how long it took, he had to drink this medicine. Xianyu took the bowl of medicine from Shang Junlin's hand and drank it all in one go. When he put down the bowl, Shang Junlin had already brought over the candied fruit. Xianyu didn't take it. Instead, he pulled Shang Junlin's collar and pulled him over. Your Majesty, have a taste of how bitter it is. Xianyu licked Shang Junlin's lower lip. How does it taste, Your Majesty? Shang Junlin pressed the back of Xianyu's head and deepened the kiss. His nasal voice sounded, "You is sweet." Xianyu used a lot of effort to break free from the man's shackles. He picked up the candied fruit on the side and threw it into his mouth. Then, he kissed her again. Now it's sweet. After hugging and kissing her for a while, Shang Junlin let her go. You, how are you feeling recently? Shang Junlin asked about Xianyu's health. He asked her personally every day, as if he could only feel at ease when he heard Xianyu's answer with his own ears. I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere. It would be better if the medicine wasn't so bad. When you're better, we'll go back to the palace. Do you want to go back? Shang Junlin pushed the hair on Xianyu's forehead away from her temples. I'm still used to living in the palace. Is it okay that His Majesty hasn't shown up for so long? How's the situation outside? In order to let Xianyu recuperate in peace, Shang Junlin rarely talked to Xianyu about the outside world. Don't worry. The Prime Minister is in the capital. There won't be any big trouble. Gu Huai has already recognized the Lin family army left behind by the Lin family. They have a common enemy, so they will stand on one side, Shang Junlin said. Has General Gu found out who attacked the Lin family back then? Xianyu asked. The real culprit has already been dealt with. However, there is still a hidden force behind this matter. The abnormality of the Lin family was caused by this force. Gu Huai has some evidence in his hands. This person is the same person who used the medicine in Lin County. Back then, when the Lin family was in trouble, Gu Huai found a clue about Crimson Dream. Not long ago, the epidemic in Lin County was also caused by Crimson Dream. There must be some connection between the two. Gu Huai's hands and feet are tied. By the time he gets rid of those people, the truth will be revealed to the world. Gu Huai was still in a standoff with the Lin army deep in the mountains. Both sides were fighting fiercely, but the real losses were not great. Their movements were reported to the scholars behind them by the spies who had been observing them. A few days later, when both sides had suffered heavy losses, they encountered another army that appeared out of nowhere. Gu Huai and the other party's leader looked at each other and understood that the person they were waiting for had arrived. The people who originally thought they would win joined the battle, but before they could react, they were surrounded by the people brought by Gu Huai. and the Lin family army. None of them could escape. After dealing with this group of people, Gu Huai did not leave immediately. Instead, he stayed for a few more days and dealt with the other groups of people one after another. Then, he followed their traces and led his troops to their headquarters. The scholar behind these people did not know what was going on here. His attention was focused on the capital and he secretly went there. His attention was taken away, so he naturally ignored the reversal on Gu Huai's side. Gu Huai and the other side's momentum of fighting to the death gave him the illusion that the two sides would be in a life-and-death situation under his arrangement. He didn't expect that from the beginning. His judgment was wrong. Hurriedly, the 17th prince arrived at the capital. He was arranged to stay in an inconspicuous house at the edge of the capital. He was surrounded by people who protected and monitored him. On this day, a special guest came to the house. Under the guidance of a servant, Duan Darren met the scholar who he would be loyal to in the future. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Darren, no need to be so courteous." This meeting was a signal. Duan Darren knew that the other party was telling him that it was time to make a move. Everything happened quietly. In a place where no one could see, the power was in turmoil. Fang Jun was not in the court, so the Prime Minister was in charge of the court. However, as one of the cabinet ministers, Duan Darren's influence in the court was not small. Under the surging undercurrents, the Prime Minister did not seem to notice anything and continued to do what he was supposed to do every day. As for this, the people in the city did not feel anything. They were busy making a living every day and occasionally discussed the various things that happened in the capital. Recently, the most discussed thing was the opening of the elementary school in the imperial court. This matter had already been put on the agenda. Even though Shang Junlin was not in the court, under the leadership of the Prime Minister and other ministers, it was still carried out in an orderly manner. Xianyu's body was recovering well. The Ji family's foundation was medical skills. Any one of the elders was a divine existence outside. With them and imperial physician Gu helping Xianyu recuperate, it was difficult for him not to recover. Shang Junlin was the emperor of Dahuan and could not stay outside for too long. Seeing that Xianyu's body was getting better day by day, the two discussed leaving. "Xiaoyu, are you really not going to stay?" Ji Wuwang asked again as he sat opposite Xianyu and Shang Junlin. "No need." Xianyu shook his head. Not to mention that he had Shang Junlin now, even if he was alone, he would not stay in the Ji family. His mother was indeed a member of the Ji family, but to him, the Ji family was just a group of strangers. So what if they were related by blood? Duke Zhenbei was his biological father, so he wouldn't take him seriously. Thinking of Zhenbei Ho, Xianyu remembered the strange expression on his face when he asked Zhenbei Ho about his mother. He asked Ji Wuwang, "Does Zhenbei Ho not know about my mother's identity?" "He should not know." Ji Wuwang replied. "After my mother passed away, it seemed like the news about her in the capital was deliberately erased." "Who did this? Does the person who did this know my mother's true identity?" Xianyu felt that the person who had the ability to do such a thing must have an extraordinary identity. "Your mother took the token of the Shang family's ancestor when she left. Your existence has not been discovered for so many years, so there should be someone secretly helping her." Ji Wuwang was also investigating this matter, but he did not have any clues. "Someone from the imperial family. I will investigate when I return to the capital." Shang Junlin was very concerned about this matter regarding Xianyu. "Your Majesty, who do you think is helping my mother behind the scenes?" After Ji Wuwang left, Xianyu talked to Shang Junlin alone about this matter. The person who had the ability to do this back then was the imperial family. It could only be the princes or the previous emperor. These people are not related to my mother, so why would they help her? Just because of the token? Most people in the imperial family pursued benefits. Xianyu did not think that an unknown orphan girl could easily gain their trust. What happened after my mother left the Ji family? In order to clarify this problem, Xianyu planned to meet Zhu Wang and the others who were imprisoned by Ji Wuwang. From their various actions, they should have some understanding of what happened back then. Hearing that he was going to meet them, Ji Wuwang also followed him. They were locked in the dungeon. When Xianyu entered, he found that Zhu Wang and the other person's clothes were still clean. They should have been cleaned up before they were brought here. Xinyu did not intend to talk nonsense and bluntly said, "What happened after my mother left the Ji family?" The two of them had suffered a lot of inhumane torture these days. To them, it was better to die than to live. At least they would not have to face endless pain. Although they looked clean on the surface, there were no wounds on their bodies. But the places covered by their clothes were already covered with wounds. They originally thought that they would have a miserable end in Ji Wuwang's hands, but they did not expect the anger of the Great Huan Emperor to be even more unbearable. The two of them now understood what it meant to be better to die than to live. Because when they heard Xinyu's words, they did not dare to not answer. The one who spoke was another person who had defected from the Ji family. He said, after the holy maiden left the Ji family, the first thing she did was to shake off the pursuit of the Ji family's patriarch. During this period of time, we did not know what happened. The next time we heard of her was in the capital. How did my mother go to the capital? You do not know? The person shook his head. When we found out about the holy maiden's whereabouts, she had already changed her identity. The capital was too big and we did not know her exact whereabouts. We chased to the capital and wanted to capture her, but we did not expect to fall into her trap and suffer heavy losses. Since then, we had no choice but to lie low. When my mother left, did she take many people with her? Xinyu turned to look at Ji Wuwang. Ji Wuwang immediately understood Xinyu's unfinished words. He said, "Not many. If there were enough people, we would not have lost track of her." This was very strange. Since she did not take many people with her, it was definitely not enough to deal with the patriarch. Otherwise, she would not have changed her identity. Then who helped his mother? Was it also someone from the imperial family? After confirming that he could not get any more information from these people, Xinyu asked another question. How did you plan to deal with me at that time? Zhu Wang, who had been taught a lesson, was very honest. He confessed everything in one breath. We wanted you to stand on the side of King Yu. You have Jiayin in your body. Through a special medicine, you will not have any thoughts of betrayal. The biggest doubt in his previous life was solved. There was indeed something fishy about helping King Yu to ascend the throne. Xinyu had already guessed it. Now that his guess was confirmed, he could not help but sigh in his heart. Without waiting for him to do anything, Shang Junlin had already stepped forward and grabbed Xu Wang's collar. You still want to control you? The man's voice was filled with violence and the pressure around him was extremely low. The man looked at him as if he was looking at a dead object. Zhu Wang was stared at by the pair of eyes filled with killing intent. He had already experienced the horror of this man. Under extreme fear, he could not say a word. Your Majesty. A white hand covered the man's hand and stopped the man's violence. Shang Junlin let go of his hand and was pulled around by Xinyu. It's okay, Your Majesty. The soft comforting voice brought the man back to his senses. Shang Junlin glanced at the two of them coldly. This glance made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. I've told you everything I know. I beg you, please kill me. Zhu Wang crawled on the ground. His voice was filled with unconcealable fear. Kill you? Shang Junlin sneered. Wouldn't that be letting you off too easily? After asking everything that needed to be asked, Xinyu held Shang Junlin's hand and walked out. The man did not say a word along the way. When they returned to the small courtyard, Xinyu shook the man's hand. Your Majesty, are you still angry? How could they treat you like this? Shang Junlin tightened his arms and pulled Xinyu into his embrace. I will make them pay for hurting you. Xinyu leaned against the man's chest. I know that Your Majesty will avenge me. Xinyu would be lying if he said that he was not angry about this matter. However, when he saw that Shang Junlin cared so much about it, he was not so angry. In his previous life, those people had succeeded, but the ending was changed by him. He had always been clear about what he wanted. As for how to deal with those people, Shang Junlin did not tell Xinyu. Xinyu did not ask either. He raised his head, hugged Shang Junlin's neck, and kissed his lips. I'm very lucky to have met Your Majesty. The changes in this life were all caused by Shang Junlin. He would not let anyone destroy all of this. Shang Junlin held the young man's waist and kissed him back. I should be the one saying that. Shang Junlin knew better than anyone else what changes Shen Yu's arrival had brought to him and what changes it had brought to De Huan. The two of them cuddled for a while before Shang Junlin hugged the young man and sat on the bed. We can start to close the net in the capital. The mastermind hasn't shown himself yet? Shen Yu found a comfortable position in the man's arms. He has been hiding in the dark. If he isn't sure, he won't show himself. Does your majesty know who he is? He has been active in the imperial court since the reign of the late emperor. His influence is not small. There are only a few people in De Huan who have the ability to do so many things. It was true. After Shang Junlin ascended the throne, he punished many officials who had committed crimes during the reign of the late emperor. Until now, the imperial court had changed a lot. Those who were active during the reign of the late emperor were few and far between. Your Majesty, do you think it was a coincidence that Prince An sent the moon lotus to the palace? Shen Yu couldn't figure out how the Ji family's sacred object fell into the hands of Prince An. According to Ji Wuwang, the moon lotus disappeared after your mother disappeared. Could it be that the person who helped my mother in the capital was Prince An? Shen Yu thought about this royal highness who did not have a strong presence. According to the time, Prince An was already a vassal at that time. Prince An's fief was not far from the Ji family's land. It would make sense if his mother met Prince An after she left the clan's land. Shen Yu and Shang Junlin voiced their speculations. Could it be that after my mother left the Ji clan, she met An Wang? She had a token from the royal family in her hands, and under An Wang's protection, she escaped the pursuit of those people? Otherwise, how could it explain the time when his mother disappeared after she left the clan's territory and arrived at the capital? I asked the hidden dragon guards to investigate King An's movements during that period of time. There was a period of time when King An's fief was heavily guarded. It lasted for about 2 months. After that, the security of the fief returned to normal. Coincidentally, it was the late emperor's birthday and King An went to the capital in the name of celebrating the birthday. The timing was almost right. Shen Yu lowered his eyes and pondered. Could his mother's matter be related to Prince An? Anyway, it was better to have a clue than to have no clue at all. Shen Yu thought that he should ask the people of Yinghua to check it out after he went out. I will send someone to investigate Prince An. If it is really related to him, I will have him come to the capital. As for what happened back then, we will know when we meet him. Shen Yu nodded. His body was getting better day by day. In the blink of an eye, they had already stayed in the Ji clan for more than a month. Seeing that Shen Yu's body had almost recovered, Shang Junlin set a date to leave. Will you be reluctant to leave? Shang Junlin turned to ask Shen Yu after he finished instructing the hidden dragon guards. Shen Yu was flipping through the books that he found in the Ji clan's library. What are you reluctant to leave? Shang Junlin walked over and pinched Shen Yu's face. After careful care, Shen Yu's face had gained some weight and his complexion was much better than before. I am reluctant to leave. After all, he was Shen Yu's blood-related family. Shang Junlin was worried that Shen Yu would want to stay. After a period of time, Shen Yu seemed to have accepted Ji Wuwang as his elder brother. Ji Wuwang also told the clan about Shen Yu's true identity. Both parties got along better and better. When Ji Wuwang was not busy, he would look for Shen Yu and tell him about the clan's situation and the interesting things that happened in the Ji clan in the past. Why is your majesty still worried about this? Shen Yu turned around and faced Shang Junlin. He placed his hands on the man's shoulders. Wherever your majesty is, I will be there. No matter how good this place is, how can it be better than being by your majesty's side? Shen Yu's words comforted Shang Junlin greatly. He lowered his head and rubbed his forehead against Shen Yu's. Is there such a good person by my side? Shen Yu stared into the man's inky black eyes and arched his eyebrows. Your majesty is the master of the great Huan kingdom, you should have more confidence in yourself. In this world, who can compare to your majesty? Even if there is, your majesty will always be number one in my heart. Did you eat honey today? Why is your mouth so sweet? Shang Junlin smiled. Why don't your majesty try it and see if it is sweet? Shang Junlin's eyes deepened and he lowered his head to kiss the young man's lips. Their breaths mingled. Shen Yu slowly closed his eyes and immersed himself in the kiss. In a daze, he heard the man's low and magnetic voice. It's very sweet. 2 days later, Shen Yu and Shang Junlin left the Ji clan. This time, Ji Wuwang didn't go with them. He only sent some people to escort them. After dealing with the clan's matters, brother will go to the capital to find you. Ji Wuwang looked at Xinyu, who was standing opposite him. The Ji clan had been hiding from the world for hundreds of years. It was impossible for them to hide from the world forever. Now that the outside world was stable, it was time for them to go out and take a look. Ji Wuwang had been busy with this matter. Moving the clan was not a small matter. As the clan leader, he needed to stay and deal with the corresponding matters. Xinyu knew that Ji Wuwang wanted to bring the clan back into the world. During this period, the three of them would sometimes gather together to discuss this matter. They discussed where to move the clan, the specific future development, and other issues. If there's anything, you can come and find me, Shang Junlin said. Not to mention that Ji Wuwang was Xinyu's brother, Shang Junlin was willing to make things easier for him because Ji Wuwang helped Xinyu remove the seal. Because of Xinyu's health, they left in a carriage. The speed was much slower than when they came. Halfway through the journey, Shang Junlin received a secret letter from the palace. The secret letter was from Fang Jun. After reading it, Shang Junlin ordered them to change their route and go directly to the capital. What's wrong? Looking at Shang Junlin's serious face, Xinyu asked. The fish took the bait. Shang Junlin handed the secret letter to Xinyu. After reading it, Xinyu understood why Shang Junlin wanted to go directly to the capital. The palace was their bait. Now that the other party had taken action, they naturally wanted to catch the biggest fish. The capital. Hasn't there been any news from the palace? In the main hall, all the officials gathered together. One of the officials couldn't help but ask. They had lost contact with the palace 3 days ago. On the first day, the officials didn't pay much attention to it. They just thought that something had gone wrong. But after 3 days, there was still no news from the palace. Many of the officials panicked. They tried to contact the people over there, but the news was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no reply at all. Summer is already over. Why hasn't His Majesty brought His Majesty back to the capital? I heard that His Majesty is also living in seclusion in the palace. What happened? One question after another was thrown out, but no one could answer. Even the Prime Minister, who didn't like noise, didn't say anything this time. All right, everyone, calm down. Something might have gone wrong. His Majesty is in the palace. There are also soldiers and horses escorting him. Nothing will happen. Duan Daran coughed lightly and comforted them. A few of the officials looked at each other. One of them stood up and said, even if it's to avoid the summer, it should be over. There's no reason that His Majesty hasn't returned yet. What happened at the palace? Someone should give us an explanation. The problem is that we can't get in touch with the palace. I wrote a letter to Lord Feng a few days ago and haven't received a reply. I think we should send someone to the palace to find out what happened. This suggestion was unanimously approved. But, which lord should go? When this question was asked, the main hall fell into a short silence. Choosing a candidate was indeed a problem. The main problem was that they didn't know the situation at the palace. If there was nothing wrong, wouldn't going there rashly offend His Majesty? Wouldn't it affect their own careers? If something really happened, would the people who went be able to solve it? This wasn't a good task. No one volunteered. Everyone was weighing the pros and cons. After a final discussion, a general was chosen to lead a small group of soldiers to the palace. The person who was assigned the task was a general who had confronted the King of Yu's army. This person was chosen by Lord Duan. The Prime Minister didn't have any objections. The two powerful officials didn't have any objections. The remaining officials didn't dare to have any objections. Before leaving, the Prime Minister walked up to Lord Duan and asked, "Why did you choose this person?" Lord Duan narrowed his eyes. "Prime Minister, do you have a better candidate in mind?" "I just hope that Lord Duan won't make the wrong choice." The Prime Minister's tone was as calm as ever. "I know what I'm doing. There's no need for Prime Minister to worry. But Prime Minister, you don't seem to have rested well. You should take care of yourself." The two parted on bad terms. After the Prime Minister left, the other officials saw this and walked over. What's wrong with the Prime Minister? You don't even want to save face? The Prime Minister had always been at odds with the aristocratic families. This was a well-known secret in the imperial court. In the past, the Prime Minister wouldn't show his dislike for the aristocratic family so obviously. What was going on today? Maybe he's not in a good mood? Lord Duan smiled as if he didn't take this matter to heart. The communication between the capital and the summer palace was completely cut off. The 17th prince began to frequently contact the officials from the aristocratic families. Not only the aristocratic families, but some of the officials from the poor families also secretly contacted him. Everything was not on the surface. As the days passed, there was still no news from the summer palace. People's hearts were faintly wavering. Xinyu and Shang Junlin directly returned to the capital from the Ji clan. They avoided the summer palace and avoided everyone's eyes and ears. They were very clear about what happened in the summer palace and the capital under the Hidden Dragon Guard's reports. After leaving the Ji clan, Xinyu contacted Yinghua. Through them, he found out about the movements in other places in Dahuan. Currently, other than the summer palace, the capital, and a small county near the capital, there were no abnormalities in other places. Shang Junlin seemed to be at ease and was not anxious about the situation in the capital. Xinyu knew that the man had arranged everything and was only waiting for the last moment. After the rain, Xinyu and Shang Junlin went to a small village nearby to take shelter from the rain. Standing under the eaves and looking at the rain, Xinyu said, "It seems that the rain will not stop for a while. Let's wait for the rain to lessen or stop before we continue our journey." Xinyu moved to the side and rubbed against the man's arms. "Last time in the capital, we also took shelter from the rain in a farmer's house like this." Shang Junlin hugged the person in his arms tightly to prevent the cold from entering. "Yes, at that time, you fell asleep directly. I had to carry you back. Come in and have a cup of hot water." Shang Junlin brought Xinyu into the house. There were already 2 cups of hot water on the table. Xinyu walked over and picked up the teacup, but did not drink it. "Your Majesty, this cup, it's an imperial item." The items used by the royal family all had special markings. Although the cup looked ordinary, it was made of good quality material. No matter what, such a cup should not appear here. The place where they took shelter from the rain was a village at the foot of the mountain. The people living here were almost isolated from the rest of the world. Before they settled down, the Hidden Dragon Guards had already checked and found that there were no problems with the people here. Why would there be an item used by the royal family in such a remote village? Xinyu turned the cup and looked at the cup in his hand. In fact, he was quietly looking around. Other than the 2 cups, there was nothing wrong with the room. "Auntie, where did you buy this cup? I like it very much and want to buy a set to bring it back." Xinyu retracted his gaze and asked casually. "Young master, are you talking about this cup?" "It was not bought. It was washed down from the mountain when it rained heavily. At that time, many things fell down from the mountain. Everyone in the village brought back the things that could still be used. We thought that a wealthy family was in trouble and sent people to the mountain to search for them. However, we could not find them." "Which mountain is it?" "The one in front." The auntie pointed to the southwest direction. There was a towering mountain there. If it was not for the sudden rain, Xinyu and the rest would not have passed by it. After drinking a cup of hot water, their bodies warmed up. Xinyu and Shang Junlin sat in the room and waited for the rain to stop. The auntie went to work and only Xinyu and Shang Junlin were left in the room. Xinyu held the teacup and rubbed the sides of the cup. He asked, "Your Majesty, do you want to take a look at that mountain? After the rain stops, we will go and take a look." The rain continued for about 4 hours. After the rain stopped, Xinyu and Shang Junlin did not set off immediately. They planned to take a look at the mountain after the rain dried up. Seeing that they were interested, the auntie instructed her youngest son to lead the way for them. "If you 2 young masters want to go up the mountain, you can bring my youngest son along. He likes to go up and down the mountain since he was young. He knows the way up and down the mountain very well." The auntie called out her youngest son. He was about 12 or 13 years old. His clothes were patched and his eyes were dark and full of spirit. When he looked at them, there was an unconcealable curiosity in his eyes. She secretly looked at Xianyu several times, thinking that she had not been discovered. The young man's eyes were clean, clear, and not annoying at all, so Xianyu didn't expose him. It didn't rain that night, so the woman tidied up her youngest son's room for them to stay in. The conditions at home are simple and crude, so please don't mind. We should be thanking Auntie for taking us in. Otherwise, we might still be outside in the rain. Xianyu's attitude was gentle. With just a few words, the woman let down her guard and told them a lot of news about the village. The village was located at the foot of the mountain and was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. It was very difficult to go out. They were basically self-sufficient and planted some food at the foot of the mountain. Every once in a while, the men in the mountain would go hunting in groups to supplement the family. The cup was found by the men when they went hunting. The master of the woman's house and her eldest son took the game to the market, leaving only the woman and her youngest son at home. According to the woman, every family was like this. Most of the people who stayed were the elderly, women, and children. It was no wonder that when they first entered the village, the people they met were vigilant towards them. Xianyu guessed the reason from the woman's words. The young men in the house were not at home, so it was normal for them to be vigilant when strangers suddenly came. After chatting for a while, the woman went out. Xianyu sat on the bed and poked Shang Junlin's arm. Shang Junlin lowered his head and looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Your Majesty, have you lived in a place like this before? Xianyu leaned his head on the man's shoulder and couldn't help but think of his previous life. There was a period of time in his previous life when he was running around for King Yu and suffered a lot. He also lived in a farmer's house. At that time, he didn't feel anything. Now that he was with Shang Junlin, even if the surrounding environment was bad, he still felt sweet. This trip back to the capital was definitely not comfortable. Xianyu was not someone who couldn't bear hardships. This was nothing to him, but Shang Junlin always had a faint sense of guilt. The man hid it well, but Xianyu still felt it. He could roughly understand why Shang Junlin felt guilty. Shang Junlin always wanted to give him the best of everything. This trip back to the capital was too far away. Shang Junlin held Xianyu's hand, which was hanging by his side. When I was marching in the army, I lived in all kinds of places. But at that time, I was alone. Now that I have a you by my side, it feels different. As long as a you was by his side, no matter what the surrounding environment was, Shang Junlin felt that it didn't matter. It feels very different to stay overnight with your Majesty. Xianyu's voice was very soft, as if he was sighing. Today, I think that with your Majesty, even if we can only live in a small village, it's not bad to live a life where we work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Shang Junlin held Xianyu's hand tightly. If we really live here like everyone here, will your Majesty hunt and raise me? Before Shang Junlin finished speaking, Xianyu interrupted him. I can't carry anything with my hands or shoulders. Without your Majesty, I may not even be able to eat. Shang Junlin couldn't help but think along with Xianyu's words. If he wasn't the emperor and was just an ordinary person living in the village, he would definitely do his best to let a Yu live a good life after getting a Yu. He had good strength, he could go up the mountain to hunt, he could plant crops in the fields. A Yu only needed to wait at home for him to come back. He couldn't bear to let a Yu do any heavy work. He and a Yu were like thousands of ordinary couples. Whatever a Yu wanted to do, he would do his best to satisfy her. Your Majesty, quickly say it. Shang Junlin didn't speak. Xianyu was dissatisfied and knocked his forehead against him. Shang Junlin reached out and hugged the young man again. He lowered his head and rubbed his face. A Yu doesn't need to do anything. I will take good care of a Yu. I won't let a Yu suffer or be tired. Xianyu was amused by Shang Junlin's seriousness. He leaned in the man's arms and laughed. Perhaps the two of them had discussed this topic that night. Xianyu had a dream that night. In the dream, he and Shang Junlin had been living in the village. During the day, Xianyu would move a small stool and sit beside him to watch a man in coarse short clothes work in the field. The small stool he sat on was also made by the man himself. In the hot summer, the man walked towards him with a head full of sweat. He got up and took out a clean handkerchief to wipe the sweat on the man's forehead. Unexpectedly, the man hugged his waist and he fell into the man's arms. A chuckle came from the top of his head. The young man angrily pushed the man away. Before he could leave, he was caught in the man's arms again. When he woke up, he felt refreshed. Xianxia sat up and looked around. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether it was reality or a dream. Shang Junlin pushed the door and came in. At a glance, he saw the young man sitting on the bed with a confused expression. You're awake?" Without thinking, Shang Junlin quickly walked to the bed and hugged the young man intimately. Every time he woke up, Xianxia would be in a semi-conscious state for a period of time. During this period, the young man was very different from usual. He was obedient and soft. Shang Junlin loved this moment very much. In the midst of the intimacy, Xianxia slowly came back to his senses. He withdrew from the man's arms and said, "It seems that the sun is out." "Yes." Shang Junlin took the clothes on the side and put them on Xianxia. "After breakfast, I plan to go up the mountain. Will you stay here or go up the mountain with me?" This sentence perfectly coincided with what happened in the dream. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. "What is you laughing about?" Shang Junlin didn't understand. "I feel that the current His Majesty is very similar to the one described last night. I'll wait at home for His Majesty to go up the mountain to hunt." Xianxia couldn't help but laugh again. Shang Junlin tidied up Xianxia's sleeves and said, "You're right. Will you wait for your husband at home?" "No, I'll go wherever my husband goes." Xianxia raised his head to make it easier for Shang Junlin to tidy up his collar. Shang Junlin looked down at the young man who was unguarded against him. He tried to restrain himself, but in the end, he couldn't hold back and leaned over to kiss him. It was a domineering kiss. Xianxia moaned. Twice. Seeing that he couldn't break free, he closed his eyes and enjoyed this morning service. Shang Junlin was very excited. Xianxia was also very tempted. Unfortunately, the time and place didn't allow it. The two kissed for a while and had to separate before things got completely out of control. Xianxia leaned on the man's chest. Both of them were breathing heavily. Not knowing what Xianxia thought, he suddenly laughed. The low laughter was heard, and his body trembled slightly. Shang Junlin's fire, which had been suppressed with great difficulty, almost burned again. He had to grab the young man's shoulder and separate him from his body. "What is you laughing about?" The man's voice was low and hoarse. It was filled with lust and helplessness. "He's laughing at Your Majesty." Xianxia's voice was filled with laughter. "Your Majesty also has such a day." Shang Junlin didn't mind being teased by Xianxia. He lowered his head slightly, leaned close to the young man's ear, and bit the jade-like earlobe. "You dare to make fun of me? When we return to the palace, I'll treat you well." At this time, in this position, it was self-evident what kind of treatment he would use. Xianxia's body trembled. This time, it wasn't because of the laughter. He grabbed the man's sleeve. The contrast between his white fingers and the black clothes was even more obvious. He refused to be outdone and said, "I'll wait and see." The man's eyes darkened. His eyes were filled with strong emotions. He unconsciously tightened his grip on Xianxu's shoulder. Feeling the danger, Xianxu coughed twice and reminded the man, "Well, Your Majesty, we should go out." Shang Junlin closed his eyes and suppressed the various reactions of his body. The two fooled around for a while. When they left the house, half an hour had already passed. Breakfast had been prepared. The conditions were limited, so there was only a simple porridge and side dishes. The woman set the bowls and chopsticks and stood to the side a little uneasily. Xianxu and Shang Junlin sat down together. After breakfast, the two walked outside. Then, under the guidance of the woman's son, they went up the mountain. The mountain road was rugged. It rained yesterday, so it was muddy. After walking for a while, Shang Junlin suddenly stopped. The young man looked in front and said, "The road ahead is more difficult to walk." Xianxu looked in front of him. Indeed, the road was narrower. A few hidden dragon guards followed behind them. There were also some who were hiding in the dark. Along the way, the young man looked at the hidden dragon guards curiously. He didn't understand where these people came from. He didn't see so many people around before. Shang Junlin walked in front of Xianxu and said, "I'll carry you up." Xianxu thought for a while and didn't refuse. He leaned on the man's broad shoulders and felt very safe. "Are you brothers?" The young man looked at them enviously. You have a good relationship. My brother doesn't like to carry me. We're not brothers. Xinyu tilted his head and said, he's my lover. Don't you think so, Brother Lin? Shang Junlin's footsteps paused. Xinyu could clearly feel that the man's body instantly tensed up. He leaned on the man's shoulder and chuckled. Shang Junlin lightly said, don't make trouble. The young man on the side opened his eyes wide and looked at the scene in front of him. You are. Xinyu remembered that he shouldn't teach children bad things. The words on the tip of his tongue turned a few times, but he didn't say it. Is your relationship the same as His Majesty's? The young man didn't dare to keep staring at them. He lowered his head and walked forward. He was young and couldn't hide his curiosity. After walking for a while, he couldn't help but ask. Xinyu was interested. He leaned on the man's shoulder and turned to look at the young man. Then tell me, what is the relationship between His Majesty and His Majesty? It's very loving. His Majesty doesn't want anyone else for His Majesty, and he doesn't allow anyone to bully His Majesty. When I grow up, I want to be like His Majesty, only marry the person I like, protect her well, and don't let anyone bully her. The young man said seriously. Good ambition, Xinyu was amused, you can definitely do it in the future. The young man's idea was affirmed, and the joy in his eyes could no longer be hidden. I also want to be like His Majesty, a great general, protect Dahuan, and beat back all the people who bully us. Then you will definitely become a great general in the future. Xinyu said. The young man opened his mouth and talked a lot about His Majesty's heroic deeds. He didn't know that His Majesty was beside him, and he was silently listening to the conversation between the two. Xinyu held back his laughter. Listening to the young man talk about His Majesty in his mind, if it wasn't for the circumstances, he would like to ask what the protagonist of this conversation was thinking. The two kept talking, and unknowingly, they arrived at their destination. The young man stopped and pointed to the front. It's there. We picked up the cup there. In the forest in front, there were some messy mounds. The mounds had obvious traces of being moved. Xinyu patted Shang Junlin's shoulder. Lin, put me down first. In front of outsiders, Xinyu naturally would not address Shang Junlin as His Majesty. Along the way, they did not reveal their true identities. Shang Junlin put Xinyu down. The two of them approached the mound. Xinyu broke a branch from the side and poked it in the soil. Everything that can be used has been taken back by the villagers. The rest are all broken and can't be used. The teenager saw Xinyu's movements and explained. After digging for a while, Xinyu saw some broken porcelain inside. Is no one curious about where these things came from? Xinyu threw the branch aside and asked. The conversation along the way made Xinyu gain a good impression in the boy's heart. The boy told him everything he knew to this young brother who recognized his ambition. I'm curious. With so many good things, everyone is naturally curious. The village chief even specially organized people to go up the mountain to search for them. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything. They walked around the vicinity but found nothing. However, it was not normal for these imperial items to appear here. Hence, some of the hidden dragon guards were left to continue searching. Xinyu and Shang Junlin were led down the mountain by the teenager. The round trip took a few hours. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the road was almost dry. At this time, Xinyu and Shang Junlin should be on their way back to the capital. However, the two of them were more concerned about the imperial items that suddenly appeared. Hence, they did not leave immediately. After going up the mountain, their clothes were dirty. The two of them changed their clothes and sat down in the house. Does this batch of imperial items have anything to do with what Grand Tutor Xing mentioned before? Xinyu thought about it and felt that the imperial items shouldn't have suddenly appeared here. This village was very normal. The answers given by the hidden dragon guards would not be wrong. After the imperial items were filed, they would be properly stored. Even if they were given out as rewards, they would be recorded. After Shang Junlin ascended the throne, there was a special official in charge of this area. During the drought in the north, the Ministry of Revenue reorganized the items in the national treasury. If there were any missing items, they should have known. Since there were no missing items, it meant that there was nothing wrong with the items in the national treasury. This batch of items could only have been leaked out before Shang Junlin ascended the throne. The imperial court has already found the whereabouts of the imperial items that Grand Tutor Xing mentioned. According to him, there should be another batch of items that are wandering outside. Regardless of whether we met them here or not, we have to find out what is going on. In order not to alarm others, Shang Junlin did not inform the local government. He left the investigation to the Hidden Dragon Guards. 2 days later, the Hidden Dragon Guards reported that they had found the whereabouts of the imperial items. It was a cave hidden in the middle of the mountain. Perhaps it was because of the heavy rain all year round, the cave was damaged to a certain extent. Part of the cave that was hidden in the cave flowed out along with the soil and was coincidentally discovered by the villagers. Xinyu and Shang Junlin stood in the cave and were momentarily speechless. In front of them were boxes of different sizes. Some of the boxes had already been opened by the Hidden Dragon Guards, revealing the items inside. What came into view were boxes of jewelry. Most of them were gold and silver. Xinyu casually picked up a gemstone and could tell that it was of high quality. I didn't expect that finding a random place to hide from the rain would yield such a harvest. Xinyu put down the gemstone in his hand and sighed. This matter was completely out of Shang Junlin's expectations. He had sent people to various places in Dehuan to search for the other batch of items that the late emperor might have left behind. He did not expect that in the end, they would be the ones who found it by chance. Indeed, Ayu is my lucky star. Shang Junlin sighed softly. Your Majesty, why do you say so? Shang Junlin shook his head and did not reply. If he was not worried about Xinyu's health, even if it was raining, Shang Junlin would not have found a place to stay for the night. That way, he would have missed this village and missed out on everything that happened later. As the weather cleared up, they still had important matters to attend to in the capital. They did not stay for long and left some hidden dragon guards to guard the place. Shang Junlin and Xinyu embarked on the journey back to the capital. After settling the matters in the capital, they would send people to deal with these items. This time, the Minister of Revenue will be happy. In the carriage, Xinyu opened the curtains and said. The Minister of Revenue was excited for a few days when he collected the items from Grand Tutor Xing. He generously gave out a lot of money. During that period of time, if the imperial court needed to spend money on anything, it would be very lively. The ministers lamented that it would be great if the Minister of Revenue could always be so easygoing. Shang Junlin was thinking about something and did not respond immediately. The carriage continued to move forward. This time, they did not stop halfway and directly arrived at a small town near the capital. They had received news from the Prime Minister that a storm was brewing in the capital. This time even the people in the capital could faintly feel that something was wrong. The temperature has dropped. Has His Majesty and Guijun not returned to the capital yet? Yes, in the past, they would not stay outside for so long. Counting the time, it has been almost 3 months. Could it be that His Majesty and Guijun are enjoying their time outside and have forgotten about home? It would be the same if they returned to the capital. Life in the imperial palace would not be worse than in the temporary residence, right? I have an uncle who works in Lord Feng's family. He said that Lord Feng has not contacted his family for a long time. Maybe something has delayed him. Not only that, but the other officials have also been worried recently. I don't know if you have noticed that the Prime Minister has been living in seclusion recently. I see that some of the officials are very active. 2 days ago, there was a wedding banquet held by an official and many officials were invited. The Prime Minister also went. If the people could feel it, the officials could feel it even more clearly. As the days passed, there was still no news from the temporary residence. Many people could not sit still. What is going on with His Majesty? Is there any news? The more attentive officials found that some unknown changes had occurred. They did not know what exactly had happened, so they could only observe carefully. The Prime Minister's presence had unknowingly begun to decrease. On the contrary, Lord Duan's presence had become stronger and stronger. The balance between the aristocratic officials and the humble officials that Shang Junlin had maintained in the imperial court was faintly being broken. A few officials who had a good relationship with the Prime Minister came to the Prime Minister's residence to discuss countermeasures. Does Lord Duan also not know what has happened? What are these aristocratic officials led by Lord Duan trying to do? The elementary school that was in the process of being established was stopped. At the same time, other policies that were being implemented were also affected. The humble officials were caught off guard by the sudden attack of the aristocratic officials and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Are they not afraid that His Majesty will punish them when he returns to the capital? Or... He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present knew what he was trying to say. The aristocratic officials were so fearless. Did they know some inside information that they did not know? What was His Majesty's state now? What happened in the imperial palace? One question after another hovered in their minds. They could not figure out why there was a problem this time. If we had known this would happen, we would not have agreed to His Majesty's request to bring so few people to the imperial palace. Even if we did not agree, what can we do? How many times has His Majesty changed his decision? This sentence was the truth. The officials knew that until now, the only person who had the ability to persuade Shang Junlin to change his decision was probably Xianxia. I don't know how His Majesty's situation is. Is there any movement in Count North's residence? No. Speaking of which, isn't Count North too quiet during this period of time? Before, he was still interacting with many officials and wanted to return to the imperial court. Now it seems that there is no movement. Count North's illegitimate son was convicted because he wanted to hurt His Majesty. I don't know how His Majesty plans to deal with Count North. Count North was also very nervous about his own ending. He could see how much the Emperor valued his legitimate son. He also knew that this time, Shen Qingran wanted to hurt Xianxia, and it would not be over so easily. How many people could bear the Emperor's anger? As long as the knife hanging over his head did not fall, Count North would not be at ease. In Count North's residence, Count North sat on the main seat in the study. Several people sitting below him were his confidants. One of them said, "Count North, you have to make a decision early." "That's my only son." Duke Xianbei hesitated. If eldest young master and Count North were of the same mind, Count North would naturally not need to consider this. But eldest young master is obviously not. Count North should think more for yourself. This time, no one knows if the matter of second young master will implicate Count North. His confidant advised. Count North, it is clear at a glance which is more important, the merit of supporting the Emperor and a legitimate son who is not on your side. Sir Xianbei relaxed. He knew what his confidant said was reasonable, but at the same time it was too risky to do so. A few days ago, a man who claimed to have the imperial edict of the late emperor came to Sir Xianbei's residence and said that Shang Junlin had used dishonorable means to ascend the throne. After so many years of planning, it was finally time to restore the throne. As a hereditary marquis, Sir Xianbei hoped that Sir Xianbei could make the right choice. Sir Xianbei didn't agree immediately and only said that he needed to think about it. After that man left, he called his confidant for a meeting. Until today, he still hadn't made a decision. Shang Junlin had ascended the throne for so many years and had a solid foundation. It was too risky to make a move at this time. Moreover, his son was the only one in Shang Junlin's harem. If there were no accidents, he would be the only one who could stand beside the emperor. He didn't need to take such a big risk to do something that had an uncertain future. I still think that it's not reliable. If that man comes again in the future, just say that I'm sick and don't bring him to see me. Sir Xianbei thought for a long time and made a decision. Sir. His confidant didn't expect that Sir Xianbei was still unmoved. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Sir, why don't you think about it more? You're trying to make me rebel. That's why I want to ask you, what's your intention? Duke Xianbei slammed the table with an ugly look on his face. I just think that you shouldn't be wasted like this. The current emperor doesn't want to put you in an important position. Naturally, there will be a wise emperor who can put you in an important position. The man who spoke didn't expect Sir Xianbei to have such a reaction. His back was covered with cold sweat and his voice was getting lower and lower. I don't need you to interfere in my affairs. There were people from Yinghua in Sir Xianbei's residence. Since someone contacted Sir Xianbei's residence, the news was passed to Xinyu by Yinghua. Xinyu knew everything that happened in Sir Xianbei's residence. This time, he made the right decision. Xinyu closed the secret letter and sighed. The hidden dragon guards reported everything that happened in the capital. The hidden dragon guards hid in the dark. They were Shang Junlin's eyes and ears. Whatever they knew, Shang Junlin would know in less than a day. Those people thought that they were doing it secretly, but they didn't know that their every move was being monitored by the hidden dragon guards. After ascending the throne for so many years, Shang Junlin's control over the Great Huan dynasty was far beyond these people's imagination. The hidden dragon guards knew what was happening in Surgeonbei's residence. After Shang Junlin received the news from the hidden dragon guards, he told Xinyu, "If the Northern Marquis really did those things, I don't know how to deal with him." Shang Junlin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Surgeonbei had rejected those people. Surgeonbei was Xinyu's biological father. If he did something unforgivable, as the son of Surgeonbei, Xinyu would be implicated. This was something that Shang Junlin didn't want to see. "Your Majesty, you can do whatever you want to do. You don't have to worry about me." Xinyu could tell what Shang Junlin was worried about. "Even if Yu doesn't care, I won't let the world think that Yu has a bad reputation. Even if this bad reputation was because of Surgeonbei. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with him?" Xinyu's voice was very calm. It was as if they were talking about an irrelevant subject and not his biological father. "I can't just let go of what he did to you. However, I can't let him affect you. Yu, don't worry. I will take care of it." Or rather, does Yu have any thoughts? Shang Junlin caressed Xinyu's face and rubbed his fingers. "Your Majesty, you can decide." Xinyu rubbed Shang Junlin's hand back. In his previous life, he didn't have any scruples. Under his manipulation, Surgeonbei lost everything. The power and wealth he wanted were all gone. The more he cared about something, the more Xinyu wouldn't let him get it. In this life, he didn't plan to use the same method to deal with Surgeonbei. Since Shang Junlin asked, it meant that he had made a decision. Xinyu could rest assured and leave this matter to him. "With your Majesty, I don't have to worry about anything," Xinyu murmured. "Your Majesty will arrange everything, right?" "Yes. If Yu doesn't want to take care of it, you can leave it to me." Shang Junlin lowered his head and kissed Xinyu's neck. He didn't want unimportant people to occupy Xinyu's attention. He didn't care about love or hate. As long as Xinyu had him in her heart, it was enough. It was best if all her attention was on him. This was a thought that Shang Junlin wouldn't say out loud. "What's the situation in the capital?" After being intimate with Shang Junlin for a while, Xinyu asked about serious matters. "Some of the ministers have sided with the other side. Some of them did it willingly. Some of them had something on the other side, so they had no choice but to take sides. Shang Junyi has now arrived in the capital and met with many of the ministers in private. When the news from the Summer Palace arrives, they will probably take action." Shang Junlin's tone became cold when he mentioned this. Shang Junyi was the 70th prince. When Shang Junlin ascended the throne, Shang Junyi wasn't even 10 years old. His birth mother was a beauty from the common people. She was only favored by the late emperor for a short period of time. Without the support of a strong maternal family, this pair of mother and son didn't have a strong sense of existence. The fief was also a small and inconspicuous place. These princes' fiefs were all sealed by the late emperor in advance because he was afraid that Shang Junlin would kill them all. For a prince like Shang Junyi, who wasn't favored, the late emperor just casually gave him a piece of land. The 17th prince's fief. Xinyu recalled the information he read a while ago. "It seems to be very close to Prince En's fief? It'll take about half a day on horseback." Shang Junlin gave an affirmative answer. "Is it true that the 17th prince has the imperial edict left behind by the late emperor?" Xinyu changed the topic and asked another question. The imperial edict was one of the main reasons why the aristocratic families and ministers changed sides. However, the imperial edict was kept secret and no one had seen it with their own eyes. "I've asked the hidden dragon guards to search for it secretly, but they couldn't find the imperial edict." Shang Junlin frowned. When he received the news, he had asked the hidden dragon guards to search for it. After a few days, the hidden dragon guards didn't send back any news. It was as if the news was fabricated out of thin air. It can't be fake news. Without seeing the real thing, those ministers shouldn't have believed it so easily. Xinyu said. Those who could become officials in the imperial court and survive the purges were not stupid. No matter how real the lie was, it couldn't fool everyone. When the emperor ascended the throne, did anything strange happen? Xinyu believed that the late emperor would leave such a backup plan to guard against Shang Junlin. After all, the late emperor could even leave behind the national treasury and the army. It wasn't strange for him to have another imperial edict. At that time, Shang Junlin recalled the year when he ascended the throne. When he brought the army back to the capital, he didn't receive the rewards that he deserved. Instead, he received the news that the late emperor and his favored ministers were plotting to seize his military power. Shang Junlin didn't want to sit still and wait for his death. He took the initiative to take control of the capital. He entered the palace with a murderous aura. Under the support of his ministers, Shang Junlin reluctantly received the imperial edict from the late emperor. The late emperor was seriously ill and couldn't get out of bed. He was only awake for a limited time every day. He wanted to seize my military power and return me to the time when I was at the mercy of others. However, he didn't know that because of his muddle-headedness, the ministers couldn't stand him anymore. His favored ministers committed all kinds of crimes and angered the public. They were executed by me. No one was on his side. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only issue an imperial edict to succeed me. Not to mention that Shang Junlin was the only legitimate son of the late emperor and should have the position of crown prince. Those princes who had the ability to inherit the throne were all removed. The remaining princes were either not as powerful as Shang Junlin or too young. Other than Shang Junlin, the late emperor had no other choice. A lot of things happened that year. There must be a lot of things that didn't seem right. When it was close to the end of the year, several princes returned to the capital. With the help of Prince Li and Prince An, the imperial family also stood on my side. In order to prevent accidents, I sent people to guard the late emperor, but he didn't leave any imperial edicts. Xinyu made up his mind to let Yinghua pay attention to this matter. Xinyu didn't hide the existence of Yinghua from Shang Junlin. The man didn't say anything after he found out. He knew that Xinyu wasn't a weak existence who needed protection. As long as he wanted to, nothing could stop him. It's a pity that the eunuch who was valued by the late emperor was killed. Otherwise, we might be able to get some information from these people. No matter where the imperial edict came from, it won't affect our plan much. Ayu is right. Shang Junlin and Xinyu weren't the only ones who were curious about the whereabouts of this imperial edict. The 17th prince was also very curious. The servants who had been serving him had sworn that this imperial edict existed, but he had never seen it before. The closer it was to the day of the plan, the more uneasy the 17th prince felt. When his brother ascended the throne, although he was young, he still knew what he should know. He didn't think that he could surpass his brother to ascend the throne. It would be a lie to say that he didn't want to. They were both princes. Why could his brother do it but not him? If he didn't have any thoughts about it, he wouldn't be here. Your Highness, it's getting late. Go back to your room and rest. You can only face what's about to happen if you have enough energy. The eunuch who had been serving the 17th prince walked over and helped him put on his coat. The 17th prince looked at the boundless night sky and turned back to his room. Soon, he would be able to appear in this bustling capital. He would become the new owner of this place. Those who had looked down on him in the past would all kneel at his feet. So what if Shang Junlin was powerful? He would be the one to get the throne in the end. After serving the 17th prince to bed, the eunuch left the residence quietly. He reported the 17th prince's every move to the person who was hiding in the dark. And all of this was seen by the hidden dragon guards. After reading the secret letter from the hidden dragon guards, Xinyu supported his chin with one hand and looked at the 17th prince mockingly. He thinks that he is the final winner. But he doesn't know that his every move was planned by someone else. Should I say that the 17th prince is too arrogant, or should I say that he is too stupid? He thinks that he can compete with His Majesty. Isn't he overestimating himself? Am I that powerful in Ayu's eyes? Shang Junlin took the secret letter from Xinyu's hand and put it aside. He walked over to Xinyu and sat down beside her. Xinyu moved to the side and made room for Shang Junlin. He smiled and said, "Of course your Majesty is powerful. If you are not powerful, how can I stay by your side willingly? Oh? Shang Junlin pinched Xinyu's chin and said, You, tell me, how am I powerful? Of course, I am powerful in every way. Does that include in bed? Xinyu was caught off guard by the man's straightforwardness. Shang Junlin stared at Xinyu. Under his gaze, the young man's snow-like skin gradually turned crimson. Why isn't you speaking? Shang Junlin's lips curled up slightly as he leaned close to the young man's ear. His voice was low and elegant, making it hard for people to imagine that he was asking such a frivolous question. Your Majesty, why? Xinyu's voice paused as he felt his earlobe being bitten. Shang Junlin let go of his earlobe that had been bullied and let out a low chuckle. His hot breath sprayed on the sensitive earlobe, and the crimson color on the white snow became even more intense. Why isn't you answering my question? Shang Junlin picked up Xinyu's hair that had fallen by her ear and twirled it around his finger. Wasn't you the one who said it in the beginning? Her hair was soft and fragrant. I was the one who said it. Your Majesty is amazing in every aspect, including in bed. Xinyu tilted his head, and his soft lips rubbed against Shang Junlin's finger. His eyes sparkled as he slowly uttered the last two words, amazing. Xinyu suddenly felt a slight pain, but he didn't care about the pain. Instead, he raised his hand and stroked the man's face. Xinyu's body temperature had always been low. Even if he removed the ban in his body, this physique didn't change. His slightly cold fingers didn't cool down the man's body. Instead, it was like a spark falling into dry wood, igniting a raging fire. Feeling the man's heavy breathing, Xinyu smiled. Your Majesty, didn't you want to hear my answer? I'll answer, oh. Without waiting for him to finish, Shang Junlin had already lowered his head and blocked the young man's opening and closing lips. Xinyu didn't resist. He put his hands around the man's neck and pulled him towards himself. He had never resisted Shang Junlin's kiss, or rather, he was addicted to this kind of intimacy. Under the candlelight, his vision was blurred, and the light and shadow were scattered. The man picked up the black hair that fell by his neck, put it to his lips, and kissed it lovingly. You, tell me, am I powerful? Xinyu clutched the cloth under his hand tightly. His breath was hot, and he could only nod. After the wind and rain stopped, Xinyu lay in Shang Junlin's arms. Her whole body was soft, and she was too lazy to move. It could only be said that people's ability to adapt was extremely strong. Compared to the beginning, Xinyu's discomfort was much lower now. After closing his eyes for a while, Xinyu said, Your Majesty, please give me a massage. Shang Junlin was very familiar with massaging Xinyu. He reached out and massaged Xinyu with moderate strength. Do you feel any discomfort? Shang Junlin asked in a low voice. Xinyu shook his head. Actually, he didn't feel too bad. He just wanted to order Shang Junlin around. The two stopped talking, and the atmosphere around them was warm. The attendant was ordered to bring warm water. Shang Junlin got up, poured a cup of hot water, and came back with it. He pulled Xinyu into his arms again. Drink some water to moisten your throat. Xinyu lowered his head and drank the water in Shang Junlin's hand. How is General Gu? Why did you mention another man at this time? Shang Junlin put the cup on the small table, and his tone was a little dissatisfied. He wasn't dissatisfied with Xinyu, but with General Gu, who took Xinyu's attention at this time. I was talking business with Your Majesty. Who asked Your Majesty to? Xinyu didn't finish the rest of his words, but both of them knew what he was going to say. It's my fault. The man who was satisfied was easy to talk to. You is so attractive. I never have any self-control in front of you. Is Your Majesty blaming me? Xinyu looked at the man from the corner of his eyes, and the corners of his eyes slightly drooped. How can I bear to blame you? If it's my fault, it's my lack of self-control. Good you, don't be angry with me. Shang Junlin intimately rubbed the cheek of the person in his arms, and his tone was full of love. Xinyu naturally wouldn't be angry because of such a small matter. The more attractive he was to Shang Junlin, the deeper Shang Junlin loved him. Xinyu liked the feeling of being needed. I won't be angry with Your Majesty. Xinyu kissed Shang Junlin's face. Your Majesty, let's talk business. Shang Junlin and Xinyu talked business. Gu Huai incorporated the army of the Lin family, and killed the people who were hiding in the mountains to take advantage of the situation. they are now on their way to the capital. Xinyu, such a big movement, has the person behind the scenes received the news? Shang Junlin, the news hasn't arrived yet. Gu Huai acted very quickly and caught the other party off guard, not giving the other party a chance to report. Previously, Gu Huai acted to let those people think that the plan was developing according to their expectations. Now that the person's attention is on the capital, they won't spend too much energy on Gu Huai. When those people react, everything will have been settled, and it will be impossible to change anything. Xinyu, the imperial court has sent people to the temporary imperial residence. How is the situation there? Shang Junlin, Fang Jun can handle it. I've sent people to support, so there won't be any problems. The situation in the temporary imperial residence wasn't as bad as the ministers thought. In order to get rid of Shang Junlin, the person behind the scenes sent elite men of sacrifice to assassinate him. In addition, a large number of soldiers were sent to surround the temporary imperial residence, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. There were even many people from the other party in the temporary imperial residence. It had to be said that the person behind the scenes was well prepared. If Shang Junlin hadn't planned this from the beginning, Shang Junlin would have suffered heavy losses. However, Shang Junlin was already prepared. It seemed that he didn't bring many people to the temporary imperial residence, but in fact, he arranged for soldiers and horses to be on standby in the dark. At the beginning, they wouldn't make any movements, giving the other party the illusion that the plan was going smoothly. When Shang Junlin gave the order, they would be like ghosts on the battlefield, mercilessly reaping the lives of the enemies. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The winner who thought that he was the oriole didn't know that he had already fallen into the hunter's trap. Count North dealt with the confidant who instigated him. After Xinyu told someone to leak the news to Count North that the confidant had another master, Count North. After knowing the betrayal of his confidant, Count North was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, he also felt that under the seemingly calm surface of the capital, a shocking storm was brewing. He couldn't help but think that he had been bewitched by his confidant. What about the other ministers? Were there people lurking around them to lure them into the abyss? Now in the capital, how many people were bewitched? What about His Majesty? Did he know that someone wanted to make a move in the capital? At such a critical moment, what should he do? No one could give him a definite and feasible answer. As time passed, the uneasiness in the imperial court grew. After the general sent to the temporary imperial residence entered the southern border, he suddenly lost contact with the imperial court. This time, the ministers who were hoping for a fluke also knew that something was going to happen. On a drizzling morning, the ministers who had a say in the imperial court all received an invitation letter. The invitation letter was from one of the cabinet ministers, Lord Duan, inviting them to have a chat, saying that there was something important to discuss. At the same time, an inconspicuous gray pigeon flew out of the city. The officials tidied themselves up and went to the place mentioned in the letter. On the way, they met familiar officials and couldn't help but talk to them. Lord Duan suddenly summoned us. Is there news about His Majesty? I'm not sure. Let's go and see. It's been so many days, but there's still no news from His Majesty. It's impossible not to worry. After arriving, the officials found that there were a lot of people. The sharp-minded ones faintly felt that some of the officials were different from others. I don't know why Lord Duan invited us here. Seeing Lord Duan come in, the Prime Minister took the lead to speak. Prime Minister, don't worry. After speaking, Lord Duan faced the officials and said in a deep voice, Today, I invited everyone here for the national affairs. The country can't be without a ruler. Now there's no news about His Majesty, we can't just sit and wait. What do you mean, Lord Duan? The Prime Minister's face darkened. His Majesty has no children. If there's an accident, will everyone continue to be like this? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of hushed discussion in the hall. Lord Duan is so bold. His Majesty's whereabouts are unknown, but no one can be sure that something has happened to His Majesty. Is Lord Duan so impatient to do something? It's not that I want to do anything, but it's just a precaution. Otherwise, it's impossible for such a big country to be without a ruler. Don't you think so, Prime Minister? How could the officials not know what Lord Duan was planning by inviting them here? they just couldn't believe it. How could Lord Duan be so bold? Was all of this premeditated? Was the loss of contact between the imperial palace and the imperial court deliberately caused by someone? Is Lord Duan planning to rebel? Another official beside the prime minister asked. These words could be said to be quite impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall was stifling. The hearts of the officials were almost in their throats. They didn't expect someone to say it out loud while they were still guessing. You can't say such things casually. Lord Duan's expression didn't change. I'm just asking for everyone's opinion. What if we don't agree? One of the officials asked with a stiff neck. Lord Zhou's youngest son seems to have just started learning to speak. He's white and chubby, very cute. He's so young. If something happens to him, it'll be a pity. Don't you think so, Lord Zhou? Some of the officials stood behind Lord Duan, and the one who spoke was one of them. Lord Zhou's expression was very ugly. Hearing this, how could the officials not understand that this was a hangmen banquet? Many officials tried to leave, but they didn't expect that before they could walk out of the main door, the imperial guards who had appeared out of nowhere forced them back. Ministers, there is no harm in thinking about it. Even if it's not for yourself, you have to think about it for your family. We are all colleagues, and no one wants to go too far. That person looked at his colleagues who were in a difficult situation and smiled. What do you want to do? Lord Zhou gritted his teeth. Why can you order the imperial guards around? I just want you all to think about what to do. The prime minister reached out to stop Lord Zhou, who wanted to say something. Like you said, His Majesty doesn't have an heir. Who do you want to temporarily govern the country? His Majesty doesn't have an heir, but he has a brother who is also the son of the previous emperor. The 17th prince can take on this responsibility. Lord Duan said lightly. And the 17th prince has the imperial edict left by the previous emperor. How is that possible? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbiku50. CC, what do you mean by the imperial edict? The prime minister asked. Do you think it's true just because you say so? If you don't show it to us, how can we believe you? Another official standing behind the prime minister said. Lord Duan said calmly, when the time is right, you will naturally see the imperial edict. What do you think of my suggestion? Even if we agree, His Highness isn't in the capital. Instead of wasting time going back and forth, it's better to search for His Majesty. It's not that we don't want to, but His Highness can't be compared to His Majesty in any way. In the side hall, Shang Junyi, who was being talked about, silently clenched his fists that were hidden in his sleeves. He knew that he couldn't compare to Shang Junlin, but being belittled so openly still made him feel suffocated in his chest, neither up nor down. Your Highness? The eunuch next to him whispered. It's nothing. Shang Junyi suppressed his complicated emotions and tried his best to calm down. So what if Shang Junlin was powerful? The final victory would still be his. The quarrel in the main hall continued, and the fists in Shang Junyi's sleeves clenched tighter and tighter. He had never thought of this position, but someone had placed the opportunity in front of him. Almost no one could resist such a great temptation. Just like those people said, they were both children of the previous emperor. Why could Shang Junlin do it but not him? Shang Junyi straightened his clothes and walked into the main hall under the protection of the guards. As expected, he saw the shock on the official's face. This is a premeditated. Before the official could finish, the guards who came in with Shang Junyi suddenly blocked his mouth and pulled him out. The sharp weapons were pointed at the officials led by the prime minister. The meaning was clear: if you don't listen, don't blame the weapons for being blind. The main hall instantly fell silent. Even though they had already predicted this, when it really came to this moment, the officials still felt very conflicted. Other than their own safety, they were more worried about the safety of their families. If the other party could use his son to threaten Lord Zhou, then what about their families? Under the threat of force, they didn't dare to do anything. Don't worry, my lords. As long as you do as we say, you and your families will be fine. Shang Junyi stood in front of Lord Duan and comforted him. It would have been better if he hadn't spoken. Once he did, the minister's anger, which they had nowhere to vent, was directed at him. In your dreams. The officials present were clearly divided into two factions. One faction was led by Lord Duan, who followed behind Xianxia. The other faction was led by the Prime Minister, who was surrounded in the middle by the guards. The latter was the majority, and they were all important officials of Xianxia. Master Duan, what should we do now? Xianxia asked when they arrived at the side hall. We can't let this drag on for too long. If the people outside realize that something is wrong, the situation will be very unfavorable for us, Master Duan said. Xianxia was perplexed. But isn't the Imperial Army under our command? Other than the Imperial Army, there are other garrisons in the capital. Besides, the Imperial Army doesn't only listen to our orders. There was one more thing that Lord Duan didn't mention. Even though the Imperial Army seemed to be under their command, it was actually under someone else's command. Lord Duan had tried asking Xianxia about the identity of the mastermind behind the Imperial Army, but even Xianxia himself didn't know. After a few fruitless attempts, he could only put the matter aside for the time being. At the moment, only a portion of the Imperial Army was under their command. The other portion was being held back, and it wouldn't pose a hindrance to their plans for the time being. However, that didn't mean that it wouldn't be for the time being. They had to end the battle quickly so that those people wouldn't be able to do anything once the dust settled. How many families do we have in our hands now? Xianxia knew this as well. He didn't expect to be able to make these officials listen to him with just a little threat. They had made preparations for both sides. These people might be able to disregard their own lives for the sake of the greater good, but what about their wives and children? How could they not care at all? Not many. Other than Lord Zhou's family, there are less than 10 families under our control. It wasn't easy to control the families of these officials. They had too few people at their disposal. If not for the lack of news from Xianxia and the instability of the people in the capital, they wouldn't have been able to do much. Both sides were in a stalemate for the time being. The officials were confined to the main hall and guarded by armed guards. They couldn't do anything because they were worried about their wives and children. After dealing with Xianxia, Lord Duan went to the study. There was already someone waiting for him. It was the man who had come to his residence to seek cooperation. Lord Duan walked in and asked, "The plan has been going on for so long. Is your master still unwilling to show himself?" Yes, from the beginning until now, he had only been communicating with this man. The real mastermind had never shown himself. You have seen my sincerity. Isn't it time for you to show some sincerity? I don't want my collaborator to be a coward who doesn't even want to show his face. Lord Duan, why are you in such a hurry? Isn't this prince here? A voice came from behind him. Master Duan's body tensed up instinctively. He turned around and saw a masked face. The man slowly took off his mask. It's you? Lord Duan's eyes widened. The person who had appeared before him was completely out of his expectations. You seem surprised to see me, Lord Duan? The man placed the mask on the table. I just don't understand why your Royal Highness would go through so much trouble to push a young boy to the throne. Lord Duan calmly suppressed his shock. Your Royal Highness, King and everyone wants to sit on that throne, but not me. I can feel your sincerity. Once this is done, I will fulfill my promise to you. To be honest, King was also in disbelief at Lord Duan's actions. He didn't expect him to be able to capture all the influential officials in the imperial court. Things were progressing more smoothly than he had expected. Everyone is here. What does your Royal Highness plan to do next? There's no hurry. King clapped his hands. A servant in black carried a wooden box in. The box was placed in front of Lord Duan. This is? Lord Duan, why don't you open it and take a look? King looked at him calmly. Lord Duan took 2 steps forward and slowly opened the wooden box under King An's watchful gaze. His movements suddenly stopped. He stared at the thing in the box. He couldn't find his voice for a long time. An imperial edict was quietly placed in the wooden box. Lord Duan took out the imperial edict with mixed feelings. He couldn't help but ask, is this real? I believe that Lord Duan has the ability to distinguish between real and fake. Lord Duan didn't even realize that at this moment, his hands were trembling. They had always doubted the authenticity of this imperial edict. They never thought that it would fall into his hands. He had been an official for many years. Now that he was a cabinet minister, he could naturally distinguish whether an imperial edict was real or fake. Because of this, he found it even more inconceivable. This imperial edict was real. There was no doubt about this. But, how could it be? Why would King An have such an imperial edict? What was even more inconceivable was that this was an imperial edict for ascension. With it in your hands, I don't need to say more. Lord Duan should know what to do, right? Seeing Lord Duan's dazed expression, King An reminded him. In the hall, the ministers gathered together. Several hours had passed, but nothing happened. Shang Junlin received a secret letter from the capital. He said to Xingyu, who was standing beside him, "It has begun." The place where they were staying now was very close to the capital. They could enter the city in less than 2 hours. The imperial guards who were trapped by the trap had already contacted them. The leader of the imperial guards brought the recent movements in the capital. When he was transferred out of the capital for no reason, he faintly felt that something was wrong. Now that he saw with his own eyes that Shang Junlin and Xingyu were safe, he was relieved. Lady Zhou fainted on the way to burn incense. When she woke up, she found that she was in a completely unfamiliar place. She was locked up with several other ministers' wives. Her first reaction was to find her child. This time, she burned incense to pray for her youngest son, so she brought her child along. Fortunately, the child was by her side. She could reach out and grab him. She hugged the child in her arms. Her high-hanging heart finally relaxed a little. Seeing that she had woken up, one of the wives put a finger to her lips and made a gesture to keep quiet. Lady Zhou was not a foolish woman. When she saw this, she lowered her voice and asked, "What's going on?" One after another, the others woke up. After a brief conversation, they found that everyone had suddenly fainted and was brought here. "I'm afraid that they want to use us to threaten our families." Almost instantly, they figured out the cause and effect. "There are so many of us. The person who caught us must have a big plan." The others nodded. They checked themselves and found that they were not injured or tied up. They walked around the room and found that the doors and windows were tightly shut. There were many people guarding outside. The people in the room were all women. Except for Lady Zhou, there was a 1-year-old child beside her. The child was still in a coma. The wife who knew a little about medicine checked the child. It was just that the child had fallen asleep because of the medicine. "We can't let the adults be threatened because of us." Lady Zhou held the child and said in a deep voice. The other women agreed. "We have to think of a way to escape." They were just weak women. It was very difficult to escape from a heavily guarded place. How to get out of this room became their top priority. Unfortunately, no matter if they threatened or gave in, the people outside were unmoved. Only when they made the most noise, they threatened, "If you want to get out in one piece, stay here quietly." After a while, the sky was dark. There were no candles in the room, so it was dark. The night was the easiest to breed fear. The wives huddled together and comforted each other. Every quarter of an hour became extremely unbearable. After some time, a few drunk men barged in. The moonlight shone in through the open door, bringing with it despair. "What do you want to do?" "What do we want to do?" The man laughed. "There are so many beauties here. After these 2 days, we don't even know if we can survive. Why don't we let our brothers have some fun first?" After saying that, they pounced on them. The women who had been hungry for a day were no match for these people. Seeing that they could not resist, one of them pulled out a hairpin and stabbed forward. Even if they died, they would drag these people down with them. In a moment of carelessness, the man who pounced on them was stabbed in the neck. The stinging pain made the man sober up for a moment, followed by rising anger. Slap, the hairpin was knocked away. The man held the woman's hand tightly. "Don't be so shameless. Go away." Madame Zhou held the child and kept shrinking back. The man stepped forward. "If you don't listen, throw the child away." If you listen, our brothers might be happy and let you go after this matter is over. Of course, these words were used to deceive these women. They all knew what would happen to these women after this matter was over. If not, they would not dare to use their drunken guts to do something bad. These people were temporarily recruited. Usually, they liked to bully the weak by relying on their strength. They were sent to watch over these women. Once the matter was settled, they would directly kill them. Not only these women, but the women's husbands would also be the first to be dealt with. Madame Zhou's eyes were filled with despair. She closed her eyes and thought, even if I die, I will make you pay. She had already made up her mind. Even if she could not change anything, even if she had to pay a heavy price, she would not let this man have an easy time. The men were very strong. After drinking, they let go of the last shackle in their hearts. They were not good people. Usually, they would not even see these beautiful women. Now that so many of them came back, they were destined to be killed. If they did not do something, they would feel sorry for themselves. The man smiled maliciously and approached. The smell of alcohol mixed with the body odor made people want to vomit. She clenched her fists tightly and dug her nails into her palms. She could not feel any pain. At the critical moment, a cold arrow came from outside the door and went straight into the man's back. Madame Zhou was stunned for a moment. She loosened her clenched fists and slowly felt the pain. The man groaned and fell straight down. Madame Zhou pushed the man aside and looked outside the door. The others also felt that something was wrong. They stopped what they were doing and turned around. They said fiercely, "Who dares to ruin our business?" A young man in white stood outside the door and pulled the bowstring, a group of trash who only know how to bully women. Living in this world is a waste of food. 3 arrows were shot at the same time. 3 people fell down with a groan. The other women who were frightened also noticed the people outside the door. They looked over. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC. There were 6 people who came in with him. 4 of them were knocked down in an instant, and the remaining 2 were mostly sober. Xianxia put an arrow on his bow and aimed at one of them. "Who the hell are you?" It was no wonder that they couldn't recognize Xianxia. In this life, before entering the palace, Xianxia's activities were fixed. After entering the palace, there were even fewer people who could see him. After a while, the 2 of them realized that something was wrong. They weren't the only ones guarding this place. Although he found an excuse to send the rest of the people away, they shouldn't have made such a big noise without any response. "You don't deserve to know my name." Xianxia was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people. He released his fingers, and the arrow flew like a meteor. The person who spoke covered his chest and fell down. Xianxia put an arrow on his bow again and aimed at the remaining man. The man was scared out of his wits by the scene in front of him. He suddenly knelt down. "Lord, please spare my life. This lowly one was possessed. This lowly one won't dare to do it again. Please spare my life." Xianxia narrowed his eyes, lowered his arm, and aimed at the remaining man again. The man swallowed his saliva. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He cowed out heavily. "This lowly one is willing to say anything. Please spare my life." In the silence, the sudden sound of chaotic footsteps was very obvious. Could it be that their people were here? The man's heart was filled with joy. When the madams heard the footsteps getting closer and closer, their faces became paler and paler. They didn't know whether the young man who came to save them came alone or with helpers. They also didn't know whether the young man could deal with those people. "Lord, you have to be careful." The madams recovered from the panic and slowly gathered together. Everything that happened today had a huge impact on them. They had been kidnapped for such a long time. Even if they were rescued, they would have to face all kinds of problems. At the same time, they also knew that now was not the time to think about these things. The most important thing now was to get rid of the people here and then escape. "Wah!" The child in Madame Zhou's arms suddenly woke up and cried loudly. Madame Zhou hurriedly held the child and coaxed him. The footsteps were getting closer. Everyone's spirits were high, except for Xianxia. From the beginning to the end, the expression on his face didn't change. Under his influence, the madams also gradually calmed down. They knew that at this time, there was no use in being anxious. "My lord, the traitors have all been executed." Amidst the silence, the sound of footsteps approached. It was a group of burly soldiers in armor. The leader of the group knelt down respectfully in front of the young man. The madams covered their mouths and wept with joy. At this moment, they clearly realized that they had been saved. The man kneeling on the ground had completely sobered up from his drunkenness. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He thought that the people who came would be on his side. Who would have thought that they were people who followed the young man's orders? When did such a person appear in the capital? Why didn't he have any recollection of it? "I'll take you to a safe place." Xianxia put away his bow and said to the madams who were huddled together. The soldiers entered in an orderly manner and dragged away the people who were shot by Xianxia. The only ones who were not injured saw that the situation was over and were taken away without any resistance. Surrounded by soldiers, the ladies walked out of the nightmarish room. Outside the room, the moonlight was bright. The moonlight sprinkled down and coated the world with a layer of cold brilliance. Outside the room, it was quiet. The smell of blood lingered. It was not difficult to guess what kind of fight had happened not long ago. Along the way, they did not encounter any obstacles. This courtyard was on the edge of the capital. It was not very eye-catching. After going out, they did not enter the capital. Instead, they took another road. "There are changes in the capital. First, I will put you in another courtyard. Rest assured, there are guards here. There will be no problem." Xianxia took these women to another courtyard in the suburbs of the capital. Few people knew about this place, so it would not be affected by the turmoil in the capital. When the matter was over, he would send them back. As for those men who tried to offend them, Xianxia would ensure that they would never tell this secret. "Madams, please have a good rest. It will be over soon. Today's matter will not be known by anyone." When he went to rescue them, Xianxia felt that something was wrong. He let the others stay outside to deal with the enemy. He went to the place where the madams were held. Things were as he expected. He did not say anything and directly shot 5 of them. At the same time, he was glad that he came in time. If something really happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. After dealing with this matter, he let the others come over. These soldiers were part of the Imperial Guards and part of them were the Hidden Dragon Guards. Shang Junlin needed to go to the palace to deal with more important matters. Thus, he left this place to him. Xianxia still had other things to do. After giving instructions to the people in the courtyard, he left. Their tense minds relaxed. However, the madams did not feel sleepy. After this matter, everyone became closer. "I wonder who saved us. After this matter, we must pay a visit to thank him," one of the madams said. They were all young women. Some of them were the daughters-in-law of the officials. They had not attended the palace banquet before. Thus, they did not know Xianxia. Of course, there were some who recognized him. Madame Zhou was one of them. At that time, the situation was too chaotic. She did not recognize Xianxia immediately. After she recognized him, she saw the soldiers calling him Lord. Thus, she did not say it out loud. Her gaze swept across the faces of everyone present. Obviously, she was not the only one who recognized him. They tacitly did not say it out loud. They only remembered this kindness in their hearts. Xianxia sent a letter to the families of these women to inform them that they were safe. "Now, let's go to the palace." Xianxia rode on the horse and said. Xianxia and Shang Junlin guessed that these people would eventually go to the palace. In fact, the people from Minghua who stayed in the capital sent a message to Xianxia. The palace was brightly lit, but this time was different from the previous times. The movements of the palace servants were restricted, and those who disobeyed or tried to escape were killed directly. The guards guarding the palace were facing the invading enemies, and were forced to retreat step by step. No coup could avoid bloodshed. The palace had no master. The enemy's morale was high. They quickly occupied the place that symbolized the peak of power in Dahuan. Shang Junyi was welcomed into the palace. The smell of blood filled his nose. The corpses that were not dealt with in time were piled up on the roadside. If it were any other time, Shang Junyi might be afraid. However, at this moment, he was only excited. After today, he would become the new master of Dehuan. This palace would belong to him from now on. Beauties, wealth, power, they would all be at his fingertips. Shang Junyi was worried that a long delay would lead to trouble. After receiving the imperial edict, he ordered the imperial guards to escort the ministers to the palace. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the ministers were blindfolded along the way. When the blindfold was removed, the ministers found themselves in the main hall where they usually attended court. They saw Lord Duan and other officials standing in front of them. They saw the 17th prince standing beside Lord Duan. They also saw someone who should not be here, His Highness King In. The hearts of the ministers sank. Is the 17th prince determined to rebel? Lord Zhou sneered. Don't say it so harshly. Shang Junyi raised his hand. Why don't you take a look at what this is? A young eunuch came forward with a brocade box. Under Shang Junyi's command, he opened the box and took out the imperial edict. Read. The young eunuch read the contents of the edict loudly. An imperial edict to pass on the throne? What did you do to His Majesty? You bastard. Hand over His Majesty. No one thought that the imperial edict was left behind by the previous emperor. Their first reaction was that His Majesty had fallen into the hands of these people and was forced to write an imperial edict. This is not left behind by Shang Junlin. This is an imperial edict left behind by my father. Even Shang Junlin has to listen to my father's orders, right? Shang Junyi looked at the ministers below him. He could not hide his excitement. He also did not expect such an imperial edict to exist. Lord Duan told him that this imperial edict had been kept by King In until today. Previously, Shang Junlin was too powerful for them to do anything. Now was the best opportunity. What opportunity? Of course, it was the opportunity to take back what was rightfully his. Shang Junyi, who was overwhelmed with joy, did not think too deeply about the details. He did not care about these things. No matter what kind of conspiracy there was, once he ascended the throne, he could promote his own people and develop his own power, just like Shang Junlin. He was the emperor and everyone should be loyal to him. In the end, he would be the one in power. May I know why His Highness King In is here? The Prime Minister broke the silence. Royal Uncle is in charge of the imperial edict. Royal Uncle has always been close to my father. You should believe his words, right? It was no secret that King In and the previous emperor were close. Even when the previous emperor was at his sickest, King In could enter and leave the palace as he pleased. From this, it could be seen that the previous emperor did not guard against him. Seeing the suspicion in their eyes, Shang Junyi ordered a young eunuch to bring the imperial edict to them to verify its authenticity. The ministers touched the edict and put down their hands. Their eyes were filled with complex emotions. The imperial edict is real. Other than the imperial jade seal, there was also the previous emperor's personal seal on the imperial edict. These two things could not be faked. But, even if it was real, so what? They only recognized Shang Junlin's identity as the emperor. The 17th prince is not from the main palace. Even if there is an imperial edict, we will not agree. His Majesty's whereabouts are unknown. We should protect the great Huan dynasty for His Majesty and prevent it from being taken away by some rascal. Exactly. Shang Junyi was dumbfounded. He never thought that the outcome would be like this. He thought that after seeing the imperial edict, the ministers would have to accept it no matter how unwilling they were. He had already thought about it. When he ascended the throne, he would replace these stubborn ministers. He turned his head to look at Prince In, only to see that the prince was still as calm as ever. King In was not surprised by this. If the imperial edict could turn the situation around, he would not have waited so long and planned so much before taking it out. Only Shang Junyi would naively think that this imperial edict would be of great use. Of course, it was not completely useless. It was just that after the deed was done, everything they did would be justified. It would be convenient to shut the mouths of the people. It was impossible to use this imperial edict to make the ministers who were loyal to Shang Junlin bow their heads. King An was well aware of this, but he did not tell Shang Junyi. He originally thought that Shang Junyi would be able to think of this, but he had overestimated him. After all, how much political awareness could a prince who was not favored since young have? If it was not for the fact that this was the only one that could be used, King An would not have pushed an idiot into the throne. However, it was fine as long as the puppet was obedient. The ministers looked righteous. Shang Junyi was furious. What if Shang Junlin is no longer around? Are you going to respect a dead man as your leader? King An's men had told him that Shang Junlin was doomed this time. It was impossible for him to return in one piece. The current emperor of the Great Huan dynasty is His Majesty. No matter what secrets are behind this imperial edict, we will only recognize His Majesty. The new emperor can only be appointed by His Majesty. The ministers were unmoved. Although they had only known Shang Junyi for a short while, they could feel the difference between Shang Junyi and His Majesty. The Great Huan dynasty could not be handed over to such a person. Fine, fine. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being merciless. Shang Junyi could feel the unspoken meaning of these people. He was furious. Men, clap, clap, clap. In the tense atmosphere, a sudden clap attracted everyone's attention. They could not help but look in the direction of the sound. They saw a tall man in black standing at the entrance of the hall. He looked into the hall with interest. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC. The basilica suddenly fell silent. Shang Junyi, who was still talking tough, felt as if someone was strangling him. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat and he could not spit them out. Didn't they say that Shang Junlin was trapped in the imperial residence and had fallen into their hands? Why did he appear here? Didn't they say that the capital city was already under their control? Why was there no news of his appearance? Questions circled in Shang Junyi's mind. He opened his mouth but found that he did not know where to start. Shang Junlin walked step by step. The doors were wide open but there was no movement outside. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Their people had already taken control of the imperial residence. Otherwise, they would not have brought the officials here. The imperial residence was without a ruler and this was the best time to act. They only needed to wait a little longer until dawn and this matter would be settled. Why? Why now? Shang Junlin appeared? The officials standing behind Shang Junyi changed their expression several times. After experiencing so many things, their fear of Shang Junlin was engraved in their bones. Now that they saw Shang Junlin, their first reaction was fear. Why did Shang Junlin appear here unscathed? King An looked at the man in black walking step by step. His face darkened. The people he sent to the imperial residence had clearly told him that Shang Junlin was already under their control. Why did this person suddenly appear in the imperial residence? Compared to them, the officials standing beside the prime minister were overjoyed. They were originally promoted by Shang Junlin over the years. Their glory and loss were all related to him. They recognized Shang Junlin as the emperor and recognized his way of doing things. Choices were always two-way. Shang Junlin chose them and they chose him. As mentioned before, compared to Shang Junlin, Shang Junyi was nothing. Now that Shang Junlin had appeared unscathed, the stone in their hearts had also fallen to the ground. Sometimes, it was really strange. Before they saw Shang Junlin, they were prepared to sacrifice their lives at any time. When they saw him, they felt that the situation could be easily reversed. As long as Shang Junlin was here, any problem could be easily solved. Even if the current situation was very unfavorable to them, as long as Shang Junlin appeared, they could easily solve the problem. Your Majesty. A minister could not help but call out. This sound seemed to have pressed a switch, and the silent hall came back to life. Everyone seems to be very surprised to see me in the imperial palace. Shang Junlin deliberately emphasized the word imperial palace. The faces of Shang Junyi and the others turned ugly. How could they not be surprised that someone who absolutely shouldn't be here was here? More than surprise, there was panic. Shang Junlin's attitude was too calm. He was strolling leisurely, as if he couldn't feel the threat around him at all. It was as if he was still the high and mighty ruler, and everyone should bow down to him. The imperial guards in the main hall were intimidated by his aura. They held their swords and did not dare to step forward. Shang Junlin was only one person, but he had the aura of a magnificent army. No one dared to underestimate this emperor who had killed his way out of a mountain of corpses. The clothes on Shang Junyi's back were soaked in cold sweat. Even though he told himself over and over in his heart that even if Shang Junlin appeared, he wouldn't be able to change anything, he still couldn't suppress the fear rising from the bottom of his heart. Why? Are you here? Shang Junyi's brows were tightly knitted. This question is more appropriate for me to ask. Why are you in the imperial palace? This is not the time for you to appear in the capital, right? Shang Junlin's hawk-like eyes swept across Shang Junyi and the others. Everyone who met his gaze lowered their heads. Although they had chosen the 17th prince, it did not mean that they were not afraid of Shang Junlin. If the 17th prince had not assured them that Shang Junlin would not appear, some of them would not have dared to do such a thing no matter how much courage they had. They lowered their heads and were extremely vexed. They blamed themselves for being blinded by greed and taking the wrong path. Now that Shang Junlin had returned, it would be fine if they succeeded, but if they failed, they did not dare to think about what awaited them. They must strike first to gain the upper hand. After calming themselves down, one of Shang Junyi's favored ministers walked up to him and whispered, "Your Highness, it's either success or death. Your Highness, you must make a decision quickly." Shang Junlin did not take note of these people's small actions. His gaze wandered around and finally landed on An Wang, who was also dressed in royal attire. "Why is royal uncle here?" "Your Highness, you already know. There's no need to ask." King An's expression did not change. "I just did not expect that the person who did this would be royal uncle." Shang Junlin's eyes flashed with a complicated look for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. While they were talking, there were already a few ministers surrounding Shang Junyi, advising him to hurry up and make a move. Although Shang Junlin's appearance was unexpected, he appeared alone in the main hall. This place was filled with their people, so how could it not be their opportunity? "Your Highness, no matter how strong he is only one person. If he doesn't die today, we will be the ones to die." How could Shang Junyi not know this? After being reminded by the minister, his mind that was too frightened by Shang Junlin's appearance began to work again. He looked down and saw that he was not the only one who was temporarily stunned by Shang Junlin's sudden appearance. The imperial guards maintained their original positions. If one looked closely, they would notice that their eyes were lifeless. "Your Highness, please make a decision quickly." Shang Junyi's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He glanced at the man in black who stood alone in the main hall. Compared to him, the man seemed more like the master of the palace. Of course, up until now, that was indeed the case. However, that would not be the case very soon. "What are you waiting for? Take him down." Shang Junyi pointed at Shang Junlin and said sternly. His arms trembled uncontrollably. He was afraid and agitated. So what if Shang Junlin appeared? Everyone here belonged to him. Compared to disappearing without a reason, wouldn't it be better to be captured by him personally? "How dare you?" The officials standing with the Prime Minister were furious. They did not care about their own safety and were about to rush over. "Don't forget that your families are still in my hands." Shang Junyi kindly reminded them. "You don't care about your own safety, but do you not care about the safety of your wives and children?" Some of the ministers paused. However, it was only for a short while. Not only did they not stop as Shang Junyi wished, but they also resisted even more fiercely. "Even if we die, we will not let a villain like you succeed. Dahuan will be finished if it falls into the hands of someone like you." These people had experienced the darkness of the previous emperor's reign. They clearly knew how important a wise ruler was to the entire country. They had seen with their own eyes how Dahuan had become better under Shang Junlin. They would not allow anyone to destroy it. The imperial guard subconsciously wanted to attack the ministers who rushed over, but they were caught off guard and had their throats slit. Even when they fell, they still did not understand why their companions would point their swords at them. The smell of blood filled the hall. The first person to see blood was not the disobedient ministers, nor was it Shang Junlin who suddenly appeared. It was the imperial guards who followed Shang Junyi's orders. The ministers were stunned. However, they quickly recovered and continued what they were doing. Ha ha ha, Lord Zhou laughed. Shang Junyi, you didn't expect that even your own people would betray you. Swords had no eyes. People were constantly getting hurt, but no one was afraid. They might argue because of political differences, but at this moment, they were all on the same side. The spearhead was pointed at the enemy led by Shang Junyi. The imperial guards in the hall were divided into two groups. One group stood firmly beside Shang Junlin and surrounded him. They pointed their swords at the people who were their allies just a moment ago. In the midst of the chaos, the officials led by the Prime Minister stood firmly behind Shang Junlin. What is the meaning of this? Shang Junyi was so angry that his whole body trembled. This time, it was not because he was afraid, but because he was angry. These people were supposed to listen to his orders. If they were not trustworthy, he would not have used them at this time. Why did they suddenly stand on Shang Junlin's side? Isn't it obvious what I mean? They are the king's soldiers. Naturally, they should listen to the king. A clear voice came from the entrance of the hall with a hint of sarcasm. At the same time, orderly footsteps could be heard. Shang Junyi and the rest looked in the direction of the voice. A young man in white walked in with a smile on his face. Following behind him was a group of guards in black armor who exuded a strong murderous aura. It's the king. Some of the ministers recognized him. Are those the hidden dragon guards behind the king? They were obviously dressed differently from the imperial guards. The ministers could not help but think that they were the hidden dragon guards. They knew that Shang Junlin had a group of lethal weapons, but it was their first time seeing it with their own eyes. At this moment, King An's expression changed. At this moment, the tables had turned. The hidden dragon guards behind Shen Yu quickly restrained the rebels. Shang Junyi wanted to order the imperial guards to resist, but it was futile in the face of the hidden dragon guards. Everyone is here, right? That's great, I don't have to go around capturing people. Shen Yu stood beside Shang Junlin. One was dressed in white while the other was dressed in black. In the eyes of Shang Junyi and the rest, they were no different from demons. Shang Junyi and the rest were restrained by the hidden dragon guards and the imperial guards, except for Master Duan. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lord Duan walked in front of Shang Junlin and bowed. Your Majesty, this subject is fortunate to have not failed you. Duan Heng, you old dog, did you do this on purpose? One of the ministers who was restrained by Master Duan scolded. The meaning behind Lord Duan's actions was very clear. Shang Junyi and the others' expressions turned even uglier. Shang Junyi struggled to raise his head and looked at Lord Duan, his eyes bulging. No wonder, no wonder. From the beginning to the end, you were pretending to surrender. No wonder Shang Junlin came in such a timely manner. No wonder Shang Junlin's man appeared in the imperial army. This prince is still curious. It was clearly a candidate who had been confirmed over and over again. How could someone who shouldn't have entered sneak in? With you in charge of the plan, you can naturally place the emperor's men inside. Compared to the crazy Shang Junyi, King An was too quiet. Shen Yu had been observing him. It was hard to imagine that such a person was behind everything. Wait, Shang Junyi suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. All of you are so loyal to Shang Junlin. What if he is not father's son? Would you still think that he is the most suitable person for the position? Genius 1 second remember home address, www.biku50. CC Literature Network mobile version reading website, mbiku50. CC you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. 17th Prince, do you know what you are saying? Of course I know what I am saying, Shang Junyi raised his head, otherwise, why do you think imperial father dislikes his only legitimate son so much? The late empress and imperial father were young and deeply in love. Why did she suddenly fall out of favor and implicate her own family? Shang Junyi's words were like thunder that exploded in everyone's ears. Every word he said was accusing the late empress of being disloyal to the late emperor. However, the reason why the late empress fell out of favor was still very suspicious. After the late empress fell out of favor, the late emperor's temperament suddenly changed greatly. Anyone who wanted to investigate this matter deeply lost their official position for various reasons. This kind of abnormal behavior could very well explain some problems. Could it be, as the 17th prince said, that the late empress betrayed the late emperor and caused the late emperor's temperament to change? Xianxia stood beside Shang Junlin and clearly felt the man's body tense up for a moment. The hand that was hanging by his side moved to the side and held the hand that was about to clench into a fist. Shang Junlin exuded a cold aura that kept people away. When the back of his hand touched the warmth of another person, the cold aura couldn't help but stagnate. Whether His Majesty is the late emperor's child or not has long been determined. This is not a reason you can use to attack His Majesty and the late empress. Do you know what kind of crime it is to slander His Majesty and confuse the imperial bloodline? Xianxu's words pulled everyone's thoughts back. Yes, there was a result when the blood of the late emperor was tested. His Majesty was indeed the late emperor's child. They were almost led into the gutter by Shang Junyi's words. That's right. At that time, there were members of the imperial family who came forward. There is no problem with His Majesty's blood. Is the 17th prince out of his mind? Do you really think that one sentence can change anything? An old official who stood beside Shang Junlin stood out. How is that possible? Seeing that his words did not have the desired effect, Shang Junyi frantically tried to break free. The guard holding him down did not expect him to suddenly explode with so much strength and was caught off guard for a moment, allowing him to break free. Uncle, isn't this what your people told me? Say that he's not Imperial Father's biological son. I'm the one who's most qualified to sit on that throne. Quickly tell them. Tell them that my words are true. That's right. I did tell you that the late emperor thought that His Majesty wasn't his biological child, but I didn't say that His Majesty really wasn't the late emperor's biological child. This sentence was a bit roundabout, but the meaning was very clear. The former emperor's cold treatment of the former empress and his dislike of Shang Junlin were all because he felt that the former empress had betrayed him. The legitimate son that he had loved for many years was not his own. The more he loved her back then, the more hatred he felt after coming to this realization. But why would the previous emperor feel this way out of nowhere? At this moment, the scribe reacted to the situation and quickly grabbed Shang Junyi, who had rushed in front of Prince An. However, the impact of his actions did not disappear immediately. Everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on Prince An, who was also restrained. What kind of role did Prince An play in this matter? From what the 17th prince said, it was Prince An who told him about this. Why did he do this? Also, the imperial decree from before seemed to have been taken out by Prince An. Why would Prince An have such an imperial decree? Where did he get it from? Also, what role did Prince An play in the matter of the former empress? Even though he was in the center of everyone's attention, Prince An's expression did not change. He even smiled strangely. Do you think that it's over now? You're already a prisoner. What else can you do? The Minister of Revenue did not have a good impression of Prince An, who liked to cause trouble. Just look at how much money he had wasted from the national treasury. Master Duan has always been His Majesty's man. I did not expect this. However, I did not tell Master Duan everything about my plan. Master Duan can change the people in the Imperial Guards. What about the people outside the capital city? When the sun rises, regardless of whether my plan succeeds or not, they will still attack the capital city. Even if His Majesty has the Imperial Guards and the Hidden Dragon Guards, what can they do in the face of an army of 300,000 soldiers? The faces of the officials changed. The capital city did not have so many guards. If what Prince An said was true and there were 300,000 soldiers waiting outside the capital city, it was definitely not good news for them. Now that you're in our hands, won't those people hesitate to attack? The Prime Minister asked. I won't allow it. Their enemy is the Imperial Court. Even I can't stop them. Prince An smiled. If your plan succeeds, these people will still attack the capital city? Xianxia frowned. That's right. Prince An replied. It was obvious that Prince An did not care about his own life. His goal was not just to seize the throne, but to destroy the Imperial Court. This answer not only shocked the officials on Shang Junlin's side, but also the officials who supported Shang Junyi. Prince An's words revealed too much information. These officials did not dare to imagine what would happen if the capital city was attacked while they were celebrating their success. What are you trying to do? This time, the one who asked was one of the officials who supported Shang Junyi. Princeton felt the anger of the officials who surrendered and comforted them. Don't worry. If we win, the 300,000 soldiers will not do anything they shouldn't do. Otherwise, he did not say what would happen, but everyone knew what he meant. It was almost dawn. It was getting closer and closer to the time Princeton mentioned. Silence spread. Even though they did not sleep for the entire night, no one felt sleepy. Too many things happened today. They thought that Shang Junlin's timely appearance would have solved the problem. They did not expect Princeton to have such a backup plan. Some of the soldiers in the capital city were sent out to search for the missing emperor. It was also at this time that they realized why the officials who supported Shang Junyi previously suggested sending out a large number of soldiers to search for the emperor. It was because Princeton wanted to empty the capital city's garrison army. Your Majesty, I'm willing to lead the soldiers. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone who shouldn't enter the capital city. In the silence, a young military official stood up. I'm willing too. I'm also. After the first person spoke, more and more people stood up. Among these people, not all of them were military generals. Even if they knew that they might not be able to come back, in this moment of life and death, they were still willing to contribute their last bit of strength. In the blink of an eye, there were people kneeling on the ground. No need. This situation was out of Shang Junlin's expectation. He looked at the officials kneeling on the ground with a complicated expression. I'll handle it well. Xinyu looked at this scene and was slightly relieved. This life was different from the previous one. The one who won the hearts of the people was Shang Junlin, not some opportunistic person. The sun rose slowly and the sunlight dispersed the darkness. Everyone was extremely nervous. Xinyu stood beside Shang Junlin. At this moment, no one spoke. They were all waiting. They were waiting for an outcome that they did not know whether it was good or bad. Every moment of waiting was torture. Whether it was for the officials who stood on Shang Junlin's side or for Shang Junyi and the others, it was the same. After some time, they heard the sound of footsteps. It was neat and orderly. There was no sense of chaos. The footsteps became clearer and clearer. Their hearts were almost in their throats. The Imperial Guards and Hidden Dragon Guards surrounded Shang Junlin, Xinyu, and the other officials in the middle. They were ready to fight. The door of the basilica was not closed. Everyone's attention was focused on the door. As the footsteps got closer, they saw a figure in armor. It was getting closer. The figure of the leader became clearer. It was Gu Huai, General Gu. Gu Huai walked in front of Shang Junlin and knelt down respectfully. Your Majesty, please forgive me for being late. The Imperial Guard leader who came in late also knelt down. Your Majesty, the traitors have been executed. The officials heaved a sigh of relief. Their hearts that were in their throats were now at ease. The dust had settled. King Yin did not see the people he arranged for. What he received was news that his plan had completely failed. Since the people who came were Shang Junlin's people, it meant that his people had been taken care of. He had underestimated his nephew. It seemed that he had planned everything perfectly, but in reality, his opponent had seen through every step. Take the people away. Shang Junlin ordered. The Imperial Guards dragged the people away. What is going on? An old official was confused by the series of twists and turns. He could not help but ask. I sensed Princeton's movements, so I played along and arranged a show to frighten my beloved subjects. Your Majesty is fine. The traitor's plan did not succeed. This is the best outcome. Prime Minister, you are right. The crisis was resolved. The atmosphere in the basilica was relaxed. At this moment, the officials' natural fear of Shang Junlin was reduced. What rose in their hearts was deep respect. As officials, they did not live in vain to have such a king. It was De Huan's fortune to have such a king. Xinyu ordered the imperial kitchen to prepare food and comfort the frightened officials. After a good rest, there were still many things for them to deal with. Your Majesty, the wives and children of my colleagues are still in the hands of the traitors. I wonder if, don't worry, Lord Zhou. They have been arranged to a safe place. When you return, you will definitely see the people you want to see. Xinyu interrupted Lord Zhou. Before you entered the palace, you have already sent your families to a safe place. Lord Zhou was silent for a while. He then cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Lord Zhou. Lord Zhou is working for Da Huan and His Majesty. Your family should not be treated unfairly." After a sleepless night, Xianxia went to the side hall to take a nap. Shang Junlin still had to deal with the aftermath of the rebellion. He could not rest for the time being. When he woke up, order had been restored in the palace. The rebellion had ended before it even started. The people in the capital were not affected much. This was the best outcome. The officials began to busy themselves with their duties. Those who were energetic did not rest and directly went to work. Those who were not energetic also began to work after taking a nap. There were more officials involved. The imperial court suddenly lost half of its officials. Fortunately, Shang Junlin had trained many people over the years. These officials had been at the bottom for a long time. They could be directly promoted and used. The imperial court returned to normal in a short period of time. In the imperial study room, a hidden dragon guard suddenly appeared and presented a wooden box. "Your Majesty, this was sent by King An to you but was intercepted by our men." Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature website, mbq50. CC. Other than some small items, there was also a book. Shang Junlin was familiar with this book as he had seen many similar books in the Ji family's library when he accompanied Xianxia to the Ji family. Other than that, there was also a small white porcelain bottle. Shang Junlin picked up the bottle. The effects of the medicine were written on the paper. Shang Junlin opened the paper and read it word by word. The more he read, the more he frowned. The words on the paper were Da Huan. Perhaps the other party knew that the medicine would land in Shang Junlin's hands and purposely placed it inside. The paper said that the medicine in the white porcelain bottle could control a person's mind to a certain extent. It was colorless and odorless, so it would not be discovered. It was concocted according to the description in the medical book. Shang Junlin thought about the conjecture he had with Xianxia. At this moment, it seemed to have been verified. After Xianxia's mother left the Ji family, could it be that the person who helped her escape from the pursuit was King An? Did the other party say why they gave these things to you? Shang Junlin put the paper back and asked in an unclear tone. That person said that these things belong to your mother and should be returned to its rightful owner. After the hidden dragon guard finished speaking, Shang Junlin became silent. After King An and his men were executed, Shang Junlin did not let down his guard. As expected, he found out that King An's men wanted to send things to Xianxu's palace. When the hidden dragon guards found out, they immediately intercepted the things and captured the men. There had always been King An's men in the palace. These men had been hiding in the palace since the time of the previous emperor. Most of the time, they were no different from ordinary palace servants and did not interact with the outside world. Only at certain times would they do something unexpected. Most of these men did not know the identity of the person they were loyal to. They were only following orders from the higher-ups. That was why Shang Junlin could not find out who ordered them to do so. The hidden dragon guards completed their task and left. The imperial study room fell into silence. Meng Chang, what do you think I should do with these things? The wooden box was placed on the table. Shang Junlin stared at it with gloomy eyes. I think that your Majesty should discuss this with your Highness. Eunuch Meng said. If it were any other emperor's favorite concubine, Eunuch Meng naturally would not give such an answer. However, he had served His Majesty for so long and had seen the progress of His Majesty's relationship with His Majesty. He knew that he could not use the relationship between a normal emperor and his favorite concubine as an analogy. We understand. How are the arrangements for the matter we previously instructed? Shang Junlin closed the box and planned to bring it to Yuzhong Palace later. Don't worry, Your Majesty. The arrangements have been made. After the end of King An's rebellion, Fang Jun brought the people from the Summer Palace back to the capital. Only then did the officials realize that everything was within His Majesty's expectations. No matter what King An and the others wanted to do, they would not succeed. Your Majesty is wise. You should have seen through the ambitions of these people long ago. Otherwise, it would have led to a disaster. According to tradition, this matter was also reported to the commoners. Only then did the commoners know that such a big thing had happened in the capital. Why are there always people who want to cause trouble? Look at this person. He's just a nobody, yet he wants to compete with our emperor? Fortunately, your majesty is wise and didn't let them succeed. I'm so curious. Why was the elementary school that was in preparation suddenly stopped? It turns out that it was done by these unscrupulous people. This kind of person deserves to die. The People's newspaper only gave a general idea of the matter. The specific details were not announced, but this did not prevent the commoners from spurning these ambitious people. Shang Junlin returned to Yuzhong Palace with a wooden box. Your Majesty, what is this? Xinyu asked as he watched the palace servant put the box on the table. It was sent by King Yin. He said it was your mother's. The palace servant opened the box under Shang Junlin's signal. Xinyu walked over and took a look. This book is from the Ji family? It's a medical book. It seems to be from the Ji family. Xinyu looked at it one by one. In addition to the book, there were some women's jewelry, a white porcelain bottle, and a jade pendant. The porcelain bottle contains medicine. Seeing Xinyu reach for the white porcelain bottle, Shang Junlin reminded him. Xinyu gave up on the porcelain bottle and picked up the jade pendant. This jade pendant. Xinyu frowned. It seems to be an imperial item. Shang Junlin's attention was attracted by the contents of the paper, so he did not pay much attention to the jade pendant. Hearing this, he looked at it carefully. It was indeed. Not only was it an imperial item, but it was also a personal item of a member of the imperial family. They checked the ancient records and found that this jade pendant belonged to the emperor who had been to the Ji family. So, after my mother left the clan, she met King Yin? King Yin was also involved in everything that happened later? Xinyu held the jade pendant and whispered. This was exactly what they had guessed at the beginning. The white porcelain bottle was sent to the Imperial Academy of Medicine along with the medical book. A few days later, news came from the Imperial Academy of Medicine. The medicine in the white porcelain bottle was just as the paper said. It could affect a person's mind. However, the effect was not immediate, but subtle. No matter if it was the person who was drugged or other people, no one would be able to tell. In addition, if the medicine is taken in excess, it will also affect the offspring. Imperial physician Wu knelt on the ground, cold sweat faintly appearing on his forehead. This official and other imperial physicians in the Imperial Academy of Medicine have analyzed the composition of the medicine. A part of it overlaps with Fei Meng. Imperial physician Wu, if I remember correctly, you were in the Imperial Academy of Medicine during the time of the previous emperor, right? Shang Junlin's eyes drooped, the expression on his face unfathomable. Yes. Did you come in contact with the previous emperor at that time? Do you think it is possible that he was affected by this medicine? This. Imperial physician Wu's heart was even more uneasy. This official does not dare to speak nonsense. His uneasiness did not come from the fact that the emperor was sitting firmly on the throne, but from the fact that there might be a secret hidden behind these few words. Even if it was absurd, he was still the previous emperor of Dahuan. Who would have the courage and ability to harm the person on the throne? How many secrets were hidden in the past that was covered in dust in the long river of time? Imperial physician Wu did not dare to think too deeply. Fortunately, Shang Junlin did not delve into this topic and asked about the medical book. This medical book recorded many solutions to difficult and complicated diseases. It is very beneficial to the Imperial Academy of Medicine. Imperial physician Wu gave some examples and changed the topic. However, there are also some that are not so good. For example, the epidemic disease that appeared in the neighboring county. Imperial physician Wu later learned the truth from Imperial physician Gu. He never thought that one day he would see related records in a medical book. Shang Junlin told Xinyu what Imperial physician Wu said. This official plans to see Prince An, whether it was the previous emperor's matter or Xinyu's mother's matter. They seem to be inextricably linked to Prince An. On a cool afternoon, Xinyu and Shang Junlin went to the place where Prince An was locked up. Prince An and his group of people had been convicted. When the time was up, they would be executed according to the law. The judgment of the poor and aristocratic families who were implicated had also been announced. It would not be long before the execution. These days, the capital was very lively. Today, this house was raided, and tomorrow, that house was raided. Because these people's crimes were unforgivable, no one sympathized with them. Regarding the punishment given by the imperial court, the people only felt happy. Not to mention those who used their power to commit crimes, just the crime of rebellion was enough for them to be executed 10,000 times. Princeton was locked up in the innermost place and was heavily guarded. This time, they did not go to the place where Princeton was locked up. Instead, they let the jailer bring Princeton out. Princeton seemed to have expected their arrival. He glanced at the two people who were sitting together in an intimate posture, and a trace of disappointment appeared on his face. It seems that the things I sent didn't work. Why did you think that you could use those things to sow discord between His Majesty and me? Xianxia wanted to fish for information from Prince, and Shang Junlin sat beside him, one hand on his shoulder, carelessly twirling his hair that fell on his shoulder. As a monarch, you should be suspicious. Shang Junlin, you really made me think highly of you. You are not like your father at all. Princeton looked at the two of them and suddenly laughed. A period of prison life did not seem to have any effect on him. He even had the leisure to joke around. If Xianxia did not know that he was tortured in prison, he would think that he was not in prison, but was treated with good food and drinks for a period of time. This official is really curious. How does it feel to know that your father's hatred for you is related to the mother of the person you love the most? Princeton's smile was full of malice. How can this official feel? It's just a grudge between the predecessors. What does it have to do with you? Shang Junlin looked at Princeton indifferently. What does the late emperor have to do with me? When he did those things, there was no longer any father-son relationship between us. It was a fool's dream to think that he would be estranged from Xianxia because of the late emperor. No matter why the late emperor did those things, the damage had already been done. He would never forgive him. The smile on Princeton's face froze. Xianxia thought of the wooden box. The wooden box was supposed to be in his hands, but it was taken away by the hidden dragon guards. It passed through Shang Junlin's hands before it was returned to him. Why did you give those things to me? Xianxia asked. Those things belong to your mother. Naturally, they should be given to you. You should decide how to deal with them. It's also up to you whether you want to tell the person beside you. It's written clearly on the paper. With your intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult for you to understand the meaning of the things in the box. Now it seems that the things were in his hands first. As expected of the emperor, he didn't let go of any clues. Xianxia, have you thought about what you would do if he were to vent his anger on you because of this box? Princeton's words seemed to be for Xianxia's sake. If the box was in Xianxia's hands, Xianxia could very well not give it to Shang Junlin for his own sake. This way, the secret would remain a secret forever. Other than Xianxia, no one else would know about it. However, would Princeton really be so kind? Xianxia didn't believe it. Even if what Princeton said was true, if he chose not to tell Shang Junlin about the things in his hands, it would be fine for a short period of time. However, as time passed, the knot in his heart would grow bigger and bigger. There would also be cracks in their relationship. Xianxia would feel guilty because of this secret. The better Shang Junlin treated him, the more guilty he would feel. There was a limit to how much a person could bear. When every bit of love brought about the same or even more guilt, the person who couldn't bear it first would be the one who hid the secret. No matter how deep a relationship was, it couldn't withstand this kind of torture. The longer the secret was hidden, the more variables it would bring. The longer it was delayed, the deeper the damage it would cause. Shang Junlin certainly knew this. The more you cared about someone, the easier it was to worry about personal gains and losses. At first, he thought about not telling Xianxia and dealing with this matter himself. However, in the end, he didn't hide it from him. This matter was related to Xianxia's mother. He had the right to know the truth. He was also worried about whether Xianxia would bear a grudge if he knew about it. Fortunately, what he worried about didn't happen. His Majesty won't. Besides, if you really did it for my good, you shouldn't have sent the box into the palace. When you sent people to do it, you should have thought about who would get the box first. Xianxia sneered. Didn't you do it to let His Majesty get the box first? Xianxia stood up and took 2 steps forward. You want His Majesty to feel that he was betrayed by the person he loves the most. You don't care about what will happen to me. Your purpose is just to make His Majesty suffer. Am I right? You have a sharp tongue. Princeton didn't refute. This meant that he agreed with Xianyu's words. Your behavior has always been contradictory. Otherwise, His Majesty and I would have guessed that you were the one who did these things. What do you want to do? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbq50. CC. If you really want the throne, you don't have to go through so much trouble, Xianyu continued. Who said that I want the throne? Princeton scoffed. I'm not interested in the throne. I can see that. Xianyu nodded. If Princeton was really interested in the throne, he wouldn't have pushed the 17th prince to the throne. Aren't you curious about why I did this? Now that I've lost, there's no harm in telling you. I don't want the Great Huan dynasty to be peaceful. I want to destroy everything. Why did you help me? Shang Junlin walked behind Xianyu and looked down at him. Shang Junlin was talking about his ascension to the throne. At that time, other than Princely, Princeton was also on his side. Although Shang Junlin could have ascended the throne without their help, there would have been more twists and turns in the process. With these two people, the process was much easier. Because my good brother didn't want you to succeed the throne. Of course, I didn't want to satisfy him. He threw you in the palace and let you fend for yourself. He wanted to use the excuse of sending troops to get rid of you, but I didn't let him do as he wished. I wanted to see all the fruits of his labor being taken by the child he disliked the most. Moreover, the throne should have belonged to him. If it wasn't for me. Princeton paused and continued, I would have returned it to its rightful owner. The previous emperor didn't like His Majesty. Was it related to you? Xianyu caught the key point from Princeton's words. Yes, he was the most outstanding among my brother's children. I only wanted to see him suffer. How could I tolerate their father-son relationship? Princeton closed his eyes. It was as if he could still see the previous emperor, the previous empress, and little Shang Junlin's happy family. He joined in with a smile on his face, but his heart was entangled by a poisonous snake. The scene in front of him was so glaring. He should be the one enjoying all of this. My man found a secret room in your imperial residence. It was filled with portraits of the same woman. The person in the portrait was none other than my imperial mother. Shouldn't An Wang explain why you hid those portraits? When the hidden dragon guards found the secret room, they did not dare to delay and immediately informed Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin was not interested in the woman in the painting. He did not expect that the woman in the painting was his mother. The memories of his childhood had been suppressed at the bottom of his heart. The moment he saw the portrait, he couldn't help but think of his mother who had hugged him and whispered softly when he was young. The memories faded, and the portrait was dyed with color again. Shang Junlin did not tell anyone about this matter, including Xianyu. The news was suppressed, and those who knew about it were also silenced. At that moment, Shang Junlin's heart was in a mess. He seemed to have found the reason behind Prince An's actions, but he would rather not have found it. Shang Junlin was not an indecisive person. He directly asked Prince An in front of him. Whether it was true or not, Prince An would be able to give a direct answer. When he heard Shang Junlin's words, Prince An was stunned. He sighed and said, So, you found out, you did all this because of my imperial mother? Shang Junlin suddenly felt the pressure around him drop. Xianyu moved his fingers and grabbed the man's hand in his sleeve to comfort him. He did not expect to suddenly hear such news. During this period of time, because of Prince An's matter and the fact that he had left the capital for a few months, the imperial court was very busy. Shang Junlin spent most of his time in the imperial study room dealing with political affairs. Most of the time, when he returned to Yuzhong Palace, Xianyu had already gone to bed. When he woke up in the morning, the man would have already gone to the imperial court. Other than them, there were only the hidden dragon guards brought by Shang Junlin. There was no need to worry about the news being leaked. This was also the reason why Shang Junlin directly asked. Prince An did not answer this question. Instead, he said, You should know that I and the late emperor are both legitimate children. However, I was born after the empress. The previous emperor was the legitimate son of the first wife, but his mother died early. His successor was the younger sister of the same mother. After entering the palace, she treated the previous emperor as her own. In order to take better care of her sister's child, she didn't care about her own child. This prince really doesn't understand why this prince, who is her biological son, has to endure and give in to the previous emperor. This prince has heard the most since I was young, that's your biological brother, you can't fight with him. In order to prevent me from threatening the late emperor's position, she even drugged me. That was the first time she personally made food for me. However, it was to drug me. How laughable. Since then, I hid all my brilliance and devoted myself to the mountains and rivers. I ran out of the imperial palace every day. I became the one who did not do proper work among all the princes. Imperial father knew everything and promised to compensate this prince. This prince doesn't care about his compensation. But he shouldn't have gone back on his word. What did he do? I traveled the mountains and rivers and met the young lady of the Zhong family who returned to the capital with her father. After returning to the capital, I asked father to marry the young lady of the Zhong family. Father agreed. However, after mother knew about it, she took a fancy to the Zhong family's background. She felt that the young lady of the Zhong family was more suitable to be the crown princess. I waited and waited until I heard the news that the young lady of the Zhong family was conferred as the crown princess. The young lady of the Zhong family was Shang Junlin's mother. Xinyu and Shang Junlin didn't expect that there was such a secret in the middle. I went to find father and happened to hear the conversation between father and mother. They were talking about what was best for the crown prince. They didn't mention me, their son. They said that since the crown prince was the elder brother, he should get married earlier than me. However, at that time, the crown prince already had a concubine with an extraordinary family background. I went to find the crown prince again. The crown prince said that he liked the young lady of the Zhong family very much and would treat her well in the future. According to what you said, the relationship between the late emperor and your mother should be very good. Why didn't your mother get the honor she deserved in the end? Xinyu had some understanding of the imperial family. He clearly remembered that the late emperor sent the Empress Dowager to the imperial ancestral temple less than a year after he ascended the throne. Because he felt that his mother's death was related to her. It was easy to arouse the suspicion of an emperor. As long as there were some specious clues, he would rather kill the wrong person than let it go. This was the first step that Princeton took. He completely denied the kindness of others to the late emperor. He wanted the late emperor to feel that everyone who got close to him had ulterior motives. His suspicion would not only hurt himself, but also hurt those who really loved him. Didn't they say that people who sat on the throne would eventually become lonely? Princeton didn't mind letting him have a taste of loneliness in advance. The matter of the Empress Dowager planted the seed of the late emperor's change in temperament. The imperial harem was constantly filled with new people, and your mother was troubled. But she was the empress and couldn't do anything inappropriate. I told her early on that the emperor's heart was fickle, but she didn't believe me. So I did a little experiment. Your father didn't let me down. Just based on some groundless rumors, he sentenced your mother to death in his heart. They all knew what happened after that. The late empress was neglected and suppressed by other favored concubines. In the face of the late emperor's distress, she chose to die to show her sincerity. The Zhong family was also punished because of the late emperor's unpredictable mood. As the late empress's son, Shang Junlin was suspected by his father to not be his own child. He was neglected and exiled. As for why the late emperor didn't investigate, Xinyu could roughly guess the reason. Verifying the bloodline would cause a big commotion. The late emperor probably didn't want to publicize this matter. From the late empress's death until now, no one knew the specific reason for this. You also meddled in Prince Huayu's matter? Xinyu thought of the people Princeton placed in the imperial palace. Many of these people had been there since the late emperor's reign. If Princeton had done so many things at that time, it wasn't surprising that there were so many of his people in the imperial palace. Princeton said he felt that the late emperor had mistakenly killed the person he loved. In fact, that person was disguised by me from the beginning to deliberately get close to him. The purpose was to make Prince Huayu hate the late emperor. That way, I wouldn't have to do some things personally. Xinyu said, the late emperor's temperament changed greatly. Was it related to the medicine you sent to the imperial palace? Prince An said, that medicine actually doesn't have much effect on people, but it will subtly magnify some paranoid thoughts. Who told him not to be willing to trust the people around him? Everyone is suspicious, so it's inevitable that his actions will become more and more extreme. Xinyu said, this medicine, have you ever used it on His Majesty? This question could be said to be very unexpected. Even Shang Junlin didn't expect Xinyu to suddenly ask such a question. Xinyu just thought of the past life. In the past life, Shang Junlin became a tyrant in the eyes of the world. His actions became more and more violent. Could it be related to the medicine? Thinking about the situation of Shang Junlin in the past life, wasn't he the lonely person that Prince An talked about? Prince An said, His Majesty was not like the late emperor who didn't guard against me. I can't do this. If it were you, you could easily succeed. Xinyu said, so, it's just that you can't do it, but it's not that you don't want to do it? Prince An said, why do you need to delve into it? Isn't the result the same? Father and son, you can't treat them differently. Not the same, Xinyu thought. Of course it was not the same. However, Prince An's words had already given him an answer. Once there was a chance, he would definitely make a move on Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin didn't forget the other purpose of coming here. He said, why do you have something that belonged to a Yu's mother in your hands? When I was patrolling my fief, I met a woman who was being chased. When I saw the imperial token in her hands, I rescued her. Speaking of which, I am the savior of your mother. Those things are the reward that your mother gave to me. After recovering from his injuries, Prince An brought the woman to the capital. Of course, he didn't save her for nothing. Xinyu's mother gave the things she took from the clan to Prince An as a reward. Among them, there was a medical book from the Ji family. You used the method in the medical book to create the medicine to control the late emperor? So this matter was caused by his mother? You can think of it that way. Prince An's tone was full of malice. Xinyu calmed himself down and said, by doing this, you want His Majesty and I to follow in the footsteps of the late emperor? I didn't do anything, it's just that I returned it to its rightful owner. If that's the case, why did you send that flower to the palace? Since he had contact with his mother, he should know the use of the flower. But he didn't say anything and directly sent the flower to the palace. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem right. When I sent the flower to the palace, I thought that His Majesty wouldn't let the flower appear in front of you. This nephew of mine is very possessive of the people or things that belong to him. You are the person that he has set his mind on. He definitely wouldn't want to let other people's gifts occupy too much of your mind. And if this flower wants to bear fruit, it must be taken care of by the Ji family's bloodline. Who would have thought that this flower would be taken care of by you? This point was out of Prince An's arrangement, so he had to adjust his plan. So you want to do something to the flower? First, you ordered the people in the palace to put hallucinogenic drugs in the flower room. Now that your plan didn't work, you want to destroy the flower with fire? The former is to make us wary of the flower and achieve the goal of keeping me away from the flower. If it was more extreme, maybe the flower would be destroyed by the angry His Majesty. The latter is even simpler, it is to destroy the flower directly. Xinyu's thoughts became clearer and clearer. Prince An first sent the flower that could cure him to their hands, then created an accident to destroy the flower. Finally, he told them the truth. And your purpose of doing this is to let His Majesty taste the despair of falling into the abyss after seeing hope. Now it seems that you are destined to be disappointed. I failed, but I didn't completely fail. Xinyu knew what he was referring to. With the memory of his previous life, he couldn't completely ignore it. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbiku50. CC Xinyu wrapped his arms around Shang Junlin's waist and leaned on his shoulder. He didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. He knew that some things didn't happen in this life. He also knew that if he couldn't forget it, he would be doing what Prince An wanted. He didn't care about anything else, but he couldn't ignore Shang Junlin. What happened in his previous life was his biggest secret. He once told Shang Junlin part of it in Prince Yu's dream, but he didn't tell him the rest. Even if Princeton really drugged me, it has nothing to do with you. I trusted him too easily. Besides, Princeton didn't succeed. What's you worried about? On the way back to the palace, Shang Junlin noticed that something was wrong with Xinyu. If my mother didn't bring the medical book, the late emperor wouldn't have. Shang Junlin lifted Xinyu's face and looked at his blank eyes. His voice was calm and powerful. Whether there was the medical book or not, with Princeton's temper, he wouldn't have let the late emperor have an easy time. That's their grudge. It has nothing to do with Yu's mother who brought the medical book. Xinyu responded softly. Shang Junlin's fingers fell on Xinyu's face and slowly rubbed it. His other hand went down and pulled Xinyu into his arms. He kissed Xinyu comfortingly. Xinyu slowly closed his eyes. When Xinyu woke up the next day, Shang Junlin had already gone to the imperial court. Mushi brought hot water and helped Xinyu wash up. She came back to the capital with Fang Jun some time ago. Xinyu and Shang Junlin didn't bring her along when they went to the Ji clan. During this period of time, many things happened in the imperial residence. She was worried about Xinyu's situation. She only felt relieved when she saw that he was safe and sound. What happened in the imperial residence after His Majesty and I left? Xinyu asked while tidying up his sleeves. The weather was getting colder. Xinyu had already changed into thick clothes. After the warning in his body was removed, the insufficiency of his body, which was brought from his mother's womb, was no longer suppressed. He was more afraid of the cold than ordinary people. The first few days were the same as usual, but on the 10th day, some unfamiliar faces began to appear. Later on, the number of appearances became more and more frequent. A month later, a large number of unknown forces appeared near the palace. The palace did not have enough manpower, so they did not act rashly. A few days later, the palace was surrounded by these people. The people in the palace were on high alert. This servant thought that a fight would break out, but just as those people were about to make a move, a large number of troops came and restrained them. Xinyu knew that the last ones to appear were Shang Junlin's men. Although Shang Junlin was in the Ji clan's territory, he had not cut off contact with the outside world. They had arranged this to lure the fish to take the bait. After controlling the forces that appeared near the imperial residence, they did not make it public. Instead, they continued to let those people write back to Princeton, saying that the plan was proceeding smoothly. After tidying himself up, imperial physician Gu also arrived. Xinyu's body was recovering well. After checking his pulse, imperial physician Gu said, "This servant has already discussed with imperial physician Wu about the treatment method for you. In 7 days, we can start." Because he participated in the treatment, imperial physician Wu also came. After imperial physician Gu finished checking his pulse, he also checked Xinyu's pulse. When Shang Junlin came back from the morning court, the 2 imperial physicians had not left yet. The 2 of them were talking to Xinyu about some precautions during the treatment. They needed to make the final adjustments to the prescription according to Xinyu's physical condition. After ensuring that there were no mistakes, they could give it to Xinyu. Therefore, the more they knew about Xinyu's physical condition, the better. Since the 2 imperial physicians were there, Xinyu asked about the medical book and the medicine in the white porcelain bottle. "Can you really not find out anything about that medicine after taking it?" In response to your question, if we didn't know about it in advance, it would be difficult to find out from the pulse. But now that we know about its existence, we naturally have a way to find out. Imperial physician Gu said. As long as any medicine has been used, it will leave traces. For example, the epidemic disease that appeared in Lin County before. If we didn't know in advance that it was caused by humans and didn't know what kind of medicine caused it, we would most likely treat it as an ordinary epidemic disease. Imperial physician Wu added. In other words, if there is a person who has been poisoned, you can find out? Xinyu was interested. Although there are some difficulties, it is indeed possible. In terms of medical skills, the 2 imperial physicians were very confident. During this period of time, the imperial physicians had been studying the contents of the medical book. They had some understanding of the various medicines described in the book. They immediately talked about the medicine in the porcelain bottle. Before leaving, imperial physician Gu hesitated for a moment and said, "This servant has something to say." Shang Junlin, say it. Imperial Physician Gu, it's like this. This servant has seen the books in the Ji family's collection and found that the one your majesty sent to the imperial physicians is slightly different from the one I read in the Ji family. Although the appearance is very similar, the texture is not the same. Moreover, according to this servant's understanding, the medical books in the Ji family are organized according to categories. There won't be a situation where the majority of the books are used to save people and the other half are used to harm people. Shang Junlin's expression became serious. Imperial Physician Gu means that this medical book doesn't come from the Ji family? Imperial Physician Gu, this servant can't answer this question, but this servant is sure that the contents of this medical book have been edited. Or rather, someone deliberately added a part of the contents. I understand. You can leave now. This servant will send someone to investigate. Shang Junlin had always been a man of action. After Imperial Physician Gu left, he immediately ordered someone to investigate. Although it had been a long time and it would be difficult to find anything, this matter must be investigated clearly. Shang Junlin knew that Xianxia cared about the medical book. With Prince N's personality, it was not impossible for him to deliberately give such a book to sow discord between them. Even if Shang Junlin didn't mind, he didn't want Xianxia to have a knot in his heart. Xianxia also didn't expect that the medical book matter would have such a twist. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was not strange. Prince N's personality was one that didn't want anyone to have a good life. It was indeed possible for him to do such a thing. Xianxia rubbed against Shang Junlin's chest. He hoped that this matter would come to light soon. Shang Junlin intentionally diverted his attention and said, "Ayu, do you want to know where Prince N's 300,000 soldiers and horses came from? Were they also left by the late emperor?" Xianxia's first reaction was this. 150,000 soldiers were left by the late emperor. The other 150,000 soldiers were secretly raised by him over the years. The late emperor's 150,000 soldiers and horses were part of the Lin family's army. After Gu Huai confronted them outside the capital, those people recognized the other part of the Lin family's army that returned to the capital with Gu Huai and led them to change sides on the spot. This battle was far easier than expected. If Prince N knew that everything he did was a wedding dress for General Gu, I don't know how he would feel. First, it was the armor and other military supplies left by the Lin family. Then, it was the Lin family's army that was incorporated back then. His painstaking planning had all benefited others. This servant told Prince N that he wanted to destroy De Huan. This servant will let him watch helplessly as De Huan becomes better and better under my leadership. Even in prison, Shang Junlin didn't want Prince N to have an easy time. Prince N wasn't the only one who could do this. Prince N wanted to destroy his relationship with Xianxia and let him taste pain. He would return the same pain. How did your majesty arrange for those who defected? With so many soldiers and horses, how to settle them down was also a problem. Among these people, many of them were part of the Lin family's army. This servant asked for their opinions. Some wanted to leave the army, while some wanted to stay. This servant let them go according to their wishes. As for those who stayed, they were separated and sent to different places. Did General Gu say anything? Everyone knew about Gu Huai's identity. He was the descendant of the Lin family, so he might have some ideas on how to settle these people. Shang Junlin wanted to put him in an important position, so he couldn't let this matter become a barrier between the two of them. This arrangement was proposed by Gu Huai, Shang Junlin said. Although Gu Huai was young, he had experienced many things since he was young. He knew what was best for him. The Lin family's case was overturned, and the culprits who caused the destruction of the Lin family would be punished. His brother would also be fine. To Gu Huai, this was the best situation. With Prince N captured, it was easier for Gu Huai to investigate what happened back then. He was already suspicious of Prince N, so he directly investigated Prince N and found out a lot of things. There was a drug that had the same effect as the one produced by the Lin family's elite troops. This was also the main reason for the failure of that battle. Gu Huai was ordered to clean up Prince N's remaining forces. Everything that Prince N had done over the years was exposed to the world. Disregard for human life, killing loyal people, killing brothers, each of these things was horrifying. Gu Huai captured a few of Prince N's confidants alive. He pried open their mouths and found out the details of the Lin family's matter. It turned out that the Lin family was destroyed because they accidentally offended Prince and felt that no matter what he did, the Great Huan dynasty would not be in trouble as long as the Lin family was still around. Therefore, he coerced and bribed the adjutant of the Lin family to fabricate evidence that the Lin family was in cahoots with foreign enemies. After the incident, he did not give anyone a chance to explain and directly attacked the Lin family. He lied about the enemy's information and lured the Lin family soldiers into the enemy's encirclement. Dead men tell no tales, and the crime was confirmed. On the other hand, he sent assassins to infiltrate the Lin residence. After the deed was done, he burned the Lin residence to the ground. Gu Huai went to the palace that night to meet the emperor. Shang Junlin summoned him to the imperial study. Xin Yu also followed. The young general with a cold aura immediately knelt down and reported the results of the interrogation to the two of them. Other than the Lin family, there were a few other loyal officials who were wronged. Princeton was behind this. Other than that, there is also the matter of this year's epidemic. I have already sorted out the testimonies. Please have a look, Your Majesty. Eunuch Meng took it and presented it to Shang Junlin. The more he read, the lower the pressure around Shang Junlin became. There was also another matter that Shang Junlin ordered Gu Huai to focus on. It was related to the medical book. According to King An's confidant, the medicine recorded in the medical book was basically a life-saving medicine. After King An got his hands on it, he ordered his subordinates to research it and accidentally created another medicine. A few days ago, for some unknown reason, King An ordered his subordinates to copy the original medical book and create an exact copy. He also specifically instructed them to write in the prescription that they had researched themselves. After it was completed, he destroyed the original. The medical book that was sent to the imperial palace was the copy that Prince An ordered people to copy. I told you, Ayu, don't think too much. Xin Yu also finished reading. He leaned on Shang Junlin's shoulder and said coldly, Prince An is really unscrupulous in order to disgust people. He was very good at controlling people's minds. He knew what to do and what to hurt people the most. He also hid it well. In his previous life, Xin Yu did not know that Prince An was the mastermind behind all this. Let's not talk about him. Shang Junlin rubbed Xin Yu's hand. Ayu's birthday is coming soon. This year, I want to give Ayu a big present. Ayu is not allowed to refuse. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbq50. CC It won't be a surprise if I tell you the secret. Ayu just needs to remember not to reject it when the time comes. Shang Junlin kept him in suspense. Xin Yu turned around and straddled Shang Junlin. What does your majesty want to give me? Why are you being so mysterious? Shang Junlin took advantage of the situation and hugged Xin Yu's waist, pulled him towards himself, and kissed Ayu's light-colored lips. Ayu's birthday gift naturally deserves the best. Because of Shang Junlin's attitude, Xin Yu became curious about the birthday gift. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he pestered, Shang Junlin refused to tell him what it was. It was enough to keep him in suspense. Xin Yu began to look forward to the arrival of that day. Winter was approaching. The Shangyi Bureau entered the palace to take measurements for Xin Yu and Shang Junlin to make new winter clothes. Xin Yu was well nourished in the palace, and his body had gained some weight. This made Shang Junlin, who had been feeding him attentively, feel a sense of accomplishment. The treatment of his deficiency had also officially begun. It was a 3-in-1 method: medicinal bath, acupuncture, and medicine. Hearing that he was going to take a medicinal bath, Shang Junlin's first reaction was to take a medicinal bath like the one in the Ji family. He frowned. Must there be a medicinal bath? The medicinal bath is to make it easier to absorb the medicine. Some medicines are not suitable to be taken orally. The medicinal bath is more effective. Imperial physician Wu did not understand why Shang Junlin was so against it, so he explained. Shang Junlin looked at Imperial physician Gu. Will it be the same as the one in the Ji family? Your Majesty, don't worry. This medicinal bath will not cause any discomfort. It is different from the one in the Ji family. The ones that cause intense pain are rare. Imperial physician Gu, who had participated in the withdrawal incident, immediately knew the crux of the problem. When it was time for the medicinal bath, Shang Junlin insisted on watching from the side. Xinyu had no choice but to let him do it. As Imperial Physician Gu said, the medicinal bath did not cause any discomfort to Xinyu. Instead, it made him sleepy. Shang Junlin finally felt relieved. Everything in the imperial court proceeded in an orderly manner. As the influence of King Yin gradually faded, the crimes of King Yin and his men were publicly announced. According to the laws of the Great Huan dynasty, King Yin and the 17th prince were stripped of their royal status and demoted to commoners. Everyone involved in the rebellion, including King Yin and the 17th prince, would be sentenced to death. Their families would also be implicated because of them, and no one would sympathize with them. After knowing what crimes they had committed, the commoners all applauded and praised this result. Shang Junlin did not disclose to the public what King Yin had done to the late emperor and the late empress. Even the courtiers did not know much about it. The location of the primary school and the start date had been confirmed. It would be held in the spring of next year. There were no gender restrictions. If people were interested, they could sign up for their children. Shang Junlin placed great importance on this matter. He did not dare to be perfunctory and did his best to complete it. After the incident with King Yin, the aristocratic families were not as powerful as before. If it were not for Master Duan, their status in the imperial court would have been further reduced. At this time, they did not dare to go against Shang Junlin's wishes. They did whatever Shang Junlin asked them to do. Shang Junlin sent people to bring back the armor left behind by the Lin family and the property hidden by the late emperor to the capital. The Minister of Revenue led people to take inventory overnight and put them back into the national treasury. To the current Great Huan dynasty, this was an unexpected fortune. The national treasury was abundant and the military was strong. The Great Huan dynasty had become a giant that could not be provoked. On the other hand, the northern desert was deteriorating. The internal strife had greatly reduced their national strength. Jiang Huiqing became a guest of honor of a certain prince. Under his suggestion, the prince who was forced to retreat by his brothers and uncles sent a letter to the Great Huan dynasty asking for help. The Northern Desert Army, which had been preparing for a long time, stepped into the northern desert. This winter was destined to not be peaceful for people in some places. Xinyu noticed that the palace servants were busy in the imperial palace. He asked Shang Junlin about it and was told that they were preparing for a banquet. You said last year that we would hold a big banquet this year. Xinyu remembered that there was indeed such a thing. Last year, Shang Junlin wanted to hold a big banquet but was rejected by Xinyu. Many things had happened this year. A big banquet would be good for relaxing the tense mind. This year's state of mind was different from last year. If Shang Junlin wanted to hold a banquet, Xinyu would not reject it. However, he always felt that Shang Junlin wanted to do more than this. On this day, Xinyu was watering the flowers in the greenhouse. Mushi walked in quickly and approached Xinyu. She whispered, "Master, something happened in the imperial court today. It has something to do with you." "Oh?" Xinyu put down the small kettle in his hand and picked up a clean handkerchief to wipe his hands. "Today, several ministers in the imperial court petitioned for your majesty to appoint an empress." Xinyu paused. "They haven't given up yet?" Xinyu's first reaction was that these ministers wanted Shang Junlin to marry a woman as his empress. It was not surprising that he thought so. After all, it was not the first time these ministers wrote a petition. "I only heard it from the palace servants who were serving over there. I don't know what exactly was discussed in the imperial court. It is said that many ministers are involved this time." Shang Junlin did not expect that after King Yan's incident, there would be people focusing on the vacant empress position. "I seem to have said that my private affairs are not for others to interfere." Shang Junlin sat on the dragon throne and looked down at the ministers who stood up to speak. The emotions in his eyes were unclear. "What about you? Do you also think that I should appoint an empress?" His cold gaze swept across the ministers one by one, bringing about an invisible pressure. A few more ministers knelt down, including the Minister of Revenue. Looking at the people kneeling below, Shang Junlin knocked on the armrest of the dragon throne. Eunuch Meng, who was standing behind him, trembled with fear. He thought to himself, "What's wrong with these ministers? Didn't your majesty repeatedly say that they are not allowed to interfere with the affairs of the imperial harem? The Minister of Revenue knew that your majesty might have misunderstood something, so he quickly added, I think that Jun is intelligent and considerate. If she were to become the empress, it would be a great blessing for De Huan. Huh? Eunuch Meng was stunned. So it was not to marry a newbie but to appoint Jun as the empress? Eunuch Meng followed Shang Junlin and served him closely. He knew that Shang Junlin was busy preparing a surprise for Xinyu. Coincidentally, it was the same as what the ministers proposed today. Naturally, the ministers had discussed it before coming to submit their memorials. These days, they gradually learned about what Xinyu had done. Whether it was the flood in Linxian, the disaster in Subei, or the recent events, it was not difficult to see that he was a person of great talent. If he had not entered the harem by accident, he would certainly have been able to shine in the court. Although the imperial harem was not allowed to interfere with politics, Xinyu had always been very low-key. He did not care about such a big contribution. If they did not accidentally learn about it, wouldn't they continue to hide it? From Shang Junlin's attitude, it could be seen that the young emperor of De Huan had no other choice but to marry Xinyu. Since that was the case, why should they do something that would make him unhappy? The Minister of Rites revealed that the emperor had privately asked him about an auspicious day. They thought that since the emperor did not want to appoint anyone else as the empress, he would not refuse to appoint Xinyu as the empress. With Xin Guijuan's contributions and the changes he had brought to De Huan, it was more than enough to appoint him as the empress. The more they were involved, the more they felt that De Huan was very different from before Xin Guijun entered the imperial harem. Putting aside all selfish motives, who didn't want De Huan to become better and better, the pressure on their bodies suddenly disappeared. They immediately understood that their thoughts were not wrong. Shang Junlin, who was sitting at the top, spoke in an unclear tone, You mean to say that we should appoint Xin Guijun as the empress? Yes. Since that is the case, let the imperial astronomer pick an auspicious day. We also feel that Xin Guijun can be the empress. The appointment of the empress was a major event. The Minister of Rites received the order and began to get busy. The empress appointment ceremony in De Huan had corresponding specifications. Shang Junlin did not even think and chose the one with the highest specifications. After the court, Shang Junlin, who was in a good mood, asked the Minister of Rites and the others to discuss matters. When they finished discussing, it was already noon. Shang Junlin did want to appoint an empress, but it was different from what the ministers thought. He wanted to give Xinyu far more than just the position of empress. After listening to his words, the Minister of Rites' face showed that he was in a difficult position. Your Majesty, no need to say more. Just do as we say. Shang Junlin had already made up his mind. Even if the ministers did not mention it today, he would take the initiative to mention it in a few days. When he returned to Yuzhong Palace, Xinyu greeted him, Your Majesty is not angry today? Why would I be angry? Shang Junlin was in a good mood after completing something that he had wanted to do for a long time. Didn't the ministers ask Your Majesty to appoint an empress today? I thought Your Majesty would be angry. Xinyu turned around. Her arm was grabbed. Before she could get away, she was pulled into the man's arms. Shang Junlin lowered his head and rubbed Xinyu's neck. How did you know? Are you angry? Even Your Majesty is not angry. Why should I be angry? You indeed does not need to be angry. If I want to appoint an empress, who else can I appoint besides you? It was lunchtime. Xinyu and Shang Junlin finished their meal and took a nap. When they woke up, Shang Junlin was reviewing memorials. Xinyu was used to this scene. He put on his coat and walked over slowly. When the memorials were opened, Xinyu inadvertently glanced at them. It was a memorials requesting the appointment of an empress. Has Your Majesty received a lot of memorials like this recently? Xinyu sat beside Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin put down his pen and pointed to a pile of memorials next to him. These are all here. Why do they not stop? Xinyu took out one of the memorials, opened it, and looked at a few lines. His movements paused. Xinyu put the memorials in his hand aside and opened the other memorials. The contents were similar to the one he had read the first time. He turned his head and looked at Shang Junlin. There was a rare look of confusion on his face. Shang Junlin rubbed the top of his head. didn't the person who told you the news say that the ministers do want me to appoint an empress? The person they support is you. In addition to this, there are many memorials that mention this matter. How can it be? Xianxia could understand why these ministers wanted Shang Junlin to appoint an empress. However, Xianxia could not understand why they wanted Shang Junlin to appoint him as an empress. Your Majesty, Xianxia adjusted his sitting position and faced Shang Junlin. There was suspicion in his eyes. Did you do something? I promise that I did not do anything to them. It was all their own actions. How can you suspect me? I did not. I just feel that this matter is a bit unbelievable. Compared to what you did, it is not strange that they want you to be the empress. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC Xianxia almost fell into the deep affection in those eyes. In a trance, he couldn't help but want to nod his head. He reacted in an instant and looked at the man in front of him. It was this person who forcefully intruded into his life and brought him a completely different life experience. He felt warmth and the feeling of being loved. If this continued, Xianxia felt that he would not be able to resist. People in the dark longed for light. Even if it was a weak firefly, they would want to hold on to it, not to mention the dazzling sun. Shang Junlin and Xianxia were like this. How could Xianxia and Shang Junlin not be like this? Shang Junlin was waiting for an answer. In the process of waiting, he felt nervous for the first time in a long time. His identity and status could not play any role. Only his sincerity was his bargaining chip. Xianxia felt the man's nervousness. He raised his hand and covered the man's hand. Your Majesty, you have to think carefully. Once I agree, Your Majesty will not have anyone else except me. Hearing Xianxia's words, Shang Junlin relaxed and smiled slowly. I thought that I had already given you an answer. Except for you, I will not have anyone else. If he was really that kind of person who liked beauties, after ascending the throne for so many years, his harem would not be clean. If Xianxia did not appear, he would not have anyone by his side until the end. Only Xianxia, he only recognized Xianxia. Under Shang Junlin's expectant gaze, Xianxia nodded and smiled. I am willing, Your Majesty. They both knew what this willing represented. From now on, the two of them would be tightly bound together. When one of them was mentioned in the future, the other would be mentioned as well. They would never be separated. The anxiety in Shang Junlin's eyes disappeared and was replaced by joy. He released the hand that was holding Xianxu's face and wrapped it around his waist. With a little force, he pulled Xianxia into his arms. We are very happy. I am very happy. Shang Junlin buried his head in Xianxu's neck. His warm breath sprayed on her sensitive skin, causing the person in his arms to tremble slightly. Xianxia nestled in Shang Junlin's arms and hugged him back. The afterglow of the setting sun poured down and landed on the two of them, giving them a hazy golden hue. After receiving Xianxu's reply, Shang Junlin was overjoyed. He immediately ordered the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Rights to start preparing. Everyone in the palace and the court could feel His Majesty's joy. When the emperor was in a good mood, the subjects were also happy. They no longer had to be nervous when going to court and worry about offending the emperor because of a mistake. The imperial astronomer selected a few good dates and presented them. One of them coincided with Xianxu's birthday, which was also Shang Junlin's favorite date. It was just that time was a little tight. That day was less than 2 months away. The ministers were more inclined to choose an auspicious date after the beginning of spring next year. There was plenty of time to prepare. In the end, the date was decided to be Xianxu's birthday. The National Treasury received a windfall from the sky. In addition, the Minister of Revenue had a good impression of Xianxia, who was about to become the empress. When it came to allocating money, the Minister of Revenue changed his stingy style and gave as much as she wanted. Shang Junlin's own private storage was also free to use. The ministers could imagine how luxurious the coronation ceremony would be. Because Xianxia was a man, there were some procedures that needed to be adjusted. Shang Junlin attached great importance to this matter. The Minister of Rights in charge of this matter was often asked to stay after the morning court to report the progress to Shang Junlin. Xianxia could feel that the palace servants were busy. Shang Junlin made up his mind to take this opportunity to lure Xinyu into his bedroom. He ordered people to refurbish the bedroom. During this period, he even brought Xinyu over to see if he was dissatisfied with anything or if he had any suggestions for changes. The palace had a palace specially built for the empress. Xinyu observed for a few days and found that Shang Junlin only ordered people to refurbish the emperor's bedroom. He didn't order people to refurbish the empress's bedroom. He couldn't help but be curious. Your Majesty is building your own bedroom. Where will I live in the future? Because the two of them had been living in Yuzhong Palace, it had been refurbished before Xinyu moved in. Now it was untouched. You and my husband are one. Of course, you will live in the same place as me. Previously, you said that it was not good to live in my bedroom for a long time and refused to come over. After this, you should be able to live with peace of mind. After understanding Shang Junlin's plan, Xinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time, he didn't refuse. He wasn't the kind of person who scrupulously followed etiquette. If he was, he wouldn't have done such a rebellious thing in his previous life. He didn't agree before because he felt that the relationship between him and Shang Junlin hadn't reached that stage yet. Now that the two of them were connected, Xinyu certainly didn't mind where he lived. The moment he agreed to Shang Junlin, he completely gave himself to this man. The layout of the bedroom was completely according to Xinyu's preferences. Xinyu was very attentive to this place where he would live for a long time in the future. Shang Junlin was very clear about Xinyu's preferences. Xinyu liked all the places that he personally ordered to be refurbished. The emperor's joyous occasion was also a joyous occasion for the people. With a wave of his hand, Shang Junlin exempted the people from taxes for 3 years. At the same time, he implemented other policies that were beneficial to the people. No matter how good it sounded, it couldn't compare to the actual benefits. Once the news was announced, the people were more optimistic about Xinyu being the empress. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. The cold weather couldn't dispel the heat in the hearts. Amidst the anticipation of the people, the day of the coronation ceremony arrived. Xinyu got up early. Mushi brought people to help him put on the newly delivered red wedding clothes. His long black hair was tied up and fixed on the top of his head with an exquisite jade crown. Young master is so beautiful today. Mushi put down the ivory comb and sighed. The officials had been waiting for a long time. As soon as they entered the palace, they were shocked by His Majesty's extravagance. The decorations in the palace were extremely luxurious. Treasures that couldn't be found outside could be seen everywhere. It wasn't difficult to see how much His Majesty valued this day from the decorations. Although the preparation time was a bit rushed, the result didn't seem rushed at all. The officials walked all the way here and felt that they couldn't find a second such grand coronation ceremony in the history of Dehuan. At this moment, they didn't know that the shock had just begun. When it was almost the auspicious time, they saw the two people walking over together. Yes, it wasn't the emperor standing in the same place and the empress walking towards him. Instead, it was the two of them walking down the long stairs together. Xinyu didn't expect that Shang Junlin would be waiting outside the hall. After that, he stayed by his side. Shang Junlin was still wearing the black robe that symbolized the emperor's status. It was embroidered with a dragon pattern with vermilion thread, which complemented Xinyu's robe. The ceremonial officer stood at the side and read out a congratulatory message. Today was a good day with warm sunshine. One of Xinyu's hands was held in Shang Junlin's. The two of them slowly walked up the stairs to the top. When the auspicious time arrived, the Minister of Rites stood up and opened the imperial edict that had been prepared early in the morning. The imperial edict was personally written by Shang Junlin. The first part was normal, but when it came to the latter part, the officials all widened their eyes and looked at Shang Junlin, who was whispering to Xinyu in disbelief. At this moment, their only thought was, how could His Majesty be so childish? Because of Xinyu's male identity, Shang Junlin chose Xinyu as the empress instead of the empress. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the imperial edict said that the empress would share power with the emperor. What did this mean? It meant that everything that Shang Junlin owned would be shared by Xinyu as the empress. Seeing the empress was like seeing His Majesty. Shang Junlin didn't give Xinyu a fancy title, but what he gave Xinyu was incomparable. Some of the officials subconsciously wanted to speak out, but their sleeves were pulled down by the people beside them, and they barely restrained their movements. No matter what they thought, they couldn't ruin this ceremony. His Majesty was obviously determined to do this. The imperial edict had been written for so many days, but there was no news at all. Even if they opposed it now, what could they do? Nothing could change it. After the Minister of Rites finished reading, the surroundings fell into silence. Some of the officials were so shocked by the news that they hadn't come back to their senses. Some of them had mixed feelings, and some of them had the same expression from beginning to end. When Xinyu heard it, he was also shocked. Shang Junlin had mentioned the title Empress to him before, but the sharing of power had never been mentioned from beginning to end. After going through the process with mixed feelings, Xinyu was extremely tired. Compared to the grandeur of the ceremony, there was a tedious process. Fortunately, he only had to go through it once. After the ceremony, there would be a big banquet in the palace. Shang Junlin accompanied Xinyu back to his bedroom. Without him, the officials gathered together and talked about what had just happened. His Majesty did this. "Are we just going to acquiesce?" one of the officials asked. His Majesty really kept it a secret. He only let us know at the last moment. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it wasn't completely untraceable. His Majesty had set a higher standard than the previous Empress conferral ceremonies. At that time, he had even discussed it in the morning court. Isn't that? We all thought that this was to show His Majesty's love for the Empress? Who knew that this was His Majesty's real intention? Prime Minister and Feng Darren didn't know either? So what if we knew? So what if we didn't know? Even if we knew in advance, His Majesty wouldn't change his mind because of our opposition. Are we just going to let His Majesty do as he pleases? Actually, think about it. If the Empress is here, Dahuan can continue to develop like it has in the past 2 years. It's not a bad thing. The Empress has received so much love, and His Majesty doesn't hide political affairs from him. If he really wanted to do something, he would have done it long ago. The Empress's character is trustworthy. Moreover, he is a man. It's a waste of his talent to only be in the harem. His Majesty probably thinks so too, so he made such a decision. The palace was a festive red. The decorations in the bedroom were also mainly red. The palace servants also wore red decorations. Everyone had a happy smile on their faces. Shang Junlin and Xinyu were very generous. They rewarded him for this joyous occasion. Xinyu walked to the bed and sat down. The bed curtains, quilts, pillows, everything was red. Mushi brought the food over. After putting it down, she left with the palace servants. Xinyu sat on the bed and looked up at Shang Junlin. The man's clothes today were slightly different from before. This royal robe was obviously a match for Xinyu's. Even the pattern on the cuffs was exactly the same. His Majesty is different from usual today. What's different? You look especially good today. Xinyu smiled. You too. Shang Junlin stared at him. Xinyu looked very different today. His black hair was tied up high. Coupled with his dignified wedding dress, he was so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off him. Xinyu turned his face away slightly. His face was flushed because of Shang Junlin's gaze. Shang Junlin retracted his gaze and brought over a bowl of hot chicken porridge. Are you hungry? Xinyu touched his stomach and nodded. He took the bowl from Shang Junlin. After eating, he regained some strength. Fortunately, there is only one Empress coronation ceremony. If there is another one, I won't do it. The entire process took almost an entire day. He even had to get up very early in the morning. Shang Junlin sat beside Xinyu. Does you want to do it again? No. Xinyu picked up a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. He asked about what happened during the day. His Majesty, it's fine if you confer the Empress, but why did you also create a power-sharing arrangement? At that time, Xinyu noticed the expressions on the faces of the ministers. It was obvious that Shang Junlin hid this matter from the ministers. Didn't you say that you would give you a birthday gift? You promised me. Even if you wants to back out now, it's too late. Shang Junlin looked at Xinyu with tender eyes. Your Majesty, Aren't you afraid that you will be flooded with impeachment memorials tomorrow? This kind of thing had only happened once in history. Xianxia didn't think that the ministers would accept it well. You doesn't need to worry. Since I did this, I naturally considered their objections. There won't be any problems. Shang Junlin caressed Xianxu's face. Under the contrast of red, the youth's skin looked fairer. His lips were red and tempting. From now on, Xianxia would completely belong to him. Everyone in the world would know that they only belonged to each other. Thinking of this, Shang Junlin's chest heated up. Xianxia tilted his head and rubbed Shang Junlin's hand. Your Majesty, this is the big gift you mentioned? Not at first. I originally wanted to ask you if she wanted to be my empress after the birthday banquet. I didn't expect those ministers to bring it up first. I can't be outdone by those ministers. Since they brought up the matter of the empress first, I will give you unparalleled power in the world. Your Majesty, why are you competing with those ministers? Xianxia found it funny. I want to give you the best of everything. It's not a competition. Shang Junlin thought. Even if he didn't do this, he would give Xianxia everything. When you really like someone, you will want to give them everything. You want to give them the best of everything. Even though he was the emperor of Dahuan, in front of Xianxia, Shang Junlin was just a man who wanted to please his sweetheart. Your Majesty, Shang Junlin put his index finger on Xianxu's lips. I know that a you's ambition doesn't lie here. I've said it before. Because I want to give, I will give. A you doesn't have to feel burdened. Everything will be fine as usual. A you can do whatever she likes. It's even better if she can bring me along. After saying that, Shang Junlin clapped his hands. A palace servant came in with wine and placed it on the table closest to them. Then, he left. Shang Junlin stood up and poured 2 cups of wine. Is this an intoxicating fruit wine? Ayu has always been greedy. Why don't you try it today? Xianxia took 1 cup and sniffed it. The fruit fragrance mixed with the wine fragrance. It had been too long since Xianxia drank it, so he almost forgot the taste. Your Majesty, do you want to drink wine with me again? Shang Junlin's eyes deepened. Both of them crossed their arms. The wine was about to be drunk by the host in 1 gulp. Under the red candlelight, everything seemed ambiguous and hazy. Xianxia remembered his first meeting with Shang Junlin on the day he entered the palace. At that time, he thought that it was a good deal for him to enter the palace because of his face. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed a good deal. What is you laughing at? Xianxia didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed the man's collar and pulled hard. He was lying on the bed. The man supported his body with his arms and looked at him as if he had lit a fire. I thought about the day I entered the palace. Your Majesty, what were you thinking when you saw me that day? At that time, I thought that no matter how much I hear from others, it's better to see you in person. Only after seeing you with your own eyes would you know how amazing you were. What a coincidence. Xianxia thought the same at that time. Shang Junlin raised his hand and took off Xianxu's hair crown. His black hair scattered and covered the red wedding quilt. Shang Junlin's eyes deepened. His fingers moved down and traced the young man's delicate facial features. Your Majesty, are you still going to the court? Xianxia hooked his arm around Shang Junlin's neck and asked. No. Shang Junlin's voice was low and hoarse. Xianxia chuckled. He hooked his arm around the man's neck and kissed him. Soon, he became the host. The candlelight flickered and the red bed curtain fell. Their figures could be vaguely seen. No matter how much time passed, their story would never stop. A genius remembers this website in 1 second. www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC Welcome to the previous chapter. You can unlock a new chapter if you subscribe. Xianxia was very satisfied with his last few days in the Hofu. The only accident was that 3 days before entering the palace issued a decree to confer Xianxia the title of noble lord. This had never happened before in his previous life. Xianxia calmly received the decree in the eyes of gratification, envy, jealousy, and resentment. The eunuch who announced the decree wanted to please him and said a lot of pleasing words. Marquis, you've really brought up a good son. This blessing is yet to come. De Huan was popular in the south. There was a system of titles for men after entering the palace. Under the empress, the highest position was noble lord. In the eyes of others, the legitimate son of Zhenbei Ho could be said to have reached the sky in one step. Duke Zhenbei smiled proudly on the surface, but in his heart, he was unable to smile. If he had received the news of his legitimate son being favored before he had even entered the palace, he would have been overjoyed. But now, he was more worried than ever. Xianyu's attitude was too unpredictable. Along with the decree, there were also various rewards from the palace. There was no official wife in the Hofu, so all the rewards were sent to Xianyu's courtyard. Xianyu received the decree and came back. Looking at the big and small boxes in the courtyard, he was silent. A eunuch came with a list. His Majesty said that all the things on this list will be handed over to young Master Shen. Casually opening a chest, a huge pearl came into view. Xianyu paused and opened the other chests. Without exception, they were all rare treasures. Looking at the list that the little eunuch took, his eyes couldn't help but overflow with a smile. But he didn't know that the young emperor who would be cursed by the people in the future because of adultery was such a rich master. Xianyu didn't look at the rest of the boxes. He directed the servants to move the boxes to the small storeroom. He began to think, did Shen Qingran also receive so many rewards in his previous life? Xianyu did not remember such a thing happening, whether it was in his memory of his previous life or the book he read after his death. When Shen Qingran entered the palace, he did not receive the title of noble lord, nor did he receive any additional rewards. Just because he was the eldest son of Count North Marquis, he could not let the man sitting high on the throne think highly of him. Young master, it seems that Her Majesty likes you very much. Mushi took off the cloak for her weak and sickly young master, feeling a little happy. The people who served Xianyu came and went. Mushi was one of the few who stayed. She knew that her young master had suffered a lot in the Lord Protector's mansion because he was the eldest son of the Di family. This time, because of Zhenbei Ho's selfishness, he had to serve the emperor as a man. The current emperor of De Huan was famous for his war. His temperament was violent and his methods were ruthless. His reputation in the aristocratic families was not good. Mushi had been very worried about Shen Yu's encounter after entering the palace. Now that she saw that the emperor valued her young master so much before entering the palace, she felt a lot more gratified. The matter had come to a conclusion. She only hoped that her young master's future would be smoother. Xianyu responded noncommittally. His thoughts were deep and would not be as simple as Mushi thought. However, the emperor's actions could indeed help him a lot. Not guessing the emperor's thoughts, Xianyu asked, "How is the matter?" "Everything has been arranged according to what you said." The manservant standing at the side answered in a low voice. Xianyu nodded. He had always been very fond of his own people. He wiped his hands with a handkerchief and said to Mushi, "I have arranged everything at the manor. When I enter the palace, you take my token there, young master, Newbie will not leave." Without waiting for Xianyu to finish speaking, Mushi knelt down. "Newbie is all alone. Young master is Newbie's only family. Newbie is not willing to leave." Mushi's voice was not loud, but her attitude was firm. She knew that this was the escape route that her young master had arranged for her, but she was not willing. "Young master, how can you enter the palace without a familiar person by your side?" Xianyu looked at the person kneeling below and knew that she had made up her mind. He did not try to persuade her anymore. "I know. Get up." How could Xianyu not consider what Mushi was thinking? Over the years, he had cultivated a lot of useful subordinates, but the palace was not like other places. He was destined to not be able to bring these people into the palace. However, this was not a big deal. There was naturally a use for them to stay outside. After giving the corresponding instructions, Xianyu waved his hand to let the people leave. Mushi helped them change into their pajamas. Once again, she raised her head to look at Xianyu. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Xianyu lay comfortably on the bed. "Ask whatever you want." "Young master, why did you cancel the plan?" Mushi struggled for a moment but still asked. She was not the only one who wanted to know this question. The people who were arranged to be in the manor also wanted to know. Xianyu knew that they would want to ask this question for a long time. After all, when the palace issued the decree, his resistance did not seem to be fake. The people who followed Xinyu all knew that he wanted to get the power of the Count of Jinbei's mansion. It should belong to him. There was no reason for others to take advantage of it. However, Xinyu fainted too suddenly and did not leave any clues. His people did not dare to act rashly and could only wait for Xinyu to wake up. Who knew that Xinyu, who woke up, was abnormal? He no longer resisted the idea of entering the palace. The master did not say anything and avoided entering the palace. Instead, he changed the plan. Regarding this development, everyone was at a loss. Mushi had been asked this question countless times, both openly and secretly. Did they send you here to ask? Xinyu thought for a moment and roughly guessed what had happened. I'm also very curious. Mushi did not deny it. I'm tired of staying in the Count of Jinbei's mansion. It's good to live in another place. Xinyu's voice was as usual, as if he was not the one who had his official career cut off and could only stay in the harem. Mushi was anxious, but you don't have to follow the wishes of those people to enter the palace. Xinyu slightly raised his lips. Do you think the current development is really what those people want? Thinking of the end of Madame Ru, Mushi was silent. Well, don't think too much. I naturally have my reasons for doing this. After comforting the worried maid, Xinyu's eyes darkened. He entered the palace because he found clues related to his mother and the palace in his previous life. Xinyu, the wife of Count of Jinbei, was a short-lived woman. Except for her son, there was nothing else related to her in the world. Xinyu did not have many feelings for this mother whom he had never met. He just wanted to find out something. Closing his eyes, he seemed to return to the rainy night in his previous life. A faint voice came through the rain. Are you sure about this news? It's destined. It's destined. The palace, Xinyu rubbed his forehead and felt a fishy sweetness in his throat. Cough. Cough. Young master. Young master. Something was knocked over, making a loud bang sound. Xinyu leaned on the bed and his vision turned black. Someone, call the doctor. Before he could say anything, Xinyu fell into darkness. When he woke up, it was already noon of the next day. As soon as Xinyu moved, the maid beside him found out and hurriedly got up. Not long after, the doctor came in. Count of Jinbei and an unfamiliar man followed behind the doctor. Xinyu couldn't get up and lay on the bed without moving. After the doctor felt his pulse, he was taken away by a servant. Xinyu looked at Count of Jinbei and the unfamiliar man weakly and did not speak. It was the first time that Count of Jinbei saw his eldest son so weak. His delicate face was pale and his eyelashes drooped slightly, giving people a feeling that he was weak and in urgent need of protection. He turned his head and cupped his hands to the man behind him. Thank you, Imperial Physician Gu. Imperial Physician Gu returned the salute. It's my duty. Imperial Physician Gu stepped forward and took Xinyu's pulse. Xinyu looked at him for a while and then looked away. Imperial Physician Gu Chong, was the youngest and most promising imperial physician since the founding of the Great Huan dynasty. When he was 27 years old, he became the head of the Imperial Academy of Medicine. In the same year, he lost his life because of a man-made disaster. Xinyu remembered him because of a person he met later. Half of that person's face was disfigured and he looked like an evil spirit that crawled out of hell. Only when he talked about Imperial Physician Gu did he sound a little human. At that time, Xinyu was in trouble. That person wanted to take revenge on the same group of people that Xinyu wanted to deal with. The two of them formed a temporary cooperation, but the conditions were not good at that time. They could only take risks. Their goal was achieved, but that person also died tragically. It was the first time that Xinyu encountered such strong feelings. It was also the first time that he doubted that he liked the Prince of Yu. After that, he found the two people's bones and buried them in a beautiful place. He didn't expect that he would meet Imperial Physician Gu so soon after his rebirth. After taking Xinyu's pulse, Imperial Physician Gu asked someone to bring the original prescription. After thinking for a while, he wrote a new prescription. Young Master Shen's body is too weak. The medicine needs to be adjusted slightly. Will Imperial Physician Gu be responsible for my illness in the future? Xinyu suddenly asked. Imperial Physician Gu was stunned for a moment, but he quickly answered, it depends on the Emperor's arrangement. Xinyu nodded and didn't speak anymore. After resting for 2 days, Xinyu's body was a little better. It was also the day for him to enter the palace. The emperor understood that he had just recovered from a serious illness, so he simplified the process. Duke Xianbei was not happy, but Xinyu couldn't ask for more. On that day, Xinyu saw the man who was bound to him in this life for the first time. The man was wearing a black imperial robe. He was tall, so the heavy imperial robe didn't make him look bloated. Instead, it made him look more imposing. He was indeed similar to the Prince of Yu, but he was many times more handsome than the Prince of Yu. How blind was he to like the Prince of Yu in his previous life? What are you thinking about? Shang Junlin looked at the beautiful young man who was staring at him in a daze and slowly walked over. The man's voice was low and sweet. After he deliberately lowered his voice, there was a special taste of tenderness. Xinyu's ears twitched, and he felt a little bewitched. One should enjoy life to the fullest. Such a great beauty was also pleasing to the eye. I'm thinking that your majesty is more beautiful than I imagined. The last syllable was slightly raised, as if he saw something he liked. No one noticed that the young emperor, who had always been calm, paused his footsteps. You like me? Shang Junlin strode over and stood by the bed. He looked down at the young man who was sitting on the bed, and a sense of oppression poured down. This was the pressure of a superior, with a murderous aura. The palace servants on the side had already knelt down and trembled. Only Xinyu's expression didn't change. Who doesn't like your majesty's heavenly appearance? In the silence, Xinyu raised his head, and a smile spread in his eyes. I naturally like it very much. The south of Dahuan was popular, and there was a system of titles for men who entered the palace. After the empress, the highest position was the noble lord. In the eyes of others, the legitimate son of Duke Xianbei's family could be said to have reached the sky in a single bound. Duke Xianbei smiled proudly on the surface, but in his heart, he was unable to smile. If he had received the news of his legitimate son being favored before he had even entered the palace, he would have been overjoyed. But now, he was more worried than ever. Xinyu's attitude was too unpredictable. Along with the imperial edict, various rewards from the palace came to Duke Xianbei's residence. Duke Xianbei's residence didn't have a proper wife, so all the rewards were sent to Xinyu's courtyard. Xinyu came back after receiving the imperial edict. Looking at the big and small boxes in the courtyard, he was speechless. A eunuch came over with a list. His Majesty said that all the things on this list will be handed over to young Master Xin. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbiku50. CC After the crown ceremony, Shang Junlin made many crowns for Xinyu. There were all kinds of materials. Even if Xinyu wore different crowns every day, he could wear them for a long time. The makers of the crowns were all skilled craftsmen. Some showed his identity, while others were popular outside the palace. Shang Junlin vowed to do it. Xinyu had to have what others had, and he had to have more. When conditions permitted, Shang Junlin would personally choose a crown for Xinyu and tie up his hair in the morning. Shang Junlin was very good at these things. Your Highness, this is the new crown sent by the Imperial Household Department. There are also new materials. See if there is anything you like. It can be made into new clothes next year. The head of the Imperial Household Department came in person. Behind him was a palace servant with a tray. On the tray were items for Xinyu to choose. This was the third time at the end of the year. Since Xinyu and Shang Junlin got married and became the empress, the Imperial Household Department came several times in less than a month to buy all kinds of things for Xinyu. The specifications of the items used by the empress and the emperor were slightly different. Shang Junlin made up his mind to give Xinyu the best. Many of Xinyu's things were left in Yuzhong Palace, including the clothes that represented the emperor's identity. After Xinyu moved into the emperor's bedroom, Shang Junlin waved his hand and changed everything. Xinyu didn't need to get up. The palace servant came in with a tray for Xinyu to choose. Shang Junlin was handling the memorials. The northern desert had entered a critical period. There were new news every day. If everything went well, it would be finished by the end of the year. The imperial court was busy with this matter. After the people from the Imperial Household Department came in, He put down his work and came over to sit beside Xianyu. "Your Majesty, what do you think of this jade crown?" Xianyu picked up a jade crown on the wooden tray. It was small and exquisite. It was made of white jade. It was translucent and shiny. Xianyu's slender white fingers held the jade crown. It was more flawless than the beautiful jade. "It's very beautiful." Shang Junlin's eyes fell on Xianyu's fingers. It was unknown whether he was talking about the jade crown or Xianyu's hands. These crowns were impeccable in terms of material and shape. The fact that they were chosen and presented showed that they were extraordinary. Shang Junlin especially liked one that was inlaid with a red gem. After the crown was the cloth. Without even thinking, Shang Junlin had the clothing bureau make clothes. After the people from the Imperial Household Department left, Xianyu pulled on Shang Junlin's sleeves. Since Xianyu entered the palace, Shang Junlin would ask the people from the Imperial Household Department to come over every once in a while to make new clothes for Xianyu. Shang Junlin seemed to have found a hobby. He liked this process very much. After the relationship between the two improved, it became even more intense. It was no exaggeration to say that Xianyu had so many clothes that he couldn't wear them all. The clothes that he brought from the residence of Zhenbei were directly ignored. Xianyu almost couldn't remember what those clothes looked like. The clothes he wore every day were sometimes sent by Muxi. Sometimes, they were sent by Shang Junlin. If he didn't see Muxi and her people tidying up his clothes 2 days ago, he wouldn't know that he had so many clothes. Ayu's identity is different now. Of course, he needs new clothes. Shang Junlin didn't feel that there was anything wrong. His own clothes were almost the same, but he gave Xianyu a lot of styles. Not only were the clothes popular in Dahuan, Shang Junlin also planned to prepare a few more clothes popular in other places for Xianyu. For example, the clothes in Ji Clan last time. But I haven't worn many of them yet. Xianyu was the kind of person who wouldn't treat himself unfairly. When he had the ability to make his life more comfortable, he would naturally choose a more comfortable life. But this didn't mean that he would overly pursue material desires. "I remember. You promised to wear clothes that I like before. You haven't worn them yet." Shang Junlin held Xianyu's hand and led him to sit on the soft couch at the side. The soft couch was slightly smaller than the one in Yuzhong Palace. In winter, it was very warm for the two of them. The fire in the palace was very strong. Everything was according to Xianyu's habits. Even if they changed to a new place, Xianyu always felt that it was the same as before. Only the wandering dragon patterns showed that this was the palace that belonged to the emperor. "Which one?" "The red one. You promised to wear it for me tonight." Shang Junlin moved closer to Xianyu's ear and laughed softly. His hot breath burned the sensitive earlobe. Unsurprisingly, the earlobe's crimson color spread. The man's eyes gradually darkened as he took in all the changes. He opened his mouth and took a bite of the bright red fruit. Shang Junlin's behavior successfully changed the topic to an unspeakable direction. Xianyu's body trembled. His body remembered the man's touch very deeply. The two of them had been together for so long. They had done everything they should and shouldn't do. They were very familiar with each other's every reaction. The snow-white skin gradually turned crimson. Xianyu's body reaction was as green as ever. He heard the man's chuckle overflowing from his throat, after so many times. "Why hasn't you adapted yet?" Xianyu pushed Shang Junlin. "Don't bite." Shang Junlin let go of Xianyu's earlobe from Lu Russian. The crimson color on his ears became more intense. Xianyu covered his ears and glared at Shang Junlin angrily. Xianyu remembered. Because many things happened later, the two of them had forgotten about this dress. He didn't expect Shang Junlin to suddenly remember it. "Your Majesty, why do you still remember this?" There was a slight gasp in his voice. He didn't know how seductive he was at this time. The corners of his eyes were slightly red and there were some tears in his eyes. The man's throat tightened. Shang Junlin pinched Xianyu's chin, lowered his eyes and kissed the young man's lips. "I remember everything you said." The palace servants had already retreated. Only Xianyu and Shang Junlin were left in the hall. During their movements, there was a rustling sound of clothes rubbing against each other. There was a slight sound of water and gradually heavier breathing. Xianyu was kissed thoroughly. Xinyu struggled to break free. Even his fingertips were numb. After 3 days of indulgence, Xinyu rested for a long time. Shang Junlin knew that he had gone too far and didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. For the next few days, he looked at Xinyu with dissatisfaction. Xinyu finally relented. Shang Junlin didn't dare to be too presumptuous. It was really difficult to let a person who had tasted the feeling of being full be forced to starve. Later, when he finally had the chance to eat, he could only eat half full. Xinyu also knew. So generally, as long as Shang Junlin didn't go too far, he wouldn't say anything. He could feel Shang Junlin's desire and dependence on him. He enjoyed the feeling of being strongly needed. If Shang Junlin wasn't so energetic, Xinyu felt that he and Shang Junlin were very compatible. With Xinyu's physical strength, it would be difficult for him to completely resist Shang Junlin. However, Xinyu wasn't really unwilling. If he wasn't willing, he wouldn't let Shang Junlin do whatever he wanted. He loved this person. Naturally, he also had desires for him. Naturally, he also liked to be intimate with him. Leaning on Shang Junlin's shoulder, Xinyu thought about all kinds of things. His breathing gradually calmed down. Shang Junlin put his hand on Xinyu's neck and slowly rubbed it. Xinyu's clothes were a little messy. Shang Junlin ignored his own clothes that were wrinkled and carefully tidied up Xinyu's clothes. You can't go back on your promise to me. I know. Your Majesty, just ask someone to find my clothes. Xinyu knew that he couldn't escape this calamity, but he didn't plan to escape. Shang Junlin kissed Xinyu's forehead. Xinyu's treatment was still ongoing. It had already reached the second stage. Imperial Physician Gu's method was very effective. After the third stage of treatment, Xinyu's body would be able to recover to the standard of an ordinary person. Xinyu never thought that one day, he would be able to completely get rid of the illness that had accompanied him for 2 lifetimes. In the past, he didn't care. Now that he had Shang Junlin, he hoped that he could be healthy and not let his lover worry about his health. As usual, Imperial Physician Gu came to check Xinyu's pulse. Because Imperial Physician Gu had always been in charge of Xinyu's health, the two of them were much closer. Sometimes, the two of them would simply chat. Xinyu noticed that Imperial Physician Gu was occasionally absent-minded and had dark circles under his eyes. After checking his pulse, he asked, "Did something happen to Imperial Physician Gu? You don't seem to have rested well." "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I'm fine. If there's anything, you can tell me. You've done your best to treat my illness. If there's anything you need help with, you can tell me and Your Majesty." Imperial Physician Gu was silent for a while and shook his head. "It's just some private matters. I'll take care of it." Since he didn't want to say, Xinyu didn't force him. No matter what happens, Imperial Physician Gu must take good care of his body. When Shang Junlin came back from dealing with court affairs, Xinyu mentioned it to him. "It's because of Gu Huai. There seems to be some conflict between them." Coincidentally, Shang Junlin had heard about this matter. Since Imperial Physician Gu said that he could handle it, Xinyu didn't intervene. He just said half-jokingly, "Your Majesty, you can't let General Gu bully Imperial Physician Gu." With Gu Huai's feelings for Imperial Physician Gu, he shouldn't hurt him. "I'll let people pay attention." The palace servants were instructed by Shang Junlin to find the red coat that hadn't been used yet. The cloth of this coat was very light and thin. It was like a cluster of mist, as if it would disperse with a gentle breeze. Xinyu never went back on his word. The hot water in the bathtub had been prepared in advance. Amidst the dense steam, a white wrist pulled open the gauze curtain. What followed was a touch of red. The young man was dressed meticulously. His black hair was tied up high. Shang Junlin's favorite jade crown was used to tie up his hair. The floor was covered with a thick velvet carpet. The young man didn't wear shoes or socks. He walked barefoot step by step. The bathtub was built in a gorgeous palace. On the other side of the bathtub was a very large bed. At this moment, a man wearing an imperial court robe was sitting on the bed. He stared at the young man who was approaching step by step without blinking. The young man's expression was very serious. It was too serious. Instead, it revealed an indescribable desire. This was because the red coat he was wearing was translucent. Every part of his body was tightly wrapped, but it was half hidden. As he walked, his bare feet peeked out from the layers of clothes. Under the contrast of the red, they looked even fairer. Shang Junlin's gaze swept over Xianyu's body inch by inch. The aggression gradually increased. It was as if there was a substance in his gaze. It was hot and dense, as if it could burn someone. Shang Junlin didn't move. His burning gaze fell on Xianyu until Xianyu walked in front of him. "Do you like it, Your Majesty?" Xianyu asked softly. "I like it." Shang Junlin raised his head. The strong emotions in his eyes almost overflowed. "I've agreed to Your Majesty's request. Shouldn't Your Majesty also agree to a request of mine?" Xianyu's movements were extremely slow. Every step she took seemed to be stepping on Shang Junlin's heart. The distance between the two of them got closer. Shang Junlin could smell the faint medicinal fragrance coming from Xianyu's body. "What does you want me to agree to?" He only realized how hoarse his voice was after he spoke. Shang Junlin tried his best to restrain his crazy desire. "Your Majesty will know in a while." Xianyu chuckled as she straddled Shang Junlin's body. She felt the man's body tense up. The smile in her eyes deepened. The red coat and the black coat were stacked together. One was soft like mist, the other was heavy and solemn. They intertwined with each other. "What is you doing?" Shang Junlin's breathing became heavier and his voice became hoarser. He felt something soft rubbing against the side of his face. His hands were tied. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Shang Junlin laughed involuntarily. "When did you wear this?" "Your Majesty, do you still remember it?" Xianyu's breathing was unstable. "I wanted to find the one I used last time. I couldn't find it, so I asked someone to find another one." Shang Junlin put away the other one. Shang Junlin naturally wouldn't say anything. Xianyu was tied up loosely and was easily untied. Shang Junlin couldn't bear it anymore. The two of them switched positions. He covered Xianyu's body and stroked the pair of absent-minded eyes. "Let me do it." A storm swept over. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC Jiang Huiqing completed his mission and returned to Dahuan. His identity in the northern desert was completely abandoned. From now on, there was only Jiang Huiqing in the world. There was no demon-like strategist Ju Feng who could stir up the situation in the northern desert. He first went to Subei and then used the excuse of returning to the capital at the end of the year to report on his work to He Qingyu and the other officials who stayed in Subei to return to the capital. The hidden dragon guards secretly escorted them throughout the journey. Fortunately, there were no mistakes along the way. No one knew that Jiang Huiqing hid his identity and changed his appearance to go to the northern desert in this year. After Jiang Huiqing returned to the capital, Shang Junlin privately held a small banquet to show off his achievements. Those who participated all knew the inside story of this matter. It could also be said that they were all valued by Shang Junlin and were recognized by him as his direct descendants. Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu were able to join them at such a young age. As long as they didn't make a big mistake in the heat of the moment, their future careers would definitely be smooth. Xianyu and Shang Junlin attended the banquet together. He sat beside Shang Junlin and looked at Jiang Huiqing. 1 year of living in the northern desert had brought great changes to him. At this moment, Jiang Huiqing's eyes were no longer young and inexperienced. His gaze was deep and profound, somewhat similar to Xianyu's memory of his previous life. "I, fortunately, did not disappoint you." Jiang Huiqing had already written a report and handed it to Shang Junlin. At the banquet, he chose a few of the more important things to talk about. "You have made a great contribution this time. Do you have anything you want?" Shang Junlin would not shortchange Jiang Huiqing of any rewards that should be given to Jiang Huiqing. Other than that, he was also willing to satisfy any additional requests from Jiang Huiqing. Jiang Huiqing had handled the matter in the northern desert too well. It was better than they had imagined. The imperial court had gone through several turbulences and was now in need of people. After this, Jiang Huiqing's career would definitely soar. Moreover, he had no support in the imperial court. He was alone and had no connections with the imperial court. To some people, this might be a disadvantage, but to Jiang Huiqing, this was a huge advantage. It is my honor to serve your majesty and the great Huan dynasty. Your majesty has given me enough rewards, and I have nothing else I want. Jiang Huiqing was not being courteous. Shang Junlin had given him a very generous reward. He would be given a mansion in a prosperous area of the capital, countless gold and silver, and an official position that had not yet been given to him, but would definitely belong to him in the future. Moreover, at first, he wanted to stand at a high enough position to redress his teacher's grievances. However, this matter had already been completed. While he was working hard for the Great Huan Kingdom, the king of the Great Huan Kingdom had redressed his teacher's name and cleared his teacher's name. What he wanted to do had already been done in advance, and it was done even better. When Jiang Huiqing found out about this, he was at a loss for a moment. The goal that he had been working hard for all these years had suddenly disappeared. He actually did not know what to do. His teacher had always lamented that it was rare to meet a wise king. He had also told him that if he was lucky enough to meet a wise king, he must do his best to assist him. He thought that he should have met one now. You don't have to feel too much pressure. These are all what you deserve. If you want anything, just tell His Majesty directly. This year, you have solved a big problem in the northern desert. You are a great contributor to the Great Huan Kingdom. Seeing that Jiang Huiqing was in a daze for a moment, Xianxia said. Thank you, Your Highness. I only want to serve the Great Huan Kingdom, His Majesty, and Your Highness. Other than that, I have no other requests. With a new goal in mind, Jiang Huiqing's conviction became more and more firm. This time, when he returned, he could clearly feel the changes in the Great Huan Kingdom. Without a doubt, these changes were for the better. Jiang Huiqing was very happy that Gui Jun had been conferred the title of king and had the same rights as His Majesty. He and Xianxia were like-minded. Xianxia was his only friend other than He Qingyu after coming to the capital. Although the two of them had different statuses and their relationship might not be the same in the future, he was still happy for this friend. Not only Jiang Huiqing, He Qingyu, Fang Jiai, and the others had also made great contributions this year. They all returned to the capital and received the rewards they deserved. Shang Junlin gave the three of them houses and some other rewards. The national treasury was full. The Minister of Revenue did not feel any heartache when he gave out the money. The courtiers all knew that if there was anything that required the national treasury's money, it was best to ask for it during this period of time while the Minister of Revenue was in a good mood. Fang Jiai and He Qingyu were both at the banquet. Because Fang Jiai often dealt with the northern desert, she knew some inside information. She was surprised by Jiang Huiqing's courage and was even more shocked that he could complete this matter so perfectly. This year's trip to the northern desert accelerated Jiang Huiqing's maturity. His behavior became more impeccable. At the end of the year, Shang Junlin gave them a holiday to let them have time to deal with their personal matters. The changes in their official positions and other plans would be announced after the new year. He Qingyu and Fang Jiai also changed a lot. There were many things waiting to be done in Subei. This kind of place was the best training for people. He Qingyu was more experienced in doing things. Everything in Subei was almost single-handedly managed by him. To be able to redevelop Subei in a year's time showed his ability. After Fang Jiai returned to the capital, she received the most attention. This was because of her outstanding military achievements, and also because she was the first female official in the Great Huan dynasty. She broke the world's perception of women, and allowed more women to see a new direction in life. So our lives could be like this. Fang Jiai accompanied her parents at home for a few days. During this period, many matchmakers came to propose marriage, but they were all rejected by her. After the new year, the northern desert would send envoys to the Great Huan Kingdom. This time, they borrowed the Subei army, so they had to show some appreciation. Shang Junlin told them to make preparations in advance. At that time, how should they treat the northern desert? At night, Xianxia and Shang Junlin walked back to the palace. Xianxia was wearing a thick cloak and was held in Shang Junlin's arms. The palace servants were far behind so as not to disturb them. It snowed heavily last night. As far as the eye could see, the entire palace was covered in white snow. Xianxia hugged a hand warmer. The cold wind blew, and soon her face was red. Are you cold? Shang Junlin touched Xianyu's face. The man's palm was very warm. Xianyu subconsciously rubbed against it. I'm okay. The treatment had reached the second stage. Xianyu's body recovered very well. Coupled with Shang Junlin's careful care, she was no longer as cold as before. Xianyu stopped when they passed by the plum garden. The plum blossoms in the garden were in full bloom. The red plum blossoms reflected the snow, adding a different scenery to the winter. Shall we go in and take a look? Shang Junlin suggested. Knowing that Xianyu liked these things, Shang Junlin ordered people to renovate the palace and built several gardens especially for Xianyu. They planted flowers and plants from all over the country. They would bloom in different seasons for people to enjoy. During this period of time, the weather was too cold. Xianyu had been holed up in the palace and rarely went out. Today, he happened to pass by this place, so he nodded. The two entered the garden. This was a very large garden full of plum blossoms. It was the season when the plum blossoms bloomed. The red plum blossoms all over the sky were like a fire in the air. As soon as they got close, they smelled the refreshing fragrance of the plum blossoms mixed with the coldness of the cold white snow. The ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. Every step they took left a footprint. The two walked all the way in, leaving a trail of footprints. Xianyu looked back at the footprints behind him. The snow is so big that we can build a snowman. The moon tonight was very big and round. Under the moonlight, the world was as bright as day. Xianyu and Shang Junlin were in the plum garden, so it didn't affect their vision at all. The branches of the plum blossoms were also covered with snow. The place where they stood was white, leaving only the red blossoms on the branches. Do you want to build one? Xianyu nodded reservedly. Has your majesty built one before? Xianyu looked at the pure white snow and asked. I built one when I was very young. At that time, Empress Mother was still alive. It was snowing, and Empress Mother was pestered by me to build a small snowman in the courtyard. Unfortunately, the next day, the snowman melted when the sun came out. Shang Junlin hadn't thought about these memories for a long time. After Empress Mother passed away, his life turned into a completely different path from before. He had to do his best to survive, so he didn't have time to play with the snow without worries. During the most difficult time at the border, he relied on a handful of snow to survive. Have you built one before? Xianyu shook his head. He had never built one before. Because of his health, he was afraid of the cold since he was young. In winter, it was difficult for him to go out, let alone play with the snow. Sometimes, Shen Qingran would unintentionally show off to him that his father had built a snowman with him. Little Xianyu pretended not to care, but in his heart, he hoped that one day, Count Jinbei could also build a snowman with him. After he grew up, he could easily accomplish many things that he thought were extravagant when he was young. However, Xianyu was no longer interested. He understood that what he once desired was not the snowman itself, but something else. After he got together with Shang Junlin, many of the things that he couldn't accomplish in the past were completed by other men. The gap in his heart was filled little by little. He received the unreserved, complete love of the Emperor of the Great Huan Kingdom. He tasted the taste of being favored. This taste was too tempting, and people couldn't help but indulge in it. Xianyu looked up and saw Shang Junlin looking at him. Those dark eyes were filled with tenderness. It was an affection that was only shown to him. Your Majesty, come with me. I don't know how to do it. I hope your Majesty can teach me. Okay. Under Shang Junlin's instructions, Xianyu, who felt that he had already learned how to do it, wanted to try it himself. Your Majesty and I will compete to see who can roll the biggest snowball. The small one will give the big one a gift. How about it? Okay. Shang Junlin was very easy to talk to. Xianyu lowered his head and focused on rolling the snowball. He was good at hands-on, and the snowball he rolled was decent. When Xianyu felt that it was about time, he stopped and looked for Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin was standing not far away from him. There was a big snowball beside his leg. He didn't know when it had been rolled. It was bigger than Xianyu's snowball. Xianyu lost. However, the joy in his heart didn't decrease at all. Your Majesty, come quickly. Let's make a snowman. The two worked together. The small snowball was stacked on top of the big one. They found decorations and placed them on the small snowball. A chubby snowman was completed. Although the two were novices, this snowman was very round and cute. Their hands were red from the cold, but their hearts were warm. Xianxia pointed at the big snowman. "Look at our snowman, Your Majesty." Xianxia found some plum blossoms to decorate the snowman. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. "Be careful, your hands are frostbitten." Shang Junlin held Xianxu's hands and rubbed them in his palms. Xianxia didn't feel cold, only excitement and joy. The gap in his heart was quietly filled. He raised his head slightly and looked at Shang Junlin. His eyes were shining. "I want to make a snowman with Your Majesty when it snows in the future. Is that okay, Your Majesty?" Shang Junlin lowered his head and rubbed Xianxia with his forehead. "No matter what you wants to do, I will accompany you. I lost today. I have a gift for Your Majesty." Xianxia raised his arm and covered Shang Junlin's eyes with his hand. "A Yu's gift is ready so soon?" Shang Junlin let Xianxia cover his eyes. In the darkness, he blinked. Xianxu's eyelashes swept across his palm, causing a slight itch. Xianxia pursed his lips. He didn't know why, but he felt a little nervous. After a while, Xianxia released his hand. "The moonlight tonight is very beautiful. I want to give it to Your Majesty." Red plum blossoms, snow, and a handsome young man under the red plum blossoms. The moonlight was like silk. Xianxia was bathed in the clear light. He looked like an immortal. At this moment, he was looking at him with affection. The immortal above the 9 heavens had fallen in love with him and developed desire. Nothing made Shang Junlin more excited than this knowledge. In Shang Junlin's eyes, Xianxia was like the moonlight in the sky. Now, this moonlight fell into his arms. He had the moon in his heart. "I like it very much, you." Shang Junlin lifted the young man's chin and lowered his head to cover his soft lips. His other hand wrapped around Xianxu's waist and pulled him closer to himself. Under the moonlight, the two hugged each other tightly. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbq50. CC End of Chapter 250. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.